Hello everyone and welcome to the OWCS 2024 World Finals here at DreamHack Stockholm. After an entire year of competition, we're here to crown the first ever OWCS World Champion. The doors here have just opened up. The people are filing in and we're ready for the action. Zoe here, joined by my trusted friends and analysts, Jake and Johnny. Johnny, ever since we arrived here in Sweden, you're a changed man. You're glowing, you're smiling. You're so...
I don't smile usually.
No, you're not that happy. How's it feel to be back in the motherland?
It's just an added bonus. It's like the Arctic chill, like streaming down your field. Yeah, you just feel alive. I had Swedish pancakes this morning, some meatballs, prinskorvar. It was fabulous. So I'm just feeling extra today, Zoe.
All right, he's getting the motherland bonus. How are you feeling? How are you dealing with the cold? It's snowing outside.
I don't mind the cold, honestly. You know, I think it's all in your head. You gotta just enjoy it. Let the snow come down. You know, it's kind of a winter wonderland out here. So perfect time to be in Stockholm.
Works. It does.
We actually, low key, after dinner last night, we had like a snowball fight. Avril hung out with us, and Avril was the first time.
All the grown men in our group chat on a playground.
It was
so
the
I was very happy for you.
Avril, he had never seen snow before. You know, he's from the oceanic region, of
course.
Has
he actually never seen snow?
That was the first time he saw snow, and we had a snowball fight. So I was like, I'm so happy for Avril because we introduced him to snowball fights.
That makes me happy.
Yeah,
I'm really happy to hear that, honestly.
Moment.
It was very wholesome. Other things that made me happy are, for example, rewards. In-game rewards, especially if they're really easy to get, such as our log-in bonus rewards. You can get the Neon Street icon as well as the name card. And all you have to do is log into the game between November 18th and 24th, as you can see on your screen. So make sure to grab them while they're available. And you know what? There is more. That's right. There's a
lot more.
There's actually a lot more. We have so many drops for you guys. We, of course, also have just the regular Watch Our Show and Earn Rewards awards. Right here on your screen, you see each and every day we will treat you to different cool sprays, icons. You guys see a favorite there? What catches your eye?
I mean, look, the first 2 days, we have the two Swedish heroes. We have Brigitte, and then tomorrow you have a chance to earn the Torbjörn skin. And then for some reason on Sunday, we have the Swiss Mercy skin. Zoe, can you explain that? What's going on there?
I'm starting to sense the whole thing that always happens to us. I'm like, I'm from Switzerland, and they're like, oh, you speak Swedish. I'm like, 2 different countries. This may have happened here as well. But yeah, Mercy representing. Why not? Why not? Now, last but certainly not least, all of our wonderful DreamHack Stockholm ticket holders that are joining us here live in the venue, they're walking away with their very own exclusive items as well. We got the government building here at the bottom, and some explain the top 2 to us.
I mean, we got Fika. I hope we get Fika on the desk, you know.
What is Fika?
Well,
for the uneducated. I of course know.
It's kind of like a bit of a lunch break, except it's not for lunch. Okay, it's like in between lunch and dinner, in between breakfast and lunch.
Tea time.
So like, yeah, tea time, like 10 a.m. 2:30 p.m. You just need like a bit of a 15-minute break. You grab yourself a coffee, you get yourself a cinnamon bun. So I just hope, you know, I could have asked the stage manager this in private, but, you know, I hope we get some Fika on the desk here later today. We got a long day ahead of us, of course, a lot of matches. So maybe we can celebrate some Fika on the desk, you know, get ourselves a cup of coffee and a cinnamon bun.
That's right.
That'd be lovely.
In Switzerland, we call it Sfiri. It happens at 4 o'clock. It's cake and coffee
but we're
time.
in Sweden, Zoe. So.
That's right. So Fika all the way. Let's see if we can get the buns rolling here on our desk. One thing's for sure, though, we got a lot of action to cover today. Of course, we had an entire year of competition happening across the different regions. And now 8 teams have stood above the rest to compete here at the World Finals. So let's check out all of our initial matchups for our first day here in Stockholm. We have a lot of good ones here. So of course, we once again have to ask pick your brains rather, to see which one catches your eye. Any of these you feel like is going to go the distance?
I mean, for me, I think SSG versus Nightmare is a match with a lot of stakes, with Nightmare being a team coming out of NA, wanting to make their mark, wanting to assert really their region, given that NA had a lackluster performance, frankly, at the Dallas Major. So this is an opportunity for them to, you know, make their way into the upper side of the bracket. It's a tough match for them with Space Station, you know, having such a great record across the year in EMEA. But I think it's winnable. I think it's going to be exciting to see an upstart team like Nightmare take on the established veterans in SSG.
Of course, this is a double-elimination bracket, so there is a second chance. However, if you're looking at our schedule today, we will be covering 2 of the lower bracket matches as well. We have 6 matches overall, plus a show match. And if we're looking at the bottom half there, we're going to say goodbye to 2 teams already today, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, it's crucial, right? You only have one day to play, so you got to show up. You got to be on form and ready to play already here on Friday, of course. And I mean, it's going to be tough for some of those teams because obviously the Korean teams are going to be the favorites. Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, they've done spectacular all year. So if you're facing them in the first upper bracket round, and maybe things don't go your way, you got to be ready to play in the lower bracket match this afternoon because otherwise you're going to be out in the first day of playoffs.
That's right. And of course, with so many matches, we have to bring in our friends to cover all the action as well. Not just here on the main broadcast. No, you can also just join our co-streamers from around the world who will be covering each and every game. So make sure to drop on by. Drops, as you can see, are enabled for our co-streamers as well. So it's going to be treats.
Watch all of them.
Top of treats.
At the same time.
Honestly, watch all of them at the same time. You're not getting double the rewards, just as you know, a little exclaimer there. We also have a lot of great streamers here on site. That's right. They are here streaming all the action live. They're like literally right next to us. We could throw something at them. In fact, let's throw it over to them. Danny Lim is standing by with one of our co-streamers.
Thank you so much, Zoe. I am currently at the co-streaming area. Like Zoe said, we're literally right there. Hi, Zoe.
Hi, Danny.
Yeah, and we're joined by one of our favorite co-streamers. His name is Illusion from South Korea. Thank you so much for joining me for this interview. Huge fan of your YouTube content. I just want to ask you, how's Stockholm treating you? 자, 일단 여기까지 오셔서 너무 감사드리면서 인터뷰 살짝 해보려고 합니다, 일루전님. 어떻게 지금 스톡홀m까지 오셨는데 지금 소감, 기분 어떠세요?
I'm very excited for here, and I'm ready. I'm really dream for here in my career, and I'm really happy to see this really perfect competition in my life.
Wow. Your English is better than mine. Just don't come for my job, okay? All right, thank you so much. One more question. I mean, we got 8 of the best teams in the OWCS in Stockholm right now. Do you have a favorite team that you're rooting for? 제일 좋아하는 최애 팀이 있다면 어떤 팀인가요? There you go, everybody. Crazy Raccoons. Great choice. I mean, I would say Crazy Raccoons are favorites for the OWCS. I mean, yeah, fantastic choice. One final question. Where can we find you on YouTube? 자, 유튜브 어떻게 채널 소개 좀 간단하게 부탁드릴게요.
Please search YouTube Illusion, and I'm enjoying Overwatch with my subscribers, and I teach supporters, especially Anna and Baptiste and Zen. Yeah, but please check my YouTube channel.
Everybody, if you like Illusion, check him out, youtube.com Illusion. That is it for the interview. Illusion, thank you so much. Zoe, back to you.
Thank you so much, Danny. Yeah, make sure to check out all of our co-streamers. Also, of course, they're here on site, so you can literally just walk on over and say hi. Or just have a good time in the background, whatever you want, John.
Yeah, like
whatever
Avril did just there.
Don't photobomb
Avril.
Exactly.
Yeah, Avril,
You too
respectful.
can be Avril.
You guys are
Be
encouraging them to
respectful.
photobomb the stream.
No, I'm encouraging physical participation in the respective streams. This is very different. It's very different. Now, of course, our streamers, they're just here to have fun. Our players, they got to take this one really serious because there's a lot on the line. Of course, not just the inaugural champion title. No, they're also playing for a lot of cash money, and the prize pool is rising with your help. So make sure to actually head on over and check out how you can contribute to it with the Neon Streets Mega Bundle. I mean, come on.
It's so nice.
It's so nice.
One would say it's a little Florida Mayhem Neon inspired here. You know, of course, they won the Overwatch League in our final year last year, of course. But it's really a beautiful bundle. I mean, this Junkrat, it just makes you happy, right?
I like the
colors.
Tracer, man. The Tracer's gonna get me.
Yeah, this is just Mayhem meets Barbie, and I'm here for it.
It's a bit reminding of like the graffiti Tracer skin.
Yeah.
Which is one of
beautiful.
the
One of the
best
best.
ones.
One of the best,
Thank
no doubt.
you.
I don't
So this is like
understand.
a new colorway.
I don't get the London bus. Like, I don't know where we got the London bus from, but
It's
you know.
just like
It's a
you
cool
know,
bus.
It's a cool bus. We love a good bus.
Don't question it, Johnny.
I'm not
Public
questioning.
transportation.
I need to stop asking questions. Yeah,
You really
but
should stop asking questions. You're here to answer questions.
I'm here to
You're
answer
an
questions.
analyst.
Well,
didn't
I
see
can't
that
answer
in the
this
package.
question.
I'm like, the London bus. What do you? Oh, there it is.
Well, there it is. Like you
the
said,
streets of
Zoe,
London, man?
25% of the revenue from the bundle, of course, goes towards the prize pool. So if you go into the game and buy that bundle, you're actually supporting the players here and the prize pool in the tournament, of course. So go check that out.
That's right.
I answered something.
Salesman Johnny is on the case. Now we do have a few more items to get through before we can get the action started. One of them being the map pool for the World Finals. A few things have changed here. We had to kick out some maps, but also we added some that we haven't seen in a hot minute. Busan, Circuit Royale, Shambali, Colosseo. I haven't seen them played since stage 3, I believe. Then Oasis and Hollywood back in the mix, Johnny. Very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Jake, I'd say this is a pretty balanced map pool. There's a lot of different styles you can pull off here. Of course, if you look at Control, Ilios is a favorite of the Korean teams, for example, because they excel at playing those dive compositions. You also can take it to Watchpoint Gibraltar if you'd like to. Another great Winston maps. Can force the Widowmaker if you'd like to. But in general, you know, these are going to be pretty solid brawl maps overall. So I think a lot of different styles we'll be able to see this weekend, but it all kind of depends on the meta, right?
Hey-o.
I'm excited to see Clash coming into competitive play, right? To see the teams the best in the world potentially take on this relatively new game mode. I think there's been a lot of opportunity to innovate and approach the game mode in a new way since, you know, it is such a new mode. There's new strategies coming to play. So excited to see how teams, you know, what teams decide to pick Clash or Flashpoint. Is an interesting decision there in and of itself. Like, do you want to just avoid the new mode? I think maybe some of the top strongest teams might want to stick to Flashpoint. It's more of a known quantity, whereas some teams looking for an upset might take us to Clash and just try to change the pace of the game and, you know, kind of throw a monkey wrench in the works. I think there's a lot of opportunity, especially today, right, in the first to two format.
Absolutely.
You got to be on your toes, right? You know, a couple maps go against you and you're done. You're down to the lower bracket. You're facing elimination from the tournament. So I think especially in these first to two matches right out of the gate, it's going to be crucial that teams have a well-prepared strategy coming into this map pool.
Absolutely. We got a taste of that already at the end of stage 4. We got to see those Clash maps being thrown into the mix. Now, of course, we do have some reworks as well here. Most of them happening on maps that are not actually in the map pool. So we're going to ignore those and just focus on the changes to Circuit Royale. Jake, we have some before and after pictures. What do you think is the most important change that happened?
I think in general, Circuit Royale has already started to shift meta-wise to being a little bit more open, and there's a little bit more opportunity to play dive and rush styles in what was formerly a really poke-dominated map. But I think the changes have only accelerated that, especially here on Last Point. We were going to see probably a lot more fights take place in this upper area. Already, I think, was a contested location for the best teams in the world. They, you know, saw how important this high ground is, and they fight over it. But now I think the battles here are going to be a lot more interesting, and maybe Widowmaker will be less intensely dominant on the map. I do think it's probably still a pretty good Widow map, but I think maybe now there's more opportunities to bring out other strategies, other comps that don't necessarily include Widowmaker. So I'm excited to see if teams pick Circuit, what new strategies they bring to bear. Hopefully for the viewers at home, that'll be a great way to start to learn how you should approach this map post-rework.
Yeah, and talking about strategies, obviously, if we're looking at the meta here, it's worth mentioning that we're not playing on the most recent patch. We're going to be playing on the patch that dropped at the end of October, Johnny.
Yeah, so of course, it would be more fair for the players if we give them a chance to practice on a singular patch leading into the event. So we're going a few weeks back in time and actually playing on the October 29th patch, like you said. And it brought some pretty significant changes, especially to Orisa, which was the mainstay tank in the stage 4 meta we saw, of course. But in these changes for the patch we're playing on, you can see yourself, base health increased from 125 to 175, and the base armor reduced from 350 to 300. Energy Javelin damage reduced from 80 to 70, and Fortify no longer reduced fusion driver heat generation. And these are quite significant changes. It's been reflected in the pro play. If you tuned into Overwatch Collegiate, for example, last week, you know, they're playing a meta now where it's pretty much only Mauga. And if you've been talking to the teams, the rumors around the venue has been that we're going to see a lot of Mauga as a result this weekend, with maybe a couple of niche compositions far in between, of course. So we're moving away from the Orisa meta we saw in stage 4, an opportunity for some teams to regain some form and momentum going into the playoffs, of course, now playing an Mauga meta.
So can we stick to calling it Space Goats, or are we not?
We're still probably going to see the Brig Juno, so yes, you can stick with the Space Goats.
Like that's right. We're taking it to the stars. It's going to be exciting. Speaking of exciting things, we're almost ready to get our first map on its match on its merry way. So let's talk about the two teams which we will be seeing playing it out on stage first. It's going to be Team Falcons and Twisted Minds going at it. If we're looking at the two teams, let's start with Team Falcons. They have to be considered the heavy favorite coming into not just this match, the entire tournament, Jake.
Well, I mean, they did win the most recent stage in Asia. I mean, I think for them, Crazy Raccoon, it's been back and forth the entire year. I think pretty much anyone fair-minded looking at Overwatch right now, you've got to look at Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon as the two best teams in the world. And right now, recently, Falcons have been on top. So for Twisted Minds, coming in, barely qualifying out of EU. This is going to be a really tough test. Proper on your screen right now, an absolute menace, but across the board, this team is just unbelievably stacked. Smurf, Hanbin on the tank, so much flexibility. Stalker, I think, has been a huge performer, known for his tracer, but brings incredible flexibility across the Mei and the core hit scan role as well. And then you've got Fielder and Chio in the backline supporting, just so incredibly dominant, especially in these heavy rush metas where it's all about team coordination, it's all about ultimate tempo. I mean, honestly, you'd be hard-pressed to find better support line than Fielder and Chio. And I mean, I like how Proper's just almost every highlight, and you know what? That's kind of fair. If you're Proper and you're just doing that every single match, at some point you got to take notice. And I mean, this guy is a monster. See what he can do on this meta. See what DPS I think he chooses as his flavor of the month.
Yeah, and as they are the heavy favorites, looking at Twisted Minds, they got to be the hard underdog in this one. If we're looking at the team, Johnny, they barely qualified, as Jake already said. It was contentious to like subbing in a player they haven't even been playing. So we have a lot of questions about their roster and how they will perform in this meta on this stage.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of questions about Twisted Minds, like we said in stage 4. They couldn't really decide, are we going to play UB, are we going to play Labda? And Labda, of course, is a Pharah specialist. So, we're taking a look at the highlights here. We can see that Labda has a lethal Pharah. But if the rumors are that we're going to find ourselves in an Echo meta, it's going to be a hard task for Labda to pull off his, specialty hero, for example. So then the question becomes, are we going to see UB in the mix? We don't really know what we're going to see Twisted Minds pull out here, whereas we can speculate with a lot of the other teams in the tournament, like, yeah, they have a pretty solid roster. They can come out, they can play the Maga composition. Twisted Minds, not so much. So, of course, they're going to be an underdog, the 3rd seed in EMEA. Like you said, they barely qualified for this tournament. But it's a new meta. They have a chance to regain some form. Maybe they can find a win condition for them. But I think they're going to come in with a kind of a different composition than we might see for the rest of the weekend.
And of course, there was quite a break between the end of stage 4 and the World Finals, so plenty of times to figure things out, iron things out. And we actually got an opportunity to chat with all the teams heading into their matches here. So we're going to see what they had to say about it. But first, let's take a quick look here at our mode win percentage.
A lot of high rates for Team Falcons, like expected. I mean, they're a super team, right? In every sense of the word. So Twisted Minds, though, 73% on Flashpoint Clash. So maybe I'm happy you could select second if you'd like to, so.
Yeah, and then you just have to go up against Team Falcons with an 83% win rate.
Well, I was looking for the good stuff, Jake.
I appreciate that positivity,
I was trying to stay optimistic.
I appreciate that. They're going to need a little optimism, I think, going into this match. It's going to need a lot of optimism.
Yeah, let's see if they have a lot of optimism. As I said, we got to sit down with them. Let's see what they had to say.
Hi, everybody. I'm Danny.
Here with Matt Mr. X, I'll introduce myself and Twisted Minds.
Let's go!
We're going to do an interview with Twisted Minds, but we're going to do it a little bit different. Since Sweden is known to be the land of put-together furniture, we have decided to host a little competition here during our interviews where they're going to be able to put together this stool, and we're going to see if it'll survive Danny Lim.
Yeah, I'm going to be sitting on it. Hopefully I don't die.
So after stage 4, what's been the prep like coming into this event?
We've been skimming for a bit time now.
That's good.
Yeah.
Practice is good. Yeah. And you guys have had one of the wildest years, I think, of anybody. Like the ups, the downs. How do you think it's, made this team better, or like even evolved you guys as players?
I mean, of course, it has been hard, but I think it's sort of like built us as a team. Now, whatever happens, I feel like we can be ready for it, since we already went through a lot of stuff.
You've gone through basically everything a team could go through within a year, right? So you guys play Falcons early on. What's your thoughts on that match? Excited to face off
Yeah, we're
against them?
excited. It's gonna be easy to win against them.
오,
Yeah.
confident.
Yeah, very
Okay,
easy. Of
look.
course, bro.
Like this.
LG 선수.
예.
LG 선수는 지금 우리 스톡홈에서 이 팀만은 내가 꼭 이기고 싶다, 좀 보여주고 싶다 하는 팀 있나요?
저는 팔콘이요.
파큰 선수 봐.
왜냐면 저희가 첫 경기이기도 하고 개막적이기도 하고
그죠.
또 아무래도 바로 작년에 이제 같은 팀을 했던 한빈 선수도 있고 뭐 어떻게 보면 세계 최고의 팀이기도 하고 그래서 좀 팔콘을 이기고 싶어요. 팔콘 아니면 이제 NRG. NRG도 이제 전에 같은 팀 플레이했던 뭐 켈란 선수는 어택 선수도 있어서
켈란도 있고.
아무래도 전에 같이 팀 생활했던 선수들을 좀 이겨보는 게 목표인 것 같아요.
I gotta ask, how stressful was that last match in like EMEA and that whole
Against SSG?
situation? The one to like qualify to get in.
We got told after the Virtus Pro match.
So you guys are probably super excited after the first
I
pro
mean, we were
match.
celebrating. Then we see the team chat message saying that we need to win one map with UB. So now we have another thing to complete. We have to win one map against SSG.
Yeah. And then I guess that went from happiness, we've made it, to, oh man,
no,
we have 24 hours
Yeah.
to like figure this out.
For me personally, like, I knew we wouldn't win against them. I think they're the better team, but I was very confident that we will at least take one map from them. Yeah, like especially Junkertown. I think that's my best map.
Yeah.
How's the churn looking? Because I'm getting kind of worried that I'm not going to be sitting on anything.
To be honest,
I'm not sure about
I'm
it,
letting them
but
work.
I'm
So
trying.
I'm not sure.
I'm not
Yeah?
sure too.
But I think we're doing pretty good. Yeah.
What would like playing in a finals or even like the high of beating a team like Falcons like mean to you guys?
How you strong?
I mean, I think Falcons is the best team in the world. So
Like this?
us beating them means we're the best team in the world.
And time is off.
Oh no.
It's fine, guys. It's fine.
And we will get a Danny Lim seating.
Flip it. Just flip it quick before it falls off.
You should hold the support beam.
There you go. Yeah.
You should hold the support beam in your hand.
No, I have full
support.
trust in Twisted Mind.
Yeah.
Wait, let me just brace my core. That's good. All right, thank you guys so much. Yeah, let's go.
Why did he can't commit to sitting down like that?
You need to be sturdy.
Danny
With a
slam
sturdy
dunked
chair.
on that. I respect
Yeah.
that. That is full commit. That
He
is full
just
trust.
dropped it. He just dropped. Okay,
Hey.
okay. But we saw a lot of confidence coming out of Twisted Minds there. That said, obviously, I have yet to interview a team who goes like, no, we're going to lose this one. So, like, obviously, you have to have the confidence, especially if you're going up against such a dominant team as Falcons.
And I think the hope for them is to be sort of a wrench in the works and to play a strategy, maybe an unconventional one. Maybe they can bring out some of their strongest heroes. I do think Quartz is such a heavy hitter for this squad. You know, if he can take it to like a Widowmaker map, there is always that X factor that he can just, you know, go so crazy that no level of team strategy can stop him. But I think Team Falcons is really in form. I think this is a great meta for them. Like any rush meta, I really like Falcons on. I feel like that's probably their strongest suit as a team, although people think of Korean teams as like being the best at dive, and Falcons are incredibly good at that style too. I really think Rush is the place that they could potentially win it all. And so really Twisted Minds should just be only the first step on Falcons' journey here. I think their eyes are pretty firmly on the trophy, looking way beyond this first match.
Yeah, I mean, you got to go into this match and think like, what can we learn from this experience, you know? And then we'll have to make a lower bracket run. That is how much of a favorite Team Falcons really is here. But also that's kind of like the attitude you need as a player, right? You can't go into this match thinking like, oh, you know, we're going to lose, you know. That's not the mentality for a pro player,
Right,
So,
right.
you know, you need to be ready to learn something from this match as well and maybe take a few things from it, especially if you're playing one of these niche compositions, right? If we're going to see the Farah or whatever it is going to be from Twisted Minds, right? How can we figure out to establish a win condition for ourselves? And that has been the question for a lot of teams here in Stockholm who might not favor the Maga composition. Well, how can we work around that? How can we play around that? Now Twisted Minds are going up against Team Falcons. They obviously haven't practiced much against them because they knew they were going to face off in the first round, right? So this is going to be a true test for them and see how does our composition, how does our win condition, our style match up against Team Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the teams have been coming to Europe prior already to this tournament to, you know, get their scrims in, get the practice in, acclimate to the temperature, I don't even know what. But as you said, Falcons probably did not play against Twisted Minds. Is there a way that Twisted Minds can use that in their favor, going under the radar? Do you think Falcons is a team that can be thrown off by wonky comms? Not really. They have so many, like,
They're too like well-rounded. That is the problem with Team Falcons because legitimately both Korean teams, if you haven't been watching Overwatch Esports, because there's only 2 spots for Korea, all the best Korean players, they were like, well, we're just going to make super teams. And then you end up with Team Falcons, Crazy Raccoon, arguably the 2 best teams ever established in Overwatch Esports, right? And so now you go up against Team Falcons and they're like super well-rounded, incredible mechanical skill, and I don't think they can be thrown off, right? You kind of have to hope that Team Falcons have a bad day, and maybe you can abuse some like individual matchup. Maybe you can force like a clash, like Jake talked about, because clash is one of those game modes that is new to the game, and also maybe you can find something going your way in that game mode, right? But for the most part, Team Falcons, I think they'll be ready for whatever Twisted Minds throw their way.
Yeah, I think the hopeful case here for Twisted Minds is that maybe Falcons have been focusing so much on the longer tournament, focusing on like whatever the dominant meta is. If it's Amalgam meta, they're probably really emphasizing in their practice, how do we win this mirror? How do we beat the best teams in the world on the most dominant comp meta-wise? But if you're Twisted Minds and you're playing something unconventional and Falcons have invested all of their prep time into like winning a super specific mirror match that you just don't give them, I think that's probably your best bet here for Twisted Minds. I think you kind of want to do anything to break this expected tempo of the match. If you let Falcons come into this fully prepared and like expecting everything you're going to throw at them, honestly, I think they are just going to overpower you in terms of their raw performance, their team play, their understanding of the meta. But if you make the match a little bit weird, right? You're picking, maybe you bring in some map picks that change the dynamic or bring something up that Falcons haven't seen in scrims, that's probably your best hope, is that they'll make some sort of mistake in that match day adaptation. But like you said, even in that scenario, even if Falcons is on the back foot, even if they're adapting live in the match, I just have so much faith in these players. I mean, Stalker and Proper in particular on the DPS line have been so impressive all year round, not just because of their performance on their best heroes, which has been magnificent, but their ability to constantly role swap. I mean, those two players, a lot of times like enabling Proper to play whatever he feels is like the most impactful character that meta. Stalker just feels absolutely any other character in the roster and looks amazing on it. I mean, I was blown away by his May at Esports World Cup, not something I knew he had in the tank like that with such incredible skill and performance on the hero. So honestly, this is a team where you can throw them, you can put them on their heels, you could try to mess with them, but they're just such super strong players. I don't think it's going to be easy.
It won't be easy, that's for sure. Tall order for Twisted Minds in their first game, but enough from us here on the desk. It is time to get into the first OWCS World Finals match of the day.
Space stations still have some game left in them.
Toronto to fight tower over the competition.
That's not supposed to happen. Oh, that is absolute filth. What did I just see? That might be the kill that gets them there.
The Crazy Raccoon run away with yet another map.
Almost Twisted Minds book their tickets to Stockholm.
And these birds of prey move one notch up the food chain. Falcons with the wind under their wings.
The previous king of EMEA remains.
It's time for a showdown, everybody. Let's go.
What's good, DreamHack? How you doing today? Oh, come on, we could do it one better than that. How you doing today? That's what I like to hear. Of course, we're here for the first Overwatch Champions Series World Final. Now, I'm usually saying OWL in this instance, but it's nice to kind of mix things up a little bit here. Start a new era of Overwatch, if you will. You guys excited to watch the matches today? Don't worry, we'll work on the energy as the day goes on, all right? I got you covered. But let's go ahead and bring out your first team because this match, well, let's see how it all goes down. It's the #1 seeded squad, absolute juggernauts. Welcome, Team Falcons!
Has already emerged in Team Falcons. Superstar players across every single role. Any hero you could ask them to play, you know they are going to deliver. Definitely a team to watch.
And let's go ahead and bring out their opponents, the H seed, it's Twisted Minds!
Twisted Minds come in as a bit of an unknown, but there's nothing unclear about Quartz hit gameplay. An absolute monster when it comes to the hit gameplay, capable of taking control of the server and asserting his dominance. But will it be required of him here this weekend? In a meta that shy away from Quartz expertise, maybe we'll look towards Lambda instead to take control.
It's now time to get this show on the road. Coaches fist bump, players take the stage, and let's send it over to your casters. Put your hands together for Mitch and Matt.
What a pleasure it is to be back here. It's been 7 years since we've been at a DreamHack in Sweden, and much has changed in the world of Overwatch, but one thing remains the same. We have the very best teams in the world fighting for this OWCS World Final.
Yeah, and this is a pretty rough draw here for Twisted Minds early on, right? It took them a lot to even kind of get here, right? A really up and down season overall. They think they're in at the end, and then they figure out that Yubi has to play a match, and they got to win a map.
They have to win a map with Yubi against SSG.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a circus, and they find themselves getting here, which is great, but you're going up against an absolute juggernaut in Falcons early on. Speaking of Twisted Minds, the other day with Danny, they seemed like they were like, hey, you know what, if we're going to have to play against Falcons, Falcons, we'd rather do it early on. First to 2 adds a little bit of a different mix to it. So they seem fairly as confident as you could be going into this match.
I mean, really, how confident can you be up against the team that came out of the Asia region as the #1 squad? Falcons weren't expected to be in that position, right? Crazy Raccoon had been reigning. We saw them win in Dallas, but we saw a meta shift, and honestly, one of the greatest regional finals that we've maybe ever even seen in Overwatch, a 7-map banger that saw Falcons triumph. Wasn't the first time they'd beaten Crazy Raccoon. They beat them in the Korea sort of regional season, but still, they are looking insane.
Well, you look at this roster for Falcons, and you're just like, how do they lose, right? Like, you kind of look at it on paper, and you're like, wait, there's another team that was better than them throughout the year. So we will kick things off with Control to start things off. Obviously, it'll be loser picks, some different rules between whether it's Faceit League or OWCS. It'll be Oasis to kick things off.
Yeah, it's a first to 2, so a little bit unique to see that, at a tournament like this. But again, it does mean winning that first map means so much because you're guaranteed the map pick in map number 3. So even if you sort of drop that map 2, your opponents can throw a silver bullet at you. You're massively advantaged if you can just win on Control.
Yeah, the strategy shouldn't be to lose, right? We've had a lot of losing is learning over the past few years. This would not be a time to lose and learn.
The learning's done.
Yeah, the learning's been done. We've had 7 years really of just kind of like high-end Overwatch. We know what we're going to see. I'm interested in what we get meta-wise at this event, right? I know a lot of different changes kind of coming on in. You think potentially we see some more brawl-type rush-style compositions? I think that's what we end up having here.
Yeah, I think the desk has been talking about it a whole lot, but if you've been watching the OWCS throughout the year, there's been a pretty significant break and a change-up in metagame, which we sort of noticed, right? Juno was slightly tweaked to make that orbit array a little less strong, but in general, she's still powerful. She's still the support you want to bring into most of these comps. And with Orisa getting nerfed pretty heavily, a lot of teams have gravitated back towards playing the Malga, and we're in a double flex DPS metagame now. A lot of Reaper, a lot of Echo brought in there, but teams are making some variations, right? There's space for Genji, and there's also some maps in the pool that do allow you still to play that dive style, which is something that, of course, our teams from the Korean region have always been terrifying.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want to do. I think as long as you can kind of play a rush style, I think that's exactly what EMEA wants to do.
All right, folks, it's time to get this one underway. Here on the stage for our first to 2, it's Team Falcons and Twisted Minds. Here we go, folks, our first battleground of this OWCS World Finals. It's going out here on Oasis, and the map pick, of course, of Falcons being the toppest of top seeds coming in.
Yeah, and like you mentioned, right, I know the teams from the Asia region, right, they like to prefer to play dive-centric comps, right? That's where they have the biggest advantage over teams from NA and EMEA, right? That's been proven historically over a long period of time. But Falcons here early on, looking potentially kind of playing what we think is going to be the meta, right? Like Malga kind of had a really prominent showing middle of the year, then kind of faded away completely. But now back in the mix in a big way.
Twisted Minds that might have their own take on this composition, Matt. Quartz on a hit scan is definitely where they want to be.
And playing Lambda, right? Like typically we see Lambda play like a Pharah, for instance, right?
Here we go.
On the hero, and that's exactly what he picks up.
Okay, Ash definitely getting buffed recently, right? Definitely getting a lot of bonuses for attacking targets that are already burning in terms of ult generation and cooldown reduction across her kit. So it's a decent option. But Prop's going to be here on the Genji. Definitely one of his best looks, and Lambda's Pharah here. Twisted Minds bucking the trend and playing their way, really similar to the last meta.
Yeah, and look, Lambda and Quartz playing these heroes, right? It may not be what we see a lot of teams do throughout the weekend, but they are so good on these heroes that they potentially could be really the only team that makes it work.
Falcons not quite putting themselves onto the point yet, but here comes the charge in. Stop, connect. Stalker's already in the middle of the fight now. Falcons definitely taking some space, and Quartz is under a little bit of pressure off, and that side room, and Stalker will run him down. Meanwhile, though, Smurf has fallen. Twisted Minds have the Malphur advantage for the time being, and the poke from Lambda is still coming in. Falcons trying to spread on the point here, but TVNT finally deals with the Genji. and Twisted Minds will have control.
Well, I mean, that's kind of Twisted Minds' endgame, right? Their perfect endgame, right, would be to be able to live with through some of this poke, right? If the dive comes in with the Genji and the Reaper, doesn't take advantage fast, that's when you can start getting value out of the Dynamite from the Ashe, the Pharah poking down some damage, and then it's just kind of like you rot out over time if you're Falcons.
Twisted Minds will give up a bit of percentage to do this because they want a more contracted pre-fight. A chance to get some real poke damage down where Falcons want to rush them down. Here come the torpedoes now. Thrown out by Chia, trying to stay safe, but an orbital ray is now available. Twisted Minds built their barrage, but that's about it for the time being. Here's the ray, though. Falcons use it to bully the Twisted Minds off the point.
Oh, and I mean, Twisted Minds, you were going to disengage here. You could have came back with your own ultimates, but you lose Quartz. That's a huge loss there, right? You got Smurf really low. That kind of got the orbital ray out. They need to push up with the orbital ray. It's kind of what you want to do behind it. Twisted Minds, they try and disengage, but not far enough as they end up losing Quartz.
Falcons, though, will now be fighting without their orbital ray. It's definitely one of the most important ultimates to use here, but there are ways to win the fight without them. Here's another charge stomp coming in from Smurf. Now Field are going to pop the rally. And we're going to see Lapta try and circle around to the outside. It's Cardiac Overdrive active in for TVNT, and he's trying to respond. Back to the point now. Twisted Minds fancy a disengage. They've used both of their support ultimates here. They've got the point, but they haven't won the fight just yet. It's going to get cage fight thrown down straight away. Here's the barrage in over the top, and Smurf is brought down by the Bob. Bliss able to double down, and Twisted Minds should be able to equalize off this.
Yeah, it's a lot thrown in there for Twisted Minds to be able to do that, right? So Falcons, you kind of come back, you'll end up having a cage fight plus a blade of your own, right? You also have a sick combo, right, with the Reaper inside of the cage fight. Yes, the bat is quite interesting, right?
You've got to do it against the Pharah map.
Yeah, the Immortality field, it adds a little bit of pressure onto the Pharah.
It's really about being able to shoot that Pharah down. Nothing else on Falcons. Composition really
precious. You see
Raptor
connecting with these like directs, right? Shio goes really low, Fielder goes really low, just delays everything.
In come Falcons again. Geo now has that orbital ray available once more. Twisted Minds already used their cardiac overdrive, and here comes Smurf with the cage fight thrown down. But what opportunity to get kills off this. Fielder eventually gets rid of MCD, and that's the backline of Twisted Minds crumbling. Falcons should have a chance here to bring the fight back into their favor.
Yeah, I mean, this is really good for Falcons, right? You end up taking the lead. You don't end up having to use your ray. You end up just switching over to the Baptiste and building up an amp matrix during this. And then you're going to have both of your damage shield or EPS ult. So you're in a fantastic spot now if you're Falcons, looking at probably 1 or 2 more fights at the most.
You're in control of the point. You have the big ultimates. Twisted Minds have been pretty fast and loose with a lot of their key abilities, and this is really a macro metagame. You've got to manage those ultimates well. Oh, Fielder gets taken down early. Lapta's able to find it with a long-range rocket. And there's a disengage here for Twisted Minds, but they have a chance to come back in and recapture here.
Yes, this one's been a little bit closer than I actually anticipated. I thought Falcons, really coming into this series, huge heavy favorite, but I think as we'll see time goes on, right, maybe this meta brings these regions a little bit closer than we've historically seen in the past. That time, a huge kill onto Fielder to open things up, really set up Twisted Minds in a good way. And there was also the orbital ray user for Falcons, right? So they weren't really able to get much value. They already lost Fielder. You weren't able to kind of go and aggressively follow that up. So Twisted Minds went as good as it possibly could.
Fielder needs to have his wits about him here. That poke damage is a big problem for someone like Baptiste. And there's no shields to hide behind for Falcons. So that Ashe and Pharah are definitely legitimate threats. Already quite low. Propper's been forced to burn the deflect here. The Twisted Mind setting up for one last fight. It's going to be an Ant Matrix thrown down, but Smurf is low, and Falcons can't get forward of it for the time being. Fielder at least is able to get their Malga ready, and Twisted Minds are happy to back off. Here's an orbital ray. They're going to go for it now. It's getting heavy. Proper with the blade. Has to spend most of it deflecting, and Lapta's taking him down with the barrage. And the Bob gets involved. Fielder can't do anything about it, and Twisted Minds get it done their own way.
I mean, they played everything perfectly there towards the end, right? They disengage there when the Amp Matrix comes in. They don't rush. They don't fall under pressure, right? Once the point gets flipped back and it's at 99, they get a nice job getting on contest. And then the support ultimates end up being huge there, right? Proper ends up using a blade, but Rally Orbital Ray, not really much you're going to be able to do that. And this is just like a weird matchup because I'm sure that Twisted Minds is playing compositions that not many others are, not many other teams I'd imagine are going to play Ashe with Pharah here, right?
Generally, the consensus is that Hitscan is really weak, right?
Yeah, I think you're going to see more of kind of what Falcons is doing, but it's a really, look, they've mastered playing some of these heroes on the side of Twisted Minds. Makes it really difficult.
I'm saying that late October patch that gave Ashe a bit of a buff across the rest of her kit is just a boost for Quartz, really. Some great poke, though, coming down from Lapta. Twisted Minds, again, much like they did in Stage 4, they are leaning into their strengths here. against what should be a hostile metagame for it. University went well, City Center though, a little bit of a different kettle of fish. Let's see if that same approach is still succeeds here.
That's a direct on to Chio, and then Quartz, I mean, one of the best hit scans in the world, he easily finishes him off.
Great start here again for Twisted Minds. Now they're going to get cleaned up here. Lapdor eventually opts to clean up Fielder. And we saw Fielder switch to the Baptiste in that earlier map, right? You do feel like you need the Brig if you want to brawl, but playing the Brig against the Pharah is a nightmare.
Yeah, I think now with Echo, like Echo can duel the Pharah a little bit better, right? If they get close. The issue is you have Quartz on hit scan on the other side, right? No, Echo, pretty easy target for Quartz, all things considered. So Twisted Minds, you get control of this point. This point also really difficult to flip back, right? You kind of see a lot of just stall going on in this point, especially as you're moving in towards Ash Pharah.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons have to get to grips with this Twisted Minds comp. They have to hard engage them, but Twisted Minds have quite a lot of mobility considering their setup. So here it is, 35% already for Twisted Minds. Stalker's looking for, oh my goodness, Quartz takes him down early, and now Lapdor wants to get into the fight. That cardiac overdrive's not going to do too much for Smurf here. It at least allows him to get out, but there's a barrage developed for the Pharah player now, and Twisted Minds have a massive advantage.
And like I mentioned, when Danny and I spoke to them the other day, they seemed extremely confident, and also that they didn't really seem bothered by having to play Falcons. Yeah, I mean, by having to play Falcons early on. And I kind of like the approach. At some point, if you think your hopes are to win the entire thing, you're going to have to play this team. You may as well play him in a 1st to 2 right away.
Quartz there talking with his hands, had to take it off the keyboard to make his point. Twisted Minds here, I think the call is just to keep it calm and collected. They have an orbital ray parity here in this next fight. And still operate off Bob. Bob is going to be such a pain for Falcons to deal with. Forcing Deflect out of Proper, forcing Stalker out of LOS. It really does everything for you here. And Bliss has also built up that rally. Twisted Minds, 5 ultimates to work with, and here we go. Rally going to get popped. Quartz going to get taken down by the stop straight away, though, an orbital ray that Falcons are playing inside of it. Lapdor's able to find 3. What a massive brace of kills against a comp that's so hard to kill. Stalker's going to be duping Amalga now. They're able to bring TVNT down. That cage fire from Twisted Minds worked against them in the end. Stalker dove on in. Proper has a blade to work with here, but Twisted Minds might just give this up. Yeah. They did spend 4 ultimates, though.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way. I mean, Twisted Minds keeping it contested for a little bit. Yeah, you're going to have to give it up.
How do they lose that? Lapdor gets 3 off the bat.
Well, you lose Quartz right away, right? You were saying the Bob is going to be such a nuisance. The Bob would have forced position on the point. They lose Quartz right away, and that's quite a brutal loss early on.
It's a blade. It's going to be Proper making use of it, expeditiously carving a swath through Twisted Minds. That is beautiful. 3 kills off the blade, and TM are going to have to go back to the drawing board again, this time without Bob.
As we'll see Quartz go to the Widow here, maybe just trying to get a shot off the spawn, as he will now go back to Ash. But look, at some point you were going to have to go against the blade. Now it's gone, right? You're going to give up a little bit more percentage. I think for TM, you've already got that 1 round in your back pocket. You're probably playing around, okay, how do we get like 1 more big, set of ultimates to use? But that's going to be a headshot on the Stalker.
This is a pick-based composition. This is not even a macro setup here for Twisted Minds, so it doesn't matter what the ultimates look like if they can just get kills at the start of the fight like that one. Proper's trying to pressure Quartz down. He knew it'd be coming, so he opts to drop off that high ground, and now a mutual knockdown means it's easy damage for Lapdor to force Smurf back out of the fight. Still Proper at large. Still a bit of a nuisance here. Another deflect from the Genji, and Lapdor has to conk himself backwards. Here's Smurf, cardiac overdrive expiring, but Chio gets brought down. This might be the opportunity. A trade though, Proper's able to get rid of Quartz now, and that orbital ray has been developed. MCD's gonna let it go straight away in order to help his Malga win the frontline fight. It's Smurf eventually has to capitulate. Now the cap has begun. Proper hovering a little bit low to the ground, eventually gets brought down by TVNT, and Falcons have to try and stall this, but the point flips back. Can they get a touch here? Stalker, it's going to be Fielder that instead looks to drop down, and a quick stop there from TVNT to force the Brig away. A cage fight to catch Fielder and Chio inside of it. And there you have it, folks. EMEA has arrived.
Don't think many people had that one on their scoreboard to kick things off.
No, sir.
TM with a 2-0 win here in map number 1 here against Falcons. And Twisted Minds, they're going to keep running this. Falcons going to have to stop it eventually.
I mean, what better way actually to illustrate the current tension in terms of the metagame here? There are a bunch of teams that really do want to play Echo, Reaper, Genji, and that Malga shell as much as possible, and really just try and play for big ultimate fights, right? Make use of the orbital ray as best as possible. Now, the Pharah Ash composition doesn't necessarily use that Juno ultimate as powerfully. What they do is they can get picks and big kills before the fight starts. outside of the use of ultimates. And so in that sense, economy of ultimates not so important for this Twisted Minds comp.
Right, you can use the orbital ray a little bit more defensively, right? If you're Twisted Minds, and then also when they have to engage on the side of Falcons, right? You have the dynamite to put down some ticking damage. Then you see constantly, if you just look at the top of the scoreboard, the lab that just chunking players down with those direct hit rockets. It also kind of stalls Falcons a little bit, right? Can't exactly push in when you have one player down. You're gonna have to wait. Then like all of a sudden now lab is putting more damage down on the entire team. It just kind of starts to snowball.
I just want to point out how I think exceptional this is from Twisted Minds, because every conversation that we've had in the lead up to this tournament's come from players that and teams that felt that there'd be one way to play, there'd be one style that really would dominate, a sort of neo-GOATs, so to speak, where everyone was on the Malga Juno comps with Reaper. Twisted Minds bucked that trend straight away.
So the fans came out to see, the neo-GOATs.
We all yearn for 2019, man. We all have that framed photo of the GOATs comp, but it's great to see such a difference here. And metas evolve over tournaments as well. We saw it happen in Dallas. We see it happen in our stages as well. We might see a few more teams caught onto this if they haven't already gotten the idea that there is a way forward with Ashe and Pharah.
I mean, maybe, but I don't think, like, to play an Ashe and a Pharah, you have to have two players who are, like, excellent on those heroes.
What about ENCE? Do you think
and,
ENCE
like, yeah, like, a team like that could do it, right? Like, but it's, like, not many, right? And then also, like, if you're, like, let's say that's where the meta went, you feel awesome if you're Twisted Minds, right? I mean, you're like, hey, we'll take our chances, really, with just about anybody. And you see the difference in terms of damage dealt, right? Just right there with the amount of damage that Pharah is putting down.
So much of this poke damage going out. When you see a Brig player being forced to switch to Baptiste, I think in this shell, in this comp, it feels like a capitulation, like a concession.
Yeah.
It's like, I cannot do anything as Brig right now. And the Baptiste, in many senses, is a bit more fragile, more vulnerable to poke damage as well. Brig obviously can play around that shield a little bit, and maybe not considered as good in a full brawl fight, but Falcons aren't getting the fights they want. They're not getting that 5-on-5 full engagement.
Yeah, and a rare pick here for Falcons, right? Not often we kind of say that Falcons has a map selection.
Yes.
And I think it'll be very telling, right? If they want to try and go to a map that's a little bit more, dive-centric, right? Where maybe they can force something like a Winston or a Diva up towards that high ground. Teams even, experimenting with ball potentially, right? In some type of scenarios. Where they decide to take us, I think will be really fascinating and kind of lead into how much they were bothered by map number 1.
Falcons are a team that in past metas have been able to play the dive setup pretty well. I mean, look at their team. They are very well equipped to play Genji. They can definitely play that Winston if they wanted to, but it's quite possible that most of their prep and their scrim blocks have been around this Malga Reaper, maybe Genji sort of composition. So they might not feel inclined to make a huge switch as soon as they've gotten onto the stage. It is double elimination, right? But this is only a first of 2, which is, in layman's terms, a best of 3 virtually. So they have to make a pivot here pretty quickly. Might even see a little bit of a substitution here on the stage. Yeah, Hanbin coming in for Smurf.
Okay, so Hanbin coming in here probably tells you, obviously, they're not going to go to like something Winston-based, right? Because that would be Smurf. Ball as well.
Another Overwatch League champion for those keep track at home.
The chick got him laying around.
Yeah. Had him sat out the back.
Yeah, you're like, well, Malga, Sigma, like maybe there's like a Diva opportunity here, like Queen, right? Hanbin has a good Queen, so maybe
a good Queen.
So they go to New Junk City. So this is a map where like maybe Pharah is not like the best, but Malga's still extremely strong. I wonder if this is to match the Malga maybe with somebody you feel like could be a little bit stronger on the hero, or to just ditch it completely and try and play Queen.
I still think that Twisted Minds are going to try and play Pharah on this map, but we've seen teams that try and play Projectile have sometimes played Venture here, something that can supplement the Malga dive a little bit more effectively, a map that is a little bit more enclosed and has decent flank angles for Venture to sort of capitalize on, but we've not seen them used, I'd say, prolifically in any metagame yet.
But you're also kind of playing with house money here if you're Twisted Minds.
Because that's the beauty, winning that control map.
Because you lose this, okay, fine. The third map, you get your map selection that you can pick something that you feel suits you the best, right? Like, this may not be the best map for Pharah necessarily, right? Venture, very good here, in combination with the Malga, like you mentioned. But they then have the opportunity for a game decider to send it where they want. I mean, that's a huge advantage here by just getting them map 1.
Yeah, exactly. You basically say, right, what's the best map for, Pharah? What's the best map for Ashe? We're going to take them there. Look, I'm happy to see New Junk City. We know there are a couple teams that are looking to play more of the Queen than the Maga style. Harbin's probably credited with one of the most incredible, Junker Queen moments, I think, was in Toronto. It's like a straight-up 5K with a mass to basically turn a fight around when his team was sort of sorely losing it. So I'd say that it's one of Harbin's most famous heroes, but there's no guarantee we get it here.
And TM is also a bit of a wild card as well, right? Because in terms of the map selection, they're not really afraid to play much of anything, right? Like, would even shock me if they decided to say, let's just put courts on Widow and just play something like towards the end. Like, they're a complete wild card. Like, I think you're going to see a lot of teams throughout this event play, more mirror matchups, right? Maybe you see some of the teams, go towards Queen at times. But I think they're just they're a little bit of an anomaly, right? I don't think you're going to see a lot of teams doing this.
Twisted Minds talked to you and Danny about it when you caught up with them while they were building a stool, I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
Did they ever finish that, by the way?
No, that was like the finished product.
Right.
The screws were coming out of it as Danny sat on it.
I wouldn't sit my royal behind on that. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we had discussed who was going to sit on it and who was potentially going to take the fall.
So Danny's the fall guy, literally.
Well, I volunteered, and then Danny just got like the Danny smile, the Danny smirk, and was like, no, I'll do it. Because I think he was hoping that it just shattered when he sat on it. But no, they seemed super confident yesterday. Like, even kind of poking a little bit off camera. It was like, you guys playing against Falcons kind of rough. They were like joking around about it. Like, hey, like if we have to play them, you want to play them early. They were also like, hey, if we beat them, we feel like we can beat anybody, right? Like, they're the best team, right? So if we get through that test early, like, we feel like, hey, maybe we're the leader of the pack.
We're changing. Speaking of stools, by the way, we're changing a chair on the stage because Harbin has one that's perfectly sculpted.
If it was Twisted Minds building it, we'd be going to a break. But
those chairs pretty easy to put together. Actually, I've got to say they are pretty straightforward. But one thing that was mentioned in that interview was Junkertown, right? We have a situation here where Twisted Minds do get their map 3 pick.
They'll do something like that.
I mean, Quartz of Junkertown is
why not? I mean, you have who many people think is one of the best hit scans in the world, right? Argument, to be you can make the argument he's the best, right? And I don't think people would like kind of laugh you out of the room, but yeah, they feel totally fine putting the game in his hands.
It's not in the map pool though. No Junkertown available, so it's obviously something that Twisted Minds use to get them through stage 4, to get them that one map win against SSG, but it's not so much an option here.
Circuit you can play, like if you wanted to play like a long-range hit scan with the FAR, you can certainly do that there.
Yep.
We've seen them do that at that time. Also, like whether it's Runasapi or Coliseum, we've seen them do Ash, Farah on those type of maps, right? So I think it probably would trend more towards that. We've seen them actually play a really good Midtown with that setup as well, right? Really difficult to get through that choke with the Farah and the Ash putting down the damage. So there's some decent maps still in the pool here.
We've even seen Widow picked up on that map occasionally as well. So again, I just want to make it very clear that Falcons do have the capacity to match these kinds of compositions. Like, you do have Stalker and Proper on your team. Right? Yeah. Also, they were intending also to make use of Happy during those Asia playoffs. It just the maps that he was relevant on never really came up according to Junkbox. So
you don't feel bad for Falcons in terms of like, maybe they just don't have the talent, right? No, they definitely have the players.
They just subbed in one Overwatch champion for Overwatch League champion for another, rather. So they've got
for 2 times.
There's layers to this.
Yeah, they'll be all right. Nobody's crying there for Falcons, but Twisted Minds, I mean, that map number 1 puts themselves in such a fantastic spot in this series. It can't be understated.
Now, Hanbin needs to make sure the memory foam of the chair properly molds itself to him before we can start.
We've been watching it mold right there.
In real time. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, map number 2 in this first of 2, our first game of the day. It's Falcons versus Twisted Minds. We'll continue, so hang in there. We'll see you in a second. Recording has completed and we are ready to jump back into the action here. Live, of course, from DreamHack Stockholm. This is your OWCS World Finals, man. It's great to be here, Mitch Lacey with Matt Morello. We are one map into our first best of 2 of the day, and it was Twisted Minds, shockingly, taking it away from Falcons in straight round.
Yeah, I think a lot of people surprised about that result. A little bit of a roster change now for Falcons here, going into map number 2. Their map selection, a must-win, reminding you it is 1st to 2 here in our opening quarterfinal round. So, absolutely massive map, now an absolutely massive match, right? A lot of people are like, oh, this one's going to be, 25, 30 minutes, and then we'll move on to the next one. Definitely not the case.
TVNT, obviously the newest addition to this Twisted Minds squad, had to sub out in order for his team to qualify, but they managed to make it here now. New Jack City is the map selection by Falcons, possibly looking for an arena where Farah is a little more bounded.
It would be for Twisted Minds, right? You had to expect potentially people taking you here. It would be really interesting if they tried to go like Venture Ash, right? You could do that here, which that would be Labda moving over and playing the Venture. So we'll see. Potentially, could you play Sim, right? Sim has seen high play in these types of like MAGA comps in the past. So
for Twisted Minds, especially. Yeah. Potentially just a TP out, but Sim obviously a little bit more valid when you have a shield to play around because you are concerned about being poked down. Does Stalker really think about the Cassidy here? Are they considering a Farah contingency? Well, out of the gates we go. We're about to find out, folks. Here come Twisted Minds. With their Ash composition, Sim will be switched off to Farah. They are going for the old faithful.
So it'll be Cassidy with the Genji here. So I thought potentially even you could have played proper on like Venture as well. Venture's been really good on this map. See the damage from the Dynamite right on the proper and Stalker right away. Cardiac Overdrive used really early by Hanbin. You're going to be able to go off of this if you're a Twisted Mind.
Oh, Quartz does a pretty good job avoiding the stomp there. Nice coach to kind of get him out of the radius. TVNT though did fall, and now it breaks down into DPS and supports, and Falcons have them beat in that metric.
Now that's where it looks good there for Falcons, right? It's like the early Cardiac Overdrive. There's a kill that goes down for Twisted Minds, but you get proper starting to dash through that back line. Fielder was with him there on a little bit of a flank. There's nothing you can do to stop those two.
On the reset here, Labda now aware that there is a Cassidy at large. Stalker there takes an off angle to try and pepper the Farah down a little bit earlier. He's going to have to play a little bit safer, and there might be some flashpoint stages where Farah's just not great here. Always on that off angle. Stalker happy to take a 1v1 against basically anyone here. Here we go. Hartman goes in straight away. TVNT able to get him with a stomp though. Cardiac Overdrive activated for both sides, and the Venn diagrams cross over. The Deadeye though there popped by Stalker for a free reload as TVNT goes a little bit low. Twisted Minds need to disengage here, but they can't get their Ash to safety. Hanbin would be denied.
Yeah, that time it's a damage advantage for Falcons early on, right? Getting TVNT to use that Cardiac Overdrive early. He is getting a Diva treatment here, just being staggered out. This will be a flashpoint here for Falcons, and they're basically going to take all their ultimates into the next one. Fantastic start.
Yeah, now we're getting into the orbital ray phase of the game, so that's a very volatile engagement, especially with Cardiac Overdrive, right? The stacking of the life steal, essentially, that your team gets inside orbital ray with a damage increase. Only 85 HP per second, down from 100. Juno's still busted, for those wondering.
Yeah. Still good, in case you're wondering. Probably 100% pick rate throughout this event, I imagine, as Twisted Minds trying to get a little bit of better positioning here. Maybe try and take this high ground or at least deny it.
Forty with the bomb ready to go. It's a blade up for proper. His last one was a nasty 3K that still couldn't win them the map there. We were over on Oasis earlier. Here we go, all the right here from MCD. Chio's going to reciprocate now. Harper then side of it, knocked up into the barrage. That is dirty. Twisted Minds again, characteristically pop everything. Falcons get obliterated.
Send it, why not? Because it's better here, right? When Falcons have to move through the chokes, right, and take that space. That's where the Farah, can play at a little bit better of an advantage, right? Just spamming these chokes. Yeah, the Sojourn's a little bit odd. The Cassidy obviously pretty slow, difficult to get through some of these chokes. Sojourn doesn't deal with that with the mobility, but I feel like is a little bit less of a threat.
You can farm the Malga for railgun charge and then try and use it on Farah or Lash, right? You're definitely pretty risky. Also, crits now give you like a lot more extra railgun charge. So Malcolm's got a big head, pretty easy to get those. TVNT caught solo inside the cage fire. It's going to pop the cardiac overdrive, and Lapta gets picked off by Chio elsewhere. It's going to be Harbin backing up here, and here comes the stop. It's a catch on Bliss. Falcons get where they came from here as Twisted Minds only allowed 57%.
So see, that's a nice dash there from Proper, finishing the last one off. As still Twisted Minds, you get almost 60% here on the point. So we'll see Falcons now with a blade in hand, right? They don't have the cage fight to go with it, but still, you imagine Proper's going to get some good value out of this.
It can be tough, right? Twisted Minds' relatively mobile permutation of this composition.
But it looks like they're almost setting up to like kind of go around on a little bit of a flank there, but where Hanbin like could have dashed through and kind of charged around through the choke, but they actually give it up.
Here we go. Who are we looking for? Quartz seems to be the option. It looks like he's already used that coach gun. Stun came out there from Bliss. Nicely done with the rally, but Proper's not the issue for them here. Chio gets taken out by TVNT, but they've lost Quartz. They don't have that Ash damage, and now Lapta's going to be forced out of the fight entirely. Good double back from TVNT, helps him deal with Hanbin there, and even with Bliss going down, Twisted Minds are still in this fight. Overclock had to be used there by Stalker now when he sees TVNT running at him, but Proper's into the back line, and he got rid of MCD. Lapta popped up for long enough for Stalker to cut him down. And only TVNT alive here is enough, actually, to get the flip for Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but can they hold it? Oh, you have Quartz here on the high ground, just a headshot on the Chios. He's trying to walk in there with Stalker, so that might be a huge kill in terms of being able to hold on to the point.
Yeah, unclear what the plan there was for Chio. Maybe felt like it didn't matter if he went backwards or forwards, he'd get caught. So Twisted Minds now going to make this one final fight for this flashpoint here. And Quartz is set up for a pretty good bob position as well. They will allow Falcons out onto the point. TVNT just holding here. Got to catch the Genji inside the cage fight. That's huge. Proper can't do anything about it. Here comes the bob thrown down by Quartz again. It's a nasty young going to play with it. There goes Chio. Too close to the wall as a splash damage catches him out. Lapta holding on to this barrage here a little bit low as the orbital rate keeps Falcons healthy for the time being. Eventually going to go for it though, but there's a cage in his way. Hanbin able to throw that down to shut off the barrage. The fielder falls here. Hanbin is on his own now. Not even a cardiac overdrive is going to keep him in the fight. Twisted Minds able to push back, and they should be able to take this flashpoint. It's only Proper to stall for now, and Stalker off in the periphery. They've given it up, and now we're even.
Yeah, man, you know, TVNT able to hold on to that point for a little bit while he was alone, and then Quartz on the high ground picking up Chio. Really swung it there for Twisted Minds. Allows them to tie it up there. So interesting. So Quartz, oh no, yeah, this is going to be a switch back to the Ash, just using the dash to maybe get a little bit closer to spawn. Stalker still staying on the Sojourn though. Quite an interesting choice. We were talking a little bit about it on that point. You know, going with the Sojourn, you're able to farm up, you know, put some more damage down on the Malga, maybe get some more railguns, but the Cassidy felt like a little bit more consistent damage.
They're following up, I think, on the damage that Chio's trying to do to Lapta as well, but it's not a guaranteed thing. Stalker really fancying these off angles a lot here, hoping to get 1v1s when he can against these other DPS. They force Twisted Minds off into the side room for now. Proper's getting pretty close to a blade, but Bliss has that rally to answer it. Here comes the stop from TVNT. It doesn't quite connect, but they force Stalker in a bit of an awkward spot now. Falcons drop to the low ground. They cap the point, but Hanbin's a little bit low. If they can capitalize on this, Twisted Minds would have it, but Proper without the blade goes to work on the TM. Gets smashed.
Yeah, it was you know, when they drop down, it's a little bit of a risky position, right? Because you're playing from both those. There's really only two ways you can go. I think you're going into the bar, but I mean, they go aggressive right on in, and you end up holding on, right? You have that blade yet again. Twisted Minds did do a nice job, though, when Proper popped that blade the last time, right? Bliss with the rally, got a stun on, was able to keep a few players alive. So potentially the blade not as huge of an impact here.
Bliss is definitely holding the rally for exactly that. It's the only way they can stop the Genji in their tracks. High ground being held by Falcons here. Twisted Minds still drew to the low ground now. It's going to be a rally popped here preemptively. Proper knows he's going to have to contend with that bash, but Bliss hasn't connected it quite yet. Proper into a deflect, and Stalker's now going to come in with that overclock here, but an orbital ray is going to keep Twisted Minds healthy. Here's the bomb. Stalker still has a couple of shots to throw out here, and Lapti is low, but has a barrage available. A cage fight deployed here for TVNT, and a barrage will herald the end of the fight. Twisted Minds have to spend every penny they have to stop Falcons from taking this flashpoint.
I mean, it's everybody, right? You know, you have both support ults being used there by Falcons as well, but it's the cage fight plus that Bob, right? The Bob gets on in. It's a nice response there for Twisted Minds. Blade is popped by Falcons. You get the rally in response. And then once the overclock is, that's when the orbital ray comes. And it's a nice cage fight and some other ultimates thrown in there from Twisted Minds that flips it.
Does the cage fight here. That's the... Whoa, my goodness. MCD just crumpled. Proper's able to get in there and deal with Bliss, and the cage fight ultimately not required. This should be Falcons to take this second flashpoint here. Twisted Minds kept it competitive, right? But you can see this comp is a little more restricted on New Junk City.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, that's why I think you see Falcons decide to go here. Also, a little bit more options in what Falcons can kind of play. Now it looks like just trying to put down some damage as TM comes out of spawn. As it'll be Falcons to get to the point first.
So with TM here, you'll see it at the top of your screen start to filter in. Still no big ultimates developed. That last fight really wasn't gainful for Twisted Minds at all. Whereas Falcons are trending towards both their DPS ults, both that can be used at their own volition to secure player advantages, to snowball a fight in your favor. Courtier is getting poked down really heavily. This is now becoming a bit of an issue for the Ashe. Here comes Hanbin, but he's able to avoid the stomp. It was TVNT that bore the brunt of that initial assault. Stalker's low, but we don't have a dynamite here for 5 seconds. A blade comes in from Proper now. Who can stop him? Bliss already brought down. Hanbin stops MCD into pace. And Falcons don't have to use a rally or overclock. And they've got that Juno ultimate on the way.
And you see how much harder it is for Twisted Minds to actually pick up some of these kills off of the poke damage, right? Quartz puts down some damage on the Stalker, puts down some damage on another player. Lap is not able, with the way the geometry is at this point, not able to just dash shot in and go finish those off. Where on Oasis, you think about some of those turn into kills, right? So the map definitely playing a part here.
Already halfway to a map win, our team Falcons. Now it's going to be a rally popped preemptively by Fielder. Both support ultimates, in fact, and TVNT just cannot hold up in the heat. Stalker gets a little bit of air and brings Lapter down as he'd hit his head on the roof. And Twisted Minds don't seem to have the answer. They've even made use of that orbital ray in that last fight. It didn't work out. TVNT says, I need to get wheels on. I need to get this Diva into the fight.
And that sucks for Bliss. He is just staggered for a very long time there as he'll have rallies, so doesn't exactly want to switch, right? Is the Diva swap here from TVNT just to get back, get a touch on the point.
One last fight for Twisted Minds here. TVNT from below, at least able to trigger that overtime. A big barrage here for Lapter could be game-changing now. Stalker spotted out in that low ground, but Quartz has already gone down. That's the Ashe removed. Hanbin just can't be touched. He's far too healthy with that cardiac overdrive, and Stalker gets a nice little off angle here to take pot shots at the rapidly crumbling Twisted Minds lineup. Not a darn thing the EMEA team can do, and Falcons even the series.
Falcons, they pick a map that suits them well, and you see what it does there. I also think it suits Falcons well, and it's very difficult for Twisted Minds to deal with and play exactly what they want to play. So Falcons, you see, obviously can play against this type of Pharah composition, getting the map selection to work their way. But now, because TM wins that first map, they get the selection of the decider here.
Well, we've seen the adaptation now from Falcons. Instead of bringing Baptiste in, instead of the Brig, they just put Stalker on a hit scan. Let Proper still be dominant on the Genji. This is how things started. Again, it was Proper really going to work here as Lapter was picked off by Stalker on the custody they rolled out with. You can see a little bit of action from Stalker's POV here, but eventually they probably felt like the custody was a little vulnerable to being jumped upon. Didn't quite have the escape mechanics that they needed. Something a bit more mid-range, long-range, like Sojourn definitely was the option. This was nasty, but this was a wombo from Twisted Minds. We were talking about how their comp, their style doesn't require too much on 5 ults, but hey, when you have them, might as well throw them in there and guarantee a fight win.
Yeah, it looks good, yeah. And, even though that it's a Falcons map win, Twisted Minds was, kind of competitive all throughout it. I think now, with these, where do we see Twisted Minds take us, right? What is the preferred map selection here? You could go a bunch of different ways, right? When we were looking at, the map pool, do you do something that is do you do one of the push maps, right? Like a Runasapi, or maybe even a Colosseo, right? Potentially an option.
I think Runasapi is a great shout. Yeah. That is a map that Twisted Minds used a lot during Stage 4, the main event. Because obviously Pharah can play a lot of the time out of line of sight of an enemy hit scan, because there's a couple of hairpin turns on Runasapi that she can duck in behind and still fire those rockets, get a lot of damage here. But look, all things considered, not a particularly close map. Twisted Minds didn't feel like they really were able to get value out of their Juno ultimates at multiple occasions, right? Losing fights in which they do leverage that orbital ray. And some moments here, from our DPS on the side of Falcons where Proper's able to roll back the years a little bit and show off his Genji prowess.
Yeah, I mean, making some plays with the blade, right? Looks fantastic, as Proper usually always does, right? No, rarely do you ever see him have a bad game or a bad match where coming out, making some plays on the Genji, getting Falcons a much-needed map win.
So again, we're already seeing a bit of a departure from the expected metagame and style that we've seen, and that's the beauty of the game right now, is that you can sort of make these adaptations, and there is still room for hit scan to have impact.
Yeah.
We touched on it briefly, right? Ash's changes in that late October patch, right? That increase her ult charge sort of speed when she's shooting burning targets, and also cooldown reduction on her other abilities when she's doing that. Makes it very, very strong. But Twisted Minds making a map pick here. We've just got word. We know what the map's going to be. King's Row will be selected here. Not what I expected, but still a map where Farah's very valid.
We've seen them play this, so they do a really nice job keeping Quartz like on the high ground on the defensive side of things. I believe it will be TM on attack first.
Yeah.
And you also see Farah be pretty effective here, right? spamming some of those chokes, and we've seen them like have TVNT up on the high ground with like a Maga being able to kind of contest that and hold that. So this is one that TM has definitely played a lot.
When we first saw TVNT come into this team, it was a lot of D.Va play, right? D.Va was very much meta at the time. It was a great option against like some of those Winston-based dive comps. And then we saw this team move on to the Orisa, something that TVNT had to adjust to a little bit, right? There was an admission from Twisted Minds that he didn't really hit the ground running necessarily in that metagame.
TM had a lot of adjustments throughout the
Yes, that is a safe way of putting it. That's right. I mean, but they managed to obviously to make this qualification happen and come out and win that first map so convincingly here is a proof of concept for, a reality in which we are not in a one comp world like many people have been speculating, having seen some collegiate Overwatch. And I mean, if you watch the Aurora Cup, you saw a lot of Zarya. I wouldn't read into that too much. I don't think we'll see that. That's very much a special China flavor. Here we go. King's Row, it's going to be for our decider map of this first to two selected by Twisted Minds, but you better believe it's a battleground that Falcons are all too familiar with.
No, Twisted Minds, when we were talking with them, I was like, hey, you guys have had a bit of a circus of a year. And they were like, yeah, no, it definitely has been. But they also felt like the chaos of this year and the ups and downs have definitely kind of given them a little bit of, maybe like an advantage, right? They know that they can kind of deal with just about anything, whatever's thrown their way, they are able to deal with. So it'll be Falcons on defense, and they'll actually make the change here. So they'll play the Queen.
Always unbinnable, folks.
And they'll play a Widow. Interesting. So, going to go from a big departure here for Falcons.
Quartz takes this every day of the week.
I mean, you feel good if you're Twisted Minds, right? And you get the option of like, hey, we're going to do a Quartz Widowmaker head-to-head. I think they would take that with any team.
Here we go, folks. King's Row. It's double match point here between Falcons and Twisted Minds. We get ourselves a good old-fashioned Widow throwdown out of the gates.
Double match point. That's a new one.
Like that one?
Yeah, that's a good one. They win double the matches with this one, or is it just
both teams are on match point? All right, interesting. Stalker picked up pretty early though, quite laughter of all people. So now there's no threat on Quartz. He can really just roam around the map and try to find the best line. This has forced Falcons to fight in the shade, so to speak.
And they do a great job of protecting this Widow. You see Proper just trying to find an angle, maybe some pressure on the Quartz, but it is not that easy.
Stalker's back. Oh my goodness, Bliss had his shield down for just a moment, and it's the moment that costs him. Stalker here now wants to try and wrap and look for MCD. Juno's still a problem. Lambda trying to deal with him. Eventually, Quartz gets involved here, but at what cost? He's overextended for that kill, and Proper cleans him up.
When Quartz got the kill, I was like, where is he? When he jumped out the window, I was like, yeah, that's not the spot that he wants to be. I thought, okay, so I thought TM may have actually gone with like an Ashe here, but they'll actually go with a Cassidy. They're going to play this a little bit slower.
Yeah,
maybe not as worried about kind of the Widow, but like, okay, if we get rid of that Genji, right, and just block the line of sight, we're in a good spot, but that's Bliss dropping right away.
And that's another pick off on Bliss early. For whatever reason, TVNT still wants to charge in and maybe look to extract some value here. But as the fight goes on, it's easy for Stalker to find these lines. And with MCD down, Twisted Minds definitely have to get out. They do get 87.1% on that first foray, the result of an early pick-off on Stalker, but since then, things have been slow.
Yeah, and the time here in King's Row, it seems to just disappear at a faster rate sometimes. Right? You see a fight or two, and then all of a sudden you're last by territory. Intrasight here for Falcons, so this is going to slow down Twisted Minds for a little bit.
Dangerous here. Oh my goodness, that is Phil Harpin with a rare pace to end them all. Lambda, the only one not caught by him because he's in the bloody air. That is beautiful.
And I also think TM probably didn't expect that to happen, right? Because the infrasights popped, you're just going to kind of play around the statue here, and maybe you're not going to push. You're just going to waste for time. Ooh. That is a swap in the spawn, and now Court's going to go back onto something else. So Sojourn here just trying to make a speedy push.
Yeah, revolving door pit scans. Here comes the proper blade, though. Into a deflect earlier. Quartz takes him down. That's massive. Now with the orbital ray in play, Cage Fight's going to be popped down by TVNT, and Fielder's going to be caught inside Chio. No escape for him either. Twisted Minds will have their point. They made theirs as well.
Just that Widow swap off the spawn. Stalker just looking for something. Nothing he can really do, right? Just kind of Forge jumping around the corner with a fantastic shot. Okay, we have some. Okay, I think they went the Orisa because there's Queen on the other side, and now that Hanbin is on the Maga, I assume, yeah, that's going to be a change back, right? So I think if they would have been the Queen, they would have won the Orisa to kind of counter it, but they're totally fine with this Maga mirror.
Now the Falcons that opted out of it here. Coming out of the gates with the Junker Queen. We still got some moments from Hanbin though, and a pretty solid defense overall for Falcons. Probably bought about 3 minutes off the clock there. There's another pick from Quarters on proper. A headshot, no less. This guy, man, seamless transition online to land. He is hitting.
I'm telling you, there is not a team here that would be more happy to play a Widow mirror than Twisted Minds. That's an early pick off there. And also, like, this is huge for Twisted Minds because you don't have to use the rally, right? You had a rally advantage going into this. You can hold on to the rally, use the rally for pretty much taking this second checkpoint.
And this is the important fight here. Stalker knows there's no escape for him there. Doesn't want to stagger himself out. But much rather respawn, come back. And it's going to be one last chance here for Falcons to stop the cart from getting into the Foundry phase. And there's no big ultimates for them to lean on here either. Just as Matt mentioned, the rally could be saved by Twisted Minds and a barrage. This is a great spot for Farah to get value from an off angle with a barrage. Quartz is waiting for okay! A little bit slow there. Timing didn't really benefit him as he was looking elsewhere. But here they come. Going to be a rally pop by Bliss now, but TVNT is so low and Proper gets in his face with a deflect. TVNT though still standing well enough. Hanbin though is able to push him right on back. Lambda still holding onto the barrage for the time being. Maybe waiting for Quartz to get back into the fight. But TVNT is going to turn tail. This has to be a disengage. And Lambda gets caught again.
Yeah, I think they were playing for like a cage fight or the orbital right there and being able to push behind those. But the Widow pick there from Stalker is massive. You got to feel, when you watch these Widow head-to-heads, right? Quartz is looking at the same position that Stalker was pushing from. Stalker with another headshot on the Quartz. And then as soon as Quartz looks away, Stalker just jumps right around the corner and rips his head off.
Time is ticking. Down to the 90-second mark now. Stalker has that infrasight available. And is going to look to make use of it here by just taking this off angle. Twisted Minds being forced back into the choke is bad news, and they might have tracked this Widow ultimate. Quartz was close. Oh, okay, doesn't need that. Okay, nice shot there from Quartz. Another big Widow pick off, and now you've got something to work with here. Quartz doesn't have the best angle to punish here. Twisted Minds having to deal with Lambda. That's not great. Orbital Ray comes out, but it's going to be a cage fight used by Hanbin. He is looking just to stay hale and hardy inside of this. TVNT's cage got destroyed. Hanbin was actually aiming at it specifically. Then Proper's close to get another blade. Twisted Minds had an opening made for the bike Quartz, but that door is about to be shut clean in their face. MCD to the rescue. Proper has to respect Quartz as he drops off that high ground, but in the meantime, Chio found two, and Stalker got two of his own.
The kill from Hanbin onto Lambda basically saves them from losing that fight, right? You get that early pickoff from Quartz, you push on in, TVNT, it's going to be a cage fight with a barrage, and you deal with that far early on. And there's not enough damage for Twisted Minds at that point. They're not able to fight it.
No one.
Still infrasight in hand and now being saved for the final fight. Quartz doesn't have his to work with now, so a distinct advantage for Stalker in the Widow battle. And he's looking, he's hunting. A little bit lucky, Quartz a stay of execution perhaps now. Proper went for the blade, but TVNT's the only viable target for him, but Quartz is down. Stalker eventually gets his, and now TVNT has to get forward. Labdu's at least able to find Field Up, and now Twisted Minds are down to two players without their Malga, without much chance here of getting to the next phase of the map, and Chio will double down to clean him up. Nice defense here for Falcons.
Really strong there for Falcons. That kill from Hanbin onto Lab is massive. I mean, you get that second checkpoint there. If you're Twisted Minds, you start to get that Widow around the corner, right? Who knows what happens in that type of situation is Hanbin, like he always does, coming up clutch.
Making a switch off the Junker Queen that he came out of the gates with. Put us into that Malga mirror. Stalker was more than happy to take the Widow head-to-head. God, it makes the game so much more volatile when you have a Widow matchup headlining things. The Quartz ultimately doesn't have infrasight for that last fight. Stalker rather holds onto it for so long. Saves it for the perfect occasion to get his opposite number out of the game. And this is a Twisted Minds map pick. They're trying to win the series on this one. That's part of the whole plan after they win control. But I mean, I think if you're any team, you just nod. If you get taken to King's Row, you say, okay, well, we're familiar with this battlefield.
I think the defense here for Twisted Minds is a little bit harder as well because Falcons has shown, like, just for that brief moment, like, all right, we'll play the Queen or whatnot. So, like, for Twisted Minds, like, all right, we're going to come out and play the Maga. Falcons, there's a bunch of different responses they can potentially have to that. You can see them come out with a Queen if they feel like there's an advantage. The Maga, like, there's a load of options here for Falcons.
Just didn't think we'd be saying that in a metagame like this, Matt.
There might not be many other matches where we do say that.
Twisted Minds always looking to do it their own way. So far, it's got them to a match point. It's early Hanzo action there for Stalker. Pretty much same lineup here, Proper and Stalker. Quartz comes out on the Ashe here. And it's something you mentioned at the start of the game, Matt. Twisted Minds do a pretty good job of keeping Quartz safe on that high ground.
Yeah.
Against the Widow, though, you're going to hope so. Oy, okay, Queen time again.
Yeah, so it'll be the Queen swap here. You're going to keep that Widow in the mix. Basically, you know, same kind of composition they've been running, except, you know, switching out the Queen. Let's see how Twisted Minds, especially TVNT, plays around this, right?
Mostly through the hotel, right? Twisted Minds doesn't want to take too much damage. Those Widow headshots can really turn a flag on its head pretty quickly. Harbin backs up here. Doesn't want any of that smoke. It's going to be okay. Even a cardiac overdrive used by TVNT, but Harbin has come back in, but they lose Stalker in the meantime.
They do a good job, even though they use the cardiac overdrive, it forces them to split like in the choke, right? So Hanbin has to rotate all the way out. They feel like, okay, once we get Hanbin out of the equation, now we have players separated here over by the statue, and you have the Pharah right above it, able to put down some damage. So that's a nice play there from Twisted Minds, able to close that gap.
Beautifully done by Labda. Has had to be the one that goes after Stalker on a couple of occasions here. Always a bit scary to do it against the Pharah, but that extra mobility.
If you don't get value out of this Widow, you got to think about making some changes, right?
Yeah, something maybe like Ashe for AoE potential. Okay, big push here. MCD trying to double back and keep Quartz standing. The peel is immense for the Ashe. The fielder goes down.
Yeah, you know, we were talking about it. It's going to be an orbital right here from Chio.
Okay, TVNT, the only one actually affected by that anti-heal. And Chio's going to be brought down by Quartz after the fact. Is this going to be worth it? It looks like Falcons are going to turn it into a fight win, despite MCD going for a late orbital raid. Twisted Minds are not in a position to benefit from it.
I mean, if you got Proper, right? I mean, every fight is winnable there as he kind of dashes, cuts up through 3 players. It's actually Hanbin with the Queen ult, right? That kind of hits a few with the anti, and then they follow it up with the orbital raise. So Falcons with a nice job there on offense. See if they can kind of keep it going here through this choke.
Obviously, this is a bit of an oppressive spot to play against Pharah. Labda can just spam these chokes down. With the barrage available, he can throw a vertical one in. Infrasight for Stalker, wants to make sure that Team Falcons have full information when they walk in, but he's going to be the blade from Proper into the backline, but ooh, he needs to take a pit stop and still gets caught. Harmon going to go down to the barrage here. Fielder also coming off second best once more to Bliss. This is good. Twisted Minds establish themselves in this choke.
Yeah, and the Widow's going to be less effective here, right? You would think, just at this part of the map. Proper in a really difficult spot, gets them. Guys, really get a pick here. They actually get a pick on an MCD there in the choke, and they somehow able to keep Proper alive.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to back up here on this if you're Twisted Minds.
Yeah.
There's no fight to be had, and you've got to cross this sideline.
Oh.
Quartz gets through. Stalker denied. 3 minutes 21 here to get to the Foundry. In fact, that would be the end of the map, folks. Only one checkpoint here for Twisted Minds on King's Road. Falcons have a lot of time to work this. They've got a rally parity here into this next fight. Potentially a rampage from Hanbin that could shut Bliss's ultimate down almost entirely. Here's the bomb first. Quartz going to throw that out. That's pop Proper up in the air by the looks of things, but it's disengaged from Falcons away from Bob's damage. Proper never wants to give Quartz free reign here, and it's going to be TVNT here with a stop. In fact, Fielder might have come in with a shield bash. Now the rampage is available for Hanbin. The Junker Queen comes in, and it's a triple catch. TVNT bleeding out. Bliss can't do too much. Twisted Minds exsanguinated in front of the box to victory. And Team Falcons are going to slot this one home, folks. A little bit of a rough start to the series for them, but now on King's Row, they were more than happy to take it here. And there you have it. Falcons start on the right foot.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you have the rally, if you're going to get hit with that anti-heal from the Queen, as Hanbin connects with just about everybody there to seal the deal for Falcons. Rough start, pretty good performance from Twisted Minds. I think if you're a TM fan, you feel pretty good now going into the lower bracket that your team might not be 2 and done, right? You feel like there's potential to keep a little bit of a streak alive here in Stockholm, but Falcons take care of business.
I still maintain that it is unbelievably bold to pick King's Row for that decider map. Maybe you think you have something a little bit more tailored to your style, a little more crafted to your approach. But it's a map where these veterans like Falcons have for years, 4 or 5 years, some of these guys they come onto a map and they say, hey, we can flex into a jump for Queen Comp. We brought Hanbin in for just that reason. We can match your hit scan. Stalker's an incredible hit scan player. We're happy to tangle here with Quartz. Twisted Minds didn't really have a secret weapon or a real distinct edge there.
Yeah, you also see, we've heard a lot about like Maga mirrors and whatnot, but you see now what the Queen can potentially do in certain situations, in certain maps, potentially something you're going to have to see other teams have to play throughout the weekend, as the Queen there definitely took advantage of the Maga in a lot of situations.
But a lot of the murmurings have been in the lead up to this tournament that the Asia region is still the region to watch. Yeah. They're still the strongest, and much of the consternation, the competition might be between NA and EU. But this is a good sign for EMEA. This is by no means their top seed, by the way. You still have ENCE, you still have Space Station waiting in the wings here. So, as was sort of teased by a lot of coaches, we might have the most competitive event yet, definitely this year. We're going to head over to Danny with a post-match interview with the one and only Stalker.
Richard, thank you very much. Yeah, I am joined by Stalker from Team Falcons, coming out from a great win against Twisted Minds. Big congratulations. I do want to start off asking you, by that first map loss, I guess, what were some of the problems that Team Falcons had? 자, 오늘 일단 승리 축하드리면서 첫 번째 질문, 이번에 1세트 아쉽게 좀 패배를 했는데 1세트에서 좀 어떤 문제점들이 팀 팔콘즈에게 있었나요?
변수가 많이 나기도 했는데 상대 조합에 대한 대책을 저희가 좀 잘못 생각한 것 같습니다.
I think it really came down to we didn't really expect what the other team were coming out with. I think we didn't really think a lot about their team composition and how we want to sort of utilize that to our advantage. And I think that was the biggest problem. But that was only map 1. After that, you guys did come back a big way. So what were some of the changes that you guys made heading into map 2 and also getting the victory at the end? 자, 그거는 이제 1세트였고 2세트부터 다시 또 좋은 모습을 보여주시면서 승리를 거두시게 되셨는데요. 좀 어떤 변환점이 좀 있었고 좀 어떤 체인지를 좀 만드셨나요?
상대가 히트스캔 쓰니까 저희도 히트스캔 쓰자는 마인드고 이제 게임하니까 동등한 조건이 되어가지고 쉽게 이긴 것 같습니다.
I think the biggest thing was Twisted Minds were utilizing the hit scan, so we also thought maybe we will run our own hit scan as well. I think, and that was the key to our victory today. Everybody, give it up for Stalker and Team Falcons one more time. Everybody, that is it for the post-match interview. Zoe, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. And with that, we have our first victory of the day as well. Hopefully, we see many more of those, although that is sweating a little bit. I did not have that on my OWCS World Finals bingo card.
No one did.
Twisted Minds is good. Yeah, all the Preds in shambles already. First match into the dumpster.
Huge upset.
Huge upset. No, but like they did exactly. It doesn't matter though. That is a proof of concept for them. They did run out with that Pharah not considered meta. We didn't expect to see much of that. We were wondering what they will be rolling out with. And quite frankly, that firepower with that Ashe and that Pharah, that worked really well with them. And a team as experienced and as high caliber as Falcons, they struggle to adapt.
Yeah, I think with Lambda and Quartz, their individual performances on those heroes justify the picks. They're able to find a lot of opening kills on this first map and set themselves off to, like you said, a proof of concept for the series. That being said, right, we talked about Falcons' ability to adapt, ability to respond throughout a long series. This map too, round 2 of Control, they tried to adapt, but I really feel Quartz really came alive here to secure this first map.
Yeah, I mean, there's a small window, like at the start of the fights, where the enemy team is approaching and they're trying to reach the Pharah, right? And we saw several times on the first map that Quartz was able to find picks, Lambda was able to find picks, as Falcons were kind of entering and trying to take some space, right? Stalker wasn't necessarily set up on the flanks already, putting pressure onto Lambda. And so there's a small window there, but it's purely a spacing issue. And we saw, Jake, will come New Junk City and Kings Row. Those are maps that are way more difficult for Twisted Minds to establish that kind of position and make use of the poke.
Yeah, I mean, positionally, I don't hate the idea of this comp, but I think the pace increase that came, especially when Hanbin comes into the server, I mean, the Junker Queen was a huge part of it, but even before Junker Queen came out, right, even on New Junk City playing the Mauga, Hanbin was bringing a much faster pace to the team, and I think that's exactly what Falcons needed. You know, once Quartz and Labda had the pressure on them, and on top of that, your match MVP Stalker, I mean, winning the Widow duel pretty convincingly against Quartz. Quartz did find a few kills on him, but I felt Stalker was pretty dominant in a Widow duel, which really should be Quartz's wheelhouse. That should be really your best hope as Twisted Minds in beating anybody, is forcing a Widow mirror, forcing this pure 1v1. And yet it was really Stalker who impressed me the most on the hit scan role of this server, showing the versatility across this squad.
Yeah, Stalker has been one of the best players in the world this entire year, right?
That's disgusting.
I mean, it's absurd, right? You think you have an upper hand, you think you have a favorable duel if you're Twisted Minds, and then Stalker does this, right? And I mean, both players can do this, right? Popper can come out on the Widow as well. Just a spectacular performance. Stalker is going to be a pivotal player for Falcons as well as this tournament progresses. It is going to be one of those players we'll look at that could help Falcons across the finish line and maybe secure the trophy. So great start from Stalker here in the last two maps to secure the win against Twisted Minds.
And I love to see those kind of different looks as well from the Falcons. That Queen thrown in the mix. We're wondering where else teams can take it in this meta, so we don't just see that Mauga and that Queen. Looked really, really solid, perhaps against those greedy compositions, right, Jake? And now we're taking a quick look at our brackets to see where we're standing after that very first match. Once again, a reminder, the first 4 matches here in our upper bracket will be played first to 2. After that, everything will continue in the first to 3, and then of course the grand finals will be going all the way. Now, with that, Team Falcons continue their run. We have more matches coming up very soon as well. Any final thoughts after seeing that first match?
Well, how have you not mentioned that we actually got Fika on the desk here?
Is it actually, what is...
Okay, well, I'm just
Walk us through it. Walk us through it.
Okay, well,
be our guy.
I'm grabbing a cinnamon bun. I'm just saying, all right? You can take your pick. You know, we got some sugar here, some saffron buns. But take your pick here, Jake. Take your pick here. Zoe, do you want me to pass you one?
Throw it over. What are we looking at?
Look at this marvel. What a time to be alive, guys.
Oh, look at you. Oh my. What's the most Swedish thing of it?
Any. Pick any.
Any. Okay, well, I just
You go, Zoe.
straight in there. Thank you. All right. And as we're enjoying our little fika here on the desk, we're tossing to a quick break and give everyone some time to grab their own fika, perhaps.
Feels
Then
good
we're
to be
back
home.
with our second match of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Great stuff.
Welcome back, everyone, to day one of the OWCS World Finals at DreamHack Stockholm. We're about to dive straight into our second match of the day. Zoe here, joined by my friends Jake and Johnny to break down all the action. We're enjoying some Fika, we're enjoying some great games. What a time to be alive.
I'm so happy to be home, Jake.
I'm just happy to be here.
happy to be home.
I'm just happy to be here.
It's good to be home.
All right,
nice.
I got to
It's
admit, the
cozy.
food has been so on point in Sweden.
I kid you not. It was so funny yesterday at breakfast. We had breakfast in the morning, and Danny is just loving the food here. And he gets a piece of bread, and he gets the marmalade, and he goes, wait, there's actually real orange in the marmalade? And I'm like, what are you doing back home in America, man? Like, there's no orange in the actual marmalade? He thought it was fake, so he was happy to have some real orange.
Yeah, some good liver paste and everything. Like,
Yeah.
I'm thriving. I'm almost back home-ish, home adjacent, kind of.
Kind of.
It's cold and the food
With
is
maybe-
exactly,
1,000 miles.
exactly.
Maybe we'll have
1,000
next
miles.
year's finals in
In
Switzerland.
Switzerland. The headquarters of esports.
We'll talk to Sean
As
Miller.
we go.
We'll see.
I support it.
Yeah, that mercy is a hint.
But mercy is a
That's
hint.
Now we're getting ready for our second match of the day. I'm very excited to see another Korean juggernaut taken to the stage and measuring up against the rest of the world, who is trying really to punch upward there. So let's talk about the two teams we're about to see. It's going to be Crazy Raccoon going up against NRG Shock. Now, we're diving a bit deeper into those rosters. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, everyone knows those players. They are on the top of their game time and time again. Just had a minor slip-up somewhere in between this year, but overall, they've been dominant.
I mean, I think this is a team that's had this unique mix of veterans with like tens of years of experience together. Think about players like Chorong and Shu in the back line, like Lip on Hitscan. But then they've also brought in just an incredible burst of talent of motivated rookies. Max and Junbin didn't have the best first year of their professional careers, but here in year two, they found their footing. The veterans around them have really lifted them up and allowed them to show why they were such hot prospects in the first place. And then someone like Heesang, I think, has also had definitely his best year yet as a professional player. So it's a team that has really elevated each other as they built this synergy throughout the year. And now, I mean, it's in a tough position to be where anything less than a first place is a disappointment for Crazy Raccoon. For the fans, for the players on this team, that's just the standard they've set with their ridiculous run of performance this year.
Absolutely. Now, if we're looking at the opposition here, NRG Shock, a very exciting roster. We were so excited coming into this year of OWCS to see them in action. And overall, they had a successful year. Although we do have to say, if we're looking at stage 4, they probably placed a lot lower than they would have hoped for.
Yeah, I mean, they qualified for Stockholm on the back of a good year for this team overall. I mean, this is a team that came into this year as students of the game. They weren't even part of an organization, but they fought real hard. They clawed themselves through these tournaments. They qualified for Dallas, now qualified for Stockholm. But like you said, Zoe, stage 4 was a real disappointment for NRG Shock. They placed 5th in their own region in North America after taking 2 losses to Fluffy Dreamland. So now you go into the playoffs here a month later, and you have to rediscover some sense of form, right? You have to find a win condition, something that works for this team. And I believe they can find it. They have the individual talent. Ultraviolet has been spectacular in the backline, but Tree is the real North American prodigy for this team. Just 17 years old, of course, and he needs to come up big time, especially against a team like Crazy Raccoon.
Their mode win rates are just absurd.
I mean, that is
like, what do you even do?
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, guys, it's great. We'll go to Clash or Flashpoint with, they only win 2/3 of those maps. That's their weakest mode. Oh, great. That's awesome.
Yeah, I think the map pick is not going to turn the tide here. I think
No.
this is going to come down to extreme top-notch individual performances. I think everyone just has to be on top of their game on NRG Shock side and hope maybe for a mistake on the Raccoon side.
Yeah, I think it has for NRG. It has to be something similar to Twisted Minds, not playing the poke composition, but bringing like a special flavor, right? If you just come out and you play the Mugga composition pretty straight up with like a Reaper and an Echo, I truly do think that Crazy Raccoon, they will have the advantage. But if NRG, they can play to their own strengths. We've seen incredible pop-off moments from PG, for example. But again, Tree, I think Tree is going to be the player to watch for NRG in this series. What can NRG do against, such a solid opponent like Crazy Raccoon?
Let's actually get a vibe check here because, Jake, you had an opportunity to sit down with that NRG Shock roster. Let's hear what they had to say.
Fans, I'm Jake. I am here with NRG Shock, and we're about to rock a build-off. We're here in the land of flat pack furniture, so it's time to test these guys, see what they've got when it comes to actually putting a piece together. tested team play. How you guys feeling? Are we confident?
I've been scouting it this entire time. I'm so ready.
I'm ready.
All right, Kel's ready, Rack's ready. PG, how you feeling?
I'm feeling, I'm good about it. I got it.
This is the least confident good I've ever heard in my life.
I got us.
All right. So, shall we get it underway, guys?
Let's get it going.
Yeah.
All right.
Sure.
All right, you can officially start the build. So, PGE, tell me, NRG Shock may be seen as underdogs coming to this event. Yep. Does that underdog position, does it motivate you or does it put the pressure on you? How does that feel?
Being the underdog, no one has expectations of how you perform at all or anything like that. So I think it's definitely an advantage for us. And I think a lot of teams would be very surprised at how we perform against them. So there might be some upsets.
Tell me about the preparation between the end of stage 4 and now, preparing for Stockholm, for the OWCS World Finals. What's that been like?
Well, I mean, we just boot camped in UK. It was a lot of fun. Right now, I mean, scrim's looking good, really fun. Stage 4, I just don't think it was our meta. I mean, our tanks were on ping, super hard to do. Like just being nicely close together, good connection.
You think that's gonna play out as far as like in the tournament, being able to play on LAN, having had the boot camp? Do you think that'll be a difference maker for you guys coming into this tournament?
I think definitely like having that good connection, like just the physical internet connection, and also being an underdog because we did flop in stage 4.
Yeah.
So no one really expects us to be there, and no one expects us to win.
The Korean teams were dominant at Dallas, absolutely running the table. How do you see those, world elite teams, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, as you come in here to the OWCS World Finals? Oh man, it's looking dark over there.
No, you got this.
I think the Korean teams at the top, I think all regions are definitely closer to the Korean teams than a lot of people think. Like with the recent scrims and recent meta changes, I think EU and NA are way closer to Korea than before in Dallas. Dallas, I think they were very dominant in that meta, but now I think NA, EU have a way higher chance.
Thank you guys so much for this interview. This has been fantastic. Great to hear your perspective here coming into the OWCS World Finals. Excited to see if you can truly shock the world. Get that crossbar in, boys. I'm gonna have to sit on this thing.
No crossbar.
No crossbar. All right. Okay.
Physics.
Physics.
Oh,
okay,
you're good for that.
It's looking decent.
That is.
All right.
I promise you.
That actually looks good. I'd sit on that.
Booyah! You put all your weight on that.
I'm good. Floating.
Oh, come on.
Just me clapping?
Well done.
Well done.
Well done. Good hustle out there, guys.
Still got cheated though.
All right, beautiful. All right, you guys. We'll see you next time.
That's NRG Shock. Love the confidence. That was a good division of labor there. Smart.
Yeah, they had the team coordination, even in the interview, even in the media activity. So, props to them, props to NRG. And I liked that they could own, that yes, the season stage 4 didn't really go how they wanted it to, but kind of the ball's in their court now, right? You got players like Attack and Kellen have had time to integrate with the team. They're off ping, they're playing on LAN, they've had a boot camp together. So I really think this could be the best iteration of NRG we've seen all year. And to be honest, it couldn't come at a better time because this is the moment that the fans are going to remember, right? This is you're playing for all the marbles. Your placement here is going to kind of define this entire season. So it's the opportunity to recover from past mistakes, but also, you are going up against Crazy Raccoon in the first round. It is a really rough draw for NRG.
Yeah, like Rack Attack said, right? Stage 4, it wasn't a great meta for a team like NRG. And now you come into the playoffs though, and we've already seen the first match. There's a lot of Mauga being played. We're still in this Juno break kind of composition, right? How is that going to work into NRG's favor, right? Have they stabilized somewhat? Does having both your tanks with you on LAN, is that going to help you enough, right? Or are we going to see something different from this team? I think there are some questions surrounding NRG and what they'll bring to the table at this playoffs. But considering the caliber of their individual players, I'm really looking forward to see what we can see from them. And if they've been able to find a win condition that maybe can propel them towards some wins in this tournament.
Would a map win be a surprise to you, or do you expect them to maybe sneak one out there?
I wouldn't be shocked. I think if they can bring some heat and maybe put Crazy Raccoon on the back foot, if Falcons can lose a map, then so can Crazy Raccoon. But at the same time, I do think NRG are a really serious underdog going up against one of the very best teams in the world, Crazy Raccoon. I mean, frankly, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, everybody is an underdog when they go up against them. I mean, so you got to be expecting this. NRG, they've known this matchup for weeks. They have to be prepared.
I feel like we have to contextualize that as well, because if I recall correctly in Dallas, the Korean teams didn't drop a single map
Yeah.
to either the North American or the European teams. And so Twisted Minds, they got a map for Europe, which is the first time this year that a European team has taken a map of a Korean team, right? In the OWCS tournaments. So I'm just excited. Twisted Minds got a map. Can NRG do the same? Maybe.
Which are the teams in this tournament? Do you feel like the competition has gotten tighter? Is it closer now, just based on what we've seen in the individual region? Obviously, we haven't seen that cross-region play recently. So where do you think they stack up against region-wise?
I mean, I think that's the question on everyone's mind, right? With the regions being separated, this is the first time, since Dallas, that we've got to see the regions clash. And of course, for the NA players, of course, they're going to come to the tournament and believe that, they can do well. But you got to remember, North America kind of flopped at Dallas. It was, Korea on top with a bullet, not dropping a single map. But then the EMEA teams play solidly above their North American counterparts. So I think for all the teams coming out of North America, coming here to Stockholm as well, they kind of have a chip on their shoulder, right? They've got a lot to prove. They want to show that they still want it, that they still have the motivation and the passion, really, to compete at this world level. But Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons, they're not going to go easy on you. They are playing for all the marbles. They are not going to give any chances out for free. You've got to be like Twisted Minds and forcibly take that map win, but very much easier said than done.
If you listen to some of the European or North American teams as well, I mean, they're kind of thanking themselves for this Mauga meta because it does neutralize the field a little bit. Had we been in a position where the Korean teams who are so strong at dive composition, if they can just force Ilios, Gibraltar, every series, they have such a high win percentage chance on those maps, right? Which makes it much harder to win these series, right? And they might still have that advantage. But with this Mauga meta, I think the North American, European teams, they're feeling themselves a little bit this is more up our alley. We can play these brawl styles. We can trade these abilities. Maybe it works in our favor a little bit. And if you speak to Toronto Defiance, for example, Space Station Gaming, they're liking this stuff. They feel like they have a good chance going into this tournament to take some map off the Korean teams and even make it really far deep into the tournament.
Yeah, we have a bunch of teams in this tournament, of course. They have a very clear team identity, regardless of what meta we're seeing. If we're looking at Raccoon, as well as, of course, the opposition here in NRG Shock, what's the team identity here, starting with the Shock?
I mean, with NRG Shock, I do feel like they would probably want to be in a meta that allows Kellan to shine in that individual tank role. Because I think we've seen, especially in Stage 4, they struggle to kind of find out, are we going to play Kellan, or are we going to play attack? And they swap between those two tanks in between the group stage and the playoffs. But you want your tank to be on a solid pick, because that sets up the rest of your team. PG, Scissors, Tree, to enable them to really flourish. I think Ultraviolet, he would have preferred to be in a Baptiste and a Kiriko kind of meta, but instead you're here in Juno Brig. So I think for NRG, their playstyle probably isn't going to favor this kind of Mauga meta, but if you can set up, a few of your players for individual success, like Tree, like PG, for example, I think that could be a win condition for NRG.
I think the high pace of this meta with the Mauga style, right? Look at other traditional rush comps like a Rhine and a Mei. There's a lot of emphasis on individual players hitting their skills, opening up the initiation as well as possible. But the Mauga meta, although it's also a rush and a brawl style, really I think it's more about team coordination and just, playing off the moment-to-moment strength and weakness of the team, right? You really have to have that read of how strong you and your teammates are. When you need to get aggressive, everyone has to commit to that all at once. And if one player is held back or they're not fully believing in it, things can fall apart really easily. It's much less about individual players executing their vision as much as it is, the whole team being in a collective, having that one mind. And so that's, I think, going to be the true test that this meta asks of these teams. Do they have the ability to coordinate, the trust, especially in a high pressure environment, with the noise of the crowd, with the pressure of a LAN, with the World Finals on the line? Will you still trust your teammates, right? Will that call come through when it needs to in the crucial moments? That's a tough test, even for some of the best players in the world.
And we'll find out if they can make it happen after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, friends. This is day number 1 of the OWCS World Finals here in beautiful Stockholm, Sweden. We have our very own suite here on the desk. So before we're heading into the action, which is clearly not ready yet, we're going to fill with fun facts about Sweden and Johnny.
Oh, please
what you got
do
for us?
enlighten me, Zoe. What are the fun facts?
You tell me. I'm not Swedish. How would I know?
I just want to say the bread has been really on point. I
The
don't know
bread?
That's European bread,
I didn't
man.
have like an expectation going in, but at breakfast, at dinner, just the bread has been great. It's been fantastic.
Low key, now that we're in Europe, I can say it. American bread, not so good. Europeans just know how to do bread. I say that with every bias I can master.
No, it's true. Like I gotta say, like now I have to admit it. Having eaten delicious breakfast bread and dinner bread.
Hey, the fika was on point.
The fika was wonderful.
Then they took
I
it
love
away
the
from
idea of a
us.
little
Yeah, they took it away.
Why?
coffee break, some buns in the midday, mid-morning.
I was surprised they took the buns away because I was like, we have second fika coming up. So
Wait, they put it away and bring it back.
Get it on the schedule. Bring out the fika. Just keep it here.
there's a morning fika and then there's an afternoon fika. So like, what do you?
I like this country more every day.
Yeah, see, we have a Snuni and the Tsiri, where I come from, which is 9 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Is
Okay.
when we have our tea time.
So you have fika too in
We
Switzerland.
have fika too in Switzerland. We call it. Yeah.
I'm just amazed. I've never heard of Switzerland fika.
Well, I never heard of you fika either.
You never heard of fika?
No,
I mean,
not. Well,
I
you know
feel like
what I heard, though?
I feel like we're
I heard about
globally known.
drops.
Yeah, we do actually.
We're educating here. Now everyone knows about the Swedish and Swiss traditions of fika, snuni, tsviri, tea time, or whatever you want to call it. Wherever you are in the world, one thing's for sure, you can earn drops if you're watching.
And
That's
you can
right.
earn yourself, a spray of the Dalahäst, which is, iconic in Sweden as well.
Yeah, tell me more
It's made
about
in Dalarna. It's the red horse as well.
What's that red horse
It
about?
has lots of symbolism and like important facts to it. So I do recommend that if you want to learn more about the Dalahäst, you can go to Wikipedia and check that out. I'm not going to be able to tell you anything about the origin story
We
of the
hired you
Dalahäst
to give us that insight.
and why it's red. I know I'm Swedish, but like I don't know. Does anyone who's Swedish actually know why it's red? I don't know. Maybe.
Probably everyone but
We'll get
you.
Golden Boy to go ask
find
some
out.
Swedish
We'll find
people
out.
about
That's right. We
actually
send a
Sweden,
person to get the insight of that. For now, though, we're ready for our second match of the day. So let's send it over to Golden Boy on stage to get our teams out.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. Honestly, I'm totally down going out in DreamHack, meeting the people, and talking fika. I'm down with it, personally. You guys cool with that? I think I'm, yes, no, fika, yes. See, no? Okay, maybe. We'll figure it out later. And in any case, though, what we're not going to be waiting for is some more Overwatch because we're going to be bringing out our two teams right here, right now. Let's go ahead and welcome our first squad to the stage. Put your hands together for Crazy Raccoon!
Crazy Raccoon are reigning OWCS Dallas major champions, and they have so many fantastic individual players to keep your eyes on. So many players capable of taking over the game. Lip stamps Paul over his team, of course. One of the best hit scan players we have in the entire game. Watch out for him in this series.
And let's go ahead and welcome to the stage their opponents. You know them. You love them. It's NRG Shock!
A fan favorite squad coming out of North America, ready to set the record straight on their season and their year. They may have had a tough stage 4, but they're looking to change the story coming in to the OWCS World Finals.
Coaches, please fist bump players, take to the stations, and let's go ahead and welcome your casters one more again. It's Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, this is an interesting matchup now. We have what I feel like is the top-seeded team, or one of, coming up against the team with a very shaky stage 4 in the lead up to this event.
But NRG Shock seems to be like the fan favorite here. Every time Golden Boy is like said the name, like the crowd is just kind of crazy. So it'll be interesting a little bit how that plays into it. But they go up against Crazy Raccoon. I mean, they have just been insane all year long. I really think because of the backline. The backline is just on another level.
Absolutely. And this team is also, I think they're perfectly positioned to succeed in this kind of metagame, just based on their lineup in general, right? Having the options, a tank as well, and your DPS are just pretty much out of this world. NRG Shock, they needed Nightmare to knock TSM out of stage 4 in that lower bracket in order to qualify. So their destiny wasn't really in their hands at all. They really had to bank on another team doing the job for them, but they put it behind them. They said, we're out here, They were out, I think, in the UK boot camp as well. They put the work in. They're ready here to show what NA can do.
Yeah, I mean, you get a boot camp here before, right? You know, maybe you're able to kind of practice being in the same room with your tanks, right? Obviously, benefits that. But you're going up against such a difficult team here in Crazy Raccoon. Also, like the loser of these matches, the early quarterfinals, they'll have to play later today, right?
Yeah.
We have those loser games later. So even if you end up dropping this one, you still got to get composed, fight later in the day.
Yeah, you don't have like the overnight period as some teams who fall into the lower bracket do to come back, to consolidate, to even look back over the footage. So if things don't go right here, you are straight back into the dugout. You are VOD reviewing and you are trying to fix things quickly. Otherwise, you're running to the end of your Overwatch year, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, you lose those matches, you got a lot of time to explore Stockholm. Here for a few more days.
You got the Old Town, right, Matt?
This is a completely... I saw Aaron Keller this morning. He was like, yeah, I went by the Old Town. I was like, I've been telling people for weeks.
Here it is, folks. NRG Shock versus Crazy Raccoon. About to throw it down for you. As much as I love to hear about the Old Town, Matt, and I do.
I didn't hear much outside of the fact that it does exist.
I recommend it. You won't have time, though, unless you get fired. So, I mean, maybe you could sort of work something out there. But Ilios is going to be our first
There's
map.
a better chance you're hitting Old Town.
And it's first to two. Crazy Raccoon versus NRG Shock. And like we discussed, I mean, I've heard whispers as well that NRG Shock have felt like maybe that sort of standard Malga style doesn't suit them. But a map like this, you can play the dive comp, especially on well. So this might be a pretty good draw for NRG if they don't feel like they want to just spam that Malga-based composition.
But sure, play dive against Crazy Raccoon. I'm sure they're really worried about that, right? I mean, they're tremendous on it. Junbin on the ball, so a ball potentially an option here. And also ball, like, pretty difficult to take out.
Let's go, dude! Oh, okay, Lip on the Tracer as well. Oh, man, Knife is out there like, bro, why did you keep me on the team? Okay. So again, because we're up against this dive composition, Crazy Raccoon more than happy to play the ball. The rack attack's already been taken down. Junbin lands it. And here's going to be a problem to deal with. NRG Shock don't have great ways of answering this. Tree won't be able to get like a one-on-one against this ball ever, really.
It's brutal positioning from the Shock early on, though, right? You kind of take control of that lighthouse on the side, and you're playing right in. You know, the ball can run around in there, you know, cause chaos, bio grenades, the Farah rockets, and somebody's bound to get picked. It just happened to be Rack Attack.
And if there's any player that's going to try and play the ball, it's either Infected of Nightmare or Junbin here on Crazy Raccoon. They are more than happy. Again, this is such a scary team because Shu can pick up the Ana. You have this Ana Lucio composition. Shu can really demonstrate his individual prowess at that role. And the Shock already down by 20%. They are looking to group up, and Trees just switched over to the Echo here.
See if you put a little bit more pressure on the ball, right? Get the ball a little bit weak, get that armor up, then you can start to move up, take the point.
Tree here just pops down to the well, breaks that LOS for a timekeeper, and NRG Shock are no closer to actually capturing the point here. Crazy Raccoon, Junbin giving those shields out there, that adaptive plating now can be thrown out to your teammates. Tree is obviously something that Junbin can't really interact with for most of the game, but we're close to Barrage. Lip also with a pulse bomb ready to go, and Tree eventually got brought down.
They're just not able to collapse on any target. NRG Shock is, that'll be the Kitsune Rush there from UV. Not even needed there to use the pulse bomb, but you're trying to like locate the target, like maybe it's the supports, right? But you're having to move in to the far rockets, and then I mean Chorong and Shu are just insane in terms of being able to keep each other alive. Very difficult to get either one of them out of the equation, and then at that point, Crazy Raccoon just has a huge advantage.
So Tree would love to get close enough to Heesang to blow his cooldowns on the Farah to take him down, but my goodness, the range Heesang just ruins him. And then goes for a barrage for the follow-up here. Gets two from it. It's both blackliners to Heesang, and Crazy Raccoon here showing why they're considered a cut above in this metagame, and they're not even playing the metacomp, Matt.
No, I mean, this is just a dismantling here of the Shock early on. So, I mean, you got a minefield here you can use here over in the choke as Rat getting close to his sound barrier. It doesn't end up getting it. Choron is just by himself there.
He gets out alive as well, by the way, which is maybe even worse. Scissors tries to blink and touch here after a Tracer switch, but NRG Shock are, well, looking a little bit rusty coming out of the gates.
The audience is such Shock fans that, like, they don't want to, like, exactly clap super loud for Crazy Raccoon, but they're like, fine. I mean, they're so sick. I'll do it.
The PGE Nation are just losing it right now. Every time he gets put on the bench, they freak out. I know you're out there in the chat losing it. Okay, another map at least. Scissors obviously the go-to for NRG Shock in this kind of composition. Looks like we're staying with a Winston for now.
But in these kind of compositions, right, it feels like even, with NRG Shock playing something that they probably feel comfortable, this is just even better for Crazy Raccoon, right? I mean, this is like a better, they are probably so thrilled that somebody's willing to play Dark.
Yeah, we don't have to play the map setup. We can put Jumbin on ball, Shu on this Ana. He's staying on a Farah. It must feel incredible. So here it is. He's had a fantastic first round, and that might be putting it lightly. He was so good. We're going to land some of these directs here, but it's going to be Chorong going first. Tree yells timber and brings Lucio down. Rack attack under some pressure, but Crazy Raccoon don't exactly get off on the right foot.
All right, so that time you get Tree in a position, right? Get him up on the high ground. He's able to do a lot of damage on the Reaper. No real answer from Crazy Raccoon is maybe here Shock. It's an opportunity to take the point.
Oh, gotta respect that. Chorong explodes there on the point, and Ultraviolet clearly had nowhere to go. NRG Shock weren't even able to get a cap off a successful first fight.
Yeah, that's a tough one, because you feel like you get a little bit of advantage off the start, right, with how things were going. It does not matter, though, as Crazy Raccoon, they battle back, they push right up to the spawn. Hell, now on the Diva, it almost feels like a little bit even worse than the Winston, but I think you actually need the defense matrix to deal with the Farah and the bios.
Yeah, you have to answer that because you don't have like a Baptiste or even an Ana in the back line to really interact with her whatsoever. Heisang has had his run of the place. Chorong goes down. Scissors at least able to get over towards the Lucio now, and Kellen is though suffering some pressure and attempted a cap here, but Lip has a pulse bomb. Respects Ultraviolet's Suzu, of course, and the ability to cleanse off that Tracer ultimate, but here it comes. It's thrown down. A Rack attack is subjected to it. Ultraviolet's able to find a kunai kill still on the Tracer, who keeps NRG in this fight, but they haven't flipped the point yet. This is just being dragged further and further out, and Chorong again gets the better of Scissors. That is dirty. Kellen goes over the edge.
And getting a support kill early on is always good, but for Crazy Raccoon, it almost feels like if you lose Chorong early on, it's not like the end of the world, right? No, if he had sound barriers, sure, right? But in that type of situation, you have Shu still on the high ground, able to provide some healing to the players on the low ground. So Heesang and Co is doing a nice job with the minefield on the point. This time Heesang pushes on up with Shunbin, and they're able to get both supports.
You're pushed up into the spawn now. You've got a bona fide camp going at the moment. Shock have at least the Kitsune Rush to work with now. Shu can throw that nano over. Maybe even a Heesang to give him a more durable barrage. And a Death Blossom here for NRG Shock, and it's unclear of who's really going to be affected by that. Here's the barrage coming in. No, Nano Boost given over to Heesang. Not when he needed it. It was all about pressuring Kellen down inside that neck. Farah's going to get to the point. Tree knocked out into the open there, and here's the sound barrier now. Got to be responded to by NRG Shock, but Scissors isn't able to get one. He's playing for the high ground here. Kitsune Rush is now in play, and Scissors draws a bead on Chorong, but doesn't connect the pulse bomb. The Lucio's able to get away. Junbin really trying to drag UV down, and he has no swift step left. He can't escape. Here's a minefield thrown down, and Scissors has no way of getting in. Crazy Raccoon slammed the door in the face of NRG Shock. And it's Kellen hoping for a remake here. Lip's pulse bomb, though, finds Tree, and the mini diva goes the way of the dodo.
Man, the ball just runs crazy over the Shock there. Junbin putting on a masterclass. They nanoed the ball there. That's something you really don't see too often there. They nano the wrecking ball, get him onto the point. He's able to pick up two, then come up with a minefield and just complete destruction there.
The damage mitigation, plus, of course, wrecking ball thriving when surrounded by foes, can transfer, of course, that adaptive shielding over to teammates. So again, we've set up the story. We've come in saying it's Amalgameta, it's Reaper, Echo, Malga, Brig, Juno, and then we get none of that at all in this matchup here. So we have another team like NRG Shock who don't really want to play that way. We kind of know that. Crazy Raccoon, though, are more than happy to do it any which way. They can play that Malga setup here. Of course, you've got options of Junbin and Max at tank here. Or hey, play the Wrecking Ball, put Shu on the Ana, and basically put your team in a paradise of matchups between players and heroes.
Yeah, I mean, even when you get like Chorong early, you still have to deal with Shu. He's so good at even protecting himself, and then it doesn't even matter, right? I mean, the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer just running through your backline. It is nasty stuff.
Let's have a look over what was a very brief map here again. It was pretty stellar stuff. Shu there, it's a massive sleep dart connecting on a Kellen. Lip didn't even have to use the pulse bomb. We saw them sitting at 5 ultimates for quite some time. Heesang's barrages, frankly, should be illegal. Some of these were just absurd. Even a Suzu, there's not enough. UV gets caught inside the room. Multi-kill off the back of that one. But frankly, there's nothing in the composition for NRG Shock that answers this Pharah. Nothing that directly interacts with Heesang. Allows them to even play close up without a lot of threat.
I also feel like, you know, if your answer is like, oh, we're just going to like switch and play D.Va, like that. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of, you're chalked, I feel like, at that point where you see the stats heavily in favor of Crazy Raccoon. That is a yikes for sure there. And I mean, just you could see the gameplay. I mean, you watch the first map, you knew it was going to be an ugly scorecard.
Over you know, 2 stages, 2 rounds, and an entire control map. That is pretty rough stuff here for NRG Shock. A team who we knew will be the underdog coming into a matchup like this, especially against a Crazy Raccoon that can kind of do it all now.
But Twisted Minds is the underdog against Falcons, put up a good fight. So I think like we're the underdog, like we're supposed to get destroyed, like not really great argument, right? Like I think you want to see them put up a better fight.
That's it, Matt. Lay down the law. Suravasa is going to be our second map in this series. This is NRG Shock's pick here. So they're hoping a Flashpoint map can kind of get them there. It's not typically a map where you want to run Winston at every opportunity here. I've heard that maybe this team has dabbled a little bit with the Queen.
Well, there's no subs. So with no subs, you figure we're going to see something similar.
You won't see it. So you won't see attack, I think, for most of this tournament. I think that the meta really, you know, favors Kellen here at tank. But again, on the other side of things, you have a lot of options for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, so with Suravasa coming up, if you're Crazy Raccoon, you just keep playing the same thing. I mean, maybe you consider switching, but I mean, the ball looks so strong. And I know even with like, you know, a brawly style comps that want to like stay together, the ball even still puts up a pretty good fight. I know in that, like you mentioned, like we saw Infected and NA play it, I know on Busan a lot, right? We saw a lot of, you know, Wrecking Ball being played on that map in particular where, yeah, it's potentially an option to keep moving forward.
See, Crazy Raccoon boot camped in Poland. They got prepared for the winter-esque winds pretty early on. They even tried some local delicacy, apparently.
It wasn't really about, you know, the gameplay for them.
No, it's about getting outside.
The climate.
Walking both ways uphill in the snow, you know, I mean, really, that's how Moon likes to get his troops sort of ready for battle. Very much the disapproving father figure.
I heard the pierogies were a hit, though.
I'm sure they had some. I'm sure they sampled some of the local delights. But obviously, that meant that all of our teams here competing in the OWCS Grand Finals, they were in Europe. So there was a lot of scrimming that went on. Crazy Raccoon in the past, I think, scrimmed a lot with Zeta Division back in their home region. I remember Junkbuck in an interview with Commander Rex, actually, he sort of says, we couldn't get a scrim with Crazy Raccoon or Zeta because they were just scrimming each other all the time. So they've got, obviously, a lot of options with that kind of matchup.
Got a little chair swap here for Rack.
The chairs, man. Again.
Players get super, like, specific about, you know, the chairs, the desk height.
Is it like the memory foam booty pad needs to be calibrated? Like, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, when we were doing COD, Crim was very about the air conditioner. He always felt that sometimes the air conditioner was stronger or whatnot. Yeah,
never thought an American would just be particular about air conditioning.
He would complain about the aircon.
Considering I walk into a Costco and it's like Arctic in there and it's like 50 degrees Celsius outside.
It is the Arctic right outside that bay door.
You know what?
Mean, it was open yesterday.
That ain't even wrong.
Nah, it was cold.
Yeah. Winter's definitely set in outside of it. Right in here, it's heating up. Crazy Raccoon and NRG Shock about to head into their second map. It will be Suravasa, a selection by NRG Shock to try and stay alive in this first of 2. So it could be a quick series if you can't find a foothold.
Yeah, so Suravasa, right, I know we typically see a lot of teams play like, you know, New York City really throughout the entirety of the year in the OWCS, but Suravasa, maybe a little bit of a wildcard pick here for NRG Shock. I don't know if you can play, like, even if you're not the best at the Maga, like, you think, like, okay, maybe we can give them some trouble if they're going to, like, play ball the entire time. It feels like you kind of playing the Winston is just kind of conceding into, like, what, like, you're not really forcing Crazy Raccoon to react to much of anything, right?
This is the kind of map we've seen, even like in the past, like a lot of teams even going for like Ryan and Sigma comps here. The Queen, for Crazy Raccoon, I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, and we'll get that flipped at the top of the screen.
Yeah, it's the Shock, excuse me.
Currently the Shock orange, looking to potentially play Kellen on the Queen, which would be a bit of a change-up. I think, look, if you can't play the Maga, I think playing the Queen is a way better idea.
Yeah, and this was rumored from NRG Shock here. So it is Crazy Raccoon on match point right now. And again, we're working on getting those names flipped for you up the top. It's orange is your NRG Shock appropriately. Crazy Raccoon are in blue. So let's see how Kellen makes use of this Junker Queen. Oh. Again, the memory foam.
Tactical pause.
It's just not
a chair pause. So this is awesome because we're on the stage, so we have a great idea. So the Shock players are currently looking over at Crazy Raccoon. So I would assume that the Shock are fine.
Yeah. Although Raktak is talking to an admin, or maybe that's just Wheats.
Yeah, it looks like we got a little bit of a discussion going down. We'll figure out what's going on here, but feels like I know it's Crazy Raccoon. So they're going to come out here and they're going to be playing the Mauga-based setup, right? Yeah. So they'll be playing the Mauga.
All right, let's see what Kellen can do here against the Mauga. We've already seen, of course, Rampage, obviously very effective against Maugas. Cardiac Overdrive, but there's got to be more to it here. You want to brawl, Queen definitely a great option here, but the poke damage can be problematic. Here comes that stop here already. Junbin looking to get engaged, and NRG Shock taking a ton of damage. The commanding shout now used, but Rack Attack is very low, and Junbin wants to chase them straight out of the map here. Even has time to stop and pick up the mega health pack. They're never getting rid of this Mauga here. Kellen already bowled over. Junbin trying to avoid Scissors' focusing beam. He's saying instead, gets him.
Yeah, and this is what we expected to see a lot of teams play, what we're seeing from Crazy Raccoon right now, where you have the Echo Reaper in the mix with the Mauga, the backline pretty stable across like multiple comps, right, at this point. Where NRG Shock, look, if you can't play the Mauga, I think the Queen's probably the next best option, so I like the comp that they've decided on here. I think much better odds than playing like a Winston or a Dive type of mirror.
See, Crazy Raccoon just don't want to respect NRG Shock at all. They really want to close the gap and make it hard for Tree to get good amounts of damage over a longer fight. Keep those cooldowns coming. Knife catch there on towards Junbin, but he won't be joints too far forward. Just about that poke damage here for Kellen, swinging the axe, dodge there as Choron goes to the low ground. Here's an orbital ray coming in from Shu, and Choron gets healed up in a pinch. NRG forced to give a lot of ground here, but they have ultimates of their own and an orbital ray to make use of, but Rack has gone down just as he could have built a rally. That might be the point here. Can they flip inside this orbital ray? It's Heesang getting rid of Scissors, despite him having a Juno ultimate to work with. And Heesang dupes this Queen and gets a free ultimate. Kellen will still be anti-healed after the transformation. That is pretty tough to beat.
Yeah, the point flips for the Shock, so they're going to get a little bit of percentage here, but it is a brutal fight as Crazy Raccoon, the dupe there. We typically see like the dupe onto the Mauga, right, in those type of competitions, but the dupe onto the Queen. I think Shock coming in with like a next fight, right, with the Queen ult. This is where we saw
Sombra.
Yeah, success in the last match. Yeah, Sombra is like he's spotted from a mile away.
Early cage fight though, go for a pick straight away. Scissors forced into a dupe, but he's going to be knocked out of it instantly. No chance to make any use of that Echo ultimate whatsoever. So Scissors eventually falls down, and that's Crazy Raccoon more than happy to spend the cage on a free pick. Sombra here, Tree being hunted right now. Kellen falls back on the point now as he did, of course, go for a rampage that didn't quite hit the mark. Rack Attack is down. Kellen now under a lot of pressure, and the sticky bombs will eventually claim him. He's saying, can do no wrong. Whether it's the Pharah or the Echo, this guy is dominant.
Yeah, and the hardest part, right, is going to be keeping Kellen alive with that front-loaded damage of the Reaper and then the finishing beam, you know, focusing beam of the Echo, right? So once Kellen has the shout like gone, he's like on the back foot, and I mean, there's just a lot that Crazy Raccoon can take advantage of there.
You don't have that same level of durability, really. And I guess you're hoping for Tree to play around EMPs pretty heavily.
The Mauga can stand there and fight, right?
Yeah.
You know, if you have the cardiac overdrive going, you can just stand there and fight, right? Where the Queen, you have a brief moment of opportunity.
Queen really has to get within dangerous range to be most effective. Okay, initially they're trying to drive Rack Attack there, but they peel off the brick briefly. Another dupe here from Queen, good axe hit. That's going to get a lot of free on charge here. And the EMP does come in, that's going to blow Junbin over, but it's a 1-for-1 in the fight, and there was already an orbital ray that came down from Shu. Crazy Raccoon are benefiting from it, and Heesang did get a duped ultimate from the Junker Queen. It's Rack Attack, who got bowled over again. What a start for Crazy Raccoon, man. These guys are looking sharp.
Yeah, I guess the positive there for Shock is the point wasn't taken at the moment, right? So they're not, so they're not down by like 50%, right? But still, I mean, it just feels like that was a great opportunity, right? You had a nice EMP there from Tree. It's just the dupe of the Queen, right? You get a Rampage coming on through there, get the Queen low enough to that once you get back into the Echo form, you're able to finish it off. This is an opportunity, though. Dupe the Mauga potentially and get another cage fight.
Left Depth Blossom hacked up, and the virus come in from Tree. It's going to be the cleanup on the Reaper. But losing Rack Attack might be even more important, especially when Choron has Rally. Oh, the sticky connection on Scissors guarantees that Echo kill. And a stop comes in now to pressure Kelvin away. He only has the Juno healing, and that is not going to be enough in this economy. Up to 59% and counting for Crazy Raccoon. One last chance for NRG, and he's saying he's been perfect.
I mean, looking phenomenal on the Echo. Lots of, like you mentioned, the sticky bomb connections, just putting down a lot of damage with even the primary fire, and then it feels like every time there's a player below 50%, they're getting finishes off with the focusing beam.
Genuinely, for me, the best Echo in the competition right now, Matt. I think it's an easy one to say. Ultraviolet caught there by Shu. The torpedoes actually claim them. Here comes a Rampage through as a dupe of a brick here for Heesang. Shu did fall, but, I mean, we had a flip by NRG Shock at the last moment here. Crazy Raccoon will have to double back in just a moment. Going to use a free rally, but it will be short as Heesang comes out of dupe. Brack does go down, and eventually Crazy Raccoon do have to go and flip.
Yeah, and I believe the Rampage was actually knocked off course there by a little bit of a whip shot, so Kellen only was able to connect with one there. So it's Shock who gets into the back line. I believe it's Tree who ends up flipping the point, but
EMP.
It's going to be Crazy Raccoon taking it right back.
Straight away, EMP gets popped, Lip almost affected by the virus there. Yep, it did come in. Jimin, though, able to bring Rack Attack down, and again, the brick gets picked off. Crazy Raccoon, great target acquisition from them here. Orbit array from Shu, one comes in from NRG Shock here, but they've lost that Sombra. And Kellen is going to be surrounded. Junbin looking at Gunner down. Heesang might have been removed there in that canopy fight, but Junbin is still very, very healthy. Kellen wants to come forward now. Those miniguns are starting to find the mark, but Scissors quietly has amassed 2 important kills in this fight. Sticky bombs on towards Chorong do yield that elimination, but Scissors caught in the corner. Junbin eventually able to make a macabre mirror on the wall out of the Echo, and a Death Blossom here from Lip. Inside that cardiac overdrive means a Reaper is virtually unkillable. 3 kills for Lip. And that will be CR eventually take that flashpoint.
And Junbin did such a tremendous job holding on to that cardiac overdrive for the right time, right? You knew that he was getting 2 players off the spawn to come back on in, had the ability, just kind of played around the cover there, and the central pillar was able to get healed up a little bit, then use the cardiac overdrive when they were pushing on in with the Reaper, and then at that point, the Reaper and the Maga basically unkillable.
Duplication on the horizon for Heesang, maybe another Queen into the mix. Oh, what a stop! Yeah, again, Rack Attack is the first to go down. There's just not much he can do if he's hit by that Malga charge. And now it's Kellen getting a lot of scrutiny. Won't have an ultimate available in time as he falls. CR with another first fight.
This is a fast series potentially, right? You know, you think first to 2 with the first series of the day, right? It goes to 3, so you don't really kind of consider how fast some of these could go.
I think it's our biggest mismatch on paper, Matt, coming in.
Yeah, it might be.
Just with Crazy Raccoon feeling like maybe a better team in this meta, but no one's playing the bloody meta. Oh, they are now, at least. Takes fight here. Kellen caught inside of it. Needs to swing with the axe. Doesn't have the access to his ultimate, though. That's the problem. No chance to rampage his way through that mess of players. The Rack Attack going down here. Shu did use that orbital ray, but NRG Shock don't have a whole lot to leverage in this next fight. It had to be a pretty darn good rampage. Maybe an EMP to back it up.
Yeah, but you think there's going to be like a big dupe coming in here, and then also potentially like a Death Blossom over from the side. So we'll see how they end up navigating this. Tree could also get in position here for a big EMP.
TP away, it's going to be an EMP catching on to 5. This has got to be here if it's going to be anywhere for NRG Shock. Tree goes down to the Rampage is a great follow-up as predicted. Junbin eventually bleeds out, and NRG Shock finally get them a foothold here on Suravasta. Okay, we go for these. Lip hard to kill during that ultimate, but didn't have the damage. Clean up the Queen. He'll be slinking away.
It's wild he's still alive. They like get back towards the rest of his team, so somehow Lip able to stay alive, and Shock flipped the point where this is an absolute must-win fight, right? You got the orbital race, so you're in position to potentially do it.
Right here for Ultraviolet. Here's the dupe of the Queen. Heesang touches down, goes for it now. Commanding shout in response here from Kellen. Heesang actually made use of it there as well. Hack there onto the Queen. Heesang can't use that Rampage. He's knocked out of it during the wind-up. Now a little bit vulnerable against the Sombra out in the open. And NRG Shock have finally found a burst of momentum to work with. Crazy Raccoon forced onto the back foot, forced into spawn.
Yeah, I mean, you chain 2 fights in a row back together. This is going to be the toughest one, though. No orbital ray, you're just going to have the rally to work with here. And CR, I mean, you hold on to some of these ultimates, right? Kind of playing for that last fight. You got to rally to match with the orbital ray.
And goes Chorong here. Oh, lands it on the tree. The stun ends up claiming the Sombra. Rack Attack did get a rally off here, but no Sombra again to work with in this fight. It'll be the 7-foot gaming Warlord plunging into the mix. It's Kellen brought down by a focusing beam. Crazy Raccoon can now walk back to flip the point here, and it's unclear if NRG Shock have any chance of keeping this going.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can get here to touch Trigger OT, but even if they do...
They get it.
Yeah, it's not going to be for long.
And that's Tree getting taken down. Only the Sombra to keep things alive, and Crazy Raccoon, a comfortable sweep. Not of the reverse variety in this series, it's a 2-0.
Nah, just the dominant performance from Crazy Raccoon. They come in, they take care of business. Now they move on as Shock, didn't really feel like even learned a lot there if you're Shock, right?
Did we learn much?
Not really. I mean, because the match is so quick. And while I did think that Shock looked better when they were playing the Queen, I think playing especially, I know the Winston or Diva into Crazy Raccoon is going to be tough for just about anybody. But I think they look better playing the Queen. The Sombra is an interesting touch as well.
Yeah, we definitely look forward to some discussion here from our experts on like the role of the Sombra in that setup. Again, pretty good at neutralizing individuals, but there are too many impactful players on Crazy Raccoon. You can't shut them all down at once. They got to be feeling pretty good about this start here, but again, very much within expected parameters for our number 2 seed from the Asia region, who many teams have been whispering says they feel like they even have the edge over Falcons, the team that was coming out of that Asian region in the number 1 spot here. Look, this is probably the shakiest team out of the NA region, but again, we saw very little from NRG Shock in their debut here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Crazy Raccoon obviously takes care of business here. It's really exciting. Potentially we get more of that, Falcons versus Crazy Raccoon rivalry, but I think our next 2 games are going to be really fascinating.
So we're going to head over to Danny here for a post-match interview with the victors.
Richard, Matt, thank you very much. What is up, everybody? I'm here with Lip from Crazy Raccoons, coming out from a dominant win. Fantastic stuff. I mean, I would say that this was pretty an easy win for Crazy Raccoons. I want to focus on something else. Of course, great victory. But another thing is, Lip, you've been selected as our Asia MVP chosen by the fans. So Stockholm, give it up for Lip. I want to hear from you. How does it feel to be our Asia MVP? 자, 오늘 승리도 당연히 중요하지만은 또 거기다가 또 팬들이 선정한 이번 연도의 아시아 MVP로서 소감 한 말씀 부탁드리겠습니다.
일단 아시아 부분에서 정확하게 MVP를 투표해 주신 팬분들께 감사드리고 또 오늘 스웨덴에서 처음 열리는 이제 경기도 응원해 주신 팬분들께 감사하다는 말씀 전해드리고 싶습니다.
First of all, thank you everybody for voting me as our Asia MVP. I really, really do appreciate that. And also thank you for cheering us on to win all the matches as well. Thank you very much. I mean, Lip, this is nothing new. I mean, throughout your whole career, even in the Overwatch League, you've won grand finals. You've achieved so much, got a lot of awards. What does this Asia MVP mean for you? 자, 립 선수는 당연히 이번에도 이제 아시아 MVP뿐만이 아니라 예전 오버워치 리그에서도 급파도 우승을 해본 적이 있고 또 많은 상장을 계속 받아왔었는데 이번 아시아 MVP가 좀 더 중요한 이유가 있다면 뭐가 있을까요?
일단 과거에도 이제 연속으로 수상을 한 만큼 이번 연도도 처음 생기는 상이지만 좀 그런 영광을 좀 오래 유지하고 싶었어서 좀 기대를 했었는데 이번에도 처음으로 받게 돼서 아직까지 그냥 끝까지 유지할 수 있는 게 저는 참 좋다고 생각해요.
It's throughout the whole years I did get a lot of awards, and I think this is very special because this is the very first award that I got from OWCS, and it's a meaningful one because I want to carry on this legacy for myself as well. All right, I'm gonna end the interview here. Lip, thank you so much, everybody. Give it up for Lip one more time. Des, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Congratulations to Crazy Raccoon. 1 round done. Many more to go in order to reach the OWCS Grand Final here, of course. Now we're here to break it all down for you. But first, few words here on Lip, of course, as our Asia MVP, voted by the people as well as the teams. Everyone got to chime in on that one. Not a shocker, I would say. Lip has been collecting trophies and all sorts of awards ever since he started his Overwatch career, and this is one of many, but a meaningful one to him, as we just heard.
He's the GOAT, stays on top. Not much more to say.
Is he the literal GOAT? He's certainly in the greatest of all time conversation when it comes to Overwatch Esports, Jake.
He's certainly a hoofed animal.
And now another Asia MVP. I mean, he was a three-time Role Star in the Overwatch League.
Sure.
He was the sole leader in that category, right? So this is a guy, since he came into the Overwatch League in 2020, that has just been fantastic every single season, every single year. And this has been another one of those years, Jake, where Lip has just been dominant and arguably the best hitscan player in the world. So now, certainly in the greatest of all time conversation, and with a win, if Crazy Raccoon win the entire event, I think it should probably be fair to say that Lip is the greatest Overwatch player of all time.
I think that is a statement that definitely can be made, and also it's a great statement for all the veteran players out there. We have so many young, talented players now in this open ecosystem, which are nipping at their heels. So for Lip to make a statement and say nah, we still got it. We still got it. Getting that first MVP award here in our first ever OWCS season. Now, of course, if we're looking here at the match we just saw, NRG Shock, that that was an uphill battle for sure for them, given that, you know, Raccoon were just on point. There was a very oppressive
Not much of a battle,
playstyle.
Zoe. Not much of a battle.
A battle was had. A battle was had. But yeah, I mean, Raccoon coming out on top here. To no one's surprise, we did see that. There were a few moments for NRG Shock where it looked like they almost got some momentum going, a team fight here, a team fight there. But Raccoon, very oppressive playstyle, is very hard to go up against.
Yeah, I mean, I think this first map really set them off really well on the Ilios. It's a strat that pretty much no one else plays. The Lucio, the Ana, the Wrecking Ball, Pharah, Tracer. This is a crazy Raccoon special, and it's just incredibly hard to prepare for because, number one, there's no other team in the world that is even going to attempt this, and number two, you're going up against some of the best players to ever do it across the roles, across the heroes. So much comfort and confidence for them. So, I mean, Ilios is a brutal map 1 draw, and then you see what they can do on the Rush comp on map 2, and I mean, yes, a little competitive. There's some team fights here and there, but come on, if it's any less competitive than that, it's like you're getting desperate.
The tempo and pressure coming out from Crazy Raccoon is just ridiculous. And I think we saw it especially on Ilios. Like, they were pushing spawn doors, right? And they did so on Saravasa as well. But you saw that everyone got involved. Even Chorong on the Lucio got into the backline, you know, utilized the sound barrier to go aggressive. And that is what Crazy Raccoon do so well. They have such incredible individual skill, and they put so much pressure from every single position that it's really hard for a team like NRG to even walk up, to take space, because you're constantly challenged by every single player on the enemy team. And that is how Crazy Raccoon get it done. They put so much pressure on you, you are not able to walk up, you're not able to get any momentum, and they get shut down in this series 2-0 NRG.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't their series to win. I think that they were most likely aware of that. Now they're finding themselves in the lower bracket going up against Twisted Minds. And one of these teams will be going home already today. How do you think those two teams, after we've seen both of them on the stage, will stack up against one another?
I do think there's hope for NRG in that match, given that, you know, what ended up being the Achilles heel for Twisted Minds was this Queen comp with like a lot of aggression. That's what Falcons found as the answer to this Ashe Pharah style that Twisted Minds wants to run. And I think that's actually a style that NRG could potentially replicate, right? Bringing a really high pace with the Queen. That's a style I think that they already want to play, so they could stack up well. At the end of the day, though, as much as you can, you know, you have like a theoretical counter, if Quartz and Lambda are playing super well, finding these opening kills, picking you off on the walk-ups, if they can continue to deliver that kind of performance, NRG could be in real trouble.
I think what is so scary for NRG going into that series is that Twisted Minds, they have a pretty good win condition. They know what they're going to do with the poke composition. We can find picks with the Pharah, we can find picks with the Ashe, and that's what we're going to rely on. We're going to disengage. And it's in NRG's court to try to adjust accordingly, try to work around that. And that can be an uphill challenge, especially when the mechanical skill from Lambda and Quartz is so high. So that it'll be on NRG to kind of adapt accordingly to Twisted Minds. And that can be tough to do, especially in the moment when you haven't gotten that much practice against them.
A lot of pressure on Tree, I think, right? We saw Stalker go head-to-head with Quartz and be super competitive. Can Tree do the same? I think he has the skill, but this is a big match and he absolutely needs to perform.
Yeah, we saw how well it worked from Twisted Minds against Falcons. Now, of course, they're looking to replicate this performance when they go up against NRG Shock in that lower bracket. But we're not done in the upper bracket for now. We're heading into a very quick break. We're going to see you on the other side. Welcome back, fellow Overwatch enthusiasts. We're here on our first day of action at DreamHack Stockholm. Zoe here, joined by Jake and Johnny. We're treated to 2 fantastic games already in the upper bracket, but the day is far from over. We have so many more matches to get through. Let's actually start things off with looking at the bracket so you know exactly, if you just tuned in, where we're currently at. 2 upper bracket matches done. We already determined one of the lower bracket matches, which will also be happening today. And of course, we also take a look at those upper brackets and how they shape up, Jake.
So it looks like we were incorrect. It's actually not going to be Twisted Minds versus NRG. It'll be the losers of the next matches that go up against those teams. Still interested to see if we do see that matchup play out later. I think it could be exciting. But yeah, the lower bracket's a scary place to be on day 1, facing elimination. Doesn't feel good.
Yeah, and especially for 2 teams as well that are playing off meta, of course. It's going to be some interesting matchups because both teams are bringing a different flavor. The opposition is, of course, going to have to adjust accordingly.
Yeah, there are going to be quick adaptations needed for many of those teams, maybe taking previous matches they've seen earlier today into account. This is our schedule for today. As I said, we have plenty of matches to get through. And also, as a treat, we're going to get that first look at Hazard in a show match as well, which both of you will be playing in.
Oh, that'll be fun, Jake. Squaring up once more.
I'm excited. Hazard's a lot of fun. Really interesting tank play. I think really opens the game up, and especially as a DPS player, I think it's one that I particularly enjoyed in the playtest. So I'm excited to play it on stage, show it off for the fans, and excited for people to get their hands on it.
I just love how hard Johnny tried to allude to the fact that he's currently up 2-0 in show matches.
I didn't say anything.
No, but he implied it.
I'm humble. I'm Swedish. It's also, I can't take credit for that. I got carried by my team. And I think Illusion is on my team, so I expect to be carried by Illusion
Again,
this time around.
Hey, whatever works for you, Johnny. Whatever
Hey,
works.
being carried works, okay?
It does. It really does. Speaking of carry, well, those guys will carry anyone. Holy Hadi! Well, let's be real here. SSG, they're going to go up against Nightmare, but SSG, this team could not have asked for a better meta for the World Finals, Johnny.
No, they couldn't have. I mean, we talk about them as the premier brawl team in the West. You know, they're so strong when Hadi comes out on that Reinhardt, on that Ramartra. But Mauga, I don't think there's going to be too much of a difference, of course. Hadi, you know, he can rock up on that Mauga. And they're so proficient when it comes to these kind of like ability, ultimate-oriented metas. You know, Christopher, their coach, takes great pride in the communication of this team, but also the way they navigate the map, right? The way they navigate, sometimes using the Symmetra teleporter to find themselves in advantageous positional matchups. That is what they excel in. That is what they do best. And so SSG in this meta, I think they're going to be a really scary team because they know how to operate in this meta and perhaps take the better angles, the better fight win conditions, how to get more ultimate value. When you look at some of the other teams that preferably would maybe want a more mechanical kind of meta, relying on like hit scan or projectile heroes, Jake.
Yeah, I think this should definitely be a comfort zone for SSG. On the flip side, though, I think Nightmare has also looked strong when it comes to the team coordination metas, and I do think there's still room for innovation, especially in the DPS lineups. I think we've seen a lot of different looks come out from different teams, and they've been surprisingly effective even when they're not, let's say, maybe the most dominant comp, like the Reaper Echo, maybe we've heard is most popular. I think there's still room for innovation. I think we're still early in the tournament, and seeing teams like Crazy Raccoon play the ball comp, and you know, even Twisted Minds looking pretty good with the Pharah Ashe. I think that shows that there's still more to be uncovered in this meta as we get deeper into the tournament.
Yeah, and I think for Nightmare as well, I think they were such an exciting team. They've gotten better as, you know, this year has progressed, and they were one team fight away from beating Toronto Defiant in Stage 4 in North America. They're, like you said, they're so good when it comes to Infected playing the Orisa back then, but now similarly, I think they can kind of replicate that with Infected playing the Mauga this time around. I'm looking out for Zero and Seeker to have tremendous impact in the damage department. I love the way they play. They're aggressive, they're proactive, they try to take initiative, and that could be the recipes for success for Nightmare going up against SSG.
All right, and if we're looking here at the mode win percentage, I mean, honestly, it doesn't look bad for either of those teams. They're competent on pretty much every map mode, so I don't think you can like really say like, oh, if we're taking them there, that's going to be our win condition.
And I think for Nightmare, though, it feels great to be strong on control, right? Because in a best of 3 or first to 2 series, right? Like getting that control map, if you can get that win, yes, you might lose map 2 to your opponent's map pick, but you really know you're in control of this series. So it even makes control more important than it usually is in this first to 2 format. So I think teams that come out of the gate really strong, really confident. Yes, and we saw Falcons bring it back, but it's a really tough task to do that unless you have an incredibly deep map pool. So I think for both of these squads, they're both good at control. They're both confident in that game mode. So the question question for me is like who starts off strong. I think that's going to have a huge emphasis on this series. I'd go so far as say if you win map 1, I mean, you're maybe like 80-20 favored to close out the series from there. For the other team, you know, that's a tough mental barrier to overcome. Whoever loses map 1, it's going to be a test of their resilience. Do they have like just the mental fortitude to come through that?
Well, I feel like SSG does have just that, but let's see. Maybe one team can ride that momentum of a first map victory. For now, we're going to toss it over to an interview we had prior to the tournament starting with Team Nightmare.
What's up, everybody, guys? I'm Jake. I'm here with Nightmare. We're here to chat. We're here to do a little building action. How you guys feeling? You guys feeling confident on the furniture build? Is something you guys do at home?
Nope. I do this all the time. Never.
Never. The confidence level seems like kind of low to moderate for this team. And when it comes to getting this thing, so I'm going to try and sit on this at the end. So I'd like you to.
Yeah, you got that. In fact, you're going to get injured.
Put your best foot forward. Put your best foot forward. We can begin the build now. So feel free if you guys want to take a look. You know, you want to sort around and
Can we touch it or?
Yeah. You can look around. I'm gonna start asking you questions. I'll give you kind of the heads up as we get into the questions. These guys are moving fast. They're not waiting on me. I like that.
So these go on this size.
Yeah. All right, so my first question, you guys, let me go down the line. I'm curious, how do you guys see the North American region coming into this competition? How do you think the regions stack up against each other? Where do you think the place for North America is?
Does this even fit?
I'm gonna give you a heads up, you're doing it wrong.
Dude, I've never done this before.
Dude.
There's instructions.
There's instructions?
Yeah,
You should look at the instructions.
Honestly, we're probably the second best region.
Second best region,
I think EU sucks.
EU sucks? All right.
Agreed.
And the Koreans are always good, so we're probably the second best.
What are we doing?
All right, you guys. So tell me about playing, international matches with some of the best teams in the world. Talked about, Korean teams with Crazy Raccoon and Falcons. How do you approach matches against teams like that?
I think it's important to understand that most matches we would be an underdog, and I think being an underdog can go a long way. There's not a lot of pressure. The Korean teams are always considered the best, so I think they have a lot of pressure on them to win, and I think that's why a lot of the time they're nervous to play against like teams from NA and EU, from my experience. So I think just go into each match expecting like an underdog mentality, and then that'll go a long way. No pressure.
Do you guys see yourselves in that position generally in the tournament as an underdog team? Or are there teams that you are kind of expecting to be easy, expecting to be like a dominant performance for you?
We're definitely the team that has like the newest kids on the block, I guess, and like also we're like the team with like the least amount of following. Like all these teams have a lot of like loyal fan bases.
Yeah.
And our team like just recently came out of the woodworks. So I think that gives us a lot of confidence to like prove ourselves. So I would say that we're going into this expecting good results, and also, but like I said, mentality is definitely the underdog mentality. Yeah, flip it upside down. Flip it upside down. Upside down?
Wait,
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Okay, good.
Perfect.
No! It's fine. We need to spread it out. Bro, what the
Bro, it's
All
fine.
right, guys, it's not looking good for you on the chair build. What do you think distinguishes your region's approach to Overwatch compared to others in this tournament?
We have a lot of fun personalities coming out of the North American region. People like PGE, you should focus on the chair. People like PGE,
the chair's cooked.
Scissors, Kellen, CJ, Clear.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Karen just forfeit.
Big J,
RuPaul, Big J. Oh my God. How are you guys? Okay.
Big personalities for the fans to get behind. That's like the reason.
If I don't got a girl
that
that can't build this, then we're cooked. And amazing skills.
Amazing skills,
all around
amazing
the board.
personality.
All three teams of Toronto Defiant, NRG Shock. How are you doing? How? What are you doing?
All right, the team chemistry is not looking good going into this tournament, guys. It's a bad
No,
sign.
we need to build the chair.
So I'll take this as the final question. Tell me about this Nightmare team. What do you think your identity is? How do you guys see yourselves coming into this tournament?
I feel like we're like kind of like a friend team, because outside of like this team prior, we were all like friends beforehand, like me, Infected, Zero, Clear. Like we all like talked a lot and been friends for a while. So I feel like we're like a very like fun, exciting team.
Yeah, well, I think the fans will be able to see that shine through. Hope you guys have a great tournament. Excited to see you do more. And now, I'm supposed to sit on this thing.
You might be able to
We didn't even do that bad. You just gotta be gentle.
Yeah.
All right, guys, the moment of truth. You guys want to like step back. I'm extremely low confidence in this thing. Oh my God, this is like a modern art piece, dude. There's no way I'm gonna be.
Hey,
on
we got
my
all the
butt.
nails on the side though. You just gotta be gentle. Just gotta be gentle.
Just gonna be a gentle monster. Oh my God. Wait.
The floating feet test. Oh my God. All right, I'm fearing for my life. I'm walking away.
I knew it would work.
Somewhat, right?
I knew it would work. What can I say?
Thank you, Nightmare. Appreciate you guys. At least I could sit on it. Could have been worse.
Hey, we got the job done. Kind of. A chair is meant to be sit on. You sat on it.
Well, that's a concept of an idea of a chair right there for you. Jake, you're a very brave man.
You know, I think they play Overwatch better than they read flat pack instruction manuals. So hopefully for the match, they can put out a better performance. But you know what? I sat on it. It worked.
It worked.
I kind of think that kind of like mirror their play style. They didn't read instructions. They got to work. They took initiative, and somehow it ended up working.
I loved the initial approach there, Clear coming in with the mise en place, right? Sorting the screws, that it all figured out. Half a minute later, he's throwing. He's literally throwing. That's the mental fortitude you were talking about.
Was that mental fortitude to throw the chair?
No, it's the opposite. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not boding well for this team. Let's take a look at our talent predictions to see who had faith. I'm going to go with SSG here. This is their meta. This is their time to shine. They're confident. They're unfazed. They're moisturized. They're in their lane. They got this.
Looks like production disagrees here. They put you on Nightmare,
That's not what I said. That's still not what I said.
But I
keep on trying.
I'll take this, Fred. I actually went with Nightmare. You know, there's been a team that I've had supporting all year. Swap. It's okay, whatever.
Smiley face.
You know, but they're a team that I think their friendship has shined through, right? It's like the trust they have in each other, the fun, the passion they have for the game, the motivation. You know, every time I talk to players like Zera, you know, they really have a lot of motivation to prove that NA still wants it, NA's still motivated. They are going to face an incredibly tough test, which is an SSG in a rush meta. I think probably, you know, the facts of the situation are against them, but the vibes from Johnny, the vibes are all Nightmare.
You mean because you're American, you like the American vibes?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I don't. What did I go with, production? What did I go with?
Let's find
Reveal
out.
it.
Ask them, yeah.
I did think I said space station. That's right. Because of course.
I don't like this.
Well, you know, if Jake went with it, you know, don't falter.
It's
so
fine.
Feel confident. Well, okay, never mind. I went with Space Station because they have been the best brawl team for a couple of years now in the Western region, Jake, in the Western region. And I do think that they can come out, you know, looking good in this kind of meta. This should be the kind of meta that SSG really should excel at. Yes, it's not Reinhardt being played specifically. It's not Ramatra being played specifically. But the Mauga is like as close as you can ask for if you are SSG, and all their players, they're so good when it comes to excelling at some of these heroes. I'm looking forward to see if we get to see Backbone in the lineup, because Backbone, if he can come out, play the Symmetra, the Reaper, that would really, you know, favor him. We haven't seen that much Symmetra, but we did see in Stage 4, SSG, you know, throw out the Symmetra with the Cardiac Overdrive from the Mauga, right? You know, you're really able to channel up that beam. That's a lot of damage. So SSG, I'm really excited to see what they can do in this meta.
And we haven't seen either team in action for quite some time. Stage 4 feels like an eternity away. What kind of note did both of these teams end up on in Stage 4?
Well, with SSG, right, were incredibly strong, look great in that meta. And like you said, you know, I think it really is not about individual heroes. Like, people look at Hadi, they think, oh, Reinhardt, right? But it's more that this team just has great in-fight communication. They're great at adapting to these small moments. You know, one skill comes off and they see the window to push strong as a team, and they have the faith in each other to execute on those small advantages. And I think having seen the first few matches, I think this is a great meta for SSG. I think they probably are the favorite to win this. But Nightmare is that team that I feel like can always make some magic happen, right? Like, it's going to be a tougher test for them. I think the meta is probably against them based on what we've seen so far in the tournament. But maybe they can pull something out of their hat. Maybe, you know, find a way for Seeker or Zero to stick with the heroes that they're most comfortable on. Maybe bringing out something like the hit scan for Seeker. It could be a way to throw a wrench in the works against SSG. But at the same time, like you said, Johnny, right? Like, the ability to play the high pace. Funny Astro, known as a Lucio player, but has looked really great on the Juno as well.
Yeah.
No, you go ahead.
We agree. I wanted to say as well, we should highlight Psycho, I think, because we've seen SSG in the past, you know, they like to play, you know, Sparker a lot. You know, they rely on Sparker's hit scan capabilities. But we've also seen from Psycho, he's had a really good year. He was a Stage 2 MVP. And if you remember that Stage 2 finals between SSG and ENCE, it was actually Psycho who put himself in the driver's seat for SSG and said, hey, coach, sub me in. Like, I want to get in the game. I really do think I can carry this. I think I can have a tremendous amount of impact. And he did so on the Tracer. But if we're going to see more Echo, we've seen Heesang already, for example, pull out the Echo. That is another hero that Psycho can come out on and have tremendous impact on. So SSG, typically we rely on Sparker. Psycho could be another player to watch out for in this team.
Could indeed. I'm very excited for this matchup, and it's about to go down on our very stage. So let's send it over to Golden Boy to meet the teams.
All right, folks, it's a classic NA-EU rivalry, and I'll tell you what right now, I think we might be in a If you're an NA fan, you might be in hostile territory out here because it's going to be all EMEA. Probably because everyone's going to be losing their minds for this team. Welcome to the stage, Space Station Gaming!
Space Station Gaming joins the tournament as the best Brawl team in the West, and they couldn't have asked for a better meta. Hardy's reputation precedes him as the premier Reinhardt player in the West, but he's as reliable on the Mauga should it be his hero of choice today. Backbone is a player to watch as the master of unique heroes, whether it's going to be the Reaper or Symmetra, and given the meta we presented with, his impact is going to be of utmost importance in today's series.
And their opponents, they can't build a chair to save their life, but they're damn good at Overwatch. Put your hands together for Nightmare!
This team came together over the course of the year, bringing in pieces, bringing in friends from disparate rosters, and finally they come here to the OWCS World Finals in their strongest form yet, building around Infected in the tank position. This team is going to have to give everything to shut down SSG.
All right, coaches, fist bump players, take your stations and let's send it back over. These guys doing triple duty. You got Uber and Mr. X on the call. Have fun, fellas.
Someone should tell me doing the first 4 games.
He's going to get tired of saying our names.
He's going to throw it to us over and over again, baby. That's what we like. Heading to this game, this is an interesting one because Nightmare, something that gets like mentioned on the desk, but this is the team that pushed the Toronto Defiant all the way to the edge in that stage 4 in NA. This team looked incredible at the end of regular season play.
Yeah, I mean, I think both of these teams, right? I think Johnny makes a great point, right? SSG, the best in the West, playing the Brawl, but I think Nightmare has been on an upward trajectory all year long.
I asked Hardy, I said, what do you think about Nightmare? Because there's like some rumors that they kind of play like you, and he looks at me, he's like, yeah, I think they're fans. I think they're like fans of us. So there's an acknowledgement that these two teams really like to play like a very similar style.
Calling like another competitive player a fan is probably like, you know, the biggest low blow you could get.
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty laid back about it. You know what Hardy's like. It's Oasis, of course, for the first map in this series. But these are two teams that really pride themselves on their ability to play like a macro game. Hardy's not the only person that thinks that they're pretty similar. But, you know, hearing from him, he feels like they're in a great spot. It is their time. They're like a hive mind, these SSG guys. They're always on the same page.
I mean, it's like the perfect storm for them, right? You know, Brawl meta, we're here in EMEA, right? Like, it just feels like one of these teams, you know, whether it's like them or Twisted Minds, has to make a deep run here. And I think the money would be on SSG.
And I asked Infected, I sort of said, like, how do you feel about this kind of meta? Because, you know, you're not so much a Malga player. He's like, it was a rough start, but I got there. I'm feeling pretty good. So, folks, here we have it. The stage is set. Space Station Gaming versus Nightmare coming at ya. Yeah, so to expand on that, in fact, it was like, I was more of like a Winston Orisa guy. Like, that was my favorites, and it took me a little while to get settled in this metagame. He also talks about that in an interview as well with your boy Xavier, Commander X over on YouTube, so you should go check that out. But yeah, again, these two teams really feel like they'd like to play a similar way here, but it's Seeker, such a dominant hit scan player, now kind of on Reaper duty, whereas Psycho's been heralded as maybe one of the best echoes in the world, but he's saying is also in that discussion, I think.
Yeah, I would say so as well aware. SSG, no, look, Backbone's a really strong Reaper as well, right? We've seen him historically, like Reaper May, like just fantastic picks for Backbone. As we get things started here, it'll be a TP out of the spawn cycle, we'll make a switch, and we'll actually get what, this is actually probably our first like mirror of the weekend thus far.
Now we are mirrored in the Malga comps, folks, and it's time to get started. The high grounds for the fight starting. Hardy goes in with a charge here, and he and Infected need to manage those health pools very effectively. Nicely done by Zero, though, able to get the better of Hardy with that focusing beam, but Admiral got whip shot over the edge.
Yeah, and the biggest thing when you get in this Mauga mirror is like that cardiac overdrive, right? It's such an impactful ability from the Mauga that you look and see like, okay, which team is kind of, you know, popping that first, maybe early, disengage, come back with your own, have a big advantage. It'll be Nightmare who takes control of the point first.
Great opener for them. CJ, one of the quickest in NA to really get the Juno vibes, really get that hero under his grip. Very, very good on that one. There's that orbital ray already developed here. Astro a little bit behind, so Nightmare might look to try and exacerbate this little ult lead as they push up. Going to be a great walk away by Backbone, and Hardy's under pressure again. We do have that orbital ray deployed here. Landon goes for the rally as a stopgap, and then Astro sends his ultimate. And Hardy is going careening into Nightmare's lineup.
And Nightmare bails, though. They completely bail. And because they bail, Space Station trying to get some value, right? Trying to follow that up with that orbital ray. And Infected takes out Hardy as he pushes a little bit too deep. But no, Nightmare kicked that off, right? Secret TPs in the back lane, takes a load of damage. Infected goes weak as well. And then that's when CJ uses the orbital ray to kind of help them stabilize.
Yeah, and a little bit too ahead of that orbital ray. Psycho backs up here now. It's Nightmare that want to get aggressive this time around. Duplicate here of the Malga, of course. So Zero making 2 Angry Islanders on the map. Hardy's going to fall here to Zero, who goes in. Seeker with a Death Blossom, definitely adding his damage to the mix here. And Nightmare have found a good pace already.
Yeah, and typically when you see the dupe of the Malga, right, you expect like that cage fight, potentially double cage fight, right? But right there is really interesting. They actually just went in with a double slam, right? They kind of used the Malga charge and the slam into the Death Blossom, right? Get 2 of those going down. That's a pretty sick combo.
And 2 consecutive stuns virtually. Now here come the cage. Fights that overlap a little bit. It's going to be the torpedoes thrown in from the edges by CJ.
The rally
Backbone.
is huge,
Yeah,
though.
it's the first to go down. Exactly. Admiral had that, but after the fact, it was Hardy able to channel his chat energy. And Psycho with a second Malga on the field makes it tough to break.
Yeah, you know, the second cardiac overdrive, right, is just massive. And that's able to keep them alive through the rally. Admiral ends up just jumping right into the cage, has that rally, trying to keep everybody topped up. It started off pretty good, but then as soon as that dude comes in from Psycho, it is all a wrap in favor of SSG.
Infected here. See, adjusting to the Malga at the start of this metagame has definitely found his flow in this game. We are going to have a lot of this neutral fight played out here as both Malgas try and mitigate as much damage as possible and peek around these corners. Seeker went pretty deep, and here comes the second wave from Nightmare. CJ's perched comfortably up here on top of the wall. It's going to be landing, going down to the sticky bombs, and Hardy is run down by Zera. Double kill for the Echo here, and Nightmare looking like they might have this first round wrapped up.
And they do a great job of following up Seeker when he uses that TP. They all get right into the mix. CJ with that orbital ray then gets a little bit of high ground, putting down some damage. But it's the kill early on the land in there from Zero, which is huge.
Now it's going to be a rally for Landon now to try and get back into the fight, but Space Station pull up just short. Nightmare in this Malga mirror look really very ready to go. These guys are doing triple blocks, man. They really put the scrim time in, and it shows.
Yeah, and I mean, they've just had incredible progress, I think, like just as individual players, right, throughout the year, right? And just kind of, you know, rising up through NA. It was like, okay, who's going to be, really, we were looking at NA, like, who's going to be the, you know, second best team, right? We had like loads of contenders early on, you know, teams end up falling apart, dropping out. All things kind of come together for Nightmare here towards the end, where they put together a great collection of players. And, you know, like you mentioned, they just have the drive to be great.
Can't ask for a better start than that for Nightmare. Love how they're coming out in waves. First Seeker goes in, then he just Wraith walks out. Then the rest of Nightmare come in with a Malga charge. It's pretty hard to deal with if you're Space Station. But we're definitely reacting, not acting so much. High ground here, as Seeker has to back away. Takes a lot of early damage at Zero. With a couple of those sticky bombs on him. Has to respect what Psycho's capable of. But Infected from the high ground wants to pour some pressure in Hardy's direction. He tries to charge away, but Landon's in trouble. Seeker follows up that Malga charge so well.
Yeah, they get a little bit split there as they end up taking the high ground first, SSG. Like you mentioned, they put down a lot of damage, but then it's Nightmare just battling back up, forcing the low ground, rotate out. And you see how aggressive Nightmare gets, right? Infected going in with a charge. Admiral here uses the shield bash to just gain space, just close distance.
10% here for Nightmare after winning that first fight. No huge leads in ult charge just yet. Your Junos are about even in that metric. Here they come though. Nightmare want to come forward with a speed boost. Hardy, a little bit of tech is there up against the wall. Doesn't want to charge on in, and they still have to back up. Now though, they'll test the waters once more. Keep an eye on Infected's position. He looks to dive, and again they get the brig landed. Can't do much about that.
Infected and Seeker, I mentioned it before, just doing a great job of combinations, right? With that charge and the TP of the Reaper, right? Getting in perfect position to almost like assassinate players there on the spot. And also with this comp, it's quite interesting. There's no, like, typically on this point, right? You see teams want to take that high ground control. It doesn't really matter, like, it doesn't really benefit anybody here, right? Yeah, you can kind of play from the low ground, so they can kind of take the fight to SSG right away.
And by percentage, this is Nightmare's best map type, so Feeling good, of course, by putting a strong foot forward at the start of a first to two series, excuse me. And big ultimates to play with. I think that is obvious right now, and that's what it's all about with this composition, folks. Big 5 ults fight here for Nightmare.
So you take high ground here, right? It kind of like buys you some space.
Cage fight going to come in now. It's going to be Seeker dancing amongst the bodies. Spell Station going pretty low here, and the Cardiac Overdrive's not enough to keep them healthy. And they pop everything except for that Death Blossom. And that might be what hurts them in the end, because Nightmare bowl them over.
Yeah, and they're going to get a stagger here on the Funny Astro as well. It's brutal.
It's so brutal.
They get the kill. I mean, that is the worst case scenario there for SSG. You're going to get maybe one fighter. It's going to be like a touch. It's not really going to be a great situation.
Can Backbone salvage this with this sole ultimate on the field right now? They have to know he's here. Yep, he's been traced and he's forced to back up, try and get to the rest of his team and get some healing in the front line. It's time to throw down as Hardy comes in with a charge, and there's that Death Blossom. It's going to be enough. Infected and Zera crumble under that level of pressure in the front line. The Seekers are the last left standing. Space Station stay alive in the map, but only just.
Yeah, it's a stomp from Hardy, and then they take advantage of it right away, right? They get rid of Infected. Infected hits the ground, not able to, pop anything to keep himself up, right? No Cardiac Overdriver, being able to charge away, just dodge some of that damage. That is huge. Fight win, a absolute must win there for SSG. Still a lot to do to battle back into this one, though.
99 plays 18 now. Quick TP to the high ground for Seeker. He manages to wrap around. It's a lot of damage getting put down on the Juno. He gets what he came for, but it ends up being a 2-for-2. Nightmare, though, still have both their supports in play and Infected to work with. It's going to be really hard to bring this Malga down with both supports looking straight at him. And here's the charge. Backbone has to get out with the Wraith Walk, and Hardy tries to reposition with a shoulder charge of his own. This allows Nightmare to flip the point back, and Space Station quickly trying to get their truth back in position. But Hardy again can't take too much more damage again. He's going to back away in an orbital right now, coming in from Nightmare at 99%. They're not done. Backbone has the Wraith Walk away. Psycho desperately trying to get a touch on the point, but he's going to be forced off to the side, and the Death Blossom gets dropped in. Landon is able to get away back behind his shield now. A cage fight thrown in by Nightmare. 99 plays 33, and Funny Astro's the last one standing. NA makes the statement here in this transatlantic battle, taking our first map.
A really strong performance there from Nightmare, playing that brawl style that SSG is known for. They match it. And I think just tremendous coordination there between Infected and Seeker. That Malga and the Reaper constantly making plays with each other.
Really impressive stuff from Nightmare, but we knew that they were capable of taking it to some of the best teams. They did it to Toronto, but in a vastly different meta. A meta where Seeker's able to play hit scan, Zera's on the Genji. It was a very different look for this team, and they've adapted and adjusted to this style perfectly. A meta that, God forbid, might actually suit their playstyle even better, because if we're talking about Hive Minds, Nightmare are showing they're up there when it comes to the macro gameplay.
Yeah, we know they can play other stuff, right? We've seen Infected play like the ball throughout the year. Like you mentioned, Zero's been like a standout player, right? One of like the biggest new names on the scene, I feel like, in NA. He's been tremendous. We know what Seeker can do on the hit scan. I think it's probably a little bit, there's the shock to SSG that Nightmare comes out and plays this strong early on, but I think now that SSG has map selection, right, we can see their strengths, them start to lean in.
But again, these two teams like to play the same comps map. So it becomes a little bit more complicated to pick a map that gives you a distinct edge. You just want to go to a map that you feel like you generally had better performances on. Maybe you have some stronger rotations, or your underlying strat outside of just how to play the Malga comp is a little stronger.
Yeah, I believe that's an SSG map pick, right? It's a 4C versus 5, so that's their map pick there on OWCS. So they'll actually get to end up picking another map here. But like I mentioned, I thought the coordination, being able to use that stomp right into the, whether it's like a Death Blossom or the TP into the Reaper and just some kills. And then also you kind of notice in that last fight, right? It's a Cardiac Overdrive popped really early by Infected, right? And he forces it out. Hardy, and then the orbital ray just to follow right up, right? Kind of comboing those
Hardy, at that point, he's using it just to stay alive.
Yeah.
This fight here, Seeker actually gets that Death Blossom off, so even with the orbital ray, the rally, and the Cardiac Overdrive healing, Seeker is in the perfect position because of the cage fights to guarantee maximum value and also be unkillable because of Infected's Cardiac Overdrive. So you just have a huge damage disadvantage in that fight. Something the Backbone can't match because he doesn't get his ultimate off, or he doesn't get it in time. Either way, he comes into the next fight with an ultimate and nothing really to do with it.
Yeah, I mean, they're not really able to make anything happen with that ult. We take a look at some of the stats, and heavily favors Nightmare here in a mirror match. Right, that's kind of the crazy thing about it. The second point was pretty one-sided all throughout. So you kind of see these stats are probably inflated by that point. Sure. But match one, the first point was quite close. I imagine the stats, if you just isolated it from that, look way better.
Yeah, a ton of value though, especially in the damage department. And you talk about Seeker and Zera here, who are two players that are feeling pretty comfortable in those roles, and the duplication impact, right? Being able to bring another, God forbid, Reaper or Malga into play. We've seen Brig even duped at some point.
We haven't gotten the quad Malga yet. I'm waiting for just the 4 cage fights.
It has been spoken of. Yeah, it is. I've heard it in hushed whispers in the cold hallways that this is a phenomenon that has occurred here, but it wasn't required there for Nightmare. No. I just want to point out, they shut that last round out. That was 100-0 here. So Shambali Monastery is going to be the pick here for SSG. I guess it's probably the kind of map that even outside of compositionally, you feel like you have good rotations or a good understanding of how to play, especially on the defense side, to your strengths, then you probably feel good about it. But these are not two teams with different styles, so you really have to hope you've got something special here on Shambali.
Yeah, and it's probably two teams that are totally fine not deviating off of this, right? They're probably totally fine going down, just running this mirror into each other and see who can perform it the best. SSG, these are the types of play styles that they thrive in, right? That they want to play. So if they can play it, you're gonna take your chance.
Johnny T's on the desk as well. SSG have been known to play the Symmetra, even in these Malga compositions, because you don't have a shield, but the cardiac overdrive with your damage ramp means that you're very hard to kill as well.
The desk teased a lot. I still don't know who predicted what. There's
Yeah, so it was SSG. Jake was Nightmare, I think, in the end. But again, this is the kind of map where that TP on the attack side can really catch people off guard. Because you've got to play into that high ground at first. You either force the Malga comp to drop down, or if you can do some sim shenanigans, that would be pretty sick. In past metas, we've even seen Zenyatta picked up on this map, and the topography allows for a couple of those longer range picks here against slower comps. I don't think that's an option here, but just keep an eye out for any of that kind of shenanigans. SSG on the attack side first here, so hovering our standard Malga comp.
Yeah, it'll be a Nightmare picking it up on defense. Nothing too surprising here. Did not expect them. I think if you're Nightmare, right, you probably don't make any changes until you see something drastically different from the SSG side, and it beats you, right? Otherwise, but I also think SSG is totally fine just playing the mirror, right? I think this is something that they've trained, that they're really good at. One of the best in the West. Like Johnny mentioned, probably the best in the West is playing the Brawl.
All right, let's see if that Hive Mind can rear its head once more now. Space Station on that attack side to start with. The no comp changes here. This is what they've been working on for weeks in the lead up to this tournament. Already, Seeker goes in pretty deep. It looks like Nightmare want to take the fight right out the front. It's going to be a trade here, so an early attempt at spawn camp just to buy some valuable seconds.
It's a double there from Psycho, as it's making it 3 there for Psycho. 2 with the sticky bombs, and then 1 with the focusing beam, finishing a player off as Nightmare tries to push up, get that spawn camp to get 1 early kill, but SSG gets control of the payload, gets a move.
Psycho a player to watch here in this series, I think, in general. And again, I think Johnny pointed it out. He also jumped into the driver's seat in that Stage 2 final and just kind of took the game over. Someone who was a Tracer player on teams in the past, in the earlier days of Overwatch, never really had the chance to take the spotlight, but man, much has changed. He has really developed into an all-star player. Here again, we see Nightmare want to push up and take the fight. It's Infected in first with the charge. Hardy tried to disengage briefly, but Seeker is getting right in there. Wants to pressure Backbone and a brief wait. Wraith Walk drop out, and there they collapse on the Malga. I don't know what that was from Seeker. Little TP on the body.
Big TP there.
Is that the evolution of the attack crouch?
Well, so I really love that the way that Nightmare plays this, right? Seeker goes in with a TP. It forces Space Station to kind of turn, obviously, to respect the Reaper, but the Stomp comes in at the same time, and then Zero over the top as well, right? So your focus is in 2 completely different directions. You can't ignore the Malga Stomp with everybody else following it up, but you can't exactly just keep your back to the Reaper and be totally fine.
And it can be hard to tell the difference between a good Malga Stomp and a not so great one here. So you want to look at, again, at the indicators for the stars and see who's actually affected by them. But landing a big stomp almost always puts you in a great position. Here comes a cage fight straight away. Orbital Ray going to be thrown in here by Nightmare. Funny Astro lets his go as well. And there it is, Backbone with a Death Blossom. He would have loved to see one like that on the previous map, but he's made up for it now.
Yes, I think Land just deals with Seeker as soon as he's popping his Death Blossom, so that never pops. Backbone gets huge value with his inside of the cage fight. Space Station, that was really nicely played, right? Nightmare bails around the corner. They try and catch them by surprise, coming around aggressive with the orbital ray, and SSG fights right back.
Straight away rally for Landon. He knows there's going to be some reprisal here for Nightmare. They have a cage fight of their own and they get Landon straight away. CJ though picked up by Psycho. Nicely done to find the priority target. But that's it for Ultimates. Admiral now, his rally has run out. Space Station have put themselves in a bit of a weird spot. They haven't capped this checkpoint yet.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to like back out though towards this back staircase. We'll see how they decide to play it, because they do have players coming off a spawn here too.
It's a bit of a choke to come down from. A little awkward. They're going to make their way through this archway. Zerial note there, duped Amalgam.
It's a huge fight though. It kind of resets the ultimate economy across the board.
We've got no ultimates on the board now. I think the Echo focusing beam is going to be really important in this fight as a result of that. Psycho backs up here, plays a little bit safer, but the damage coming in on Infected. Focusing beam stop. Good one from Hardy. That is going to affect the enemy Malga. An Admiral Infected drop down. That's exactly what Space Station were looking for in a no-ults fight. It's no holds barred throwdown by Space Station.
Yeah, they look much better dealing with some of the aggression that Nightmare is pumping out. Like that time, Landon really low, but you have a lot of help there with Funny Astro and Psycho over the top, right? Putting down some serious damage, focusing beam, finishing some players off. He is starting to heat up on the Echo. Where so with SSG, we talk a lot about their play style, their coordination. Like you mentioned before, the damage dealers this year have been tremendous. I mean, you know, Backbone, Psycho and Spark have just been really great.
I mean, Backbone may look like a high skill expression hero whenever he was on it. His long-range right clicks were crazy, and they just won fights instantly. Seeker's on the off angle here. Psycho dupes a Reaper. They're going to try and ignore him for the time being, and here comes that orbital ray. Force a Wraith walk out of the duped Reaper, but Psycho's going to come out with a Death Blossom of his own here. Hardy throws the cage down. Here's that free Blossom from Psycho, and he makes it work. Well, this Nightmare stopped to smell the roses.
Just an absolute bloodbath there as SSG get that cage fight, you get the Death Blossom inside of it, and Nightmare, you kind of open things up with your Death Blossom. Nothing you can really do kind of counteract that. Maybe Nightmare is able to make a final stand here, though. You have Infected with the cage fight and kind of like round the corner fast, maybe drop it.
The stomp, though, is just for mobility for Infected. He can't actually get a stun off of it. They do at least have a cage fight. Here's Backbone, though. He's in the middle of it. Stunned up, though. Nice break bash there from Admiral to interrupt the Reaper ultimate. Now he wants to push up. Another stun. Backbone forced away once more. Torpedoes coming in. Space Station now starting to crumble a little bit. The healing from CJ. Very, very good at keeping Nightmare hailing Hardy, and Hardy's not going to be allowed to walk away. He pops a cardiac overdrive of his own, but he knows he's just staggering himself out now. 1 minute 34 on the clock. Space Station again are stopped short.
Yeah, it's just kind of these last-ditch efforts here from Nightmare, right? It kind of gave them an extra fight or two on that first checkpoint. Now they get another fight win as SSG approaches that second checkpoint. So going to give themselves another opportunity. It's also like, it takes a while, right, to kind of like traverse this, like to get all the way back.
It's a big map.
Yeah, it's a big map.
You need a bloody Sherpa to get out of spawn.
To rotate all the way around.
So what is the plan for Space Station? Again, the Echo play is important. Can they burst down a crucial target? CJ's going to have that first orbital ray. Nightmare might want to take a fight here.
Well, do you consider just waiting here for orbital ray?
You
for
absolutely
SSG?
should.
You have to, right?
Nightmare let them do this as well. Which might come back to bite them, but Funny Astro will have that.
Well, Nightmare's been trying to, like, when they see SSG pull up, get really aggressive, go around the corner, lead with the orbital ray. Yeah,
it's time to go. Orbital ray thrown out on a nice angle there from CJ. The Torpedo's going to be able to keep Infected healthy in Space Station. Just try and disengage entirely. Nightmare have to allow this to happen. They cannot overextend into this comp.
This is great, though, for SSG. They're starting to get a little bit better of a read on how Nightmare wants to kick off these fights.
Yeah, the macro is good. A great disengage allows them to come back in with a stun, and Seeker's already taken down. The orbital ray here seems honestly superfluous. Has Space Station played that one to perfection?
You imagine with SSG, they've now gotten a clear read on, like, okay, when they have orbital ray, they're trying to engage with it. They're trying to fight with it. So that time they know the orbital race about there, because Funny Astro's got his after they kind of bumped line throughout the entire game. And when they see that orbital ray come down, they just hightail it out. You come back with such an advantage.
And this push and pull is a big part of this Malga meta. It's a huge factor of it. If you can force these ultimates out of your opponents for cheap, you are going to be in a great spot. Oh, Funny Astro taken down early, though. That's the volatility of the Echo pick in the mix. They've got no Juno to work with. Have a cage fight, and that seems like it was enough for Space Station. Landon able to hold onto his rally here, and that's big value for SSG.
Yeah, I think if you're Nightmare, you're just trying to stop a map completion, right? At this point, below a minute on the clock, you need like 2 more fights maybe to get it to that position, so you hold on to some of these key ultimates here towards the end. This is where we see a lot of teams kind of like stall out and around this corner of the map.
Hardy, just a chill, cool guy, sat on the payload. Getting Space Station within striking distance of a map completion here. Nightmare have all the tools here to stop them. Okay, Reaper Dupe, there's going to be another cage fight. Hardy's caught inside of it. Oh, as was Backbone, and Stinker smashed him instantly. Admiral does not pop the rally. Holding onto it there just in case it's needed, and it will be, because SSG capitulate very early and Landon popped his rally.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to have that here for the end, but you're going to end up with this Death Blossom that Backbone's been able to use, but it's really been in combination with the cage fight, so...
Admiral has done. It's interruptible, man.
And Psycho now going over to the Tracer, probably just to get a touch.
All right, up comes Backbone, has the Wraith Walk here, so this is very telegraphed, folks. Back for Admiral. Okay, gets the stun off, interrupts the Reaper ultimate. That's the antidote to Chaos here for Nightmare in this fight. And now Space Station going to be forced back. Backbone low, clinging alive, and Hardy's not faring much better. Admiral, the raid boss here, just whipping him about. And that will be a stop here by Nightmare just before Space Station finished the map.
It's tremendous. They kept Backbone alive for as long as they did there, right? He has to use basically all his cooldowns to get to the payload, keep it going. It's
very obvious what he's trying to do.
He makes it back, but SSG, they do get a very long distance there on the payload. Going to be tough for Nightmare to get that, and I think we'll see if Nightmare decides to change up how they've been kind of playing around some of these ultimates, because I think SSG is starting to catch up.
Yeah. On a couple of occasions, right, we see these great disengages from Space Station, which is harder to do than with Lucio. At Lucio, you can just speed boost here. You've got to throw a hyper ring down to give you the speed to get away quite often, or you need to use a Malga charge to get away. So it's not always as clean a getaway as it was.
Everybody really has kind of like their own mobility here, right? Like you know, whether it's a charge away, whether it's a Wraith Walk away.
But if you get caught, you've used like a lot of those abilities are really important to have in fight. So if you're trying to disengage with them and still get caught, you are guaranteed to lose. That's the risk of turning tail in these comps.
Yes and no, because you're going to have to disengage and use some of those abilities, but there's going to be a little bit of a lapse, right? So you have an opportunity to at least get a few of them back. You're definitely going to have a lot of them during the fight. Is the Admiral maybe hovering an Ana here at the start? We'll see. Probably maybe if you do, it's just like a bio-nade if you think they're close, or just put a shot in. So,
I mean, on the attack side, I guess it's fine, but you're very diveable.
Yeah, maybe you're just you're never going to play that. You're going to see him just play the rig right off the rip. So.
Admiral looked very, very good in the Brig matchup as well, following onto some of those rallies with great timing. And the shield bash to stop Backbone when he was looking for the Hail Mary. Death Blossom was big too. Zero wants to try and take an Echo fight here, and there it is. Great engagement for Nightmare. Once more, just steamroll the front line, ignore Hardy for the most part, who is still causing a bit of trouble, but he will be brought down.
Yeah, really early cleanup here from Nightmare. I like the idea from Zero there. Like, instead of just, you don't necessarily need his damage per se. Like, just, Psycho's been such a nuisance up in the sky, right? Force him to actually look at you, fight you, rather than just kind of kill the rest.
Blow your tank up.
Yeah.
Zero's doing very well if he can garner the attention of Psycho.
Because really a lot of the fights that SSG has won is, whether it's like a Death Blossom cage fight or off the back of Psycho coming up with
like an Echo pick.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, disengage here for Nightmare. They're going to be able to get away behind the wall. Didn't like what they saw there. In they come once more. Zero also with that flight cooldown, looking to pressure Backbone. TP's backward here, so now Space Station with a bit of push and pull of their own.
Giving them some space here, though. Nightmare should be able to make it to this first corner with an orbital ray.
Yeah, big ult lead, and CJ's going to pop it straight away. They know they're ahead, but look, they charge ahead of the orbital ray, so they don't get much value out of it, but Space Station tried to disengage. They lose Psycho, though.
But getting first point here with a large time bank, I mean, you'll take that, right? You'll figure it out.
This is what I'm saying. If the disengage doesn't work, you cannot win the fight.
Yes, they don't really kind of go all the way back, right? They're going to stand and fight for a little bit. Zero looking for some more kills, but to just win that off the back of the orbital ray, sure, you didn't really get a ton of value out of it, but you still feel pretty good. I mean, you're going to gain a ton of payload progress with a lot of time in the bank.
It does mean that you are, of course, going into a space station with orbital ray here, but
yeah, but you're going to have like what, 4 ultimates as well. I mean, it's not like they got enough.
Can they win with an ult disadvantage? Here comes Infected with the stun. Found Landon, forced him off the map here, but there's Backbone. He gets in there with a big old Death Blossom. A bit bit of an awkward engagement there from Nightmare, as Infected is mostly ignored.
Yeah, I mean, Zero was dead instantly as soon as that fight kind of kicked off. But that's what, 4 ultimates used there for SSG. You just ended up, what, using Death Blossom there for Nightmare? So that kind of sends the advantage back in their favor. And with such a large time bank, yeah, that's a perfect spot to be sat at.
I think like they lose a minute to force out 3 of those 4 of those big ultimates. Backbone trying to start a fight up early, but here comes a cage fight thrown down. Zero also duping the Malgo. There's a lot of big bodies in the field right now. Space stations are hitting the floor. What a one-sided fight. And Nightmare walking to the next fight with 2 support ults.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're talking about. That trade for Nightmare is way better for them in terms of like where you are, because you're also like playing against the clock in some aspects, right? So way better position for where they are. SSG kind of has to take that early fight, right? Maybe you're able to win it, but if you don't take it back here, right, it gives you 1 fight. So you essentially get an extra fight about taking that one early.
Psycho might dupe a Reaper again. Here's an orbital right now. It's in a good spot for Nightmare to make use of, and yet we have a dupe Reaper. That was cut short. Psycho now's under a lot of pressure, and here comes Nightmare. They're going to get another checkpoint, a time extension. Bro, they have so much to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, 4 minutes and 30 on the clock and counting. And, I mean, they don't even have to get the entire map, right? You got to get it around that corner, but still, it's an eternity of time to play with.
This is huge. Nightmare coming in as the 5th seed here. Space Station, the best team out of EMEA in that Stage 4 main event. This will be wild to see them win here. And they're so close. Rally is the play here for Admiral. Seeker does have a Blossom. And he wants to push up. It's going to be a charge in from... Oh, nicely done, Sarah! How does he get caught inside that? Ah, yes, shoulder charge, headshot. Hate to see that. Hardy going to be forced back now. The Death Blossom's a problem. He actually charges into it. He doesn't interrupt it. Sarah helping out as Seeker looks to throw down, but Backbone clips him. Beautiful headshot up close. This is messy.
The longer these fights go, though, right here is even better for Nightmare, right? It just puts a little bit of pressure on SSG to maybe have to pop some of these ults when it's not exactly necessary, as Infected's going to get them in position where this payload's going to be at that final corner.
He's going to have to back off of it here as Seeker's still coming in.
If you're Nightmare, you take a fight, try and get them to huge cage by one of these ultimates, you still got 330.
It's so long.
Right? You take a fight, yeah.
Psycho, oh my god, it's got hit pretty hard there, but a sticky bombs in. There's a double orbital ray fight. It's going to be a foul! My goodness, that is just wrong. That's a cheeky little 4K for Backbone.
So I think Nightmare, like, that's the right approach. Take that early fight. I don't think you need to invest that heavy, though, right? I mean, you ended up using your cage fight and your orbital ray. You think maybe you could have, like, cage fight, and then that, like, kind of gets them to react in some aspect, and then hold on, like, just kind of, like, have them wipe the floor with you. Let's see.
Show me this again. Love that.
Filthy word.
All right. Nightmare still posturing here. See, Zera's got up behind them, trying to get rid of Landon, then pressuring down the brink. They got the rally out of Landon. But what now? Psycho with a Duke Reaper there, looking to try and get some damage on Infected, maybe build a free Death Blossom. He's getting awful close, but stunned up. Knocked out a Duke. Here comes a Duke from Malga charges. Zera gets in there, but he's also going to be knocked out of his own Duke. Stick is close to a Death Blossom. He might have the occasion to use it now. On the card, press Q could be the play. Here we go, folks. Okay, Backbone's able to avoid most of it. Good interrupt there. Great stop from Hardy to shut the Reaper down. And now Nightmare are looking worse for wear. Forced off to the side. Charge comes in, Infected finds the stomp here, but a cleanup crew has arrived. And EMEA's finest holdout.
SSG win another clutch fight, man, as I feel like Nightmare, you had that opportunity, right, to just take an early fight, get them to waste some ultimates, and you just kind of blew everything. Now you've let them back in the game.
This is the team that in the main event in Stage 4 also just slipped at the final hurdle against the Toronto Defiant. Nightmare in the past have had a tendency just to seize up with victory so close within their grasp.
You have an opportunity here again, right? Force out one of these ultimates. You know, you get a little bit scary because of the clock, but right there, nice focusing beam. That's going to force the Duke here.
Disengage. I don't think they can get out. Can they get Infected away from this? He's charging backwards, and Nightmare do find a way to escape. All 5 players with a full disengage coming back in now.
You get something out though, right? You put a lot of pressure from Zero on a Psycho. You get a focusing beam, some damage.
Got the Duke.
Scared to die. You got the dupe out, right? No, not the most impactful. You'd have loved Orbital Ray or Cage Fight, but still something.
Cage Fight, who's they caught? Looks like Hardy might be inside of it. CJ's going to get pulled in himself, and it's another Backbone Death Blossom. Nightmare can't do a thing about it.
Right, but they hold on to both support ults. So Infected going to jump off the side. This is what they could have done much earlier in the round, right? Would have felt much better about doing it with 3 minutes on the clock than now under a minute. but you're going to have double supportal plus the Duke, right? So you feel like you're in a pretty good spot with no ultimates on the other side. SSG, they push up. Maybe they see if they can get a pick here, but back out.
This is Nightmare's last and best chance to win the series right here. In goes Zera, looks for some pressure on Hardy, takes him to half. Landon now does have that rally online, though it's going to be Admiral popping his first. Here's the Orbit Ray comes in, Hardy is down. The biggest bastion on Space Station has been removed. Landon's forced to trend backwards now with the rally in play just to keep his team alive, and Backbone is stalling out the card. Wraithwalk is effective. Zera has to go for a dupe with the Reaper now, but Sight goes down to the Death Blossom, and in come Nightmare. They're riding this one home. Desperately, Funny Astro keeps them in the game as Hardy's able to get some stall, but it's too little, too late. And NA's number 2 hits the haymaker. Finds a second round knockout. And it will be Nightmare advancing to our next round.
So you see how hyped the Nightmare boys are for taking that one. Oh, got a little...
okay.
The soon dance there. Everybody just extremely happy over on the side of Nightmare, and as they should be, right? That's a fantastic team over on the side of SSG. Tremendous at playing that style, especially those brawl, those Maga styles, and and Nightmare took it right to him.
This is an SSG that come into this tournament with the expectation of being the best Western team, right? The best team outside of our Asian delegates that could really make an impact in this tournament, and they have fallen already. It's a double elimination tournament. They get a run through the lower bracket. I'd definitely be afraid to be, thrown down into a matchup against that SSG team, man.
But it's also a scary situation, right? Because you play again today, right? The losers end up playing again today, right? So you have to somehow just kind of recover after this, especially like losing 2-0, right? You probably expected, like, if you did lose, it was going to be really close down the third map. You lose 2-0, now you got to kind of like sit back, okay, who do we play next? So like a quick prep time and then turn around. It's a tough situation to be in.
And how do you diagnose something like this if you're SSG? What are you saying to them? Because it seemed like it was the little things, the little macro decisions, whether they can disengage effectively or not. I mean, Backbone is like getting 4Ks every other fight, and it's still not enough to stop these guys.
Yeah, I think it's just minor things. I think Nightmare had a really good idea of like when they wanted to engage. I think SSG took them a little bit too long to maybe kind of like figure that out in terms of like how they were kind of playing against that. And I think SSG will be fine. I think, and still, if you're them, there's no reason to panic, right? You still have another game. You're still really good at this meta, at these styles of play. There's no reason to kind of scrap it all because you lose here to Nightmare.
Still a great result, potentially an upset. I'm going to call it one as Nightmare take the win over SSG. Let's head down to the stage here from Golden Boy with Infected.
Thank you so much, fellas. Guys, give it up for Nightmare. Hard-fought battle. Look, I know they're in enemy territory, but you got to give some love. Infected, congratulations, man. First question here is, we were hearing a lot in the commentary talking about the hive mind of Nightmare, the macro game being so strong. What do you attest that to, especially as the tank player for the team?
Yeah, I mean, I think our macro is really well in this comp too. Everybody knows how like how their ults work and like how we should use ults in certain fights. I think especially this match too, we showed that we just had better ult, just ult value throughout the whole entire series.
It definitely was apparent. The ult management was incredible. You guys were definitely on par with that. But coming into this, you talked a little trash, said you were gonna, put one of the EMEA teams in their place here. You managed to do so. You get a big win against Space Station Gaming. So how does it feel to be able to get a win like that here on their home soil?
I think that's probably going to be the best win I ever feel. Maybe like grand finals, but I really wanted to show that NA is better than EMEA. And I think we proved it here.
Ooh, all right. Hey. Proof is in the results, baby. All right, Infected, it was a pleasure, my man. Congratulations. But for now, though, let's actually go ahead and check out the team comms in a winning moment for Nightmare on that last one.
Reaper.
Pocket me after. Yeah.
Reaper one, Reaper.
Echo,
break.
Celebration!
Yeah! No, what?
Those comms as in sync as the gameplay. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. So we're here joined by Jake and by Johnny, and thank goodness I predicted Nightmare for this one.
So smart.
Sorry, Jake.
Smart,
Damn,
actually.
that's tough.
Yeah, it's really tough. No, I mean,
unlucky.
As good as SSG are at this style, I feel like this is how Nightmare distinguished themselves in NA with that hive mind, right? With that incredible coordination. That's how they made it so competitive against Toronto in the Stage 4 final. And I mean, I think this is proof is in the pudding about the regional differences right now. NA on top, at least in this meta.
Listen, this is just one match. There will be more to come. Okay, let's not
this
overreact.
Is your standard bearer, guys.
I do not want to take anything away from Nightmare. They played so well. And it's something that we kind of talked about as well heading into this, right? The aggression that... See, I'm just saying, definitely not what I predicted, but I'll take the credit regardless. Thank you very much, production. We love to fly those once again, especially when I look like a genius. No, but yeah, credit goes to Jake. He actually had them on the board for this one. Johnny, as I just tried to allude to, this is something we talked about, the aggression, and that could be a real boon for that Nightmare roster. And they put so much pressure on that backline of SSG.
Yeah, I think you saw early on OWCS how much pressure they really put on the backline, and they forced SSG to kind of move and disengage from all these aggressive overrun plays. Here is Zero, of course, with a duplicate. But also you saw in general, on this round, for example, Landon, you know, they like to aggress onto the Brigitte early, and especially punishing Hadi. When Hadi does the overrun, when Hadi tries to engage, sometimes you saw Infected. He's going to trade that aggression and instead get into the backline. And with Nightmare synergy, like you talked about, Jake, they can follow up on Infected, and they're so solid in that regard. Another fight here, especially on Shambali Monastery as well. We saw, once again, they're going for Landon. They're hunting this backline of SSG. And so, Nightmare, they had a clear game plan. They like to go aggressive. We talked about it going into this matchup, and they know how to play this matchup really well. But also, I mean, the ability usage and ultimate usage, Jake, was just spectacular from Nightmare.
Yeah, I think in general, they knew when they had ultimate leads and would continue to force the advantage, push the tempo at an extremely high pace, which is critical in this comp, right? When you have an ulti lead, it's probably only going to last just a few seconds before the other team catches up. That's your window to make plays, and Nightmare were able to really work with that, run it in strides. I feel like we got to compliment Zira and Seeker, though. The DPS for Nightmare, they really were the tip of the spear, not afraid to take risks with their lives and trust that the supports, the tanks will follow them up, will make the plays. Yes, there were these massive team-wide moments where SSG just cleans house, but oftentimes I feel they were over-ulting to achieve these teamfight wins, right? Sometimes they're expending 4 ults to 1 in a teamfight. I saw that at least once on Shambali, which is really not something you can allow to happen. It's effectively a mistake from SSG to let that kind of a terrible ult trade happen, but well done by Nightmare to pressure it.
Yeah, and we see, of course, our MVP here. You just mentioned him as well. Absolutely phenomenal performance across the board.
Yeah, I mean, Zero's a rookie as well. Starting with this year, of course, you know, limited experience in the professional scene here in Overwatch, and now comes in this year and was spectacular. It's a rookie we talked about going into the year, someone with high potential that could really flourish in North America. And I think this is a perfect team for Zero to really establish himself. And we talked with Zero actually going into the tournament, Jake. This is a player with high ambitions, really want to become one of the best players in the world, and I think Zero's off to a great start here. Going into this tournament, I talked about Nightmare as a dark horse, you know, for this tournament. I think they've had really good accomplishments in North America. They've taken it to close to Toronto Defiant a couple of times. And I really do think that as we look as this tournament progresses, yes, you're going to run into your Team Falcons. You're going to run into Crazy Raccoon. That is inevitable. But I really do think when you compare North America and EMEA, Nightmare could establish themselves as one of the better teams. Potentially, you know, they took down SSG already, could take down ENCE and, you know, challenge Toronto Defiant once more.
And I do love the trajectory we've seen in general of that region. At the very beginning of OWCS in the NA region, it was just Toronto on top and everyone somewhere down there. It didn't look competitive at all. But as the season progressed, the other teams really stepped it up. Changes were made to the rosters, but I feel like they really found their groove, and I love to see it now on display on this very stage in our international competition. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we are at right now. We have, of course, played 3 matches now in our upper bracket quarterfinals. We have seen teams moving on, but now we also already know matchups which are on the brink of elimination. Twisted Minds and SSG, at least they're familiar with each other.
You know, that'll be a really interesting matchup to see because I think Twisted Mind's slow and methodical style, putting a ton of poke pressure on, could be a challenge for SSG where their aggression felt a little bit weaker, right, in that last series. And that's what you have to do to shut down some people like Quartz and Lambda. You got to, like, dive in, force quick fights. And that wasn't SSG's strength in this series. Maybe they can learn the lessons and be able to apply that going forward. But I am curious to see Twisted Minds, how they do going on in the tournament with what seems like an unconventional style right now.
Yeah, I think you saw as well that Falcons, they adapted quite seamlessly to what Twisted Minds had in mind. But then you consider SSG, and I mean, they like to rotate quite frequently between Backbone, Psycho, and now Sparker found himself on the bench. Sparker would be the hit scan player that would put a lot of pressure on a player like Lab down that far, of course. How would Backbone react to that situation if we're going to see more of Backbone in that lineup? It's going to be a really interesting matchup in the lower bracket later today that is going to eliminate one of those two teams.
That's exactly it. We don't have to wait long to see who's going to make it through the lower bracket and who will be sent home already on day number 1. For now, we're heading into a very quick break. And when we come back, we're going to bring you the last quarterfinal match in our upper bracket. Stick around. And we are back once more. What's good, friends? Ready for more Overwatch? Neat. We
Always.
got to. Match 4 coming up in just a little bit. So once again, we get to set the stage for all the action. It's the last one in the upper bracket. After this one, we know who will be facing elimination matches, and we also know who will be moving on. Any big surprises other than Nightmare today?
Twisted Minds took a map of a Korean team. I did not expect that. That was unlikely.
I don't think anyone did.
Yeah.
Actually, let us know, chat. Did you have that on your bingo card? Is anyone doing predictions?
I mean, even Nightmare beating SSG, I think was, they were an underdog, I'd say. Now Nightmare have proven themselves, Jake, but I would say they would be the underdog on
They're playing with house money now.
I mean, just on paper, SSG should be great at this meta, but sometimes the paper doesn't pay off, This is a LAN environment. You get one chance, 2 chances, I guess, but now a lot of teams are on their last legs.
Indeed, they are. Let's take a look at that bracket once again so we know where we're standing currently. As we said, we're about to find out who is facing elimination alongside Twisted Mind, SSG, and NRG.
It's going to be an even matchup here for our next matchup, Zoe. And I mean, I just want to give a shout out as well to Bad Pachimari because, you know, the bracket immediately had to wrong Bad Pachimari. So, you know, okay, we got the job done. Now we don't have to pay attention to Bad Pachimari's Twitter anymore.
That's good. We got that one out of the way, like halfway through the day, #1. So that's good for everyone involved. Let's talk about this matchup. Toronto going up against ENCE. I mean, looking at Toronto, it's the juggernaut of North America, right? And while we just alluded to it, that overall the competition in the NA region, they get more competitive. They remain on top. They look nearly untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, they're the kings of North America. They won all 4 stages throughout the year, and they've been dominant in that region. Going into this year, this was a team that was hand-selected by Castores and Toronto Defiant to win the OWCS World Finals, right? They picked the best players they could. They wanted the 5 most versatile, individually skilled players they could in North America. So they signed someone, of course, who is an incredible tank player who can play so many different heroes, regardless of the meta, at an elite level. And I think we've seen players like Sugarfree really excel as well, taking it to now some of the best players in the world, and really come, you know, fulfilling that promise about his individual potential. So I've been really impressed by Toronto Defiant. They're the kings of North America, and they've shown before in previous tournaments this year they can compete with the Korean teams. So Toronto Defiant, they're a team that should have their eyes on actually lifting the trophy come Sunday.
And they're coming in with confidence as always as well. Now on the other side, ENCE, I mean, they have shared that the royalty spot of the king of their respective region together with SSG. It was a back and forth in their region. But ENCE, I mean, when we look at this lineup, we have to talk about their DPS lineup. Those are heavy hitters.
Yeah, I think Kevster and Kai are certainly a super threatening duo. Kevster, I think, could really shine, especially on something like the Echo this meta. But I do think it's a team that has often relied on the hard hit scan. Both of these teams actually really prefer playing the hit scan. So I'm kind of curious to see what their perspective is on the meta. Do they follow this Reaper Echo style? Or do either of these teams try to make maybe the Ashe work? I think it's definitely possible. I do think I like this super heavy rush style. It looks great with the Mauga, but these teams have both shown a willingness to kind of buck trends and put their respective hit scan players on their comfort picks and just make it work. So curious to see their take on the meta as we get into this match and see these teams for the first time in the tournament.
Yeah, I think neither team is especially psyched about a Mauga meta here in the playoffs, but it's going to be interesting to see how they adapt accordingly. Obviously, no ENCE as well. They got Maimon waiting in the wings. Maybe you could utilize his skill set. But for Merit, you know, he might have to flex over to the Reaper, who we could, you know, perform at. And that's a hero he's played before at some points, you know. So that could be something we could see from Toronto Defiant. But looking at the mode win percentages, I mean, they're 2 really good teams, but maybe Flash could be a map where Toronto, they have some form of advantage over ENCE.
You know, I think this meta is going to be, like you said, a test for both teams because, of course, these individual players, they're so good. Like, they can handle mechanically the Reaper is not a problem. But the challenge, I think, for these players, for players like Merit and Kai, is these guys aren't known as, like, in-game leaders. That's not their strength, really. They come in because they're just monster performers on the hit scan. But I think they might both have to step into that role. I think the Reaper does kind of need to lead the team in these styles. Often is the Reaper's going in first, you know, TPing into the backline, drawing a ton of attention, and the Mauga comes to follow that and kind of bail the Reaper out. That seems to be how these fights play out when you want to get aggressive. But that puts a lot of pressure on Reaper. Reaper has to set the tone of the engagement, has to lead the team and find the window where the follow-up can actually come in. And that also requires a lot of trust in the team. So the question is, I think for these players stepping into what may be an uncomfortable role for them is, how do their teams react? How can they fill in those gaps? Or do they just elect to play a different style? I mean, that's Twisted Mind's take on the meta. Is like, you know what? That's not our meta. We're going to do our own thing. And it definitely could have worked, right? It was close enough to working. So I do think there's room for innovation in the meta. But also these teams, if you have your eyes on the prize, quite a few teams have liked this Echo Reaper. There's probably good reason for that.
I mean, if you're looking at those 2 teams, especially at ENCE, the biggest question coming to my mind is, can they assemble furniture? And we're about to find out as we're heading over to an interview with them.
They didn't assemble furniture. We did something else, Zoe.
Oh,
Get ready for this one. This is going to be good.
I messed up my transition in that case. Well, we'll find out what they did in the interview with Johnny.
It was fun.
It was fun. They did fun. There we go. Let's take a look at that.
Right, I'm Reinforce. I'm here with ENCE joining us for OWCS Stockholm. We got Kelix, Kevster, Kai. How's it going, guys?
Hello.
Good, good. How are you? I'm good. Thank you for asking. Appreciate it.
Of course.
We're in Sweden. Kevster, how does it feel competing on Swedish soil?
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting. It's different, I feel like. I've never played in a tournament here before, so it's nice to see Swedish people and fans and all that.
ENCE is one of the most consistent teams in the region. You reached the grand final of every stage this year. Why do you think you're so consistent?
I think we have a good team, but I also think maybe the competition in the region is not that high. It's fairly easy to get consistent results because you have 2-3 good teams, and then they will just keep farming until everyone else can get better.
How do you feel like you match up against the Korean teams then? Do you feel like you could at least compete with the Korean teams, take them on?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like it'd be way closer than Dallas.
Do you think that has to do with the meta, or do you think like NA, EMEA has like really improved and?
It's probably the meta, to be honest.
Probably the meta?
Yeah.
Agreed. Who do you think is the favorite to win the event, if you had to pick one?
ENCE.
ENCE?
Yeah.
I like that.
I think that's a good answer.
I like that confidence. Yeah.
It's not even confidence. Again, it's all about RNG. You're lucky, then you're gonna win the whole thing.
If you're lucky, you're gonna win the whole thing?
Exactly.
All right, guys, we're not quite done yet. We do have a fun little game for you guys, so I hope you're ready to play Pictionary. You ready?
That's exciting.
Yeah. That's what I love to hear. Let's get to it. All right, guys, we're set up for Pictionary. So, you've nominated Kai to draw for you. How confident do you feel about drawing here, Kai?
Pretty good.
How confident do you guys feel in Kai's drawing skills?
Not that good.
Not that good?
Feel great.
So, I'm going to show Kai an Overwatch hero name. He's going to draw the hero, and then you have to guess what Overwatch hero it is. You guys ready?
Got it.
All right, here's your first hero, Kai. Can you draw that one?
Yeah.
All right.
That one's pretty easy.
That one's pretty easy, he says. Okay.
Circle. Ball.
You've successfully drawn the first hero.
Well done, Kai.
All right, the next one is going to be quite harder. Here's the next hero for you.
Okay.
Okay, what do you think you're seeing here?
It could be like... Is it Torb? Yeah. Okay.
It's Torbjorn.
Yeah.
Wow, look at you. What
insane.
inspired you to say Torbjorn here?
It's a turret.
It's the turret?
How?
It's
like the head of
from the front. Like these are like the things shooting.
Yeah, I think so.
This is because Kevster's a tracer player, so he like has to deal with turrets and he like looks up close.
I could never have seen that. I thought it was the head of a
That is a turret. You guys are off to a strong start. Wrecking Ball, Torbjorn. There we go. All right, I got the next hero for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we're going for blue here instead of black. What do you think he's drawing?
Kind of like a Winston Bubble.
That's right, it's Winston Bubble. There you go. I love the change up to blue.
Yeah, I mean, the color
It's a
change
shield.
was great. It helped a bit.
See? Kai is cooking. Let him cook. This is going to be the hardest one, I think, anyway.
Just think of the heroes that we haven't had yet, and then you can do some process of elimination.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That doesn't help.
What does it look like to you guys? What do you think he's drawing?
I would say a gun.
Yeah.
Wait. That box could start throwing me off guard.
Yes.
It's throwing you off?
How is that throwing you off?
You're the GPS player, mate.
Soldier. Yeah.
You're right, Kevster. It's the 100 representing the railgun charge, of course, on Sojourn. So there you go. I overall think you did a great job drawing.
So I couldn't read it.
Yeah, I couldn't read the numbers like 100.
It's like a random box.
Yes.
All right, great job, everybody, and we'll see how that compares. Well, that does it for the interview, fellas. Best of luck in the tournament, and thank you for taking the time to chat.
Thanks for having us.
All right.
Well, this is the most animated I've ever seen these players be.
Look,
Also,
I know we didn't have as much fun as, Nightmare and stuff, but it was really chill vibes. We had chill vibes in the room. It was down to earth. It was nice. We had a chat with the players.
smiling. I can't even recall ever seeing Kai smiling. So,
That was
I
great.
feel like a winner just
We had a great
watching
time.
this.
That's the most animated I've ever seen Kevster, but
Is
the bar is
that
like down here, guys. Like
They're usually just locked
This
in.
is ENCE, you know? Like they're here, they're chill. They're chill if they win the whole thing. They're chill.
They were chill, but I also felt done dirty by the video editor because we actually talked about banana curry pizza as well, and
Wait,
they just
what?
completely cut that out.
Say that one more time.
Say
that one more time.
We
You talked
discussed
about what?
the prospect of a Swedish banana curry pizza. And so, we talked about it, and I said that there would be a few fans in the crowd who actually like banana pizza.
That's not a thing.
No, it is a thing. It is a thing.
Banana curry pizza.
Yeah, it's totally a thing in Sweden. And so, we had a conversation about it, with the ENCE guys, but the video editor cut that out, probably because they didn't believe me in the first place.
I don't believe you.
So, but,
I
we
don't
did
wanna
have an
believe
epic conversation about that. So maybe, they'll make a hypercut and, get that out for social or something. But yeah, it was good times to chat with ENCE. We had really chill vibes. It was nice.
I'm just still off put by everything.
Banana curry pizza.
Yeah, this is not okay. We do
Can't
need to have a
process.
chat
We got
about that.
fika. Maybe we can get a no.
I'm
Let's
on
get a
board with
kebab
the
pizza.
fika.
instead.
You lost us on that one. Let's take a look at our predictions here as we're just smoothly moving on from whatever you thought you just invented there. Okay, 68% there for Toronto Defiant. They are the favorite heading into this, but ENCE, they have a lot of great pieces to work with. I'm going to be very interested to see what they bring to the table today. Again, we haven't seen both teams play in a hot minute as well, so they might have been cooking something up that isn't said pizza.
I mean, look, yeah, I mean, I'm not cooking up that anyway. I'm not a fan. I'm just disclosing, like, I'm not a banana pizza fan, but there are fans of such pizza, especially in Sweden. But yeah, I think this is going to be really interesting to see what compositions we're going to see, especially from Toronto Defiant, because I feel like throughout the year, we've seen Toronto Defiant, they're happy to play the meta. They're happy to play the meta, but they're also happy to play Winston and put RuPaul on Diana, where they can, for example, and not even just completely flexing over their composition. They even like changing up just one hero, just to get a slight advantage over your opponent. And especially, I think we saw earlier today, Fielder, for example, swapped over to the Baptiste to kind of try to adjust to Labdasfara, for example. That is something I could see Toronto Defiant doing, because they have two really flexible support players who are really mechanically skilled. And if they face a composition and they say, nah, we don't really feel like we need the Brig here, you know, I have a hard time maybe like getting the Inspire healing up, we could see them flex over to, like, you know, a different kind of flexible hero, like an Ilari or a Kiriko, or like whatever they kind of need to like shut down and get a small advantage over the enemy team. That is what makes Toronto Defiant so exciting for me, and why I think they're such a great team.
Do you know what could give them the advantage? I'll tell you, Neon Streets bundle. That could do it for
Wow.
It will definitely do it for you. So make sure to grab yours at home. You will contribute to the prize pool of this beautiful competition here as well if you do so. And all of that will be available until December 3rd. So grab yours now. I just love everything we're seeing on our screen right here.
What is your favorite?
Tracer.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
I like Tracer too, actually.
Shocker.
I think like her leggings with the graffiti paint, it's like kind of stylish.
I'm sticking with the Junkrat. I'm sticking with the Junkrat. And I repeatedly said that I don't know why, but Junkrat just reminds me of Ken Barbie. It's like the colors, you know?
It is
you know
like
that,
the colors,
you know that
yeah.
Ken Barbie meme? You know the meme?
Which one?
Well, there's some memes, and
Not the meme.
I haven't
You
even
sound like
watched
a
the
boomer.
movie. But there's something about the look. There's something about the look from Junkrat.
Do you look like Ryan Gosling to you? Is that?
Yeah, like, well, no.
Junkrat and Ryan
That's
are
a bit
the
of a
same
stretch.
people.
But there was something about the angle. It was a good angle for Junkrat with those colors. That's all I'm
even
saying.
Junkrat
He's got a
has good
leading
angles.
man's chin.
Someone at home understands me, okay? Just do
I'm
like
sure.
a side-by-side comparison. You'll see what I mean.
Okay,
Trust
well, you
me.
know what? We'll give you some time to do that as we're tossing into a quick break, and afterwards we're back with more Overwatch action. Don't go anywhere. good friends, and welcome back once again. We are getting ready and set up for our last upper bracket quarterfinal match. This one will be fought out between Toronto, Defiant, and ENCE. Two teams who have been on top of their respective regions pretty much all season long. And now they get to battle it out. One team will be dropping down to that lower bracket. That was a face card if I've ever seen one.
I'm loving these player shots.
I love these player shots. I love all the media assets we have. Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Zoe here, Jake and Johnny joining me. And we have been busy talking about the teams, which is obviously a lot of fun. But there's so much more to explore here at DreamHack. Because we're at DreamHack, Johnny.
Yeah, we are.
Back in the motherland,
it's like
back
the
at
real
DreamHack.
thing. Like
It's
this
the
entire
real one.
hall is
Yeah.
just, I know, like for the people watching, you might think it's just a desk and then there's a stage.
It's so
then
much
people
more.
play video games. But like behind the camera, we really should have like Danny go like behind the scenes or something. But there's like an entire hall of like activities and things to do and like things to experience, Jake. There's so much to experience.
It's a festival of gaming.
Wow, you described it so eloquently. Great job,
It is.
Jake.
You know what? You want Danny? I give you Danny.
Danny?
I can do better than that. I'm not just going to give you Danny. I'll give you J3 and Danny.
Yeah, we're here. How'd you know? Thank you, Zoe, Johnny as well. There's a lot to see, but hey, the most important thing is I'm here with J3, my favorite streamer. How are you doing? How are you doing in Stockholm? Are you enjoying it?
I'm doing fantastic. It's cold.
It's cold, right? I mean, inside is not that bad.
No, it's definitely not.
No, it's kind of cold. No?
Nah, I'm from Miami, man. Anything's cold in Miami.
True, I'm from LA. It does get kind of chilly, but hey, inside it's. I feel like it's the gate. I guess the matches are heating up. I mean, the next match is gonna be a banger. It's gonna be Toronto Defiant versus ENCE. JT, who do you think is gonna win?
Ooh, I'm gonna go with Toronto.
Good call. Any reason?
No.
No? Simple. Me too. I'm rooting for Toronto. Why? I don't know either. Hey, another big thing is you're going to be on the show match. That's going to be happening later on today. Are you excited for that?
Yes, sir. I don't know if I'm with you or against you, but it's gonna be fun.
If it's if I'm on your opposing team, throw for me so that I look better.
I don't have any of my peripherals. I'm gonna be horrible.
Nice, nice. All right. Thank you, J3, for the interview. All right, I guess this is it. Have fun in Stockholm. Desk, back to you.
Well, that was an interview of all time. Thank you so much, Danny and J3. J3, we can quote that one. It's cold, he said, in a t-shirt at wintertime in Sweden.
What did he expect? Did you look at
Jackets?
the J3,
Anything?
did you look at the weather reports going into the event? Did you know what was actually coming? Okay,
Yeah.
no, he's just
He
he's trying
did
to talk to
not.
us.
Yeah, well.
Dude, look at the weather report. Okay, you're traveling to Sweden. I don't know what you expected. We're not in the southern hemisphere. Come on, man.
Hey, he didn't come here for the weather. He came here to witness greatness, and that's about to happen on this very stage. So once again, let's toss it over to our favorite human being walking planet Earth to bring out our teams.
Thank you so much, Zoe. You know, I would say it may be cold out there, but it's heating up inside of this building. Isn't that right, DreamHack? Let's try it again. Isn't that right, DreamHack? I like the energy. I like these people. They're lovely. All right, well, let's go ahead and bring out your two teams. It's a classic NAU clash yet again. And let's go ahead and bring out the hope of NA. It's the Toronto Defiant!
The Kings of North America winning all 4 stages in their region. They coming to Stockholm with their aim on the trophy, lifting it Sunday. So stacked on every single role, capable of flexing over to so many different compositions. What will we see from Toronto Defiant to kick off their journey at OWCS Stockholm?
And their opponents represent the EMEA region. It's
Hometown heroes in ENCE. Kevstar, one of the best Swedish players in the world. One of the best players, period. Bringing the absolute heat to start off for this lineup. Still, they're going to have a tough test in taking down the Kings of North America. Can ENCE be the standard bearers for EMEA?
Now, before we get into the matchup, I would like Sugar Free as well as Kevstar to come up to the stage, if you guys don't mind. Sugar Free, Kevstar, come on, let's go. Avanza, you know we want to schedule over here. Chop, chop. Because we're going to do something a little special here. You know, throughout the year, we like to really just praised and cherished and players who bring it and always give their absolute best. That is why we're very proud to announce that your role MVP for the NA region is Sugar Free. And your role MVP for the EMEA region, it's Kevster! Guys, once again, give it up for these hard-working players. They're about to take the stage, fellas. Congratulations on an incredible season. Of course, I don't want to hold you up any longer, so go back with your teams. Guys, give it up one more time for your role MVPs for NA and EU, Kevster and Sugar Free. And let's go ahead and get ready and send it over to your casters, who definitely are going to need some water, because these guys have been commentating nonstop. It's, of course, Uber and Mr. X.
Thank you, Golden Boy. Say that for after. We've got one more banger ahead of us still. The last of our first two games here. And an important one again as we continue to take the temperature of this transatlantic clash. It's going to be ENCE, who looked a little bit more shaky, I think, in the Stage 4 main event. But the Toronto Defiant also had their fair share of stumbles in NA.
It was like Toronto's most difficult stage within North America, right? Was Stage 4. A little bit of a different meta now, right? But this team also with a decent amount of pressure, right? Like they were created for this moment to win this event, right? Throughout the year. It was one thing for them to kind of take over NA. It felt like that was just kind of inevitable, right? But for them to win it all, I mean, that's really what it's about.
But internationally, this Toronto Defiant team have actually struggled at times to find that level of success. And in fact, it was ENCE that knocked them out of the Dallas Major in the lower bracket in a 3-1 loss. So not only are they here looking for revenge, they're looking to once again put NA back on the Overwatch map.
Yeah, and it's awesome that we obviously have that announcement with for Kevster and Sugar Free, and we also get that matchup. I mean, Kevster has been throughout the history of Overwatch like just a tremendous DPS player, right? Can play just about everything. And really this year for Toronto, like Sugar Free, it is like, Lenny time, like for real. Like it's been Lenny time the whole time.
I mean, we saw him come into that late stage of the Overwatch League on that Vancouver Titans team and look really impressive as like a young player, but now he has taken it to another level entirely.
You remember those Vancouver Titans teams? So, I mean, you look impressive there. You look impressive anyway.
I'll never forget the breadsticks, don't worry about it. But out here though, he's eating good. On this team, Toronto, like they do favor that sort of slower style, but of course you've got someone at the tank role who really can't be beat. You've got an incredible backline. This team with the Juno meta looked a little shakier. They've actually put RuPaul now on Juno duties. So he's the Juno player. They've made that switch up here and they felt much more comfortable with, RuPaul leading the way. But let's look across the stage. Let's rehash this Kevster discussion because talk about a DPS player that in any meta can find success. There's been rotations at ENCE, but it's always been Kevster in there, crucially at flex DPS, projectile, he does it all.
And it also feels like he never has like a poor game, right? He always is like pretty consistent all throughout, always being able to pick up whatever it needs to be in terms of the meta, right? We've seen him play, heroes like Genji, Mei, Echo, right, Pharah in the past. I mean, just a tremendous overall player. I feel like really kind of found his footing with this team this year.
His ceiling is so high, and he's very consistent, but it often is a question for this team of how close to that ceiling can he get on a particular game. It's worth pointing out that Kai now moves into, jump in on that Reaper role. Normally like a more conventional hit scan player, and that's definitely where we've seen him show his best. He comes in here, but back in 2019, Kai was playing a bunch of Reaper, right? And really was very familiar in that kind of metagame, in that kind of style. So I also want to mention that Chase Torch can't be here. So this is another international event where ENCE just have Vistola here. Again, I think it's a better matter for Vistola, right? Chase is definitely the Winston player they look to. But this is a team that doesn't have a coach either.
Yeah.
So all of these factors make ENCE a really unique and interesting team. And if you ask them, they don't feel like not having a coach has let them down. But this is a macro metagame.
But they know what they want to play, right? This team has a great idea of the maps they want to select. I think obviously coaches help in a lot of different situations, but potentially they don't feel like they need it.
Here we go, folks, another NA versus EU clash. It's the Toronto Defiant versus ENCE. A little bit slower in the main event, Stage 4 were ENCE as they found they struggled to overcome that SSG roster who really hit their stride at the right time. But it's a new meta game, it's a new stage, folks. And we're headed over to Ilios to start this series off. The Toronto Defiant can't just settle for domestic dominance, Matt. Like you mentioned, they are purpose-built to win the OWCS.
Bad day for EMEA.
But it's been rough now, I think of it. So far, Twisted Mind's been their strongest showing.
Yeah, which I don't think anybody kind of predicted. We do have a little bit of a pause here, so we'll figure that out, get right back in the game. Looks like everybody's okay with their chairs. The chairs have been like the biggest
chairs,
thing.
man.
Chairs, so picky with the chairs. But we'll jump right back into this one once everything gets sorted. But yeah, you figure like, EMEA, right? This type of style would have suited them the best. It seems like everybody else, right? Boot camping, a lot of the teams coming here to Europe and boot camping, it's definitely helped them catch up maybe a little bit.
So despite this Toronto Defiant team saying that they had some struggles in Stage 4, especially with the metagame, we're still looking pretty closely at them to see if they can sort of find this level of success now. Obviously, Vega moving off that Juno role. Do we actually get this? We might, on Ilios, this is the kind of map where you can get away with this. This is a classically, I think, like APAC style with the Ana, Brig, and Winston setup here for Toronto.
And you also wonder, like, obviously these teams have been scrimming one another. No, maybe not these two specific teams, right? But kind of scrimming throughout the pool. And teams, tell each other things in terms of scrims, right? So if you know that ENCE with Pistolian, like, they don't really want to play maybe the Maga as much, and they're okay playing some of that Diva, that allows Toronto to play this.
Okay, this is specifically the kind of map where you can play these dive styles here. But God, Toronto in this lineup looks so good. Merit gets to play hit scan and not the Reaper. Sugar Free on the Tracer. Someone on the Winston. But this is definitely something that suits ENCE well. Sky Reaper's an incredible Ana player. Kai gets to play that hit scan. Both teams really want to get off to a hot start.
Yeah, and it's really just, can you keep the supports here for ENCE alive with the pressure that someone in Sugar Free are going to put down?
Well, here comes someone, comes knocking. Kai definitely has to abscond from the high ground here and play around that defensive zone of Vistola, but Bionade connects onto Kellex. ENCE need to be careful. Cheeky Bubble will deflect that dynamite from Kai, and Vistola's desuited already.
Yes, you see where Sky is. It's not really like a line of sight for him at some point to keep Vistola alive. Just going to work his way back towards the Mega. Not able to do so. So you lose Sky here. Vistola jumps off the side. It's a full reset here for ENCE.
And internationally, Toronto Defiant have not lived up to their reputation in NA. They had a really disappointing showing. As the top NA team, they didn't even make it the furthest in Dallas.
I also think it's a wake-up call, them losing a little bit in North America, right? It's like, hey, we got to get things in order because if some of the other NA teams are catching up, I mean, we're in a rough spot.
Nightmare pushed them all the way. We talked about that already. That is a real Zoomer team, right? That have pushed these veterans to the limit in the past, but it's forged them into a team that now internationally can hope to make a deeper run. The neutral game for Toronto has been very good here, Matt. Good bios coming in from RuPaul. And here's a Nano for someone. He's looking to get his feet wet a little bit. ENCE drop off the high ground. Vistola got Nano elsewhere, and Merrick gets brought down by Kevster, but Sugar Free drags Kai off his horse. So that's both Ashes now out of the picture. No more long-range hit scan.
And Vistola's kind of chasing RuPaul, but he's able to stay alive. Nice pulse bomb there. Takes out Sky. Kellex able to live on through it, not even having to use the recall after getting hit by the bio. Sugar Free doing a great job holding on to that. They'll keep this point.
Yeah, self-destruct here being thrown down by Vistola. He just wants a remake here. But Kellex has gone down. Sugar Free largely uncontested here. As Kevster doesn't really have the wherewithal to put some pressure on this Tracer. The Toronto Defiant are getting exactly the game they want.
And also, Tracer historically has always been pretty strong against Deco, right? So even just trying to play this into it, it's going to be actually a dupe here from Kevster. They get Vegas, so they probably feel that this is like a big enough kill that maybe they can kind of capitalize or at least gain some type of map control.
Kevster in a familiar pair of shoes here and gets a dupe stick under RuPaul. That's the Ana down, but ENCE still have a lot of work to do.
Primal.
This is going to keep the backline of ENCE at bay for now. Kevster's able to find Merit. That's another one off the Echo. Someone slept here. Bubble thrown up, but Vistola steps inside of it. Gets good damage, and somehow Toronto have kept someone alive. RuPaul's working towards another Nano. Over the space of 3 fights, he'll have 2.
Focusing beam goes for nuts. A nice sleep here that connects from RuPaul. The bio grenade doesn't hit though.
He's low. The rally can't keep him in his mech. Kellex tries to pop that ultimate, but it just comes a little bit too late. And now Toronto, they've got everything they need to swoop back in and claim the point and maybe take the round.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough now for ENCE. But Kellex does come up with one, but it's definitely not going to be enough. It's going to be the Defiant getting back towards that point. 95%, so you're still going to probably have a last-ditch effort here for ENCE as Kevster switches over to Tracer.
Yeah, Nano, I guess, for Vistola here is an option. It's probably the only one for ENCE that rings with any chance of success. Kellex is going to be forced out of the fight here. Someone zoning most of ENCE back inside this mega room right now, and Sky takes a big headshot, has to throw that Bionade at his own feet to keep himself healed up. Merit and Kai both go down. It's a trade here of Ash players again, and here's that Nano for Vistola. Looking for the backline, looking to pressure over towards Vega. but gives up the fight. Instead, wants to deal with someone now who's out in the open and gives up the point and still have a foothold in this round.
Yeah, someone takes a ton of damage, so he has to escape to the high ground, but Vega doing a tremendous job keeping RuPaul alive.
Self-destruct here. Toronto have to play out of line of sight for now, but they've gotten Pistola back into mech, have ENCE. The Diva's still going to be a factor, and Kai finds Sugar Free. What a big headshot to bring the Tracer down. Someone trying to control this space here, but Toronto don't have everyone in position to play for the point yet.
Yeah, you're getting very close to Primal though, right? So you can like almost cycle the Primal into a Nano. You're going to have a Bob here as well. So Toronto amassing a good set of ultimates here. But ENCE doing a tremendous job staying in this.
Yeah, brick by brick, they have clawed their way back into this game. Someone here looks to try and peel a little bit as Kevster starts to posture aggressively towards the backline. Now someone throwing a bubble down on the point, but there's a pulse bomb available here for Kevster in just a moment. Kellex under some duress here. Kevster looking for the optimal target, but they can't keep the Brig alive. Vega just definitely steps back from that pulse bomb, and now the Primal's in play. Sugar Free finds a great connection on the Sky Reaper, and that, folks, should wrap it up here for our first round. Bob finishes the job, and Toronto squeak through.
I mean, look, it's a Toronto Defiant map win, but I'm pretty impressed with how ENCE kind of battled back into that one, right? They get up to almost 80% on the point. We're early on. I mean, this was looking like we were going towards another blowout, but ENCE battled back. We're able to keep it close. See if we see some changes coming in this next point. It definitely looks like it.
Yeah, map a little bit less viable here for your dive stylers. The topography breaks up line of sight for your Ana especially. It'd be hard to keep Winston under the thumb and keep them held up. So this is maybe a little bit more of what we expected coming into this game, and this is where ENCE's ability to transition to this meta will be put to the test.
Well, see for the Defiant, right? Sugar Free hovering the Genji would be a little bit of a different look, right? Genji Reaper, potentially, so...
Genji Reaper it is.
It'll be
Kai!
The Widow, okay, so this is a little bit of a wild card.
Like you can LOS this Widow pretty effectively, but you do bunch up as a result.
You are also at, like, if the Widow's not getting picks, you are at such a severe damage disadvantage,
This
right?
is a big gamble for Kai, man. Can Mr. Kovacs himself find the opening? Gonna need to close the gap a little bit here, but can Toronto really lash out at the Widow? Yep, here comes Sugar Free, knows that there's a long-range hit scan that needs to be accosted, and then he dies. Nice little deflect here is gonna force Pistola to turn around, and a three-player stop from someone. ENCE are reeling.
I mean, that's great, though, for Toronto. They see the Widow. They know exactly what they need to do. They need to close the gap, right? Never Kai was in a position to, like, take a shot as somebody was coming on in. You have the switch there for just a brief second. I think he's going to go back to the Reaper, just seeing if he can pick somebody off there at the start. But, yeah, they played around that Widow tremendously.
So they came out of the gate with a Genji. Sugar Free was ready for that. Now, Defiant playing in a bit of an annoying spot. Somehow ENCE need to try and close the gap here, and what a dive. That is beautiful. Look at Sugar Free dash through. Took ENCE very, very low. So they're going to be set on a reset straight away.
I mean, someone drops from the high ground with the charge, and as soon as it connects, everybody else is there for the Defiant to clean it up. So, 2 fights. Not really much of anything going for ENCE. They haven't really been able to make much of anything happen.
Sky hasn't been able to heal enough. That orbital ray advantage is going to be huge for Toronto, and they let it go straight away. In goes someone. Sugar Free now build up with the blade. Okay, nice segue. Here it comes. Sugar Free dives in looking for the Reaper. Kai pops out of Wraith Walk and immediately is bisected. And Sugar Free's found a second. ENCE are struggling to even get out of spawn.
And what do you do, right? I mean, if you start to use some of these ultimates to get out of spawn, I mean, you're such a rough situation, especially Toronto, right? Cage Fight Rally, Death Blossom, pretty sick combo.
Kellex tried to pop Rally to stop Sugar Free and couldn't do a thing about it. Lenny still got 2 kills with the blade.
Dude, the Maga up here is filthy work.
It's annoying. Someone eventually opts to drop down now and has eyes only for Kai straight away. Stop from Pistola, but what a bash there out from Vega. Beautiful running shield stun, but someone's still going to fall down. A blade now coming out. Kevster's going for it. And he gets rid of Merit first. Nice cleanup for ENCE. Finally, they get to play Overwatch.
Yeah, but they give up 98% pretty much. So they finally make it out of spawn, right? It's a good rally from Vega. It's a nice bash off at the start.
Bash.
But yeah, I mean, the Cage Fight plus Blade was awesome there for ENCE. You also had that orbital ray advantage.
Merit on a hero that doesn't normally allow for the same degree of skill expression as he probably would like. He's still going to go in. After the stomp came through, Vega went very, very low, and another one on Merit. He was stunned up briefly. The Death Blossom from Kai gets them there. It's not pretty, but it's effective.
Now they're starting to get rolling, right? You take up that space. Now force Toronto to kind of, you know, walk into the meat grinder, so to speak, because you're able to make some big plays there with the Reaper. Just a little bit of an advantage point here for Kai is see how Toronto plays this. You're not really building up towards like any ultimates at this point, right? You're not really close.
Maybe DPS ults, really.
Yeah.
I mean, Cardiac Overdrive plus Death Blossom for Merit is still a legitimate threat. It's just interruptible, right? With like, you know, Kelex's shield bash, for example.
Yeah, and for this blade that Sugarfree's going to have, I mean, you're maybe working up towards like some of these as RuPaul actually builds Sorbo rate rather quick. You're going to have the rally on the other side. So here it is. See if Kelex is able to stop it.
Hyper Ring thrown down. Speed boost here for Toronto as they look to take the fight to the coast. Stop from someone doesn't affect anyone, but they're inside the orbital rain. Here comes the blade from Sugarfree. He drops down like an angel of death, and Kelex is ruined. Full disengage from ENCE, but they're down to 3 here, and their odds of being able to contest are low. Someone wants to make them 0. Tries to charge in, but a reposition now behind that dash is going to RuPaul fall into the blade of Kevster inside the orbital race. Guys are able to find one, and they can't get Pistola. Toronto unable to land the plane here and give ENCE an opening.
Yeah, and I think Toronto may have gotten caught a little bit off guard there because they go in, try and pick up some kills here towards the end of that fight. They don't really find anything. And on the exit, I don't know if they expected Pistola to have that cage fight there. Ends up popping the cage fight, blaze them on through, and they cut up, make quick work of the Defiant. And it's just like that, ENCE is back in this game. I mean, you know, they're going to have probably one fight here to decide it. Sugarfree going to move away from Genji, going to go over to the far right here, just trying to put down some poke down.
Kelex is on the Lucio here, probably just switching to get back to the point in time. Is stuck to it now. Here's a cage fight. Someone's hoping to have caught someone in there, and he got Pistola. Sky, it looks like he was also trapped. That's not ideal. Now you've lost your Juno. 99-99 is the scoreline here in Vega. Looking just to play safe, keep Merit topped up, but keep Sugarfree at the optimal distance. He dives in, closes the gap there. Damage on Kevster can't be overcome, and ENCE don't have the healing resources to keep him in the fight. Constant pressure here from this Pharah, and ENCE don't have an answer to it. Death Blossom for Kai is going to be redirected off to the side room. He dodges the stomp at least, but he has to come back with very little health to work with. He's overrun instantly, and Toronto Defiant, a scrappy affair sees them take away Ilios.
2 fairly competitive points though. Back and forth it went there on Ilios, but Toronto in the end comes out on top. It feels like even some of that percentage though, right, is just you're going to end up giving up some percentage here to kind of build up some of your ultimates back, where it felt like I think more on the second point that like Toronto was in a little bit more danger. First point seems was pretty one-sided.
Yeah, absolutely. And it took ENCE a long time to get into the game, right? They were playing like Ana Brig, which is really a throwback to like, you know, 2 metas ago almost now, as we saw so much Orisa in stage 4. But Toronto really well geared to play in that style, where there's a map that allows for it. There are a couple of those dive maps in the pool where you can go away from the Malga setup. Then we saw the Malga, but Sugarfree on the Genji, right? It's preferred, I think, for him over the Echo. I thought the Reaper play was very solid. Not much to speak of there, really. It did come down to the flow of those ultimates like we discussed.
And even picking the Widow at the start, like it's definitely a gamble, right? If you don't get those kills, you kind of see what happened. It's like 50% right away up for Toronto Defiant. So maybe you don't come out with that Widow and it's a little bit different. Maybe it plays out differently there on that second point on Ruins.
See Maimone on the stage there, listed as player coach here for ENCE, the closest thing they have to, I guess, a governing voice. But in previous metas, like we've seen Maimone come into the game. We saw him play, God, I want to say Brig on one occasion, but Genji, Echo, those are the kind of picks you see.
So do you want him to sub himself in? That's what you want to do.
Well, it looks like ENCE have their bases covered. I think like Kai is able to play Ashe in this first game, right? Looks pretty darn solid. They go for the Widow gamble. It just doesn't pay off. It's pretty big risk, I think.
What did they even hit? Huh. I mean, you're thinking about like EMEA, it's like, okay, we can just play King's Row, right? I mean, is that what you kind of want to play potentially here? Like, the King's Row is a little bit scary because Toronto, they're so flexible. There's so many different things that they can play. It'll be really interesting what they decide to do on the side of ENCE.
You play King's Row, it does allow Kai to, potentially play the Ashe, something hit scam related. Yeah. You are also playing into the Sugarfree Pharah, right? And that was a metagame that Toronto weren't at their strongest in, I think. But, I mean, if you think about the players in terms of how they match up against the heroes that might be on the map, like, you should be fine. Exactly. And this is an ENCE that looked a little bit shaky coming into this. And again, no coach. Going to be Maimone gassing the boys up after a map loss. I mean, that's totally fine. They tend to think that... I think Kellex said, it'd be nice to have a coach to have like an extra pair of eyes, really, but we really feel good about how we've managed to
It's good to
govern
have
ourselves.
it's good to have the neutral voice, right? In terms of like when the team.
I mean, Kai has a really. Have you ever heard Kai talk? It's a very neutral voice. That is extremely neutral.
So you see the stats there from the first map, pretty much all in favor, everything in favor of the Defiant. Not the biggest blowout we've seen today, but I know still pretty healthy in the Toronto Defiant direction. The coach is good to have that like just kind of neutral voice in the room, right? I know we were kind of discussing about how he plays certain situations. You have somebody who's watched a ton of VOD, knows the team really well, can kind of break up some of those fights. I think that's probably where they miss the coach the most.
Well, Caceres on the other side of the stage, of course, who's spent plenty of time as a coach in Overwatch. I reckon he'd love a matchup against Falcons. That crusty junk buck versus Caceres matchup. They were, of course, all were together on the San Francisco Shock for quite some time. So I'm sure he'd love that matchup here. And hey, great start for Toronto. This is probably what NA fans want to see from their #1 seed, right? It's a pretty clean opener against a really well-respected team in ENCE, who, again, knocked them out in Dallas, showing that, hey, this time they've been able to translate that domestic showing into an international event where, again, it's a full house, baby. The crowd is getting behind them, and we saw them crumble under that degree of pressure in the past.
You also feel a little bit bad for Toronto in the aspect of like, you beat ENCE, you beat SSG, you beat all these teams, and it's like, well, if you don't beat like Crazy Raccoon or Falcon, like we don't care. And it's like, well, they're so like awesome against everybody else. They don't exactly get blown out by those teams, right? Those games are like pretty back and forth competitive, and it's just a lot of pressure. It's like, okay, like anything they do outside of winning those 2 games is just like whatever. Like it's like there's not a lot of there's not a lot of better teams than like ENCE or teams like that. So ENCE actually takes us to Shambali. So this is kind of what we saw SSG do here against Nightmare. So now going to Shambali, a little bit of a curveball.
They're trying to force the Malcacom.
Yeah, you think so, right?
They're really trying to take a map where like there is no option to sort of go away from that. I do think like the Genji is still viable, right? I think both these teams are showing a preference to play it. You've got Kevster on one side, you've got Sugar Free on the other. Shambali will be the pick here for ENCE. We're #2 seed out of EMEA. With again, the role MVP of Kevster on the roster. Looking to live up to the award he just garnered himself. I'm looking to see ENCE can stay alive in this first to 2 series.
Yeah, do or die time here for ENCE. It is their map selection. We'll see what side both teams are starting on. But like you mentioned, I think you probably end up seeing exactly what you're seeing now. Yeah, this Malga kind of style. This is what they want to force.
Sugar Free on the Echo here, so very much sticking to the script. Echo can do so much here with the rooftops. Just basically dive in, dump cooldowns, and then play back behind that cover.
You could have just stopped it. Echo can do so much here. It's like always, right? I mean,
we've just seen how powerful the duplicate is, right? And there are so many candidates for that. We've seen Reapers copied, extra Malgas for that extra shoulder charge stomp combo. It's pretty terrifying. We haven't seen an extra Brig in a pinch. Here we go out of the gates. Kai going to attempt a Widowmaker opening here.
We've also seen like a lot of Echo, right? When like lethality in the game kind of went down overall, it's still one of the heroes that can provide like instantaneous bursts, especially on targets that are below 50% HP, right?
With how strong tanks are right now, it feels so important.
Yeah.
All right, someone goes very low before going for the cardiac overdrive here, and wrapup desperately trying to keep him healed up, but he just takes too much damage.
You end up getting 2 picks, so you're going to extend this a little bit here for the Defiant. Yeah, your tank steps out onto that payload, especially on the defensive side of things here. You're in a world of trouble, as looks like now everybody will get finished off as ENCE will get the payload moving.
That was the fight they were looking for there. Kellex making sure he can hear properly. I respect it. Someone get the man a Q-tip. Let's see what we come back in here with Merit getting to 70% of his ult charge in that last fight.
Yeah, you actually end up building. The fight goes a little bit longer. You build up a lot of decent ultimate charge here for the Defiant, right?
Got a Stoller as well. Very close to that first cage fight. Sugar Free feels probably pretty uncomfortable trying to play through this building, as Kai definitely has him dead to rights in a matchup there. Merit's Wraith Walk. He's still going to try and stay into the fight. Here comes a late stomp, though. Merit was knocked down, but he has the Death Blossom now available. He got Kai as well. It's hard to see ENCE getting out of this one.
Yeah, and it's a little bit of a rough position there for ENCE at the start, right? We see kind of Kevster's X-Ray is actually kind of inside of that side room and gets hit with a stomp and has to exit straight away. That's not how you kind of want that Echo to be positioned there, right? You want to be able to utilize that Echo in the fight. As soon as Toronto sees like the Echo on the other side hightail it, they just go right around the corner. They know they're going to get at least 1 kill.
You can see that Kevster made a beeline for Rupal, trying to bring him down. A great peel back from Sugar Free to take the Echo 1v1. Now those ultimates are relevant. In fact, both teams have built up pretty similar banks of them. It's just someone without a cage fight. Kai, DP forward, very aggressive now as he tries to get into the back line. Kevster with a dupe here of the Reaper, going to work him from an off angle himself. Looking straight at Sugar Free, the Duke's Malware, and someone just explodes. Too much damage there from ENCE. Rally in play here for Kellex. A nice backstroke from Vega. Hit 3 once more as Kevster tries to go for a dupe. Death Blossom, it's Kai though that ends up falling. Kevster eats the focusing beam and Merit finds some extra damage here. But Toronto are in shambles. Merit and Vega have to try and fight here against 3, and they're going to just hope to stall a bit.
Yeah, it's like, man, Merit's kind of going crazy in all these fights on the Reaper, but not strong enough there as ENCE comes out with a fight win. Toronto in position, though, to kind of challenge this, right? No support ults, but nobody on the other side has one either. But potentially with that cage fight and the Reaper coming off spawn.
And he touches. There'll be someone dropping in. Cage fight immediately popped him.
Oh,
He's so low, but Merit and Sugar Free get there. Someone trusts his team to back him up, and the DPS dive into the fray.
He took so much damage. Someone straight away. Even with that cardiac overdrive, I mean, he was extremely low. Staggering out Festola here. He's used to that, plays a lot of Diva. So
1 minute.
Yeah, that's someone just going in, getting the touch, dropping the cage fight, and
dying.
Praise the rest of his team comes out on top.
Make space, get traded. Hold M1 and M2 simultaneously for the boys. All right, let's run this back. Now down to 40 seconds here for ENCE. No key ultimates to leverage. Merit's going to have a Death Blossom. In we go. He wants to try and push forward here. And why wouldn't you? In we go. Nice little stomp follow-up there, but Merit's not been able to find the damage to get a kill. Pistola's just built his cage fight up now, but they've already lost Kellex. Cage fight goes down. Kevster's able to focusing beam down Merit, and Vega is picked off by Vistola. Big Malga ultimate, but can they win the fight? Someone goes low. Great sticky bombs from Kevster above the fight, and Kai just hits Q. Sugar Free duping here a Reaper. Actually pretty close to ultimate, but gets knocked out of dupe it. Yep, your boy's on the cart. Just a cool guy playing the objectives.
Yeah, Sugar Free fighting that 2-on-1. Right, like, oh man, I can clutch this out as Kevster just backcaps, walks it all the way home. So, still pretty good defense there from Toronto, right? You know, right down to the wire there on the first point. Now 220. Not a lot of time to push up through this high ground. It can be very difficult to break.
It's treacherous, especially now with the volatility of those Juno ultimates both being online. Here they come. Speaking of which, ENCE lets theirs go first. Rupal maybe a little bit too late to the punch with Kiz's Merit. Falls under the scrutiny of 4 separate ENCE players. Vega doesn't quite know where to put it himself, I think. Kellex is able to deal with him pretty comfortably.
He decides to put himself back into the spawn. As, that'll be a team kill there for ENCE. You end up kind of using the orbital ray, and huge for ENCE, right? It's that you actually have this rally, because you can use this rally when the cage fight comes through. There's no Death Blossom on the other side, right? So not really that scared, and you can make up some of the time you potentially lost.
Kellex here doesn't want to overextend. Steps up, gets some information about the Defiance setup, and in we go again. Big cage fight, big catch as well. Sugar Free's trying to play from the fringes of it for now as a running for Kellex. You'd hoping to keep them healthy enough, but Sugar Free found Kevster, picked him out of the bunch. Here's that free Death Blossom from Sugar Free. Good damage, good heal, pressure and Merit as the other Reaper cleans up for Stola.
At the final moments, the Defiant always seems to bounce back. Nice kill there. Going deep for Sky, that's going to force them just wait a little bit longer. And as we talked about in the last series, right, when we saw Shane about, like, it's really long to get back here towards the heart. You got to go like up and maybe around the side, as yeah, they won't kind of go in towards that front. They'll take this back staircase all the way up.
Yeah, unfortunately the ski lift was unoperational, so we're going to do it the old-fashioned way. 2 Death Blossoms here. Pistola's cage fight would love to catch someone, but Toronto are playing pretty cagey right now. Excuse the pun, they don't want to get caught out by that new Malga ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, Toronto's fine with this being drawn out, right? They want to end up building some ultimates, and if it becomes the final fight here, they're totally fine with that.
Orbital Ray here for Sky, just now developed. Vistola wants to come over the top. Big cage. Who's caught in that one? Rupal actually is in a bit of trouble. Orbital Ray's now going to cross over. Kai at the fringes of the fight with the Death Blossom wasn't able to find anything. Eventually, though, he gets Merit. A dupe with a Malga for Kevster. In he comes with the stop. Looking to try and find these squishies. Vega pops the rally now. Rupal healthy enough, but we're now in a post-Orbital Ray world as Kellex going to get brought down by the shoulder charge. And knocked out of dupe is Kevster. Knocked back there on Kevster as well. He can't really get into the fight at all. He found someone at least with a focusing beam, but there's more work to be done. Good sticky capture there from Sugar Free, but Vistola needs to be handled. And there it is, a dupe on the Mauga. Sugar Free's going to be very hard to shift now.
Yes, the rally is huge from Vega. They keep someone alive long enough. I mean, the rally plus the cardiac overdrive used there in combination is almost impossible to break through that. And especially once you've already used your Death Blossom and some other ultimates, right? You've already used the cage fight in that situation. Kevster almost pulls back, right? They kill someone, they get him with the focusing beam, they give themselves an opportunity.
But Kevster eats a whip shot randomly, I think, from Vega there. Just knocks him out of effective range. I think he's trying to focus and beam someone down at the time or at least land stickies. And then, of course, a late dupe of the Mauga for Sugar Free meant Toronto Defiant had all the durability they would need. So only the one checkpoint here for ENCE. Much of this owing to how long it took for them to get that first checkpoint at all.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see now. I think it's important that ENCE, just like how Toronto did, right? Windows that clock down, right? Try and get it. You don't want to be in the situation we just saw the previous series, right? Where, now Nightmare's got 5 minutes going up towards that second point, right? I mean, then you're staring down the barrel of an L. You want to kind of draw this out as long as possible.
I mean, that is the situation here for ENCE. A competitive first map, but they just took a little bit too long to get going. They end up giving up Ilios to Toronto. And now here their attack didn't quite have the lethality it needed to claim enough real estate on this map to feel comfortable coming back around on defense. Kevster there has mastered the art of blowing his hair out of his eyes. Can he get hit both sides? Got mad accuracy there. Never uses his hands for it.
You've never had to deal with that problem, huh?
Less than less, mate. That hairline is out of there.
we all can see it. We know it's less and less.
All right, Sugar Free attempts the Widow opener.
I am always ready to learn.
And away we go here. No attempt at a spawn camp ready for ENCE. They will emerge though from this corner and try and take a fight. Someone's ready for it though. He wants to start it up himself. Sugar Free uncontested right now. Kellex actually going down to the torpedoes of all things as Kai gets where he needs to be. But all right, the tri-shot damage claims the Reaper. I think Sugar Free's happy to go 1-for-1 there.
Yeah, any kills you can get here for ENCE, right? Building up towards some of the ultimates, clock, being taken off. This is actually pretty decent, right? You're actually, keeping your tank alive for a while here, and now you're going to have, the next two players actually Kevster fails with his life. So still, you got a decent amount of time off the clock there. You end up building up towards some heals.
Someone on your screen here gets a nice mutual knockdown with a player advantage, so Vistola couldn't stand up.
Kellex does get killed so fast that you're like 45 to 30 there for Rally, but how these fights are and how close quarter is, and you can just get so much value at the Inspire healing, you'll see that jump up pretty fast.
And the healing is approximately even between these two teams, despite ENCE getting bundled out in those fights pretty badly. Merritt always asking for more, always trying to push up here, but the echo's a bit of an issue. He's got to respect it. Control the side room. Yeah, he's going to duck back in there and make sure Kai can't flank around. Someone's waiting for something here, maybe a cooldown. Here's a dupe here of Kevster, in he goes, stop comes out of Kellex, already blown to smithereens by Merritt's Death Blossom. He goes for a Wraith Walk now and emerges at what would have been the right time had Kevster not had a duped Death Blossom of his own. 2 kills for the Echo. Kevster's forced back at 3 HP. Sky might have done enough here. Vega's rally looks a little sad. As Vistola says, okay, I'll fight you 1v2.
A little sad is an understatement there. Sugar Free just kind of sends himself in. He's like, maybe I can get something there. But the rally did not really benefit there for the Defiant. ENCE gets a huge fight win. And they have to get this, it feels like, below a minute.
So far, so good though for ENCE. They managed to survive that very volatile fight with 4 or 5 ultimates on the table. Now they're looking at a duplicate here from Sugar Free and a Death Blossom from Kai. Looking to get to the back lines, it's a dupe of the Reaper. Okay, immediately goes face to face with the Echo, watch out! Kevster's able to avoid him for the time being, and Sugar Free's knocked out of the dupe. Here comes Kai. Great Blossom, claimed Sugar Free, knocked him out of dupe as well, and the follow-up's great from Kevster's focusing beam. Kai, the only casualty here. I think ENCE, you're happy with this, and now 1 minute 24 to play.
And the confidence of Kevster, right, when he sees that dupe of the Reaper inside that close area, and even when Sugar Free jumps out, he's still willing to fight.
I will fight you, bro.
That's crazy. And he comes up with a kill there, huge, right? I know that's a Reaper on the flank coming on through.
Okay. Trying to Defiant in a similar position that we saw ENCE languishing in front of that first checkpoint.
ENCE in a good spot, potentially close this out, right? Double support ult, cage fight, dude.
I like what I see.
Couldn't ask for more.
Get Merritt just tentative about this side room, can't fully commit yet. The Death Blossom could be a game changer, but has to combine it with a cardiac overdrive, you feel? Vistola has a cage fight. Merit does not want to get sucked into that. Here's a TP up to the high ground behind, and in we drop! Trapped briefly now inside the cage, interrupted midway through that ultimate was Merit. It's a mess, but the cardiac overdrive here keeps ENCE standing. Kevster dupes and finds yet another cage fight, and there it is. ENCE have come up with the answer. An extra Malga goes a long way, apparently. Kevster on the Echo looks incredible.
An extra Malga plus a rally. Pretty solid combination to have there going against the Defiant. The Defiant should have, though, one more chance, right? Rally and dupe for themselves. That's everything dumped in there for ENCE. Maybe Kai is able to build up a Blossom, but nothing to combo with it.
He used number 2 Speed fighting to stay alive in this series now. It's Merit being tracked as he heads upstairs. ENCE know exactly where this Reaper is, but can they stop him? That's the difference. In we dive. Nice little stun there. Vega hit a double shield bash. Kai and Kellex both falling down, and Toronto Defiant explode out of nowhere to keep the map going.
Yes, ENCE could not really disengage there, but ENCE did a tremendous job setting it into OT. Gives himself an opportunity to still fight back and take the map. I mean, you see the box of victory there. Feels like ENCE need to get cleanly out of the spawn and push Toronto back, right? Don't let them get a ton of free payload progress.
Yeah, still have to answer the same question that ENCE were required to, so that they can get through this windy phase of the map. That's why Sugarfree's trying to push the line of scrimmage up as far as possible. Has a cheeky little off angle, but needs to be involved in this fight. Kai's gotten behind him here. Merit's the first to fall now, and oh dear, yep, I think Toronto want to pull the plug instantly, but they're not going to be allowed to escape. Someone cannot get away from the Death Blossom here, and ENCE continuing to build on that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, best case scenario there for ENCE, right? You get Merit early, who's been so good on the Reaper throughout this series thus far. Look at this, I mean, you push up right to the spawn. Just burn clock. Let that payload move backwards, get as much time off that clock as possible. Force Toronto to invest coming out of the spawn here rather than those fights a little bit further into the map. I love this decision from ENCE.
Toronto are getting battered, just trying to get out of spawn in general. Those health bars looking perilously low as they've got to make a regroup here. Try that once more. A minute 17 now, about 25 seconds got bought by ENCE to that spawn camp. Okay, they found Kai, nice. Stun him up pretty instantly, brought him down. Kellex does have that rally, but is forced to back up. They really want to save these ultimates. The Death Blossom, they might not give them much choice. It was Kevster with a dupe. Nice Death Blossom to get rid of Vega. The numbers still favor Toronto if Sugarfree can be kept alive as Kevster will burn down.
The solo will fall, but still, getting into their spawn, I mean, what, 232, and Toronto ends up getting the payload over the first point, right, for moving into the second part of the map. Now you have it below a minute. Fantastic job for ENCE. Didn't really cost them anything.
All right.
Just pushes up right up.
Said it a bunch of times today, but the macro play in this next fight must be perfect for ENCE. It is going to be an absolute mess. A cluster storm of ultimates. And in we go. Sugarfree immediately sees an option to go for that orbital. Right, the focusing beam, excuse me. A dupe with the Reaper, though, getting in there. Orbital Ray does come out from RuPaul. Sky had one of his own, but they've lost Kai and Kellex, respectively. The cage is down, and Vistola's out of position now. The cart needs to be moved up. Vistola tries to stall, tries to keep it going, but the dupe Reaper has a Death Blossom that doesn't quite connect. Sugarfree, though, now will be in Echo form and will be able to stagger Vistola down. That could be devastating. The last remaining seconds of regulation now, and ENCE without their Malga to try and contest. They've got to touch. Kellex gets there, but it's going to be whipped shot straight away, and now Kai needs to try as he might. Toronto will close the series. NA's #1 seed delivers on the promise to do a little bit better than we saw in Dallas.
Yeah, very close game between these two. Toronto, though, clutches up in the end, and they lose Vistola there as, he's trying to escape. There's nothing he can really do. The focusing beam and the Reaper just kind of burning him down. But as soon as they lose him, you kind of see the writing on the wall there for ENCE.
Man, these first and twos are absolutely cutthroat. So volatile. And ENCE, there's definitely quite a number of points where they had the map. Definitely feel like they could have taken it away there, but it's a slip right at the end in front of that first checkpoint. They let Toronto get through with no real ultimates, by the way. And then that last fight, they don't have any DPS ultimates. I don't think they have a rally in that fight. And it ends up being Toronto who find a way to derive some momentum out of these very scrappy fights, come out with a win.
Yeah, it's a pretty impressive win there for Toronto going up against ENCE. Everybody had high hopes for them coming into this event. And Toronto, look, we saw them play two different styles of play. They looked pretty good on both. ENCE, I think, put up a really good fight. It's a shame you're going to have all three teams from EMEA playing tonight in the losers.
That means, again, we get an EMEA matchup. We're going to be saying goodbye to them either way. That is absolutely brutal. NA having a bit of a better day so far, but much can change over the course of a tournament of this nature. Pretty incredible stuff here for the Toronto Defiant. Let's head over to Danny for the post-match interview.
Thank you guys so much. I'm here joined by the NA MVP, Sugar Free, coming out from a great win. Everybody give it up for a NA MVP, Sugar Free. One more time. I believe you guys already announced it before the match, but I don't think you guys did an interview, so I do want to ask you about winning, becoming the NA MVP. So what does that mean to you, becoming North America's most valuable player?
I mean, so like it's NA, so it doesn't matter that much. I would rather it be World MVP, but you know, I'll still take it right now.
Hey, one step at a time. You're NA MVP. Next up is going to be World MVP. Big congratulations. Another, I guess, interesting question that I have for you is because your next match is going to be a big one. You guys are going to go up against Crazy Raccoon, and I believe in EWC, you guys did win a map against them. I feel like it is going to be an exciting match. Sugar Free, how confident are you that this time around you guys could get the revenge, get the win against Crazy Raccoon?
Honestly, I think with this meta, I think literally any team can win, so I'm pretty confident that the match will be closer than EWC. I think we can win this time.
All right, everybody give it up for Sugar Free one more time. Thank you guys so much. Des, take it away.
Thank you so much, Danny. Congratulations to Sugar Free, not only for that dub, but also, of course, as he just received the season MVP in the NA region. As Danny said, one step at a time. World MVP is next, obviously. For now, though, let's discuss the performance we've seen from him in this very match. Not only is he our regional MVP, he's also our match MVP. Standout performance, of course, whatever he plays.
You know, I think the Echo is a really crucial hero in this meta. You have some major decision points. You know, when you do pop that copy, do you go for the Malga? Do you go for the Reaper? And how do you play it out from there? I think Echo really probably has the most pop-off potential of any character in the meta. Reaper is I think, a little bit more stable, where Echo has that explosiveness, the ability to make an individual difference. So having somebody like Sugar Free in the lineup, huge boon for Toronto. And Toronto showing that they look great on this meta. They had great reads, great map movements together as a unit. And with this Winston comp waiting in the wings, I think they really do have more looks than if you do want to force an Ilios or a Gibraltar or something of that nature. Toronto's going to be one of the strongest teams on those pocket map picks. So especially as we get into the best of fives deeper in the tournament, I think Toronto can be a real threat to any team in this tournament.
I think it's so telling, Zoe, that they picked Ilios going into this one, because typically, you know, the North American, the European teams, they like going to, like, you know, the Lijiang Towers of the world, for example. Of course, Lijiang Tower not in the map pool this time around, but picking Ilios like the Koreans do, that's such a tell of like what they prefer to do. They like having these small duels, poking around, finding ways to get map position, you know, finding an advantage in the individual duels, and then win with that small advantage, right? And when you have players like Sugar Free, you can do that because he gets the advantage in the Echo duel, the Tracer duel, gives them a little bit of extra space. They can rotate with that, find nice angles, and then capitalize on that, right? So Sugar Free has been a standout player all year, and, you know, very much deserves to get the North American MVP award. I think a lot of people in the community, you know, obviously backed him for the award because he's been so tremendously impactful. You know, most notoriously when he swaps over to the Tracer, the fact that he can win so many of those duels and he can peel back and capitalize on the enemy's mistakes, but he can also be proactive, hit pulse bombs, and try to make plays for his team. Such a crucial player to have in your team when you're trying to win the World Finals.
I mean, also, just on a personal note, if you followed his career, he had to wait so very long to get into OWL, for OWL to then end right after just 1 year. And now a fresh start in OWCS. He has to prove himself all over again. And now he's coming out on top. Toronto Defiant, obviously an absolute force to be reckoned with. They have been so very dominant all season long. And they're showing us today why that is. Absolutely immaculate team play from their roster. However, ENCE, they're no slouches, right? Unfortunately, they found their footing in this series at just a little bit too late. They made it close towards the end there on map 1, and then map 2. Let's be real, both attacks not inspiring.
I mean, it's a tough meta, though, to find any kind of purchase, right? One mistake from one player, it's really all about that team play, all about the ultimate cycle. So even when you win a fight, if you just expended like one ultimate too many, that could really doom your defense for the next couple of engagements. So it's all down to these small decision-making moments. You know, we talk about the chaos of these fights. These players have to find the way through these engagements, you know, not overspending ultimates, right? Finding the perfect timing to pop their skills with their teammates. So it's a lot on the communication, the trust, the cooperation among teammates, more than it is about one individual star taking over. So definitely a different test for these teams than we often see in the game, but still a meta where I liked it. A lot of teams have said this, anybody can win. It's not going to be about winning the Widowmaker duel for the most part. It's going to be on team play and coordination.
it's such a cutthroat series in that it's first to two, but it's also a cutthroat meta in that if you overspend ultimates, the opponent is going to get an advantage, of course. They have an opportunity to come back, or you overinvest in your ultimates. And so far, we've seen ENCE, we've seen SSG. When they overinvest on the ultimates, the enemy team is going to capitalize on that. But at the same time, if you don't overinvest, if you hold on to your ultimate and maybe you die, you lose a fight, that could equally be as pivotal to your downfall, right? So it's a game of risk, really. Are you going to spend your ultimate or going to be patient and hold it back? And either way, you risk, being disappointed.
Yeah, but it looks like both NA teams making it through that upper bracket alongside our Korean teams. Jake, I'm going to give you a minute to gloat. NA on top, question mark?
Brutal.
Right now, it looks that way, right? With both of our EU teams, going down, or two of our EU teams going down 2-0. The third seed was the one who was able to actually win a map against Falcons, but they still dropped to the lower bracket. So, I mean, after today, maybe there'll be two EMEA teams left, but in the lower bracket, it's a tough place to be considering the opponents that are going to be sent down there next. I mean, this is a really tough tournament. It sucks to go down quick to these, best of two or first of two series. It's a rough spot to be, but hey, now you got to fight back. You got to make the adjustments, find the adaptation that gets you through that lower bracket series and keeps you alive here in Stockholm.
Yeah, this lower bracket is going to be insane. And we don't have to wait long for it to happen because we will be covering both elimination matches today already. But first things first, we're heading into a quick break, and when we come back, Matt will be sitting down to talk about Hazard with the Overwatch devs, and the fabled Jake and Johnny show match will unfold as well. So we're going to see you in a bit. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody, to the OWCS World Finals here from Stockholm. We've had some insane games to kick things off, and the vibes in here have been amazing, but we have something really special for you guys. I'm at Mr. X, joined by the amazing devs of the Overwatch team for a special developer update, game director Aaron Keller, and lead gameplay designer Alec Dawson. How you guys doing?
Good, good. Thanks for having us. Hi, everyone.
DreamHack's been awesome so far. Yeah, DreamHack's been awesome. Aaron, you told me that Old Town actually exists, so I was actually able to prove that that exists earlier on the show.
Pretty cool place.
We're lined up on that. But you guys are here with some really special news, right?
Yes, we are. So earlier this week, we introduced Hazard to everyone, and we had his story trailer. We released a comic for him, and Hazard is this bold and brash character. He has this really over-the-top personality, and you can also see this in his gameplay. He has this really aggressive play style, but it's also really versatile. He is this dual-role tank that can kind of do a lot of different things. And with all of this, like what we're really hoping is that we've spiked everybody's interest, because we've brought something along today that we would like to show.
Yeah, I believe Stockholm, get ready. We have a trailer, the first ever gameplay of Hazard. Let's take a look.
Let's go on then! Yowdy! We could all use a little anarchy. Time to take what's ours. Coming through! Hazard here. Who called? Come on! Let's take out the rubbish. Boom! Tell me someone saw that. Let's show them something special. Pure dead brilliant. Out cold.
Mecha activated.
You can't stop me! Yes! Won that one! The best defense! Stabbing! Come and get it, laddie heats! I'll give you a slap! Oi, oi! Enemies in the doorway! Tear it down! Bobby! Hold still, would you? Guns blazing, teeth bared. Shreddy! Thanks for staying put. You know I'm the best.
Oh man, Hazard looks incredible. Alec, do you want to walk us through a little bit of the playstyle and just kind of the inspiration where it came from?
Yeah, Hazard's this hybrid brawl/dive tank. A lot of his abilities are actually offensive and defensive abilities. You know, I think you saw there when he was hunking over with the spikes. He's got damage resistance during that, but also doing damage in front of him. One of the best things about Hazard, though, is how he interacts with the map terrain. You know, he was vaulting, climbing on the wall, shooting the wall into ceilings and walls and everywhere. So that's really awesome. He can get around everywhere.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how players kind of interact with the different map terrain and especially around that wall. But why don't you just walk us through some of all the abilities in his kit so everybody gets a better understanding of what it means?
Yeah, as I said, the bread and butter of his kit is going to be this jagged wall. That's going to be something you're going to be able to block off chokes with. It's going to be really good for your mobility. It's the thing that defines Hazard as a tank. It's the tool that he always has at his disposal, right? And then his Violent Leap and Vault are really where his mobility shines. He's able to violently jump and then hit his ability again to then slash. So he does a lot of damage, knocks back some folks as well. And Vault, that's just a passive that he has. It's kind of like a wall climb, a little bit shorter because he's a big guy. But he's able to use that. He can climb his own wall, climb little edges. When you use all three of those together, you know, he can be an absolute menace.
Yeah, and that wall, it's so fun to use because you can put it on any surface. So it can pop out of a vertical wall. You can put it on a ceiling. It does damage to the enemy team. So it's something that's totally unique. And something that he can get really creative with when he's moving around the map.
Is the wall like a placeable, like a May wall, or is it like a projectile?
It's a projectile.
Oh,
so you can shoot wherever you want, and then it will spawn there once it actually reaches that place.
Genji's out there looking for
you can deflect
TikTok clip.
Diva can eat it too. So
the defense matrix as well. So Bonesper, that's the primary fire. How does the gun really work?
Okay, so his primary fire, the weapon, Bone Spur, it's this mid-range shotgun, and what it does is it fires like this burst of spikes. And so we think that Hazard's going to be a bit better at poke than somebody like Roadhog or Junker Queen, but his sweet spot still is just like up close and personal gameplay. And like an example of that is another one of his abilities, Spike Guard. And so with Spike Guard, he kind of goes into like a defensive mode. He hunkers down and it reduces damage from the front, and it like pretty drastically reduces it. And then at the same time, he'll be shooting homing spikes at all nearby enemies.
Yeah, that's really cool. It's like what you were talking about, Alec, where it's kind of the merge of defensive and offensive abilities.
Yeah, and when he's actually using Spike Guard, he's reloading his ammo. So a lot of things what you want to do with Hazard in a fight, you shoot a bunch and then you dive in, you then use Spike Guard, regenerate some of the ammo, go back to primary fire, then back to Spike Guard. So you have to be really cycling through his abilities pretty well and you can sustain yourself.
And then I'm sure everybody wants to know about the ultimate. Well, what's Hazard's ultimate? It looked crazy there.
Yeah, that's Downpour. So it's this big area in front of you, shoots down this range of spikes. It goes through ceilings, goes through walls. Anyone caught in that will then be rooted in place. So they can't move, they can't use movement abilities. They're kind of a sitting duck at that point for Hazard.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 seconds in Overwatch time, Aaron, that feels like an eternity.
It's forever. And to reiterate what Alex said, it goes through walls. So it'll go to an interior, it'll go anywhere.
You're going to see players like with lineups and stuff, people coming out of spawn, getting all set up like around corners.
Okay, it won't go into spawn.
No. Hey, don't use it. There's going to be some people who do throw it in there, and hopefully we don't get teamed up with those people.
Dragon, everything.
How do you guys envision like players, using the hero, the playstyle as it moves forward?
Yeah, you have to be pretty active with Hazard's abilities, right? So you want to be constantly using his vault, constantly using his leap, and getting around everywhere on the map. Like you can go position-wise, you can be pretty disruptive. So you're jumping back lines. You're not going to be frontlining a lot, but there are some maps where he's capable of that, and that's because of the wall. You can really block off some of those really hard chokes. I would say like Clash on Anubis in particular, like right at that middle point. If you have like Hazard and Mei together, you can alternate the walls. It can be pretty tough to get through.
I think you're going to see some nasty combos. People start to play with it, mess around and whatnot, but guys, here today, we're going to have a little bit of a treat. We're actually going to have a show match with Hazard being played live for you in just a few minutes. But first, let's take a look at that Hazard comic one more time.
Alright, my name is Connor McLeod and I voice Hazard in Overwatch 2. Today I'm reading Tear It Down. Let's get into it. We exist in a web of systems, built by the powerful, meant to help people, treat them all the same. When I was a wee and the system was all I had, all any of us had. But it pitted us against each other, which is the idea. That's what they want. Mum and Dad's cheque from the OVA kept food on the table. But when you're broken by war, by the crisis, you need more than food. Mum learned that the hard way. Twined a while when I was barely 4. And the system doesn't care a whit for your mind, your soul, only your body. Just as it feeds you, you feed it. I see that now. Didn't then. I just wanted out so bad. Education will open doors, they said, and military service would pay for uni. I thought I finally made it. I was so keen to please. Convinced myself that the system protected me, cared for me. Until it didn't. They said I was lucky to be alive. Hard to feel lucky through all that pain.
Reporting live from Glasgow, where an unidentified ship shot down an Overwatch jet. The most recent estimates indicate 14 dead and more than 50 injured.
They offered meds, base model cybernetics, a monthly check to forget what happened.
A clean-up effort is underway, led by Commander Morrison, who gave a moving speech to those affected.
They didn't care why it happened. Didn't care to stop it from happening again either. But I heard about folks who did. I heard you do mods.
Shut it up there, kid. You try to bring the cops down on us.
Freaks. The people the system told us to fear. The technology they made illegal. But the system is wrong. Dead wrong. With body mods, they could take away my pain. Not just the physical, all of it. They helped me realise I'd never been alone. I just hadn't found my people. We were a family. Something I'd never really had before. The world had left its mark on them, but they held the system accountable. Because a system that treats everyone like a number isn't just a system. It's a prison. And the freaks could help set us free. Not just the fools with money or connections. All of us.
Finally, some good news. Freaks attacking a research facility were thwarted in Morocco this week, all thanks to predictive surveillance and crime modelling developed in partnership with OWCS Scientific Collective.
That's another crew gone. Those are our friends. And we're just sitting here doing nothing. No, we're not. What's that then? Something OWCS doesn't want anyone to have. They've the nerve to strike at us. And they're daft enough to tell us exactly where to find them. Not the brightest move. We're going to take their most powerful weapon and use it against them.
These Gradies are pure brilliant.
We will fix this broken world. Even if we have to tear it all down. That was a fun ride. Thanks for tuning in. Leave us a comment, let us know what you're most excited to see from Hazard and his crew.
All right, folks, what did you think of Hazard? That's pretty damn cool. Listen, as a Halo nerd, I just saw some needler spikes, and that looks awesome. So I'm really all about this, and I found my new main. I'm excited. All right, folks, so here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna be seeing some of your favorite creators across all of Overwatch coming out to the stage here, but they're gonna be led by two brave souls. So let's go ahead and bring out these two squads. We got Team Jake and Team Reinforce. Fun fact, Johnny comes from a small fishing village right here in Sweden. That's right. He's a hometown hero. Oh, wait, we're doing a little handhold there. Oh no. Oh, dear. Oh, we're going back for round two. Oh, heavens me. Wow. Good job, yes. That's a dance move for the ages. Jake, Reinforce, why don't you guys go ahead and come up here real fast by the trophy. Come on, come on, come on. Let's get some trash talk going, you know. Good for the soul, good for the body. Don't die, please. We kind of need you for the rest of the show. All right. Standing next to Johnny again, so I look like it. Wait, what are you doing? No. Oh, come on. Who's this? What? Oh, that's the one that Nightmare built, actually. Yeah. You gotta get on that. You gotta stand on it. You know, it might be a hazard.
It's IKEA, trustworthy.
It's IKEA?
Yeah, it's IKEA. You trust that stuff.
Okay, that's right. Okay. Well then, Jake, this is a precarious position we find ourselves in. So you're excited about this one? You're gonna be playing Hazard for the squad?
I'm excited to play Hazard. Oh my goodness. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if I can survive on Hazard. Thanks for the spot, Golden Boy. Definitely crucial in this moment.
I got you, Poppy. Don't worry about it. Actually, like a gentle leap right into your arms would be quite majestic, but we'll do that in the next rehearsal. Johnny, okay, here we go. You're here, you're in front of your home crowd. Honestly, just go ahead and say some stuff to him. The floor is yours.
I'm looking forward to beating Jake for the third time in a row, and then I'm gonna go have a kebab pizza.
Okay, hold on. I just gotta say real fast, that banana pizza is sacrilegious, and as a New Yorker, I'm offended. But I'm offended. Yes, It's terrible. How good?
I can't speak for the banana curry pizza people. I just want kebab.
He just wants kebab. Well, let's go ahead and get this match going. Kebab's on the line. Whoever wins buys the other, no, whoever loses buys the other person kebab. Deal? Deal? Shake on it right now. And shake him vigorously so he falls off with a stool. That'd be funny. In any case, so let's go ahead and get this going. This didn't really last that long. A terrible shot there. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and do this bad boy. We got Team Jake, Team Reinforce. We're gonna watch Hazard for the first time, and to call it, we got Jaws and Necra.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, Johnny has won the show match 3 times against Jake.
So many times.
Can he make it a 4th on the new Hazard?
I think so. I mean, did you not see the type of advantage he was trying to get? About to break Jake's wrist.
I was hoping he might push him off. Just maybe, that would give him the advantage. An unfair one at that, to be fair.
Very unfair.
It's going to be an exciting time here because we also have Danny on the stage too. I mean, look, he's not playing tank this time around. I'm a little bit sad, to be honest, because his Reinhardt is pretty crazy, but I think you need someone a little bit more experienced. I'm sorry, Danny, on the tank role. Of course, Hazard, pretty aggressive kit when you look at things.
Oh, it's so aggressive and it's so combo focused. I feel like we got 2 of the perfect people to be able to showcase Hazard, either in the best or worst ways. So you're gonna learn something today for sure.
It looks crazy combo heavy as well, especially with his ult. I mean, the devs are kind of talking about it on the desk, right? Well, if everybody's stuck in place, like a Graviton Surge, you can throw Dragon Strike in there. You can throw, literally anything in there, and people are going to die pretty damn quick. And if you're playing them in the front line, that's not really where you want to be. You want to be in the back line, on the support, shooting them in the face, making their lives miserable.
You want to be inting with this hero. Maybe that's bad advice.
I don't go that far.
But I think you should be absolutely in the back line, trying to take out some of those squishier targets and just causing absolute mayhem.
Absolute mayhem indeed. I can't wait to get this underway. First look at Hazard live gameplay here at OWCS DreamHack in Stockholm. It's going to be a good time. We've got some special games coming up later as well, of course, those lower brackets, but this one is going to be one for the ages, that is for sure. I mean, if Johnny can run this one again, 4 matches in a row against Jake.
We're never going to hear the end of it.
Bruised ego, to say the very least.
I think that's going to be something that Johnny just talks about forever after that point.
He hasn't stopped talking about the 3rd time he won against Jake, so it's going to continue over and over every single year. But let's load in the Hazard show match. Team Jake versus Team Reinforce. We're going over to Oasis City Center will be the first stage.
Very exciting to be able to see this on a control map. I feel like this is where we get a chance to actually see Hazard really shine. This is going to be fast gameplay. It's going to be very chaotic, and so I cannot wait to see what they are going to do with this hero.
Oh yes.
Look how cool he looks.
I mean, almost matching perfectly there with the Life Weaver as well. The pink and the purple go very well together. Of course, Team Jake, Toniki, Henry, Jake, SK, and Boga for Team Johnny, Poco, J3, Reinforce, Illusion, and Danny Boy in the backline. Gates are open. Hazards are on the field. Boga running out with the Life Weaver of all things. Doing another unranked GM, I'm sure. Practicing.
A lot of different ways to be able to access that high ground for sure, as well as maybe even keep SK safe. There's so much hate. Henry's already gotten a big pick on a J3.
And no one was surprised to see Jay die first. Henry with a nice little pick. Team Johnny. Turn, tail, and running right now. Jake right up in the back line, exactly where he needs to be. Don't beat up my boy Danny. Danny does manage to get out of there. Nice little speed from him as well. Jake hits the violent lead to get out of there. He puts up a small wall, jagged wall, to make sure none of his team were getting shot on the exit as Team Jake capped that point first.
Now they just got to get back in there. Johnny's ready to go, though. You see his game face? He's calming.
He's almost too tall for the camera as well, which is quite funny. Little spike guard for Johnny to enter the point. But no, Chastin Boga really low, hits the pedal. J3 ends up getting revenge on Henry, and Reinforce just trying his hardest to kill Boga. Eventually takes him down, but unfortunately for him, I think the rest of his team is just getting destroyed right now. SK, Jake, and Tanuki, they're pretty low on the point. And J3 should be able to clean this one up. Can't hit post bombs, but he's hitting the pistol shots at least. As Team Johnny looking like they're going to be able to cap the point.
Oh, look at that. Nice life grip there. Coming through clutch from Boger to make sure that Jake can get out with that 10 HP.
Downpours are coming up as well. Reinforce so close, that pulse bomb hitting Jake, and Jake hitting that block to try and get away. That spike guard giving you about 80% damage reduction there, so Unfortunately for Jake, it wasn't quite enough. A rare connection of the Pulse Bomb.
I'm excited to see this downpour, though. Johnny's going to be first up to have this ultimate go.
He's ready. I'm wondering if he's going to go super quick. Jake's a little bit too far behind. He's 75% in building. Well, Team Johnny can just play on the point here, but here it comes. The downpour comes in. Jake, SK, they're in the front line. They just absolutely destroyed. Downpour there from Johnny was perfect. Hits the spike guard as well as they try and push towards the spawn. And there falls Henry. Not sure Boga's going to be able to get out of this one. Oh, not quite. Johnny, yeah, he wants to win this fourth show match in a row.
Yeah, Johnny's playing a win, that is for sure. We're going to get a chance to see Jake fire back another downpour of his own, though. That's going to be exciting. And you've got that blade to be able to pair with it as well.
Let's get a quick Team Jake listening, though. Blade, downpour available for both the Genji and the Hazard.
Venture.
No walls.
I start capping.
Juno can die.
Shoot Hazard. Point.
Juno's booped. Get her. Nice. Oh, large man on me.
Wait, can I block his ult LOS with my ult?
No, it goes through walls.
No, there's nothing. You can't block it. You can't block it. It goes through everything. I have my ult. I can maybe set up. I'm gonna try to get Ana with it.
Nano.
Yeah, I go with Blade. I follow with Blade. Yeah. I'll try to look for my ult. I'm gonna hold. We can like beat defensively and then go.
Yeah. I'll
They're gonna
hold
be baiting our ult.
All
left.
Looking for pulse up top. No re.
I have to drop. I'm pogging you, Jake. I can ult them inside, actually. Yeah, okay. Actually, I'm gonna chill. I'm one of dead. They're on top. Go for it. Alright. Oh, okay. We're done. We're just gonna save ult here. I just saw.
God, Jake is the cheesiest guy I know. He's trying to steal for as long as possible, putting up that Jagger board to stay alive. Jake does end up going down,
for
though.
the next map.
Well, maybe, yeah. Team Jake are going to go in. Jake receives that sound barrier from SK, but he's trapped in place. Same with Johnny. Both of them throwing down that downpour. Might as well call it a storm. Danny unfortunately falling. Good stick, but Henry with a nice roll denies Jay the pulse bomb. Down a boost on to Johnny now as he tries to find targets in the back line. Does get a little bit of damage down on the Genji with that spike guard, but it's all SK and Boga right now. The backline duo for Team Jake cleaning up Team Johnny as we approach OT.
It's going to be another fight. There's not a whole lot for either of these teams to work with, though, so it's going to be down to just raw mechanical skill. We saw Poco pick up 2 very quick picks onto the Venture, now going over to the Genji.
Please, Johnny.
Oh, that hack!
Please, Johnny. Jake's ego, it's too big. We cannot give him a win here. It has to be a 4-0. I'm not rooting for anyone. I promise. Quick spawn door touch here for Jake. They chase down Poco. No Venture, unfortunately, for Poco. Sad to see, honestly. I was hoping he'd stick on it. He did quite well with it before. Henry even jumping over to the Sombra to try and go back to the point in time. He kills Danny. Danny caught out. Reinforce now, jumping to the back, gets manually hacked as Boga's going to be the target. A nice little spike guard there in the corner as the Jagger Ball is going to protect the rest of Reinforce's body. Rather bulky is Hazard, but Johnny's hacked on the point with no abilities to use. And there he goes down as Team Jake. They're going to be able to get this point flip. Danny spawned. I'm sure the speed ring has been used already, but he can't get it back. As Team Jake take the first round.
Look at that cheeky little smile. Jake's like, yeah, I got this. That was me.
He knows what he's done, and that is bully Danny.
Poor Danny.
It's okay. All right, straight into round number 2. City Center now.
Hazard's good on every map, it feels like. You have
Keep
good
this
access
rollout.
to the high ground.
Okay, let's get a POV on SK. So she's got an insane rollout.
SK is the GOAT, Lucio. Absolute GOAT.
Of course, SK and Boga both played on a... let's see it. Oh, wait, the car rollout?
Wait.
Is it possible? Oh! Okay.
Never mind.
Look, you
Caught in
miss
4K.
every chance you don't take, and unfortunately, she succumbed to the car. And the prod, even prod, is wondering what just happened. Okay, normal rollout for SK now. We're all good.
It almost worked.
Almost worked. It's okay, the point didn't unlock.
No, it's all good. It's like it never happened.
Exactly.
We got double wall here. Poco going for the May. Reinforce, of course, still on the Hazard. lots of ways to get people stuck in between these needles in a hard place.
Building terrain on the point. They built a little house.
We're actually
themselves.
playing Minecraft now.
Yeah, actually, yeah. J3 and Illusion end up falling first. Johnny attempting to stay alive here. Maybe some of his team can find a pick. I mean, Poco's already got one, but does end up succumbing to Jake. And oh, come on, man. Really? Really? He has to see him in the green room later as well. Check your coffee, Johnny, just in case. Or Jake, sorry. Check your coffee. Come here, will you? What is this?
The life grip onto the pedal platform. It's a new rollout tech. It's a new rollout tech. Watch.
1 HP. Nade it. Oh! Unlucky.
Never mind.
You miss every shot you don't take. So, good job. Should be able to get back quick. All good. All right, Team Johnny. We've got Poco on the Mei. A bit more of a cheese strat. I expected this from Jake's team, to be honest. Going full hardcore meta kind of comps.
Henry's gonna pulse bomb. I'm ready to see this fly.
Can he get it better than Jay? I think he's already dead. I mean, pulse bomb does go a little bit wide. Oh, nice hit grenade from Jay. Quick headshot too. Team Johnny. All right, coming back into this one. Now this Blizzard too. I mean, downpour with Blizzard. You are rooted, and then you cannot do anything.
Downpour with High Noon, though. Everybody's just going to be stuck in place.
Yeah.
I think the head's even easier to click already without the auto aim.
Exactly. I mean, touch the skybox challenge.
Come on, third time's the charm.
Yeah, here we go. Roll out. SK joining the rest of her team. We've got the sound barrier as well. So Jake there playing on a nice little off angle.
No, really, really hard. Oh, Jake gets stuck.
Instantly killed. Illusion Snake didn't even manage to save Jay there and actually pays the price for it. Team Johnny only getting about, what, 37% or so. Although Poco has still got the Blizzard. Not sure he wants to use it just yet. Just save it for the next fight. You're all good. Johnny taken down. And eventually, Poco as well.
Got a couple more downpours ready to go. And taking a look at Jake's team, he's playing so far forward. Definitely can with this. You got the Blade. That'll be really nice to be able to pair with that downpour as well from Tamiki.
Oh, sound barrier in. There you go. There's both downpours. Everything's rooted in brace pretty much, but Jake in the front line. Those spikes just raining hell, but J3 comes up big. A 2K with the Deadeye. Make that a third with just the regular revolver. Quickly finished off though by the Genji, but I think he's done enough damage. Oh, the reflection, but Johnny's there. Perfect stuff there from Team Johnny. Everybody died except for him, so surely Johnny wins it.
Oh, but SK's gonna come in and stall. That is gonna be one slippery Lucio.
Yeah, good luck. Ain't no way. Oh, even like your tower, okay. They're not gonna let this flip go either, I'd imagine. I mean, SK's right there, yeah. You just got to keep the Lucio alive. Kind of go down. Blade's been popped as well. Nice little deflect with a sleep hit from Illusion. Danny used the orbital ray on the point there as Henry and SK come up with kills for Team Jake. Jake is getting focused though by Team Johnny. That orbital ray from Danny Boy does manage to get in there and get the job done. That's the governor.
Jeez, Johnny almost like completely one-shot through his DPS.
See you later.
Looking real good right now. I mean, Johnny's got to actually get his act together. They're going to have to win this next fight in order to get to this next round, or Jake's going to win.
It's all over. Nice little wall there for stall. Jake now jumping in. Target is Johnny. Walls him off as well. Now turning his sights to Poco. Just end up getting naded in the front line. A lot of that focus fire coming in, but that spike guard, that 80% damage resistance, keeping him alive in the fight. Jay playing a little bit of a defense there with his support just hanging out. I mean, I'm not sure what Henry was thinking. Ends up falling over to the Deadeye and a nano on J3. He'll eventually get kills now. Nice little fan the hammer. And now we spotted Boga in the front line who's already taken care of two. Illusion Danny dead. How does Boga kill people on Life Weaver like that? Not entirely sure, but it is Team Johnny with the round. SK, she hits another nice little rollout, but will it actually be enough to stay alive? Doesn't look like it, as Poco easily focusing down the Lucio. Oh!
I thought Henry was going to be able to get a really big carry performance there. So close!
It's kind of a cool use too at the very end. If you have that downpour, people want to touch for OT, goes through walls, right? Just stops them in their tracks.
That's a one strat you're going to have to take to the playbook there.
There it is. Johnny can take that to his gold games.
What rank are you in?
Either Johnny. That's all that matters.
All right, well, third round. Let's go. Excited to see more Hazard gameplay.
I want to see some more Blades combo. I'm surprised we haven't seen a little bit of Hard Zone, to be honest.
I feel like Dragon Strike would be like so hard. It would go so hard with that combo.
Exactly. Nice bit of verticality in this map as well, getting up that high ground. Hazard easily being able to do that.
But it's going to be the Ashes. J3 and Henry want to try to go for that long game. Got a lot of high ground they get a chance to cover with this one too.
Nice little wall, actually stops a lot of LOS for Team Jake. There's a little Volt, Johnny peeking, waiting. Looks like Team Jake, full team there, trying to dash into that mini health pack room. A nice little grab from Boga, that life grip, keeping Jake alive for a brief moment before finished off by the Frenchman.
Johnny knew exactly the plan. He understood the assignment of getting Jake out of there. Especially when you put the sleeve, you've got the wall to be able to take him down.
Danny on the Moira, not something I wanted to see, I'm going to be honest. He's promised me he'd play Alari, but I guess he lied. I guess people lie. That's crazy.
I think the Moira is pretty good here.
Definitely getting away. All right, quick regroup here for Team Jake as they try and make another approach.
Illusion already has Nano. That's a big deal. Nano, Hazard. Do it.
I mean, you're one shot on the support almost, right? If you jump to the backline like that. Jake taking a lot of damage in the... Oh, and Eske's already dead. Nano available from Illusion. Do they even need it? That is the question. Sleep goes a little bit wide, but Henry claims 2 already. Now Johnny trying to hold down the point. Does end up jumping to the back, trying to deal with Henry's being such a menace. Eventually secures the kill. Jake also pretty low. A nice little violent leap into the backline yet again as both Hazards just look at each other. Spike guards up. Neither of them taking much damage at all. Now is Team Johnny with just the perfect defense right now, Rose.
They're looking solid. They've got the downpour coming up with the Bob, even a Blizzard coming through from Poco too. They're gonna have all the ults.
These nades are clean from Illusion. Of course, the ex-pro player, worth keeping in mind. Oh, J3 down. Not really what you want to see, and a good nade there from SK will help Kaniki kill Illusion. Slowly but surely, Team Jake coming back in. Blizzard doesn't end up coming out. Jake gets frozen, but immediate life grip from Boga gets him out of there. Johnny throws the ult in. Pretty much completely wasted, unfortunately.
He's just giving us extra gameplay, don't worry.
Ah, that makes sense.
Oh, yeah.
He's throwing for the content. Downpour available from Jake now, but look at the ultimates from Team Jake. Play's still going to get pulled. Nano, in fact, straight to the back line. Tadiki has already found 3, and the Bob is going to clean up J3s, and Team Jake wiping the floor for Team Johnny there. Oh, good speed.
Usually you win the team fight if you've got like 3 ultimates. So I'm glad we saw that there from Team Jake.
Ult dumping normally pretty good.
Yes, pretty good. Downpour though available for Jake still, so that will be one way that they can actually keep control of the point. They don't really have anything to combo with it though, so I kind of wonder maybe if you go like Downpour, anti-nade from SK, something like that.
Seems like the best combo right now, that's for sure. Slowly but surely, Johnny trying to move his way in. Knows Jake has got this downpour. Everything's kind of lined up in these small chokes as well. Hazard's so tricky here. Downpour comes in, spike guard as well. Danny, oh, he's stuck in the coalescence. He's healing himself up though, so he's going to be good for the time being. But unfortunately, the DPS from Team Jake just overwhelming the backline. Jake gets out of there as well. Bogus had quite the game on Life Weaver so far. You can overextend so far if you're Hazard, if you have the Life Weaver.
Yeah, just go in and try to get as much damage as possible, especially when you're going to be able to have that big jagged wall as well as that spike guard. Final fight though, potentially here, as Team Jake keeps control of the point, looking at this big Life Weaver tree to help keep him up in this next one.
All comes out, Nano applied to reinforce. Straight to the backline, there's the grip. Onto SK, straight up to that pedal platform. Boga keeping the support duo alive, unfortunately. Looks like support's the main targets for both teams right now. Johnny is going to have to touch at some point as the blade has been pulled straight on top of the Hazard. He's just doing so much damage to him. Eventually the Genji is fell and Johnny stays alive. Focus fire now onto Jake, who is 1 HP, just dancing around the wall, trying to stay up as Poco is able to get out of there, and Team Johnny are going to flip. Team Jake are now 99%.
I'm looking at these bobs. They're going to go crazy. SK also has the nano, so Team Jake, they might be able to take this one.
I think so. Nano boost onto Jake. Jake trying to get to the backline, but Poco just disappears in the blink of an eye, but Danny already goes down. Moira dead. A lot less healing now for Team Johnny to really play with, and J3 in trouble. That spike guard coming up, but J3 trying to give Jake a little kiss on the cheek, maybe. Getting a little bit too close to him, but maybe it was for the better. Jake gets grabbed back by Boga, trying to deal with Poco now in the backline. A rather pesky character to deal with that venture, but doesn't quite get out alive. Jake easily taking down Poco as OT ticks down. You got a touch. Close, almost C9 there for Team Johnny, but J3 and Danny, they're putting up the numbers, they're putting in the damage where it counts, as Team Johnny are going to be able to find the flippers. OT disappears, and Jake can't get there, and Johnny go back-to-back-to-back champion show match winner.
Incredible. Johnny just can't be beat. Just absolutely can't be beat
He just
here.
cannot lose. Fantastic stuff from Team Reinforce. And now, he can continue to brag for yet another year. I think, though, we're going to jump down to Golden Boy on the stage with a very special guest.
Thank you so much for that, Jaws and Necra. Congratulations to Reinforce, who won again. Come on, man. Unbelievable, this guy. But he did it for the home crowd, so give it up for the hometown hero, Reinforce! I love that, man. Now, Jaws was right. We're joined here by a very special guest. Of course, this is Connor McLeod. He is the voice actor for Hazard. So give it up for Connor, folks. Joining the Overwatch family. Connor, congratulations. Has to feel like a massive accomplishment for you to be a part of a AAA franchise, be a part of this world. How's this experience been for you, man?
I don't think it's quite sunk in yet. It's like overwhelming, but in a positive way. Like where it's just like I'm just absorbing everything and just looking about and being like, wow.
Oh, well, look, we're excited to have you here. Real quick, I just want you to go ahead and just tell everyone to play Hazard really loud, okay? So let's do it in 3, 2, 1. Play Hazard! Come on, make sure you get out there and play. Because he looks freaking awesome. And that's my new main. And this is my new mate. In any case, so folks, let's send it back over to the desk to break it all down, but that was awesome.
Thanks so much, GB. Man, that was an awesome show match between Jake and Johnny. And we got to see some awesome Hazard play. I mean, what were your guys' initial thoughts?
Yeah, we got to see the combo there, I think with the Deadeye. That was pretty great. Also, I think Reinforce, like his use of the wall, he was doing it pretty well. I think at the end, he even blocked off Jake maybe there to try to get the point. So we saw them like latching on to things pretty quickly. It was awesome.
Yeah, that was like really interesting for me as well, because like we saw lots of, we can jump into some of the highlights, a lot of different uses of like the wall and then also the block to get like extra survivability.
Yeah, and then using Spike Guard right after that. There's a lot of moments where the Hazard just his uptime based off of his mobility and his toolkit is it's much higher than you would expect. And so like the amount of time he's able to get out with just like a small amount of health left was really cool.
Yeah, that was like one of the things that I realized when we were sitting here watching. I was like, it feels like they're always teetering on the edge of death and then somehow able to escape, Alec. Like, I think it kind of leans into like that offensive defensive thing you were talking about.
Yeah, you have a pretty low cooldown on that Violent Leaf, so you want to get in and you want to like disrupt them quite a bit with Spike Guard, with the wall, and then sometimes you're like, oh, I gotta get back out though.
I feel bad for SK. The only highlight that isn't Hazard we've shown is the
card.
The card.
I respect it, honestly.
Yeah, it's a valiant attempt.
I mean, you gotta go for it. And then the ultimate, I mean, you just saw, I think, like the tip of the iceberg with the different combos. They're trying to get J3 as many kills as he could possibly get. Blizzard throw down into it in combination. I also think, I think you were saying, like, there are opportunities for people to use it, but like it's like not inherently in your brain as an Overwatch player, so like it could go through walls. Like that'll be super interesting.
So there were some moments where it felt like a whole team was lined up, but you kind of have to have that aha moment to be like, oh, you know what? I can actually do it through this wall here. And people will get it. The more they play it, they'll just kind of like get it as muscle memory.
Yeah, and I think there's like interesting combos. Like Jack was talking about like Hanzo could Sonic Arrow, right? And you get a good idea where everybody's lined up. Like that team can't exactly just like run away, right? Because you have Hazard. The mobility is like so strong. Get right in the mix.
Yeah, you can do some overkill of like Mei ultimate too if you really want to. They're rooted and they're frozen. It's like, yeah, they're pretty much dead.
Yeah, no, I mean, Hazard looks like a ton of fun. And if I remember correctly, we have one more special announcement.
Yes, we do. So the team is really excited to announce that Hazard is currently live in-game for a trial weekend. It's going to go from now through November 25th. And actually, that match was played on our live servers. So like all of you at home can jump in and play and like try them out for yourself.
Yeah, so the trial kicks off now, and then obviously, Alec, we'll see him more.
Yeah, we'll see him again when Season 14 launches in December. So throughout the weekend, we're going to be looking at how he's performing, like what sort of combos people are doing, maybe what degenerate things they're doing with Hazard and some combos, and see if there's any tweaks or tuning that we want to make before he officially launches.
Yeah, no, I know everybody's probably super stoked at home to jump in to play. Everybody here as well. I'm excited too to be able to jump in and play Hazard, because I just have one more block and then I'm good to go. I can go find a computer here at the BIOC. I can get my games in. But thank you guys so much for joining us here in Stockholm and on the desk, giving this awesome developer update, a look at Hazard's gameplay for the first time. Really an awesome hero. And we're actually going to learn a little bit more about Hazard right after this break. We're going to get into some of the production narrative team coming from Team 4 up next, some awesome concept art, so stay tuned. We'll be right back with more Hazard right after this. Yeah, welcome back to the Hazard Developer Update live from the OWCS World Finals here at DreamHack Stockholm. And like I mentioned, we're going to get an even deeper dive into Hazard and the world that's created around Overwatch's newest hero. I'm joined by senior hero producer Kenny Hudson, lead character concept artist Daryl Tan, and senior narrative designer Jude Stacey to give us a little bit of inside scoop into the Hazard's production, art, and story. So Kenny, let's jump right into it. Heroes are not made by just one person sitting in a room, right?
No, actually, one of the coolest parts of my job as the hero producer on Team 4 is getting to build hero strike teams. And a hero strike team is basically a collection of developers from a bunch of different disciplines who, so you have like your animators, your artists, your designers, your QA, and everybody comes together and gets in a room and kind of does what's best for the hero and builds it from beginning to end. My role in that is I get to facilitate really good collaboration between a bunch of talented people. Yeah, so we're really excited to kind of dive into how Hazard was made.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things you guys have to share today in terms of the development of Hazard in general. But let's talk a little bit about the concept art, Daryl, and everything that kind of goes into that, because I'm sure the team comes with an idea like, hey, we have this awesome kit, but what does it look like?
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Matt. I'm super excited to be here today. Yeah, let me kick us off with a little bit about our concept art. So over the years, as we develop heroes, the spark, the initial idea could come from anywhere. But this time round, it came from a joint idea by the gameplay design team and narrative team. So Alex's team came up with a really cool kit, codenamed Spike Tank, and Jude and her team had an awesome idea to put this character into the Freaks faction we developed really early on in Overwatch development, right? So this character was born from the two of those ideas coming together. And at the same time, he needed to be a tank in our gameplay. So he needed to be a big, burly presence on the battlefield. And yeah, so the earlier drawing you saw on the screen there, that was the initial sketch that we arrived to kick the team off, right? To give them a vision of where we were gonna go.
Yeah, and like, you guys were joking with me before, like, so he got like left out in a playtest or started playing. How did that happen?
Yeah, so Hazard really was kind of a perfect storm in terms of like getting his early prototype approved. One of our designers had this idea, offense is defense and the spikes and stuff, and he put it into a very, very early like kit bashed hero that actually ended up leaking into one of our bigger team-wide playtests. And we ended up, running that playtest and getting a bunch of positive feedback back that really, made the decision easy to go forward with this hero.
Yeah, he was probably like, I know this hero is awesome. Let me just slide this one, little morning present there for the playtest. And the narrative, Jude, does that come together at the same time? How does the narrative team kind of like work into all this?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're working really close with the art team and gameplay too. We're trying to figure out how do we make the gameplay feel like his story, and how do we connect the story to the visuals that the art team is pulling together. We wanted someone real and relatable. I mean, I think heroes can come from anywhere, right? Yeah. So his story is one of struggle and resilience, and it kind of mirrors the Omnic crisis and the world post that, right? So he's really connected to our lore. But on the other side of that pain that he suffered through, he found the Freaks, and that's a faction that we've talked about for a long time on the team, and we finally found a place and a way to bring them in with this great concept that they worked in. And I mean, there he found his family, right? The body modders really helped him become who he was and express himself. His ideals are aligned with theirs, bodily autonomy, like finding yourself and fighting against the establishment that really let him down,
Yeah, it's super cool how you guys kind of like come up with this whole backstory, like, and just kind of put it all together. And then it kind of probably goes back to you, Daryl, with like the aesthetics, right? So, okay, now he's like with the Freaks, and then you kind of have a base concept, and then how do you kind of work that in?
Yeah, tying Hazard into the Freaks really influenced his visual identity. Like his anti-establishment vibes that really tied in perfectly with his spiky silhouette that came from the codename Spike Tank, right? We really leaned into that. So yeah, besides him being this big, burly, tough guy and scary sometimes as well, we also wanted to show how he also had a maybe softer side to him as well, right? Some charming side to him as well. So as his concept developed, it progressed, and we refined him into this more charming dude as well.
Hey, he's big, burly, he's got some spikes, but he's also relatable. He's nice, he's approachable, right?
Yep.
And I think it really kind of shines through with his gameplay, right? The gameplay kind of ties everything together, right, Kane?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the cool things that we have to figure out in tying those crystal and spike visuals into the gameplay kit is how do we make those crystals feel dangerous? How do we make the spikes on his back feel like they're telling you to stay away, but at the same time you're in a defensive posture and stuff like that. And so one of the cool things that we did is we worked on deciding what we were going to do. Were we going to have it be in third person when you go into Spike Guard, or were you going to be in first person, and what felt better for a first person shooter? And one of the things we do is we play test a bunch and iterate and go back and forth. And so ultimately we settled on going with the third person version, so you could see like, your field of enemies and stuff like that, but still show off that you're guarding.
Yeah, and then I guess like, so then it kind of goes back to the concept, and you kind of have now all these colors added with joining the Freaks. And then do you guys revisit the narrative, Jude? Do you guys like kind of go back and tinker with that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the concept artist, Kai, he had this belt buckle on Hazard of a Dog. And I was like, that's really great. Can we make that a border terrier, a Scottish dog? And then suddenly he was a dog person, right? The dog is huge in his backstory. You saw the comic. And for everybody asking, the dog's name is Maisie. But yeah, I think that's just one of many things, many details that the art team really worked in. The pins on his shirt to show off his heritage as a Scottish person, his sort of punk attitude, and of course his hazardous nature as well.
It's just so cool, the level of detail that you guys go through to like just take everything, kind of like bring it together. And I'm sure this is like the ideal way that like a Hero Strike team works out.
Yeah, like I said at the beginning, collaboration is what it's all about. And these were really good examples of how the team like kind of comes together and builds something special.
Yeah, and I know the community will resonate with the Hero. They already are. I mean, the VO stuff as well. It's like so good.
Yeah, Connor really killed it on the VO. I think he really brought the Hero to life with that, and we love it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, it just, he's a ton of fun to look like to play. I'm about to go play him. King, like, did you play him yet? I'm like, no, I'm about to. But thank you guys so much for joining me here with this developer update, giving us more insight into how Hazard kind of came to be, how he was developed, and everything that goes along with kind of crafting the narrative around the Hero. And just to remind you guys, you can jump in and play him in-game right now for a limited time, goes through November 25th. So make sure you get back into game, you play him. But hey, well, stay tuned though, because we still got 2 more games, right? You can put Hazard, maybe put it on another monitor, keep our games up. You got to get those drops, right? And after this, we'll have Zoe back with the gang to start those last 2 matches of the day. We'll see you then.
Haz, this place is crawling with helix. I'd say be careful, but...
You know that's not my style. Has to be it. Go on, Susie. You're up.
Got my back?
Aye. Always.
Do we need extra guns?
Hello and welcome back once more to the OWCS World Finals here at DreamHack Stockholm in Sweden.
We're back.
You're thriving. We are back. Rainbows.
We're back.
No rainbows. Lots of snow actually. It's cold here.
Is it lots of snow outside?
I missed.
I mean, we're inside.
I'm making
so.
assumptions. I don't know. Has anyone been outside recently?
What a question to ask. What a question to ask.
I'm trying to
Someone's gonna pop up.
I'm just happy there's snow outside, okay? Because Sweden is notoriously known for slask.
Slask being sludge?
Yeah, it's just, it's like the watery, mushy.
Yeah, like ice snow.
No one likes stuff.
That might be the grossest.
Turns
word
gray in about one day.
That's right. Swedish people are really good at like putting ugly words on like bad things, like slask.
That's good. Yeah, I'm feeling this. I felt that one. Visceral reaction to that one. I also have those kind of reactions when I look at brackets. So let's take a look.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. I'm feeling brackets.
Oh my
They're a
Lord.
lifestyle. They're a vibe. They're me, essentially. Me on a plate.
am
we will be
bracket.
taking a look. There it is. There is our bracket. Of course, the upper bracket final matches. They will have to wait because we're shifting all of our focus now on both of our elimination matches. TM and SSG, NRG and ENCE. Oh man, everything on the line for these teams. Their entire year all led to this. They're finding themselves in those elimination matches after just one day of play. Very short turnaround, of course, to switch things up from their approach. Do you even feel like that is a necessity? Like, should you throw the handbook out of the window?
I don't know. I think it's a little bit too late to make a drastic turn. I think at this point in the tournament, you need to make small adjustments. To that end, I mean, Space Station, in the end, they are playing the meta comp. They're playing what a lot of teams have had confidence in. But we'll see if they can take on Twisted Minds, who've had a unique look that's probably really hard to be prepared for.
Yeah, I think that is the most crucial kind of question. Like, how will Twisted Minds adapt, or how will Space Station rather adapt to Twisted Minds? Because we saw the composition that Twisted Minds came out with. They were rocking this kind of like Pharah Ashe look. But then we look at SSG. They're playing this pretty like close range. Reaper and got the Echo as well, who in theory should be able to shut down the Pharah if you can get on a flank, put pressure on the Pharah. But there's going to be a window there for Twisted Minds to really get some opportunities to shut down SSG. Of course, it's going to be entirely map dependent. SSG in this kind of like matchup, they'll have the maps they'd want to favor and go to. And then Twisted Minds, they'll have their own where maybe the Pharah excels a little bit more.
The caveat here, of course, being yes, Twisted Minds strategy with that Ashe and a Pharah, that looked competent in some places against Falcons, who were clearly thrown off by it. But SSG, they know what to expect from Twisted Minds. They've played them before. They know those players. They're familiar from an entire season of play.
Yeah, knowing and responding, though, could be different tasks, especially with players like Quartz and Labda, huge threats on their heroes. It might be off meta, but sometimes if you just execute so cleanly, especially on a highly spammy pokey composition, like on land, a player makes a mistake here and there and gets picked off, and suddenly you're looking at a really weak time bank, especially with those ultis, right? Bob and Barrage from Ashe and Pharah, respectively, both big pop-off ultimates with potential to turn fights, especially if you do go for the Reaper Echo style. I'm not sure Reaper Echo actually works against that. You might need to have some hero counter picks, and I wonder for Space Station, have they practiced that? Do they have more picks in the tank? I mean, Falcons brought out the hit scan to answer this comp. Maybe that looked good for them, the Junker Queen. But is that something SSG are going to go to? I mean, normally, we talked about this before, that normally that would mean Sparker would need to be in the lineup, or maybe we'd see a double swap like Backbone to Echo and Psycho takes a hit scan, but still, it just doesn't seem so obvious that you can just follow in Falcon's footsteps for SSG.
Yeah, so many questions. I mean, going back to stage 4, for example, we saw Twisted Minds face off against Space Station several times, and that was when Twisted Minds, they decided to play Labda on the Pharah. But it kind of makes sense. That wasn't a recent meta, and you still had someone like Sparker in the lineup. Hit scan players kind of excelled in that kind of meta. Now we find ourselves in a Mauga meta. Sparker is not in the lineup instead. And so again, lots of question here about how will Space Station adapt to Twisted Minds that took a map of Team Falcons.
Yeah, and those upper bracket quarterfinals were unforgiving in the first 2-2. Now we're finding ourselves in the lower bracket elimination match, but it is first 2-3. So there is another window of opportunity for both of these teams in case they're not the one to get the momentum early on in the series. Now we're ready for this. One team will advance, the other one will be going home. Let's send it over to Golden Boy on the stage.
That's right, Zoe. It is elimination time, and it's unfortunate because we got 2 EU teams that are going to be clashing against one another here. But one thing's for certain, they're going to bring it. Otherwise, their tournament is done. Let's go ahead and bring out your first team. Welcome to the stage, Space Station Gaming!
the champions of Europe, one of the best rush teams in the world. They didn't start off this tournament how they wanted to, but they still have the opportunity to finish it in style. It's your hometown heroes, Space Station Gaming.
And their opponents, you saw them at the beginning of the day. They're here once again. Make some noise for Twisted Minds!
And Twisted Minds, the underdogs going into the tournament. We didn't know what to think of this roster going in, but they've shown that they're one to respect. Wars has been looking phenomenal on the hit scan, and Labda's Farah. How will Space Station adapt to the amazing play of Twisted Minds?
All right, coaches, go ahead and fist bump. Players, take to your stations. It's time to get this show on the road. Make some noise for Jaws and Necra.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes, Space Station Gaming facing down quite a familiar foe in Twisted Minds. Not exactly in Twisted Minds' favor. The last 5 times they actually faced against each other, Space Station have had them beat every single time.
That is something that we take a look at, and historically you would think Space Station in this matchup should be an easy walk in the park for them, but I feel like this is a whole new Twisted Minds that we haven't had a chance to see since that very first stage that they won in EMEA. This is going to be a tough team to beat.
100%. I mean, TVNT has been such a massive boon as well for the Twisted Minds roster. Came in at the height of the Diva meta and just blew people out of the water. And of course, Twisted Minds, like you mentioned, winning that stage 1. Funnily, Space Station have their tank player they won stage 1 with on their team. Not currently being fielded right now, but can come out at any moment. Of course, it will be Hardy starting. I'm sure you heard the crowd in the audience chanting Hardy's name. And in fact, when I spoke to Space Station Gaming the other day, there was like, the more people scream Hardy's name, the more powerful we actually get.
I think that's so true, though. I feel like Space Station is one of those teams that has always played with their emotions. They are such a momentum-heavy team where if they're going to start with a win, they're going to finish with a win and finish with a bang. So very excited to see how they're going to do. But I think Twisted Minds, this is where we have to see Space Station absolutely put up for this match. They're not going to play super conventional. We've already seen Twisted Minds do something almost impossible, which is take a map off of a Korean team. So can Space Station figure out the secret sauce to deal with this Farah and Ashe comp?
Yeah, I mean, look at the last major. No EU or NA team managed to do that, and it was at the hands of the DPS players from Twisted Minds. The Farah and the Ashe caught one of the scariest hit scans we have right now in Overwatch, honestly. Even some of the Korean players too that are very history. Like, they are saying Quartz is one of the scary players that they don't want to match up against in the server. Speaking of which, let's jump on to OWCS. Our first map here in this series. Space Station Gaming taking on Twisted Minds. An elimination match. Loser here is going to walk all the way home if they haven't bought a plane ticket.
This is a very bold decision for SSG to have picked this map, knowing what Twisted Minds have just accomplished on OWCS. So this is really where you're going to actually give Space Station a run for their money. You're going to have to put up to the test of whether or not they can actually deal with this Farah, if they see it.
Right. You almost guaranteed it on this point, right? Normally you'd think, you know, Echo pretty good counter against the Farah, but Farah nowadays, after the change, what feels like eons ago now, a lot more mobile in the skies. We'll see if Quartz can also be the difference maker. And I like what they were kind of talking and alluding to, not even alluding to, just kind of chatting about on the desk, about Space Station being one of the best rush teams in the world, if not the best rush team. So can Twisted Minds stand up to the brunt? This sheer force from Space Station as they roll out the gates. Oh, there it is. There's Quartz on the Ashe. And Farah as well, rolled out by Twisted Minds. Someone they managed to topple Team Falcons with earlier on.
We're going to see Psycho have to take out that aerial duel versus Labda, but a lot of this pressure is going to be put onto the Malgus to make sure they can sustain through this damage. Echo has so much burst potential against this massive tank, and so you're going to be looking at TVNT trying to make sure that Psycho can't do the thing that he needs to do.
Psycho taking a little bit of damage there from the Dynamite, but a small jostle just kind of waiting for CDs at this point before they try and go in again. Problem is, though, with that, if you're Space Station, you just give Labda and Quartz so much time to set up a pick. This rush-style composition that Space Station are running, they want to go at you and they want to go at you fast. Whereas Twisted Minds, they can do that, Rose, but the longer you give them, it makes it easier for Quartz on the Ashe or the Farah to set up for a kill. Hardy does end up charging down to that mega health pack, but this is free ult charge for the Farah.
And it's great progress for Twisted Minds. They already captured the point. Backbone went down so early. So this is already a lead that Twisted Minds is going to be accumulating. They're also going to have another pick onto Backbone.
Course is behind them right now. Needs some serious support. They do end up trading. Psycho in a little bit of trouble. Focused down by Lambda in that corner. Those rockets, they are hitting hard from that Pharah. Barrage available too from Twisted Minds. And like you said, Funny Astro trying to do the escape roll like that.
Works a little bit less well on the Juno there, but yeah, I mean, this is going to be such an early barrage here from Lambda. Already built up, didn't even need to use it in that last fight, but now you get a chance to pair with something like the Cage. TVNT is also going to have that ready to go. So this is going to be a really difficult fight for Space Station to win. Take a look at this Juno ult as well. The orbital array is going to help out a ton for Twisted Minds to be able to get in.
See Backbone in the back line already spotted out. Still got the Wraith Form if he needs it, and he does. I'm taking a lot of damage as well on the front line. Lit ablaze there by Hardy. 70% of building for Twisted Minds. A lot of ultimates coming up now. Orbital Ray comes in, a copy from a Psycho on to the Mauga, and TVNT is already dead. Barrage from the high ground. Gonna have to come up with more than just one. He's gonna need to find something here. Backbone TP's away, but Quartz still finding kills. A bomb thrown in, and here's the Cage. A late one from Hardy. Space Station, and Hardy looking what just happened. Twisted Minds are still in this fight as Bliss takes down Backbone, and they're unable to flip.
Yeah, the Bob just put so much pressure and stoppage on Hardy being able to actually access this point, and Twisted Minds, they're just a couple percentage away from being able to take this first round.
We do get that OT as the rally comes in. Hardy's already pretty low, and a good bash by Bliss. A multi-man stun there in the front line should be enough to seal the deal for Twisted Minds. Easy kills. That early rally there from Landon, bashed in, right? Tried to look for a stun, tried to look for something, and Bliss, well, you're out in the open, buddy. An easy 100-0 there for Twisted Minds as they take the first round.
Twisted Minds looked very dominant on that first round. I know sometimes you take a look at Control and you go, well, you know, maybe it is the outlier in terms of the different map types that we have, but this is going to be something that Space Station have to crack. This Osh, this Pharah, it's so complicated when you're taking a look at just how much burst damage they can do, especially with the changes that got made to Ashe. Anything that's on fire is going to have even more damage amp applied from the Ashe, doing more DPS.
Now, assuming Twisted Minds are kind of gonna run the same thing, should be more beneficial here for Space Station in their style of comp, and what you could call just the meta comp at this point, with the Echo and the Reaper. There it is, okay, high ground control. It's where Space Station want to be, but again, giving Twisted Minds too much time, it's gonna be worse for them in the long run. Quartz and Lambda, I mean, at the end of the day, you're poking people down. It only takes a headshot on a rocket to take out one of the supports or DPS, and you can see now Space Station trying to make a move.
It's so difficult to access this Pharah. Look at Funny Astro's already going to die here, and so there's not even going to be a great way for Space Station to actually speed in and take control of this brawl.
Yeah, I mean, space created from Space Station initially. They tried to wrap around into that mini. Astro just fought off guard completely. As Twisted Minds, again, take this point with ease.
And so now how do you approach this? Because you've got two different corridors that are going to be locked down by the Ashe, one by the Pharah, and you're just going to take so much damage as you enter in. Funny Astro is already going to have his shield chunked down.
He ends up backing up all the way. Quartz taking a lot of damage. Good sticky connections there from Psycho. Now again, Space Station trying to claim space, getting on the point. Twisted Minds will be there for the contest. And here comes the damage. Quartz is in such a nice little firing line here. Both of those speed rings being popped too to give the tanks a little bit of extra mobility as Space Station end up capping the point. But first up, it's going to be MCD rocking that orbital ray. And because Astro went down so early on, not going to have his online. So an easy flip for Twisted Minds.
Really great disengage from Twisted Minds as well. Allows Space Station to walk in, take that space back with that orbital ray. Space Station haven't had enough of this. They need something to be able to get to this Pharah. Supposed to be Backbone switching over to the Genji. This Reaper just wasn't working out. If you're not able to actually get into the front line of Twisted Minds, then this Reaper isn't actually able to get its damage down into this Mauga.
A little bit more tricky. Look at the heals coming in on Quartz right now. Copy onto the Mauga, 2 Maugas for Space Stations. They march onto the point. Doesn't look like Quartz want any of this fight whatsoever. Deploys the blob, pulls down the hole, takes the mega health back, and basically leaves the entire fight in the front line. Free cage there for Psycho, and a rally is going to get popped by Twisted Minds. Space Station with the cap on the point. Double rally, there's the barrage in the back line. Yeah, hit him where it hurts. Space Station didn't see that one. And Twisted Minds just rolling over them.
They didn't even need a cage to do that either. Just stick him in a corner and Labda's gonna be able to finish up the job. Hottie has a cage though to match that of TVNT's, but there's nothing else to be able to pair with this. Backbone wants to be able to have this blade to at least have some type of combo potential with this cage, but I feel like outside of that, you're just lacking in the damage output that Twisted Minds has with this Pharah and this Ashe.
Orbital Ray available from MCD as well at 15%. I mean, Twisted Minds is set up for success here. Very few avenues for Space Station to really come back. I mean, a kill onto MCD will be perfect. Backbone unable to get it. Double cage comes in. Cardiac overdrive there for Hardy to keep himself alive and well in the front line. Both cages killed there eventually as Labda and Quartz are going super low. Eventually the Rays are going to come in and MCD has to do a 180, but Quartz is already dead. Backbone has found his mark already. Dashes away to the Mega Health Pack down below. Space Station control the point. Twisted Minds losing players thick and fast, but can they come up with any exit kills to make it a little bit more punishing for Space Station staying in this fight any longer? Doesn't look like it as Hardy chases down MCD.
Really, really big win here for Space Station as they get a chance to do that pretty economically. Just the cage expended in that fight, meaning that they're going to have that orbital ray advantage. They still get a chance to use Backbone's Genji Blade in this next fight as well, and this could be last fight. So Space Station, they have to throw everything at this one, and they're also going to have to play around this Bob from Quartz.
Blade, Orbital Ray, they got the Duke, Rally.
They have so much for this fight. It should be theirs to win.
That would have been a good kill. Backbone pops the deflect pretty early. Quartz joining the rest of the team now as they turn their attention towards this left-hand door, but look who's skulking on the side. Hardy now dashing back to the point, giving them a little bit of a space, but did cost them a couple of abilities, but now it's Space Station's chance to leap in. Bob deployed as the copy comes through. Not going to get too much ult charge for any there. Initially for Psycho, trying to build up towards that free cage, but here comes the Orbital Ray. Psycho's already claimed two, and Space Station, an overwhelming ult advantage. Going to charge on through Twisted Minds. Bliss and MCD just getting annihilated there in the front lines by Psycho. Just too much damage. Ferocity of Space Station Gaming, seeing him through that round.
Tying up the first map that we have in the series so far are going to have to be settled on round 3. And it feels like Space Station finally got a handle of how to deal with this Ashe and this Pharah. But it's still not over yet. I feel like this is where it's going to get really tough because we're going back over to a round where Ashe and Pharah can be pretty dominant Gardens.
I mean, this is almost perfect, right? You get point first, of course. Set Quartz up on high ground, Dynamite as they come through the choke. Easy peasy, you'd think. See if Space Station can do anything about it. Of course, they swapped in, like you mentioned, to Genji, like halfway through there. Seems to be working out so far. Doesn't quite manage to get on the Pharah right, but it's a good tool at kind of dealing with Quartz, forcing CDs, especially that coach gun, which is so valuable.
Also really good at being able to mark down MCD on this Juno as well. Very squishy hero. Once you get that healing and that mobility out of the way, it's much easier for Space Station to take that speed advantage for themselves. You see the Ashe and the Pharah once again here for Twisted Minds as they're getting ready. They're trying to set up this Pharah on the high ground with this Ashe.
Twisted Minds not taking this right-hand route here. Just taking main for the time being. MCD making the call to push in. TVNT just hugging this middle pillar. Abdo with some good damage down initially there, but has to retreat to the rest of his team. You can see how much healing MCD has done already. Focus fire now onto the brick, landed, overextending, but looks like it was a bait. Hook, line, and sinker there, instantly taken down. Was TVNT and Labda who went for the kill. And there is Space Station capping first. Okay, a little bit more confidence now in the team.
This is the Space Station now we know that's been able to get the better of Twisted Minds 5 times in a row now leading up to this point. They just got to play aggressive. They've got to play more confidently. We're going to see Psycho almost already do a duplicate for this next fight. So that's how you know that Psycho's been able to put the hurt down onto TVNT and the focus fire.
Duke Mauga, run in. You Cardiac overdrive first. Like Kodiak overdrive second. And then we win. Surely. Looks like Psycho is actually on the backline right now. Look at that. A small little flank. Funny Astro dodging IRL there to make sure he doesn't get hit. Space Station Gaming needs to pay attention to Hardy. He's going pretty low. Retreat. The sanctity of that room. There's Twisted Minds using that orbital ray. Astro's 1% off, needs this ultimate, and Twisted Minds need to get a kill. Psycho does end up going down first here as Twisted Minds cap the point, but Space Station just springboarding back in. Lays down the cage too, focus fire now onto TVNT, here comes the barrage, but reflected right back at you. Lavda eating some of his own medicine there. Good play from Backbone, and they saved ults for the next fight.
That was really big there, just using the orbital ray in the cage. They did have to expend the rally though, just as an insurance policy, make sure that they can actually take this back, but this is huge to have the duplicate, to have this blade as well. That's gonna be the tech that you need in order to actually burst through this front line of Twisted Minds. Gotta deal with this cage though from TVNT. That's where things could start to get really dicey, and they have the sustain from the rally.
Blade, dupe. Backbone looking like he's going on a small flank. Couple of Shurikens, Blade's available. Pretty low is Bliss already. Tries to go for the flail. Backbone's already used all his CDs. Has to play a little bit more safe. Hardy instantly like detonating in the front line there. Backbone looked like a good play initially, but couldn't quite kill Bliss. Did you make it somewhat painful? Killing the Juno, sure, but Twisted Minds still end up coming up big in that fight. There we go. 30% and building now to 79 for Space Station.
That was what Space Station wanted, though. They wanted to make sure that they were going to get one of those big ults out like that cage while keeping control of that point and accumulating more percentage. So having 79% is not so bad. Got the blade still that you were able to hold on to. So let's see what they can make of this.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Yeah, big chilling.
We're big chilling right now. Twisted Minds. Backbone again, all right, okay.
He has to take the health pack. He doesn't want to go in without that.
Yeah, doesn't want to get revealed either, of course, if you shoot across the map there as the Juno is already in. Oh!
Huge!
How does he get that kill? Quartz already down. Disaster for Twisted Minds. That's a lot of their damage already gone. Blade's been popped too. A good little bash, but he's already got the dash available. He's ready for it. Although that rally going off there pretty early from Bliss keeps everybody alive, but looks like TVNT needs to dash back straight through that orbital ray. The Twisted Minds backline there, keeping it competitive. As Space Station Gaming, they force ults with the blade, but didn't have anything to follow up. But now here's the big fight. Hardy nearing an ult, Funny Astro land, and Psycho the same.
I mean, Funny Astro's ultimate is the most important right now. Having the orbital ray to make sure that you can get in and engage in this next fight is going to be a huge difference maker, as long as you can actually take advantage of that. But this is going to be the last fight. If Twisted Minds win here, they win the map. So Space Station got to get back into this one with that ray.
Just keep Quartz alive on the high ground, ideally. Dynamite, big damage in the front line. There's the orbital ray, though. That Dynamite is just going to be a little brush on the shoulder, nothing more. Point flipped, actually, from Space Station, as they are just going to pinch the Twisted Minds at this high ground. Psycho slams on in! And Twisted Minds just absolutely eviscerated. Turned into luncheon meat. Cage comes in from TVNT, but I think it's a little bit too late for that, unfortunately. As Space Station going to round out Oasis in a 2-1, and they are up a map in the series.
Big Space Station win on Oasis. Really gutsy call to make this the first map of the series, knowing that Twisted Minds were able to get a big win under their belt in just the series prior. And so that's a good confidence booster to know that you figured it out. Ash and the Pharaoh were definitely a problem, but not anymore.
Yeah, time to review. Twisted Minds, very confident coming in, like you said. Against Falcons, they ended up taking it with their style of this comp. And honestly, it makes the most sense. A lot of the times when metas end up being like pure mirrors, like the Amalgameta, and what we're in right now, which is Amalgameta, you don't ideally want to kind of almost bend the knee to the meta and go, okay, we are forced to play the Echo, we're forced to play the Reaper. You've got to find your own little style sometimes, especially when you're against a team like Space Station, who is one of the best rush teams in the world. You can't match them on that mirror. So having your own little spice there from Twisted Minds has really helped them, but how can it help them now? What map do you reckon we're going to here?
Oh, that's such a tough call, because I feel like you do still want to play into the strengths of the Ashe and the Pharah, but at the same time, I do wonder if partially you want to just kind of like do the same thing to them. Like, do you play some more Symmetra? Do you actually try to play a little tricky with it when it comes down to the rush versus rush?
Coach is deliberating to see what they're going to end up playing. Let's have a little look. Some highlights before we get into the next one. I mean, Quartz, thinking back to that Falcons game as well, like, Quartz was picking off Chio a lot of the time.
in that series. It's able to get a little bit of work done, but Space Station Comp, they do want to get in there. They do want to get in there thick and fast with this style. Make sure Quartz and Raptor just they don't have time. I mean, the round that they did end up losing, of course, a little 100-0 there by Twisted Minds, definitely the best map for their comp. And now it's going to be very map dependent on how this series ends up going. Good rally timings as well from both Brigs. Can be quite tough, especially with the Juno ult. You're like, okay, I want to get in there and kind of bash people, but if we're like Juno ulting at the same time as the Brig, like you just hold shield, just want to make sure you just don't get insta-popped. Especially by someone like Psycho too. The Echo just has so much damage. Even in the neutral as well, even without the Juno ult. The orbital ray is rather disgusting with anybody that does big damage.
Well, I'm just thinking about the focus beam onto the Mauga. That's one of the best ways to burst down that hero, and Psycho is definitely taking good advantage of that.
The stats on your screen for you.
Wow, Twisted Minds actually did way more damage.
Yeah, that seems a little wild, honestly. Had a KDA as well. Hey, doesn't matter. If you got the map win, you got the map win. Doesn't matter about the stats. Unless you lose, and then you call gold damage. Elimination game, of course, here. Old rivals. But we mentioned at the very top. 5 series between these two teams. It's always been Space Station on top. Always has been. Well, it always will be. We'll have to wait and find out. Here's the map pool on your screens currently. It's going to be a TM pick.
Actually kind of wondering if you go Midtown here. I think Midtown, taking a look at the map pool, would be definitely one way that you can utilize the Ashe really well. I think Pharah also has some pretty good spots. Maybe just a little bit more difficult on something like Point B, but still workable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Twisted Minds, they've kind of had their map picked against Team Falcons already. I'm just getting word in as well now. Going to Hybrid, we're actually going to King's Row, picked by Twisted Minds.
Still another map that you can utilize that.
Yeah.
I was thinking Hybrid, though, makes the most sense. Taking a look at the map pool, you are looking at longer sight lines when it comes down to some of these hybrid maps, and so King's Row, definitely one way that you can play a little bit more around the Ashe.
Yeah, on the defense, right, on first, like, okay, Ashe fully in the back line, sitting in the little window, sitting on the high ground, just shooting people, and then the Pharah can just hide around the building. That con can be a very powerful tool as well on King's Row first, because Space Station they want to get on top of you. They want to get and just kill Quartz. That's all they're going to do. They're just going to run to the Mega Health Pack room, they're going to run up the stairs, and they're going to try and kill the Ashe. Like, that is going to be the name of the game. And that con could be a very powerful ability from the Pharah, just knocking Space Station down from that high ground.
Just getting everybody ready to go for this next map. There is a lot of pressure on this. I mean, just the fact that it is an elimination match means that this is your final shot. This is your one chance to make sure that you can actually keep yourself in this World Finals. First one that we're ever having here for OWCS.
I mean, it's day one and you're already in that situation, right? It's a bit scary.
Stressful.
For both of you, yeah. You traveled all this way. Of course, not too far from both teams, of course. Not as far as like how North America have traveled or some of the Korean teams as well, who have been boot camping, to be fair, in EU and the UK. So it's been a good time seeing a lot of the players post on social media about how the food kind of sucks. I actually did get a message from, was it PG? It was somebody. They were like, is there any better food in the UK apart from spoons? And I said, not really. Luckily, I want to get a bit of crowd favorite here. Sweden's food's better, thankfully.
Sweden's food is very good.
Johnny's pumping his fist in the background.
It's been very, very good.
They love Sweden. All right, let's load on in. Map number 2. We're going to King's Row, picked by Twisted Minds. Their version of this kind of Mauga rush with the Pharah and the Ashe. Looking good for them. We'll see if they can kind of topple kind of a more standard comp here for Space Station. I like this adaptation actually from Space Station. Not having the break, have Landon on the back. His best hero for sure. Easier to kind of pick off the Pharah high in the sky and actually can kind of hang out on the high ground too. See if Twisted Minds make any adaptations themselves. I'd imagine you just kind of stick Bliss still on the Brig. No point changing that. MCD can be quite squishy and a very easy target to pack.
Backbone's going back over to the Reaper as well.
Ugh.
As we get a pause.
Quick pause there. Yeah, I can't imagine they change at all, but we'll have to wait and see. Looks like maybe TVNT had a little bit of a problem with the monitor. Putting it perfectly in place, just making sure everything's all good to go.
I like the
Wouldn't be a Rose
Baptiste,
game without
though.
pause. I'm just saying. Or C9. You are a magnet for pauses and C9.
Don't.
Yeah, a small monitor issue here for TVNT. Because again, a lot of people have kind of sung his praises, and I think rightfully so as well. I mean, thinking about coming into the team that was a little bit disjointed after KSA left, really brought Twisted Minds back up into the forefront of people's minds, especially with the Diva meta. A very scary hero, a very different hero though, to be fair to Mauga.
TVNT has been such a huge force for Twisted Minds, and you also have to call attention to MCD and Bliss. Huge pickups for the backline now that they finally get a chance to have worked with the team a little bit longer. I think that they've looked so much better just from all of these different pieces that they've been able to slot in.
It looks like TVNT is ready and raring to go. We'll get the sudden pause in just a moment. Map number 2, elimination game here in the lower bracket with Space Station taking an early lead in this first of 3. Christopher making sure he wipes the smile off Astro's face. No games here. No fun. Only winning. Here's the bracket for you, of course. NRG and ENCE coming up after this match. That Crazy Raccoon and Toronto game looks pretty terrifying for Toronto, the way Crazy Raccoon were playing earlier today against NRG. Jimin Wrecking Ball, it's back. And it's here to stay.
It's very scary. Jimin's Wrecking Ball is so good. I feel like if Crazy Raccoon keep playing like that, that's definitely the team to look out for again.
All right, here we go. Map number 2, Kings Row. That brief pause. Monitor issue sorted. So we see Space Station with a small adaptation in their backline with a BAP now instead of that ring.
Yeah, so BAP's going to be able to stay pretty far back. You've got some really good sight lines to make sure that Hadi's going to get healed up. You can hit Psycho as well if you're going to have that expert aim that we know that Landon does. But it is a little bit vulnerable. This is going to be a good target for Twisted Minds, either Quartz or Labda being able to shoot down those windows. You can already see Labda looking for that opportunity to get that splash damage down onto Landon.
The AFK strat there for Backbone. Just waiting for Quartz to potentially take the high ground. Makes his presence known. Shooting the fire in the skies for about 2 damage a second.
There's a lot of damage fall off there with those Hellfire shotguns onto the Pharah.
Wow, it's hit already there for Twisted Minds too. Unable to kind of continue that presence on the point. Satisfied though, I'd imagine, with that 33%. Backbone going down to Quartz. That's the one person that can really get on top of the Ashe. But Landon switching over to the back, you can see why. Labbed it down, even taking it to the Ashe too. I mean, sure, why not? Quartz, oh my God, how does he keep getting away with these kills? Surely Astra kills him. He does, but at what cost? Adi and Psycho are already dead, and that's 2 ticks, and that should be the point too.
There's a little bit of survivability here on Backbone, especially when you're still going to have that BAP alive, and maybe even throw the orbital ray at this if you feel like Hadi's going to come back in time.
Oh, not quite. Maybe if you get a kill there. No, MCD gets 2. And there's Twisted Minds with the point. Oh, and a brief pause again. All good.
They're just keeping everybody in suspense, you know? Still all smiles there for that Space Station squad, despite the fact that they lost that first point. I feel like that's something that we've come to expect and just really love about this team. Always in good spirits, always having fun playing the game.
Coach Christopher there in the back lines. Hopefully getting this pause resolved in just a moment. There it is. Okay, a quick one. All right, almost 5 minutes on the clock before Twisted Minds there to get towards this second point. And, well, it's going to be an orbital raid fight. That can be for certain.
Yeah, but the Ant Matrix here from Space Station, that is one way that you can sort of push them back. Labda out of nowhere, though, is going to be able to get a big pick on a Psycho, so scratch that plan. Space Station's going to have to wait for Psycho to respawn. Or, ooh, Backbone.
Well, that's it, right? I mean, Landon can throw in so much damage in the front line versus someone like the Brig who can't damage the Pharah whatsoever. That free pick you got nullified pretty much. Here comes the charge though for TTNT. And there's the cage, but oh, Sayonara. Looks like Hadi just dashes straight out of there. So Twisted Minds, sure, they gain this corner here, but they do end up losing that cage in Space Station. They're gonna come back in. Here comes the ball. Instantly killed. CVNT tries around this corner. Still pretty scared though, I think both teams are. Backbone nowhere near this play, but he's all chilling. Swapped over from the Reaper just a moment ago.
I don't think you need the blade to win this fight. Space Station have a huge advantage with this cage.
There's the Ray, there's the window, there's the barrage. Both Rays coming in as, oh, my word, Astra just run over. But through that window, Backbone, I mean, everybody from Space Station is just dishing out so much damage.
Oh,
double amplified damage. Window, orbital ray, I mean, you're dying in fractions of a second. Not enough chance there for Bliss to use that rally, really.
Oh, I mean, it's a big deal to be able to have it for this next fight. Like, maybe it allows you to just have a couple extra seconds to deal with this blade from Backbone.
Right.
But that is a really good positive here for Twisted Minds, but unfortunately, when you take a look at the second point of King's Row, you'd love to have more than that. And every single ultimate that Twisted Minds threw at that last fight, Space Station kited away, just had something to be able to deal with it.
Yeah, Backbone with the blade, like you said, 10% away. This doesn't want to use this too early, ideally, but cycling these ultimates is going to be quite important. There's the rally now. Everybody getting that overhealth from Space Station. Going to try and get out, but it looks like some of them are trapped. They're just trying to shut this door and lock it behind him. There's Hardy, there's the kill. Okay, Space Station a little bit caught out there. You can see them trying to jostle over this point. The blade's been popped by Backbone, but where are the kills? He dashes to the sky, but can't quite get there. TVNT 180s. Just guns down the blade with the help of MCD. Psycho also falls to the Mauga. Pretty quick time here for Twisted Minds, 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Now Quartz is going to be in a fantastic position.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Already just some quick headshots. Gonna back up because you don't want to overextend when you know that Backbone is behind. This window has really easy access to you, but the coach gun is the perfect thing. Make sure that Backbone isn't gonna have that backdoor access. But Twisted Minds with so much time, like they could use ultimates now and still have enough time to generate a full blade after that.
Yeah, they got so much time to work with. All right, Backbone eventually has cleared Quartz off a high ground, but still has to back all the way off.
Still has a bob too to throw into this corner.
Speed ring, but there's the cage first from Twisted Minds. They're just trapping Hardy in this corner right now as Lannon ends up going down. Here's the return cage from Hardy, but it is not enough. The bob, the barrage, everything thrown in, and the team kill comes through for Twisted Minds and a cap. 2 minutes and 56 seconds in the time bank for Twisted Minds.
Score. That is so much time to work with, especially if we go into extra rounds, then that's plenty of time to actually generate ultimates. And so Twisted Minds could have a big advantage if Space Station are able to actually finish out the map come their turn now.
I mean, London's map there didn't really have as much impact as maybe they wanted.
Well, a lot of that was just Twisted Minds being able to push the tempo. They didn't really give Space Station the time to actually set up that Baptiste, didn't have a whole lot of ground to stand on when it came down to the defense. It was throwing the bobs in there, making sure that they were able to get the big overruns from the Mauga, just forcing Space Station to have to take so many steps back every single turn.
Oh yeah, no change here from Twisted Minds. And you'd favor this comp on the defense, so we'll see how first ends up going for them. Space Station still happy to run Landon on the Baptiste, at least for now. It could change, of course. He's still in spawn, he's chilling, but double fly for Space Station would be something else, honestly. Be a playground for Quartz, in all honesty.
I think that's where the Brig ends up being so impactful here for Quartz. You have that little shield if you want to keep that Brig and that Ashe on an off angle, then that's one way that you can actually make sure that that Ashe is going to take too much damage. But I do think that the Baptiste fares a little bit better on this offense. So if Landon does opt to stay with this, then you are going to play with a little bit more momentum with this Baptiste, being able to play so much farther behind.
All right, kind of something we thought Space Station would do. Just quickly take this high ground. Speed ring across. It is. Here comes the rotation. Psycho, though, staying behind. He's got a lot of mobility. Looks like Twisted Minds now going to try for the wraparound. Psycho caught out. Lit ablaze, but the heals do end up coming through for Space Station. TVNT in a tough spot. Has to use that overrun to get away. Cardiac overdrive for Hardy. And you're in my playground now, TVNT. A quick push from there from Space Station, knowing that, well, TVNT had to use so many cooldowns early on. And Twisted Minds, I mean, look, I said that Com's pretty good on defense. Apparently not if you're getting Space Station. They're just going to literally overrun them on that first point.
Well, that was a really big aggressive push from Twisted Minds on the defense. You saw them actually wrap through the hotel, try to get onto the back line of Space Station, and it unfortunately did not work out. There was a really big sandwich coming through from Psycho that allowed them to take advantage of the fact that TVNT had actually utilized all those cooldowns and couldn't get away. So that's going to open up the point tremendously for Space Station. Over 5 minutes for them to work with this second point. No ultimates just yet, waiting for Landon to get something like that amplification matrix up, as Backbone tries to take a little bit of a cheeky wraparound.
I mean, it's good. It forces Quartz forwards. The strength about Twisted Minds comp is how far they can stand back, and then Backbone just kind of forcing Quartz's hand there. Lamp ends up coming in for Space Station to save Hardy in this small room. Look like Backbone needed a little bit more saving there. They do end up trading for MCD, so honestly, you're looking good if you're Space Station. Still, there's limited healing available now for Twisted Minds as the duplication from Psycho comes through. Wanting to beat Labdra his own game on the Pharah. And you can see Twisted Minds now. They are just backing off. They know they can't stay in this fight too long. And they're happy just to trade out this for an ultimate. Psycho's got a free barrage, but unlikely going to do anything with it. In fact, doesn't even pop it.
This next fight's really important, though. We need to start with this Amp Matrix, but it's going to have to be the Bob first.
Yeah, Bob, and there you go. It's Space Station. So drilled, so disciplined. And here comes the barrage, deletes the cage. It was actually a whip shot from Blister, of all things, that killed Hardy's cage, but here comes the charge in. Hardy going super low. And they're getting focused now. Little speed ring for MCD. Psycho still doing dirty work to the back line of Twisted Minds. Cage on the high ground now. There's nowhere to run or hide, unfortunately, if you're the rest of Space Station. 51 HP and a dream. Close to going down. He's still on fire. No way, he dies. Dies to Hardy from across the map. That is not a good look. Twisted Minds haven't got any business now staying in this fight. Quartz is going to have to make a quick rotation if he doesn't find a pick.
I wonder if Twisted Minds actually used this orbital ray just to push them back. Wait for TVNT to come through.
Quartz is just going to die. He's taking so much damage. The heal's getting pumped into him right now. Bliss even being his personal bodyguard and chauffeur there, using the shield to get him out of the way. But look at the space they've created. Both orbital rays coming in, rather far away from each other, but here comes the Death Blossom straight on top. Does end up getting bashed. A good stun there from Bliss stops the carnage from Backbone, but Labdra's already dead. TVNT focused down as Psycho's duplication is going to be enough for Space Station Gaming to cap this point.
Really big early pick there for Space Station to grab. They're actually going to get the second point underneath Twisted Minds' noses as they finish up the rest of those picks and start to make their way through this third point. Over 4 minutes in the bank is still a lot of time to work with. They had to use a lot in that last fight. Backbone's actually going to be almost halfway to another one of those Death Blossoms. So nice thing to be able to pair with something like that cage from Hottie. Also have this Amp Matrix from Landon to make sure that you can actually try to work up to those ultimates very quickly here.
Bob on the point, now in the cage. Going to provide a little bit of backup for TVNT, but focus down. The window as well can be rather scary. Very easy to kind of take down any cage with a little bit of focus fire. And Landon's big strength as well, just controlling this high ground as the BAP is going to maybe make Quartz think twice about taking his own high ground. Especially the incoming fire from the Psycho as well, though it does take a little bit too much. There you go, all right. Healed up by Landon.
Those high grounds are going to be so important. Look at Labda as well, trying to get a wrap with this barrage. Nothing really to save that.
Yeah, you got barrage, cage, orbital ray coming up. Space Station got orbital ray of their own. Landon going pretty low there, you can see in the top left.
They're just waiting for an opportunity to use this barrage. Twisted Minds have the perfect setup.
Oh, here it comes. Barrage straight on top of this cage. Pretty safe, ends up deleting the lamp, but there's the cage already down. Both orbital rays have been used as Hardy jumps to the back line. Trading places here, trying to make most of the use of the orbital ray. And Quartz does his best. Oh, and his best is always world class. Funny Astro and Psycho end up falling. Backbone still on the point though, as Quartz finds yet another kill onto Landon. Twisted Minds, their defense looking stellar so far.
There was a little bit of a quick swap over to the D.Va just to get out of spawn, but knowing that Twisted Minds are able to dig their heels into the stand, TVNT gets a chance to switch back over to the Mauga. But Space Station now, Death Blossom, Duplicate, they've got this Amp Matrix again. They have so much firepower, but they've got to get past this poke of this Ashe and this Pharah first so they can let those ults rip.
Perfect pick there from Space Station. You can literally just ult dump at this point. Psycho's already in the back line. Cardiac Overdrive has been popped. And oh, Backbone. It's going to make it hurt. Ult dump. Press Q, equal win, and there it is. Space Station. Going to cap the map with time. 1 minute and 51 seconds in that time, mate.
Going extra rounds. We would expect nothing less out of a lower bracket match between these two teams. They've had so much familiarity against each other, and it's been such a treat to watch them in the EMEA stages.
All right, extra rounds, and Space Station are definitely just going to stick with the same comp here, I'd imagine. Just stick Landon on the BAP. Just another added threat. Not that Brig isn't, especially when she has Rally, but Landon's damage output is nothing to scoff at, plus the window as well.
He's just different with it, honestly.
Yeah, he is. One of the best BAPs we have, for sure.
No secret why Baptiste is one of Landon's best heroes and vice versa. And I kind of wonder, though, how you actually get it set up on the defense when we actually get to that point. But I think on the attack, it works even better. Having the Amp Matrix create that space alongside something like that Orbital Ray, Space Station were so good at making sure that those ultimates were staggered so that you would always have something to be able to press forward with.
Okay, I mean, Space Station, last time they managed to kind of deconstruct the defense for Twisted Minds was just wrapping and forcing Twisted Minds push through Hotel and swapping sides, and then Hardy taking control of TVNT's kind of area, and hey, you've got no overrun, you've got no cardiac overdrive, you're going to die pretty quickly. It's tough for the Falcons to stay in these comps, especially with the amount of Space Station
Can you do it?
they have. There's just no way. No one's going to fall for that.
You gotta at least try. You gotta at least try
100%,
with the Widowmaker. But it goes back over to the Reaper. The Reaper was a really good hero to make sure that you could actually check down that Mauga. But you're still gonna have trouble with something like that Ashe and that Pharah getting access there.
All right, slightly different approach.
Twisted Minds aren't going to make the same mistake twice of going through aggressively in that Hotel. They don't want to give that onus to Space Station to wrap them.
Oh, he's like an aimbot on that hero. It's kind of crazy. All right, here's the wraparound here for Twisted Minds. Once again, just kind of forcing the situation. Hardy's in the corner, though. Needs some help. Lab deployed. The Labs is already dead. Quartz can't really get into this fight either. He's doing a little bit of damage, but a little bit isn't enough. You need more. Hardy does end up falling, but Psycho and Backbone. Clean work. Gives a couple of ticks, and well, Twisted Minds are going to lose that point. Getting that big wraparound. Twisted Minds, that's the second time around. They swap places with Space Station, just getting run over.
They did not learn from that first mistake, apparently. Ends up happening again, but this is kind of the big issue with Space Station's time bank. They've got 30 seconds now. Twisted Minds fell so fast that they're able to actually have this forward hold on the defense by this bookshop. Looking at the Bob, looking at the Rally, maybe even the Orbital Ray, but Space Station first off the bat here with this Amp Matrix. They just can't give that space for the Bob from Quartz. Space Station has so many other ultimates to work with too. This is gonna be a big fight.
Oh, a very early Bob and Orbital Ray coming in. Astro's gonna match it. Here comes the Lamp for a little bit of a reprieve, but I'm not sure it's gonna last too long. You're firing through the window. You got the Orbital Ray. It's enough damage to single battleship. Twisted Minds run over, and look at the ultimates they expended as well. Bob, Barrage, Orbital Ray. This Cage and this Death Blossom could be the nail in the coffin for this second point, but we are in OT.
We're gonna see Quartz actually switch over to the Cassidy. So that's gonna be a different hit scan here. We've seen from Quartz also be able to put up big numbers with this particular hero, but this Rally from Bliss is gonna have to put in a lot of work for this versus this Cage and Death Blossom.
Backbone's around this corner. Does Quartz know? Oh, the solo Death Blossom. Ambitious. Almost took him out, though. Putting the fear in Twisted Minds right now as the Cage comes in, as well as that Rally. It's going to be hard for Backbone to do much damage, to be honest, and actually retreats from the rest of the fight as Quartz and MCD behind this giant plasma screen TV are just going to clean up. They do end up getting that point, but overtime will deplete. 5-3, Space Station's run ends there, but they're going to be happy with that, and you can tell smiles on their faces all around.
I mean, the fact that they were able to capture that second point is huge. That's a big lead. Something that's going to be very difficult here for Twisted Minds to match, because you need so much firepower to be able to get past that second point, actually activate that checkpoint, and Twisted Minds does have a lot of time to work with, but it's still going to be difficult.
Now, how are they going to deal with Landon on the back? That is the question.
Run at it.
A rather, yeah, I mean, that's true. A rather easy affair for Twisted Minds on their first attack, it seems. I mean, you look at that time back, you're super happy with it. 3 minutes almost going into second round.
How's it going?
But King's Row can really just be a slugfest, and especially as a hybrid game mode, it's like, okay, you take first point, then you have maybe one try getting it to second, especially with how the ults end up working out. These orbital rays have to be perfect. Cannot afford any mistakes, cannot go down 2-0. Twisted Minds not quite teetering on a knife's edge just yet. Still got a couple of chances to get back in this, but Space Station really sending a message on that first map out of Oasis. Gates are unlocking, it's Twisted Minds rocking out with the same thing.
This has been their composition. This is the comp that Twisted Minds have to get this work done with. As they open up the gates, it's going to be Quartz and Labda again on their signature heroes. But having to play around this hotel, having to play around this Mandata statue, and finding some way to be able to walk onto Landon. We saw Labda last time spamming those rockets down into those windows to see if you can just push Landon back, and it did work. They were able to capture this first point pretty quickly, and in fact might almost be able to get away with a point here already.
TVNT taking a lot of damage though. See Backbone doing the same thing, just kind of chilling on the sidelines, making Twisted Minds think twice. There's a tick. All right, TVNT rushing back to the team, try and get healed. Good lamp, saves 20 Astros. Something you don't really see every day, that Reaper killing a Pharah. Bliss is going to burn to death, not quite. MCD having used those a shift to get the brick back up to full. Getting an LOS of Bliss there, almost went down, could have been disastrous, but with only 2 minutes left, Twisted Minds need that 66% to get that payload going, but Space Station not giving him any time to think.
No time at all. I mean, you've already whittled away so much of that time bank. You got some big speed into the back of this point, but wait for the clapback. Landon wants his amplification matrix up ASAP, but MCD's gonna have the orbital
What's up, Hardy? And Landon as well. Hardy and Landon look like they went for a large flank there. Landon does end up falling. As Psycho spots Quartz lacking a little bit near Hotel. 2 ticks on the board for Twisted Minds. But is that all they're gonna get?
They have so many ults for this next fight. I mean, MCD just barely missed out on the opportunity to use the orbital array, but that means they have it for this next fight. You have the cage from TVNT. There's a Space Station now. If you give them too much time to work with, they're going to have a lot of ultimates too.
Orbital array, cage, like you said. Copy coming in from Psycho as well at 10%. Bob's been deployed, but it looked like Twisted Minds, they'd already decided to leave that fight, but Psycho goes down to the Bob of all things. Quartz is actually just in the back. I mean, that's first point. What a shot there onto Landon too. Quartz single-handedly taking the game into his hands. And what looked to be a Space Station hold there is now turned into a rather tricky defense for Space Station.
I mean, they still have 2 attempts at this though. With 35 seconds left, if they lose this next one, then it is going to be an overtime. But for Space Station now, the trick is don't use everything that you've got unless you see a clear win condition. They have a lot to work with. Almost everything. Backbone's going to be very quick up to this Death Blossom as well. But Twisted Minds took a very economical fight, so they have a lot of things to be able to react with.
Psycho's just going to go in. Super hard and fast there for Space Station. Can he get a free cage? Receives that lamp, stays alive for a moment there. Close to a free cage, doesn't quite get in time. Orbital Ray comes in for MCD. Astro not deploying his just yet. They've already lost Psycho, so potentially just waiting for Twisted Minds to use ult. Just bait that one out. Ult dump for next.
Well, you did get the cage out, and you did get the orbital ray, so now you're just looking at having to deal with the rally and the barrage if you are a Space Station fan, with 4 ultimates in the bank. Twisted Minds now in overtime cannot leave this cart, so you've got to leave Bliss on the payload duty. That's going to be rough here. If you take this early fight, maybe Twisted Minds can actually push them back, but Space Station have Backbone. They can teleport onto this payload and force Twisted Minds to turn around.
Oh. Backbone sniffing out Quartz. Potentially Twisted Minds there, setting up for something. Do not get picked challenge for Twisted Minds. TP into the back line. And here comes the orbital ray, the cage in the front line as well, but Psycho's already dead. That barrage is doing an immense amount of damage. Landon and Hardy focusing down Labda, but Quartz is still burning the front line. Hardy can just jostle this point. Backbone too. The sustain is immense here for Space Station Gaming. Psycho jumping over the Tracer, but it might be too little too late as TVNT takes down the Reaper in the end. Bliss just swinging in the front line. No fear in this man's eyes right now. 4 meters to go. A space station receiving backup.
TVNT is going to have Cage very shortly.
Cage available as TVNT secures another kill. 20 extra ends up going down, and that should just be it. Twisted Minds pushing on to victory. That blue box, oh, it's theirs. Twisted Minds tie the map, or the series. Oh, it's not finished. We got point 3, and there it is. Twisted Minds coming up with a map win to tie the series.
A little bit of a short delay there. But we kind of knew what was coming.
You have to wait for that barricade to come down, and then you got the win. There it is, TVNT at the very end, staying alive that entire time. The sustain from Space Station's comp. They had Astro alive, Backbone, they had Hardy up too. TVNT with good focus fire, got the Cage, like you said. It's hard to fight that in OT, especially as you're coming back with faster heroes.
You know you have to just walk right into that ultimate, and that's where you're going to be a sitting duck. So fantastic stuff there from Twisted Minds to be able to tie up the series. You can see the coaches deliberating though in terms of what to do next, because it is going to be Space Station's map pick. And you have to think strategically about this. Because it's first to 3, you have a lot more maps you have to get through in order to actually take this match win. And you want to, again, think about what is going to be the best in the map pool to deny out of this Ashe and Pharah comp.
Yeah, nothing like Circa when they're not going to any kind of map like that. I can imagine Landon too. I mean, probably not jumping on the brig anytime soon either. Pretty close affair with a hero plate from TVNT to keep them in it. Where are we going to go? Any kind of flashpoint map as well would be pretty decent for Space Station. Probably New Junk City if I had to guess.
Just gives the Pharah way less time to actually set up.
Same with Quartz too. Pretty fast game mode. As Twisted Minds' comp, their idea of the meta is a little bit different to everybody else's. Wants to play things a tad slower. Some of these ultimates. Whenever he hits Q, it's a light show. And I think he's had his time in the sun a lot of the time. I mean, Quartz, an unbelievable hit scan, but that first point just took over the game. Went straight to the back, hit the Bob, and Bob with the bodyguard for Quartz. Didn't need anybody else really to help him out.
Quartz is just such a huge carry player. I feel like every single time we have the camera on him, he's always just headshot after headshot after headshot. It's certainly one of the big reasons why Twisted Minds is able to put up ginormous damage numbers like that.
Oh, 85, almost 86,000 damage is insane. The deaths too, I mean, very scrappy. Although to go to extra rounds, you expect a little bit more deaths, but... And in these comps too, where team kills are very likely, just how powerful the Juno ults are. We've seen a lot of times as well where Juno ult and then one person survives because it's kind of ridiculous amount of damage that could be amped up. All right, Space Station end up picking Shambali Monastery is our escort map.
I mean, Shambali Monastery is one of those big maps we look at for Brawl. Even most of the time when we've seen something like Ramatra or Orisa, still Malco can work. I mean, Space Station are very, very good at the Brawl.
Yeah, exactly that. Doesn't really bode well, I'd imagine, for Twisted Minds, especially playing the Ashe.
But I do like this map more because of the Baptiste. That's certainly something that Space Station can continue to lean upon. Landon looked very good on that hero. I loved the use of the immortality fields, as even not necessarily ways to deal with those big ultimates because of how short that cooldown can last, but more so because maybe you're able to keep someone alive, like Backbone that's on the flank. You can throw that over to make sure that you're going to be able to keep Hadi alive as well in the front line. Definitely set that up behind those walls.
All right, Shambali Monastery, third map in this series, this lower bracket game. Loser goes home, winner will advance. It's a tough upper bracket, not really any teams you want to face up there. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons. Are they going to lose in the upper bracket? I think that's a question on everybody's lips right now. Could lose to each other, I suppose.
I don't know about that one.
You never.
All right. Any adaptations, I wonder, for Twisted Mind? Doesn't look like it. I saw a quick hover of the Venture, but
This is what they're the
most
most practiced on. This is just the comp. I don't see Twisted Minds ever deviating from this plan unless something has gone absolutely terribly wrong. So you're going to see them come out on the defense with that, already get this set up. Space Station have chosen to attack. So let's see what they've got. I do not think we're going to see this in Nada.
Nah, but you can, there's a little bench you can hold in spawn and you can shoot through the door.
Yeah,
and it's
you
like
charge it up,
It's
I
a
know.
There's a pixel angle, yeah. There you go, you can see Astro doing it. There's a pixel angle to get onto the high ground, but he doesn't know that Twisted Minds are actually all on low. So, worth the attempt though. There it is. Fires it off, so it's just Juno, all good.
Backbone goes back over to the Reaper. So maybe we actually do get a chance to see Backbone switch over to something like the Genji. But look at how this teleport behind the team goes very well to just kind of sniff them out of that hiding place.
Buddy there, spotting Bliss out of position. Bliss using that bash to get away from the Mauga. No surprise what we're seeing here. Obviously, the spawn hold so good with this comp. Oh, Backbone going down too. Not a great start, not a great look for Space Station.
Oh, this is...
Oh, good conk actually. Can't quite get Astro though. Knocked him away from the spawn door. Could have resulted in a kill.
But you've already done so much damage. I mean, Quartz is almost going to have a Bob all ready to go for this next fight. Just got to keep him at the spawn doors.
Yeah, he's already got ult, but that does mean Astro's almost got ult as well. 10% away from the orbital ray because of the amount of damage that Quartz has done.
He's done so much healing. Lynn is actually almost going to have an amp matrix for this one too, just to stall out the fight a little bit longer. You get both of those ults online.
Definitely a lot more healing as well with the without the brick. All right, Hardy takes down a Raptor. Twisted Minds is just going to stay here for as long as possible. Even going to invest ultimates. Looks like that Bob being utilized, and hey, NCD peeks the corner. Even though Landon used that window, those pulsar torpedoes connecting with his mark. Now Bliss is even in there as well. Trying to get a little bit messy. Here's the cage. Can Space Station actually crack this defense? Looks like it. There it is. Okay, eventually. Didn't take the use of the cage though. 2 minutes to go. I mean, that's a heck of a spawn hold from Twisted Minds.
And so economical. All they used was the Bob. Lapis still going to have this barrage coming up very shortly and 3 other ultimates behind that for Twisted Minds to be able to keep this defense. So, you know, Space Station kind of have to play around that. Don't want to fall to the cage. They need to figure out how to actually overlap these orbital rays as well. Backbone's trying to take another flank with his Death Blossom, but Lapis is right there.
Here comes the cage. Both rays coming in as well. The barrage from the high ground. Oh, Lapis in such a perfect spot. Twisted Space Station Gaming would have had to peek to the corner there to try and kill the Pharah.
Pull your own weight next time.
Team kill, 1 minute and 30 seconds to go. Space Station just getting kind of rolled over right now. These cage fights for Twisted Minds, when they end up using the barrage, yeah, sure, there's a lot of healing. You can deploy the lamp, but the lamp is getting instantly deleted.
And this Death Blossom is going to be really difficult to actually weave in. You think about the fact that you've got range from Quartz and Labda, but you also have that shield bash from Bliss. One really good way to just be able to deal with this Reaper Death Blossom immediately is just stun it out. So that might not be enough to actually get Space Station over this first checkpoint line. They're going to have to find something else special with this next fight.
Backbone, sneaky beaky like, TPs to the other side of the map. Quartz almost had his head ripped off there by Backbone, but here comes the rally. Nice little bash there onto the Reaper. Gets the lamp though. Oh, not quite. Not quite. That rally deploying that overhealth plus the bash plus the shield. Not really where you want to be if you're Backbone. And Space Station losing their tank too. I mean, Twisted Minds they might just full hold this. There's only 30 seconds to go. And Backbone is switched over. Something rather unconventional. Okay, went to the Soj, now to the Tracer.
Thought about the Sojourn maybe to be able to just get a quick rail gun shot, but thinks better of it. Goes over to the Tracer for this last-ditch effort. Space Station have to approach this cart and then hope this Bob doesn't push them back enough or this Labda Pharaoh Barrage doesn't finish him off.
Quartz just up to the same old business, trying to go for a flank kill. Window for Landon. It's going to keep people alive on the payload. And lucky for Space Station, it's on that corner, so they can jostle LOS against Twisted Minds right now. Not too much of a fear of C90.
But you can't poke your head out either.
Right. That's going to be the big problem. Hardy has to be the one to move forward. There's the duplication. Double cage. Orbital rays coming in as well. The barrage from high in the sky, but Backbone ends up killing Lambda with a melee of all things. Pulsar torpedoes from Funny Astro. Connect with their Marcus TVNT. Still on a killing spree as he takes down Psycho. Twisted Minds now flipping the map on Space Station. Pulse Bomb on the point. Doing negative damage there for Space Station, as though Twisted Minds, they need to kind of stay alive on this point. Spawn advantage in favor of them for sure, as they do end up just barreling forward with this rally. And with Funny Astro dead, that's going to be all she wrote for Space Station, I'd imagine. As Lambda and Quartz end up finishing off the rest, as they get a hold before that, like last corner on first. That is an insane position to be in. If you're at Twisted Minds right now, smiles almost wiped from the faces of Space Station. Rather jovial when we come to the cameras, but that is an awkward spot to be held right on that corner.
That spot's very difficult. It forces Space Station's hand to have to get that close hold first, and then barrel back to the defense if you do end up getting wiped. Because that was such a long hold for Twisted Minds to have had on that first corner as well, right by spawn. That was 2 minutes that Twisted Minds were able to hold that. And then they just cycled through those ultimates at the very end there to get the full hold. Now, it's not impossible. We have seen fuller holds on this map. That's what Shambali Monastery is famous for. Either you get the full hold on first, or you go all the way to the third point. So it's very possible that Space Station are able to actually get the full hold here, but you take a look at Landon having to make a switch over to the Brigitte. Are Space Station feeling confident enough in this pick to be able to accomplish that goal?
And then Backbone on the Sojourn too. So not happy with the Reaper performance, perhaps. A bit more of a threat to Quartz as well. That's Sojourn.
But this isn't a hero that we see Backbone play very frequently, so you know that Space Station are feeling a little bit uncomfortable with a pick like this. Usually you would see Backbone maybe switch over to the Genji before you would see something like this Sojourn, and the Sojourn is a little bit vulnerable. Of course, it's going to see that and be like, okay, you know what? Ash still very happy to run this hero back.
We'll see how Backbone stands up against Quartz.
Even with a hero like this too, Space Station aren't taking this forward position. They're going to have to play around this corner in this building.
It's going to be fairly easy to charge rails, though, to be fair, if you're Backbone as well. No shield.
But look at how far this card has moved already.
Oh, good. Good boop! Unbelievable boop by Lambda. Backbone down to low ground, tried to hit the slide, and ends up booping his little head on that door frame. Oh, and Astro conked. They gotta save the Juno. Astro narrowly escaping death. Backbone now on the Tracer to try and get back. Hardy's gonna be able to contest the payload from this angle, but this is one fight. Hardy cannot afford to go down, but it's too little too late. Landon Hardy dead, and that's it. No way you're coming back into this one. Although the DPS and Twisted Minds do suffer a similar fate. But it is Twisted Minds with a map win, putting themselves on match point with a full hold, and then just running it down on a Space Station gaming map pick.
This was a difficult map. I mean, Twisted Minds made that look really easy on the defense. Full hold, able to speed run their turn on Shambali Monastery. And now if you're Space Station fan, you gotta wonder, where do we actually go that they can get the upper hand? What do we have left? We've got Flashpoint. We've got a push potential.
Flash as well.
Two map types, to be fair, that Brawl is very, very good at. So maybe you say, okay, we hedge our bets right now, picking Escort, taking the onus out of Twisted Minds' hands, and then we go in a little bit more confident on these maps that we know Chaos and Brawl reign supreme.
Space Station now, their last lifeline in this tournament. Twisted Minds on the verge of just knocking them out. I think everybody favoring Space Station Gaming in this meta. Take a look at some of the highlights from that rather short map. I mean, this hold on the spawn was just also ridiculous. They got down to 2 minutes and 15 seconds really there before they got the payload going. Shows you how powerful and how strong these comps are as well at full holding. The amount of span damage
that comes in from the fire, from the dynamites as well. And Lambda just unimpeded. He's chilling. I mean, sure, you got to worry about the Sojourn Rail. But like you mentioned, Landon swapped off the bat. One less threat there on the board for the fire player.
Way less damage hitting you in the skies. You don't have that immortality field either, and so you feel so much more comfortable if you are on that Pharah for Lambda. And look at this. I mean, Space Station did a ton of damage, but it's not about the damage dealt, it's about the damage efficiency. And Twisted Minds had that in spades, being able to get those first picks constantly and making sure that they were going to have the better economy in terms of ultimates as well. Good conversion.
That doesn't look quite right. 9-24, but I trust the numbers on the screen. Yeah, Twisted Minds now again have to deal with this.
There we go. Okay. I was like, wait a minute.
So SSG dying 24 times and Twisted Minds dying 9 times. Okay, 2.7 to 0.4 KD, a very one-sided map. All right, I mean, Flashpoint that makes the most sense, again, to me. There we go. New Junk City, no Sorobasa. New Junk City getting up close and personal in Junk Queen's hometown.
I still think this is the smartest pick for Space Station. Like, you get Escort out of the way. I think at this point, you're like, okay, Escort Hybrid, those were washes. Twisted Minds, especially with that poke damage, is going to have the better time. But now it's like, you have Flashpoint, you also have Clash. You know that you're going to be better suited on those maps. So hopefully this is where Space Station can actually get the job done.
Yeah, and take us to that map number 5 as well.
Gotta lock in though, because one more map win, Twisted Minds get a chance to continue on in this series. This is the loser go home for real in the World Finals.
New Junk City, a potential decider picked by Space Station Gaming. We go on to push or clash as our final map, if we end up going there. Okay, now question is, what does Backbone got? Can just go on the Genji once again like he did, opened it up in on Oasis. I don't imagine we're seeing Sojourn. I think that was kind of more of a desperation pick for Backbone. Looks like it's going to be the Genji, at least for now.
The Genji makes the most sense though. We take a look at how Backbone was able to help get that map win on Oasis, and you say Genji was great, gives you access to the Pharah. You got the deflect. We saw a couple of really cool deflect kills onto Lambda and Quartz from that hero. And so this is going to be what they roll out with as the gates open up. We see a quick teleporter there from Quartz on the Symmetra. And in fact, Quartz stays. It's going to be the Sim. Sim tech really big here for Twisted Minds.
Kind of baked into blood, I feel like.
Well, you can't deflect that.
Right, yeah, you can't deflect that. And this is how they won the stage 1 as well. Was the Sim just TPing the Malca comps around. Different tank, of course, but Hardy is going to have a real hard time against this Symmetra and the Genji as well. Like, looks like Space Station are staying. There's the first cap. Twisted Minds in control.
And you saw Quartz just smiling about that. He's like, yeah, I'm feeling it. This is the hero. This could be the potential finishing blow on the Space Station. But, you know, Space Station have a lot of experience being able to play against as well as with the Symmetra. So they know a lot of the different ways that Symmetra is going to be useful on these types of maps. Maybe play around that a little bit more. You can see them already getting out of the way of those turrets as Backbone tries to take the leap around to get them out of the skies.
There's possible torpedoes there from MCD, doing a bit of damage and a bit of healing across the board. They do end up losing the Pharah. It's really mad at them. Standing tall in the front line of Twisted Minds. There's the answers from Space Station. It can't just be an ult fight. They gotta win these neutral engagements.
I mean, this might just be the first flashpoint to Twisted Minds already. Maybe you're able to go in with something like the Orbital Ray, but you have to put so much emphasis on winning this next fight with your ultimates, making sure you can actually take the economy afterwards as well. You can see Twisted Minds already trying to play forward so that Space Station don't have the access to this point.
Oh, here comes the big ult fight. Overtime triggered, and that will be a 2. A wall's going to be annoying to deal with, and look at the focus fire down on Psycho. Duplication already dealt with, and Core just lasers him. Orbital Ray coming in for 20 Astro, but where's the team? The heals are eventually going to come through. Backbone pops the blades, but here comes the rally from Bliss. Instantly taken down by Backbone, though, as he comes up big with 2 kills. Labs it with a Sky Rocket as Backbone, you know, dashed up, tried to get the slash and dash onto the Pharah, but it wasn't to be as Twisted Minds End up capping that first flashpoint with 3 ults to spare.
Yeah, Space Station used 4 in that last fight. That was so many tools that they had to throw at that and still didn't walk away with that team fight win. Backbone is going to switch off the Genji, go over to the Reaper. So it helps you a little bit more with those close quarters engagements. But seeing that, Quartz is already going to insta-lock the Ashe.
Definitely better for this point. It makes the most sense. Like the Symmetra and those close quarters, pop up the turrets, laser beam people. But on this one, you can hold so far back as the Ashe and even get these out angles as well without little fear. Here comes the cages, both on either side of the maps, but Twisted Minds, like we said, saved ults that last fight. They actually had that orbital ray in their back pockets in Space Station. They're going to hightail it out there, or at least try to. It's landed and picked off.
Oh, Backbone's gonna get staggered here too, potentially.
Psycho Dice Dynamite. Oh, dearie me. A lifeline is Space Station Gaming right now. It's slowly getting whittled away by Twisted Minds. There's going to be a stagger on the Juno. Oh, not quite. Okay, Astro does get out. Saves a couple of seconds.
Twisted Minds are playing with so much confidence right now, though. They have Space Station's number. They've been able to win so many of these fights off the back of just being able to get these really big dynamites, just completely finishing up with that damage. And they still have this Fair Barrage. Barrage, Bomb, so much firepower from Twisted Minds. Space Station have not been able to get into these fights cleanly.
Here comes the Bob. Speed ring deployed. Now Bob focused. Actually pushed out of the way. Oh, poor Bob. Does get healed in the end there by the pulsar torpedoes, but
still so much time.
Most importantly, time. Duplication on the brig. If one brig isn't enough, maybe deploy a second one and get a free rally. Psycho jumping into the back line. It's got 50% already. Make that 80. Surely a free rally coming in. Just gets it in time. A stun, a bash onto TVNT. Forces Twisted Minds away, but they got 99%.
99% is so much to actually take from this without expending very much of anything. The Bob in that last fight, you're just stalling for time right now if you're Twisted Minds. Knowing that you're so close to this cage, you can definitely go back in with that as an engagement tool with something like the Barrage as a combo.
And now it's just an ult dump fight. But TVNT's also got this cage. Speaking of which, TVNT lays it down. Kind of looking around, where's everybody gone? Whoa, Space Station actually, they're on the point. All right, so that cage not resulting in anything, and now maybe Hardy can make a play. Orbital Rays are going to come in from both Funny Astro and MCD. TVNT getting focused down. The Barrage, kind of laying a lot of damage in, but it's actually Backbone that tries to make the play in there. Tilting his head to the side, just regretting that play potentially. Hoping now his team can kind of follow up. The Quartz already taken their air of 2. Space Station on their final limb. They've got the backline, they've got the damage to do it if Hardy's up. The Bob does end up coming in for Twisted Minds, but here comes the OT fight for Space Station as well. 99%, but Quartz's Bob comes to the rescue once again.
Hardy just got so low there, and there's so much follow-up. Twisted Minds are going to be able to cap this point, take it back control, and then we're just going to have to see if Space Station can actually come back in.
That's it.
They can't.
Another point going over to Twisted Minds. Every single player getting so animated in the cams as now Space Station are 1 point away from getting eliminated here at DreamHack Stockholm at the World Finals.
Couple of hero swaps coming through as TVNT comes down on the Diva, likely going to stick to this for this next flashpoint as Backbone going over to one of his signature picks. You've got the Mei. I take it all back. TVNT is like, you know what, never mind. It's going to be difficult to actually have that Diva function in the face of something like the Mei, but who cares if you've got a DPS like Quartz?
Another fantastic pick. All right, Psycho down, no dupe. Point's going to unlock before Psycho gets back. Space Station know it, they're backing up, they're going to give this one over to Twisted Minds. This is slipping away from them right now. Like a hedgehog on an ice rink.
This duplicates this has to be so big from Psycho. Big duplicate onto something like this Mauga, get the cage.
Dupe straight to the back line, Mei Wall ends up coming up. Focusing down TVNT, that's a lot of damage and nowhere to run either. This pocket pick of Backbone. All right, okay, this is the Space Station you know and love. Flip comes in, 39% is all they'll get.
Space Station has to be flawless from this point out though. Their work is cut out for them. They have to make sure that this orbital ray is clutch. Landon has the rally, which is going to be very helpful just to make sure that you can take these close quarter engagements. And Backbone's Maywall serves a couple of purposes here. Most notably, you've got that wall to be able to shut off the sidelines of Quartz and Lambda. Look at this, you're already going to force some extra time here for Space Station to work with, as Twisted Minds have to wrap around to get away from that Maywall.
All right, here comes the ult dump fight. Both backlines having both Rally and the Orbital Ray. Another wall comes in, okay. Space Station now trying to set the tempo. This is what they've done best when they have Backbone in. A Blizzard available, MCD going low. Backbone throws down the Blizzard on the corner there. It's ticking away, but no one is frozen. Orbital Rays end up coming in as Psycho's down. The barrage on top as well. Backbone's got no block and nowhere to run. No help at all. As Twisted Minds cap the point midway through this fight. If they can get a stagger here as well, this might just be all over for Space Station. Hardy needs to go down. Does end up taking one with him. And can he get anything more? You have to kill Hardy! The stagger's been deadly. He eventually falls though.
Hardy being able to pick up 2 picks though is huge. You forced out 2 ginormous ultimates. The barrage and the rally are now gone. And it's bought Space Station enough time to be able to come back in. Cage of their own, rally, but this is it. Jaws, this could be final fight.
Bob available, deployed on the point. Rally for Landon. Everything's pretty healthy right now on the side of Space Station. They're going to be able to get another touch. Bob's still kind of playing bodyguard on the right-hand side here as the cage gets deployed. Gonna force Quartz down onto low ground with no heals and taken out by Psycho. Overtime in session for Twisted Minds, and they're falling thick and fast as Hardy was the one to make the play.
Big picks here. Space Station able to get back control, but once again have to play flawlessly with even less room for error. There is a potential for Twisted Minds to actually come back in. They've got Quartz back on the Symmetra. They're going to teleport over to the point. They don't have any ults to work with outside of MCD maybe getting this orbital ray, but overtime is here.
MCD desperately needs this. 25 HP, Backbone with a snipe. No orbital ray available anymore. Space Station are making their stand here on this point. And there it is. A pocket pick, and a godly one at that. Backbone opens that one up and keeps Space Station in the series.
Big ultimate bank for them as well, heading over to the next flashpoint, and it's right in their back door. Being able to go over to Deduct is perfect because you are able to get this set up before Twisted Minds even are able to get to this flashpoint. Quartz is back over to the Ashe. You want to have these big picks with this Ashe and the rest of this poke damage, but Space Station are waiting at the doors. They know they've got this Blizzard, but Backbone is already forced to use the Ice Block, so you're going to have to pay a little bit of attention to whether or not you can have other cooldowns to cycle with this.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard entry. Blizzard is tough. It looks like Space Station, though, being a little bit more passive. Do end up capping the point, giving the high ground over to Twisted Minds.
High ground very important here for that Ashe and the Pharah, but not before we see Space Station actually give a little bit to try to give a little back with this Blizzard.
Orbital Ray comes in. There's the Blizzard. Can TBNT stay alive? He's in no man's land right now, but the rally, the bash, is going to help him stay up. But a counter bash comes through as Lambda tries to get the job done with the barrage, but is unable to do so. Quartz takes one with him, but that'll be it. Twisted Minds, bros, they do end up capping the point midway through the fight, and now they're just going to stall Quartz for as long as humanly possible. Don't quite get the wall. Oh, a nice stagger. Not as long as they really wanted to, wall him off for a little bit longer, but it will do. It's going to take him a little bit of time to regroup now.
Every second matters. Every flashpoint percentage matters when you know that your tournament life is on the line. Space Station, they have this cage, but that's about it right now as we take a look at this next fight. Twisted Minds having a cage of their own, have a way to be able to match that. But Quartz has this Bob very soon too. So a little bit more onus on Twisted Minds to be able to set the pace in this next fight.
Looks like Space Station want to go early. There's the cage. But Quartz finds the miracle pick yet again. Funny Astro down. A Space Station probably don't want to commit too much else to this one. A nice little counter charge as the Bob is deployed. There it is, Space Station. They end up falling, but they still got a chance. They're on 99%.
Still one more fight for Space Station to come back into this, looking at the duplicate and the Blizzard. So there is a lot of hope if you're a Space Station fan for them to see this next flashpoint through. But they've got to walk through this cage. that has been a death sentence for so many teams to walk through and could be the difference maker of Twisted Minds winning this next fight, this flashpoint, and this map. Backbone can't get there.
Okay. Luckily,
Reset.
Exactly. You've got one more chance now, but the slow approach is going to be the problem. The flashpoint ticks up so quickly, there's going to be a rush touch here for Space Station.
And there's an orbital ray now for MCD for them to work with. That is a huge boon to Twisted Minds when you take a look at this being the final potential fight of this map.
They're going to be out to touch by the looks of it. They're just going main. Psycho is there. Here comes the duplication. Going pretty low already. Only person on point now for Space Station Gaming is landed. And Funny Astro demolished by Twisted Minds. And the only thing they're going to do now is push up some daisies as Twisted Minds cap the flashpoint and eliminate Space Station from the World Finals.
What a comeback for Twisted Minds. They kicked off this season of OWCS so strong with a win in that very first stage of EMEA. Looked a little bit rough, but they're here proving that that one map against Team Falcons wasn't a fluke. They are a threat in this tournament, and they have their act together when it matters the most in this World Finals.
The last 5 series they played against each other, Space Station have come out on top. But not this time, not where it really matters. Twisted Minds with quite a ridiculous finish. All the hands at Quartz once again. Was really the star player for Twisted Minds, kind of always has been. The insane pickoffs on Chio in that Falcons match, and now picking off the backline with the dynamites or just the headshots. It's insane numbers the guy's been putting up. Twisted Minds will advance. Space Station Gaming knocked out of the World Finals here in DreamHack Stockholm.
Which is a pretty big upset when you take a look at things on paper. Space Station is one of those teams, not only have they been able to win stages 2 and 4 of EMEA OWCS, but they come in as a huge threat and also fan favorite. So it is definitely disappointing to see Space Station go home, but Twisted Minds really coming into this one, headstrong, clear game plan, and understanding the assignment of this meta.
I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting this. We're going to jump down over to Danny for a quick interview about that series.
Jack and Rose, thank you very much. What's up, everybody? I'm joined here by Court from Twisted Minds. Huge congratulations on getting the win. And this was a very important one as well because you guys were on your last legs. You guys didn't get eliminated. You guys are moving forward to your next match. I want to ask you about this match specifically because it was so important. What was the game plan coming into today's match?
I mean, we didn't have a specific game plan. It was just, I mean, we were just playing our game and we were the better team today.
Okay. I mean, no plan. You guys just, played out of your minds and you guys did make it work. What were some of the comms like when you guys were, because this was a pretty close match as well. When you guys, it was back and forth, very back and forth match. While you guys were inside the match, what were some of the comms like?
I mean, it was a bit random and stressful, to be honest, since this is a very important match for us. So we don't get disqualified, but yeah, they were overall a bit shaky.
Shaky. All right, one final question. Is there a team, course, that you actually want to beat in Stockholm? Any team that you personally want to beat?
I want to play against Falcons again. I really think we can win against them.
All right, well, there you guys have it. Thank you guys so much, and big congratulations on getting the win. Dusk, take it away.
Push mid. 3, 2, 1, push. Catch the ball. Kom igjen. Baby. Gå med! Gå med! Catch the ball. Ja, gå på. Copy. Nice!
That was a big victory there for Twisted Minds, an upset for sure for many in the crowd and at home as well. We're back here on the desk. Welcome Jake and Johnny to break it all down for us. But first, we're going to celebrate the match MVP, and it's got to be Lapta. I do think we could have also given it to Quartz, who's having a phenomenal game, but that DPS duo is putting on so much pressure on the opposition. Falcon looked shaky against him in that first match, and they showed in this one that it's working. Their concept is working. Their take on the meta is working.
You know, I think it's the type of strategy you only run with a lot of confidence in the individual play of your DPS players, right? Like, they're not playing this style because it's necessarily the strongest or the most meta. They're playing it because they can run it better than anybody else in this tournament. And they've showed that, you know, they're just a really tough opponent to go against. So many times finding opening kills and getting cheeky pickoffs. But then also in the team fights, in the ultimate exchanges, I feel Labda has been a particularly great performer. His barrages have had so much value, and an ultimate that is often shut down in some of these fights, right? Often you're just killed off as the Pharah for trying to use it. The team has played really well around him to enable him to get that full value.
Yeah, I mean, we emphasize a lot the 2 damage players on Twisted Minds, but they're enabled by the backline and the fact that they have such great understanding of how the meta works and how can we play these heroes in this meta. So for the first time, you know, you were seeing the Ashe getting some poke in, can Quartz find a pick, and then later on, if you disengage, we re-engage with an orbital ray, that, you know, make Labda so much stronger on that Pharah as well. So there's a lot of like fight-win conditions here for Twisted Minds, and they're making the absolute most of it. So really impressive performance just individually from Quartz and Labda to find those picks and make the most of 2 heroes when, you know, we see the other teams playing Echo Reaper, but also credit to the backline for keeping these guys alive, you know, throwing the armor packs with the Pharah, for example, and just making sure they get some value down the line.
Yeah, I just love that Twisted Minds have been sticking to their identity. We've seen that already during the regular season, and they're rolling it here into the World Finals as well, and they're making it work, they're making it look good. Let's talk about this match as a whole, because quite frankly, at the very beginning, it looked like we saw the right adaptations from SSG coming out.
Yeah, they had this Genji Echo style, you know, really pushing the pace, pushing the tempo, which worked decently well on control. It did get them the map win, but remember, this was super, super competitive. And then especially on Hybrid and Escort, I felt that was where Twisted Minds really started to take off, right? In these maps with longer open sight lines, able to kind of delay and slow down the engagements. That Genji Echo wasn't so strong, wasn't so effective at just ending fights right away. It wasn't as possible. So Twisted Minds, I mean, props to them playing their strategy to great effectiveness, understanding it really well. I feel like we got to also credit TVNT on the tank, who has a tough job with these, you know, more pokey DPS. Honestly, something like Echo Reaper is really going to put a ton of pressure on the Mauga, but TVNT was that wall in the front line, keeping the team stable, buying the time necessary for the rest of the team to find their kills, find their pickoffs. So really well done by them, and yeah, you got to give them credit for willing their idea of the meta into the game, and making it work in a style that only they can play.
Yeah, it's a really hard job on the Mauga because, of course, you have the game that you want to play. Like, how can I get the most value from my cardiac overdrive? How can I win this Mauga duel and get positioning? But there's a great understanding of how can I enable my Pharah? What is my Pharah up to? How can I enable them to get the most value possible? And even like a small pick we saw from Quartz on the first point here on New Junk City, picking the Symmetra, for example, maybe a great read on that SSG will go for that Genji composition coming out to the first round. And that enabled them to get the first round here on New Junk City, and then you just kind of snowball on the back of that. So just a fantastic understanding of what each individual member on the team is trying to do, and like how do we enable that? And that is a very tough job. So I agree with you, Jake. Credit to TMNT for, you know, hyping up his 2 damage players.
Now, if we're having such a distinct look for this team that they've been relying on so heavily, is this too one-dimensional? Do they need something else up their sleeve in order to actually make it to the grand final?
I mean, Falcons showed an answer, right? Like, they found a way through. But one thing I think I did see from that Falcons series is that Falcons had to adapt, right? Like, what they thought coming in as the strongest meta comp, like this Ashe Pharah potentially does respond to that. It was when Falcons brought out things like the Junker Queen, brought out a hit scan of their own, that the tide really turned against Twisted Minds. So I think for other teams going up against Twisted Minds in the lower bracket, I don't think you can just throw the meta at them and hope that it works. I think they're very prepared for that. They look really good in the matchup. I think you need to have a special strategy prepared for Twisted Minds. You can't do the disrespect to them and just think, oh, we'll just play whatever we've been practicing. It won't matter. We'll win because it's the meta. You know, Twisted Minds have shown that they can beat the meta with their strat. You're going to have like a new evolution, a new style. Falcon showed I think it can be done, but not every team is going to have that depth in their strat book, and that's a place that SSG got really punished today.
Also, it's like really easy on a surface level. So you're like, oh, we'll play hit scan. You know, they're playing a Pharah. But then it's like, okay, well, you have to win a hit scan duel against Quartz, and then also Labda is extremely good at the Pharah to begin with, so they have a good understanding of like, how do I play around the opponent hit scan to get the most out of my hero? So not every team has a stalker that they can feel they just get the job done on the Widowmaker, right? So it's not as easy on the surface level to just say, play hit scan. I think it's going to give you a bit of a benefit. That's going to be give you a higher chance of winning, of course, but it's not that easy to play against a team like Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and very many teams which are left in the competition do not have the reps going up against this composition as well, so they might be struggling. Well, we find out very soon, but did you hear that? Did you hear it? I heard a TP.
You heard a TP?
I heard a TP.
Why you heard
I did hear a TP. Look who we got here.
Everybody take TP.
There she is. There she is.
Symmetra reporting. I know that Symmetra says the treat is a lie. The treat is not a lie.
Ooh, you brought us treats?
Symmetra teleported in tweet.
She came in for a fika.
Thank you. Symmetra comes bearing gifts.
I have a cardamom bun. So, and also very
Apparently the people cannot hear you, which is a shame because we gotta hear the voice actress, right?
Hello, Tap Tap.
Yes.
Is this thing on?
It is
Oh,
working.
hello, darling. Apparently, I was not meant for greatness. But I came here because the treat is not a lie. It is delicious, and you've been working so hard all day. So I just wanted to make sure you had a little sustenance.
And that's why I love you. This
you
is
know,
love. She speaks my love language.
That's right here. Welcome to my
cardamom bun. You're really just combining your heritage with the Swedish
That's
heritage,
it.
right?
That's it. I feel like it's our chance. We're doing good for special public relations.
so good,
It does
actually.
smell so good, doesn't
So
it? Look, it took a lot for me not to eat that over here. That was the real friendship.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, she had this bun somewhere on her body. She was holding on to this all day long.
I did.
You did. And
I
now-
went out in the
and now I have
cold.
it
It's
for
yours.
me. And that's why I love you. You know what, though? You're not just here, obviously, to deliver the goods in terms of the sweets I get to eat now. You're also here at DreamHack to meet and greet with the people. What are you guys up to?
So I'm here with Carolina Rovassa, the voice of Sombra, and with Matilda Smidius, who is the voice of Brigitta, and we are going to be doing some meet and greets. We're going to be visiting with all the community members out there, and then I hear there's a little something we're doing here that
That's
involves a
right.
game. I don't know.
We love games here,
I'm
obviously, we're at DreamHack. But let's first hear it from our voice actresses that you get to meet here. That's a round of applause. We get to hear it from Symmetra, Sombra, as well as Brigitte. They will be here around the venue, so make sure to grab pictures, grab autographs, and just listen to their voices bedazzling you. But also, watch the broadcast, because tomorrow they will be here on our show, and we're going to put your game knowledge to the test.
Oh, no. Oh, no, you guys.
It's going to be great fun.
Look, I'm much better doing the voices for the game than necessarily playing the game.
We'll go easy on you, don't
Yeah,
worry
be
about
gentle.
it. We will be very gentle.
Be very, very,
Thank
very
you so much,
gentle.
Anjali,
Yes.
for joining us
That's
here. And
good.
again, catch them in action live here at the venue. It's going to be a good time for now. We're heading into a quick break, and after that, we're back with the last match of the day.
Hey everybody, GB here alongside Coach Christopher of Space Station Gaming. Coach, I know it wasn't the result that you guys wanted. I also want to thank you for taking the time to talk with me here. Walk me through, what were you seeing from the coach's perspective and how Twisted Minds were kind of having your number in a few of those instances?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought the first half I felt okay, like it was close, but it just kind of ran away from us. I think somewhere maybe it's like a classic coach thing to say, maybe too passive or something maybe, but I don't know. Just kind of, I don't know what happened really towards the end. Like I felt like, especially like map 4, it should be so fine for us, but it didn't feel that close in the end, unfortunately.
Yeah, and sometimes, right, that's just how the cookie crumbles in these situations. But for you personally, you guys still had a great year, came into this 4 seed, you had a deep run in Dallas. What has been some of the learnings for you this year as a coach? I know you've been at this for a very long time. It's not the first time you and I have chatted. So how's that been for you, rather?
Yeah, I would say that overall the year it's probably fine. Like I think we won mostly in Europe. Like most of the international events we went to, we did pretty good. I think we were always kind of reaching up to those Korean teams, but in the end we didn't even reach up to any of the Western teams in the end. So it's as disappointing a tournament that I've ever coached in my 6 years, but they can't all be winners really,
And they always say, losing's learning, you know what I mean? Coach Christopher, I want to thank you so much for your time. Always a pleasure to talk to you, brother. We've been doing this for way too long. All right, folks, back to you.
Thank you so much, Alex. And of course, Christopher, it's great to hear from him as well. And it's been phenomenal to just watch that team throughout the entirety of the season. There's so much to look back and be proud of.
Yeah, I think this definitely wasn't the showing they were hoping for. It wasn't what they're capable of, and I think it's a team that we could see having more success in the future. Definitely a tough spot to be for Christopher, but props to him for putting the brave face on and coming out for the losers interview there. Definitely not a spot that any competitive player, any competitive coach wants to find themselves.
Yeah, you look at their resume this year, of course, and they're 2-time state champions in EMEA as well as, going really deep in the Dallas tournament as well. So we hype up SSG, we know what they're capable of, but unfortunately came up short here in Stockholm. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah, also, you can't take this away. This wasn't necessarily SSG, dropping the ball. Twisted Minds have been playing out of their mind. They have a phenomenal day. All those players, they're on today. So it wasn't SSG's to win this time around. They're the first team to be eliminated. As we're looking at this bracket, we have one more match here in the lower bracket that we will be covering tonight. That's NRG Shock and ENCE, both finding themselves in the unfortunate position as well. And only one can continue on their journey here through the lower bracket. Let's discuss those two teams and also what we've seen from them thus far in the tournament. ENCE, quite frankly, they turned it up at the end of their series, but it was just a little too late, Johnny.
Yeah, that Shambali looked really good against Toronto Defiant. They had a really solid first point hold, and it gave me shades of when they actually full held Virtus Pro earlier in the year in the EMEA stages, right? So they had some really good moments as well here. Kevster playing some of the Echo as well and trying to duel against Sugar Free. I think this was one of the cases where, of course, you're forced to play Ilios because Toronto Defiant, they have the higher seed. They're really comfortable on this map as well. And then you're not quite able to get the job done on the Mauga composition either. Again, this ENCE team, I don't think they're playing their best game when it comes to this Mauga meta, but you're still seeing some of these players that are incredibly skilled make some plays for it. For example, Kevster on that Echo, like you talked about today, Jake. Echo gives you that capability to go aggressive, make some plays, get a good duplicate going, and feed off that momentum to try and win some of these fights. Kai as well on the Reapers done some good things, but again, it comes down to the small details. Are you over-investing ultimates in fights, for example? And that was something that Toronto Defiant, incredibly good team, they capitalized on that. So just some small adjustments for ENCE, and I think they should be the favorite in this matchup.
The thing is, both of these teams, which are facing off against one another right now, they had a tall order in their matches, right? Going up against Toronto Defiant, the giants of the NA regions. On the other side, NRG Shock, they had the unfortunate pleasure of going up against Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon have been such a dominant team. They're the favorite to potentially even win it all here in Sweden. So did we really learn a lot from NRG Shock? Because while ENCE made it close at the end there, the NRG Shock, they suffered quite a beatdown.
Yeah, I think both of these teams definitely didn't have the start to the tournament they were hoping for, but it probably wasn't a huge shock to them both being, I think it's fair to say, underdogs in their opening matches. So now it's time for NRG, I think, to show us what they've prepared. They have been a team, the rumor mill and scrims, they've been a team that has been off meta as well, playing their own style. So maybe they'll be able to bring that to bear against ENCE. The worry for ENCE, though, is that maybe ENCE are happy to get this off of the meta, right? Like, the Reaper Echo, they played decently well against Toronto, but that can't be their most ideal comp, especially for somebody like Vistola, who would love to be playing more of like a classic off-tank where he can really, really shine. So curious to see what NRG bring here, what their look is, what they've been prepping, because as I've been heard, they've been cooking. So maybe that'll be what they need to get over the line against ENCE.
We've heard the same Scrimbox, Jake. We have heard the same thing.
Share with us.
Well, I'm really looking forward to see what NRG can do in this matchup, especially because I think a lot of people following Overwatch Esports so far this year, they saw what NRG did in Stage 4 and they ended up 5th in the region, and they're thinking, you know, I'm going to rank them. I saw a lot of power rankings going into Stockholm, and a lot of people put NRG Shock at the bottom of that, and maybe that's justifiable considering they ended 5th. But I think they're on the up and up. I like some of the compositions we've been seeing from them, and I actually do think that now going up against ENCE, which is not Crazy Raccoon, they stand a pretty good chance of winning in this one. So I would not be surprised at all if we see NRG hinting towards an upset.
Why are you grinning, Jake?
I'm just fine because I think it's fair to say, like, right, like you don't learn much from a team losing to Crazy Raccoon, right? You
Yeah.
can take away, oh, like, you know, they got stopped by Crazy Raccoon. Maybe they're not such a threat. Well, this is Crazy Raccoon we're talking about. You know, the transitive property is not really going to apply. No other team is, especially like that ball on a Lucio comp. Like, if you lose it, it's like no one else will even try to play that but Crazy Raccoon. That's just their style. That's their wheelhouse. So for NRG, yes, going down 0-2 in a brutal stomp against CR, it sucks. It's not how you want to start. You would hope to make that more competitive, but you can go up against ENCE with confidence. Like, losing to Crazy Raccoon doesn't mean anything for facing a European team. And frankly, NRG, I mean, NA has been on top so far this tournament. We'll see if ENCE can be the one team to actually defeat a North American squad.
They have. Don't sleep. Well, it would really hurt if ENCE went out in this matchup.
That would be rough.
You know, my fellow European teams, like that would hurt.
And we were both so confident throughout the entirety of the year. Every time he tried to like say anything about how NA is good, we're like, please.
We're not playing favorites here, but at the same time, I don't need Jake talking trash to me and Zoe on the desk. So
we'd have to suffer an entire year if that were the case. So ENCE got to do it not just for themselves, but also for us.
Please.
Yeah.
The trash talk would just be unbelievable. I can't.
Look, we got smoked. NA got smoked in Dallas. It's just the obvious truth. But now it's NA's time to shine.
To counter
NRG, though, they're the last qualifier from NA, right? They should be the easiest team to beat out of that region. But I do think, you know, some of these players, you get Tree on a hot game, you get Ultraviolet able to pop off maybe on some heroes where the individual skill can be more impactful. These are some of the strongest mechanical players that we have from the region, and I think even against titans like Kevster, it could be a tough test for ENCE.
Yeah, it was a meta issue for NRG back in Stage 4, right? They couldn't get comfortable on that kind of meta. But then in Stage 3, we actually saw NRG excel, and like they actually beat Toronto Defiant in Stage 3 in their upper bracket match, right? And that was on the back of Kellan, you know, playing a fantastic Winston. Ultraviolet had a fantastic Stage 3, and Tree, we talk about him a lot as well. This young prodigy, 17 years old from North America, who could become one of the best players in the entire world, right? So there is a lot of individual skill on this NRG Shock roster. They just have to put it together, and they have to find a way to excel in this kind of meta. Now, Twisted Minds as well. Underdog coming into the tournament, but Twisted Minds found a way. Now we have to ask ourselves, did they find a way to maybe win this tournament as well?
I mean, you know, just gotta send good energy to both of these teams. A lot of good things to say about either roster really throughout the season, but it all comes down to this. They're now in this elimination match, so they need any advantage they can get, such as cool drops. What a transition. Anyway, you can get them throughout the next 3 days. Listen, I'm trying my best here. I'm very tired to reinforce.
No, sorry.
Thank you. We still haven't figured out why the horse is red, but we're on the case.
Play Torb, you cowards.
Also
Torb? That's tomorrow. That's Saturday, Jake. Torb is tomorrow. That's the day of Torb. Today is the day of Brig, and we've certainly seen a lot of Brig.
Fair enough. Yeah, everyone's going to be playing Torb tomorrow, Johnny.
We've seen some Baptiste
I
as
don't know who's
well.
gonna play
So, you know, it wasn't all Brig out there. We also seen some Baptiste variations.
Do you think I could convince Lip to play Torb?
Yes.
I mean,
he's good at Torb.
That might be your best bet. That might be your best bet.
That would be just priceless. I'd love to see that.
A little Lip Torb action.
Yeah. Where's the Torbjorn voice actor?
Never say never.
I need to get him on the desk. Come on.
Right, well, we'll effort for you. We'll effort for you. Also, of course, if you haven't logged in a while, today is the day to do so. Or in fact, you have more days until the 4th, in fact, to get those login rewards. It's all about those neon streets.
This one's easy. Just open the client.
Literally.
Just come on. Log in and open the client.
How do you feel about neon streets, Jake?
This is a gimme. I like this. I like the name card. It's flashy.
Good vibes, yeah. I like it.
Rocking the WCS logo on the neon streets. I like it.
Yeah.
I love your contribution to that one. Yeah?
Well, I got to talk about the Swedish drops. Now, am I disappointed that there's no Swedish food included in the drops? Maybe.
Well, what would you have?
There's always the next time, maybe.
I would love a Swedish meatballs plate.
Yeah, give me a Swedish meatball
in a big
spray.
way in this country.
A Swedish meatball spray.
They are.
Come on.
They're very good. They're very good. I got to put some respect on them.
You had some incredible Swedish meatballs.
Seriously.
Yeah.
I think the readability of Cut Buller on a spray will just be a little odd. It's just like brown.
Well, you need to get the mashed potatoes,
Okay, you got
the lingonberries.
Okay, you got to. The what?
Yeah, the lingonberries. You got to make a meal out of it.
All right.
Pickled cucumber.
You
That's
know,
what I had last night.
I'll call some people. I'll call my people for you. We see what we can do. For now, we're heading into a quick break. And then afterwards, we're hopefully back with the last
time.
series of the day. So stick around. Welcome back once again to the OWCS World Finals here at DreamHack Stockholm. We're live here in the venue. It's still going on. The day started
got one more match.
A hot minute ago. Yeah, we had a lot of matches to get through. In fact, 7 matches, not just 6 that you saw on the schedule. No, we also had a show match. And you both played in it. And Johnny, what's the score, the overall show match score between you and Jake?
Who
Just
counts?
checking in.
No one counts.
If someone were to count.
No one counts. It's for fun.
It's very humble of you, Johnny.
Isn't that what they do these days? They don't keep score. They just play for fun.
That's true.
It's easy to be humble if you're leading 3-0.
That's what it's all about.
I'm Swedish. I'm trying to be nice. That's what we do.
Does that have to do with you being sweet?
Yeah, I think Swedish people are generally nice. So I'm trying to represent.
So far had very nice experiences, so I give you that one. Let's talk about that show match, though. Let's talk about your experience. We saw a Hazard in action, which is obviously super exciting. Let's talk about his abilities.
Yeah, super fun hero, super dynamic. Definitely was interesting getting a feel for especially that shift ability, the violent leap. Really powerful, but also, you know, interesting to control. I think I didn't explore this very much, but the vault, I think, was really interesting to have something like that on a tank, right? Like that little mini wall climb, you're able to climb up on ledges. It makes a huge difference having that on a passive where you're not waiting on some cooldown. You can kind of constantly maneuver around the map. And I think definitely didn't fully explore that so far, just being able to play one match, but I feel like that's going to be maybe the most interesting part of the kit from my perspective.
I mean, that's what makes so many of these Overwatch heroes so much fun, right? Like the wall. You know, how can you use the wall? How can you be creative with that? That's what I love about the Overwatch heroes, and Hazard is another one that provides that kind of like creative function.
Absolutely. Now we are finally ready to send it over to the stage for our last match of the day. So Golden Boy, take it away.
Thank you so much for that, Zoe. All right, Stockholm, how you feeling today? You good? Let's try one more time, because these guys weren't even cheering over here. Stockholm, how you feeling? You good? There we go. We even got the people in the back excited and joining us. All right, folks, what better way to close it out with a classic NA-EU matchup yet again. This time around, a lot is on the line. The winner moves on, the loser goes home. So let's go ahead and bring out your first team. Put your hands together for the EMEA's finest. It's ENCE!
The hometown heroes ENCE getting loud cheers in the building as they enter the lower bracket for a chance to stay alive at OWCS Stockholm. A stacked roster so consistent throughout the year. Who will turn up big for them here in the lower bracket matchup?
And their opponent also fighting for their tournament life on the line. Welcome to the stage, NRG Shock!
Your third seed qualifying out of NA, looking to get a win and stay alive here in this tournament. Their backs are against the wall. They face the hometown heroes. With all this pressure, they are the only ones who can get it done.
All right, coaches, go ahead and fist bump players. Take to your seats. Let's send it back to your casters one more time. You got Jaws and Necra on the call.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Yes. The final match of day number 1 here at the OWCS World Final. NRG Shock facing up against ENCE, another elimination game.
You don't want to be going home now. You do not want to be joining Space Station with your tournament life ending here. And I think this one is going to deliver hopefully 5 maps. I think this one could be really close.
Yeah, NRG Shock. They've been looking pretty good recently. ENCE the same, but another NA versus EU rivalry. And it would be sad to see another EU team go home, especially as we are in the continent. Funnily enough.
NA versus EU, what a tale as old as time. I feel like this one, though, is a toss-up because on the one hand, you have ENCE, who have been very dominant in the EMEA region. They've been able to show us some really, really good team coordination. But on the other side of things, I feel like NRG Shock, they just consistently get better and better every single time we see them in the tournament, every single time we see them hit the stage. I think they also have some pretty good plot armor. So who knows what's going to happen in this matchup.
Insane plot armor, that is for sure. Elimination, one of the squads will go home, but NRG Shock, I mean, the last time they actually faced up against ENCE was back in Dallas, in the Dallas Major, and ENCE ended up winning that series 3-1. A very different look from both teams, of course. The meta, quite different, you would say. Not hard, Malga.
And that's what the desk was bringing up. When you take a look at ENCE, maybe this is a team that would rather be able to play something like an off-tank. Festola, very good at things like Sigma, Diva. Not to say that he can't show up on something like the Mauga, but his comfort certainly lies with those off-tank heroes. On the flip side of things, I think you take a look at NRG Shock's roster, and you put a lot of faith in this DPS lineup. Scissors and Tree, 2 fantastic DPS players. But let's go ahead and see this match unfold.
Over on the left, NRG Shock on the right side of the stage. Final elimination game of today. As we load into map number 1, which starts out on Oasis once again.
Oasis, a fan favorite for a lot of these teams. They've all had a lot of scrim experience on this map, and I also think that it plays to a lot of their individual strengths. So many different rounds, so many different type of compositions that you can end up seeing, but I think we're going to see pretty classic things coming out from ENCE. But for NRG Shock, this is a team that sometimes you can't always tell what they're going to run. And it's going to be Kellen on the Junker Queen with this Sombra and Echo setup.
Yeah, I mean, the Desk touched on it. Another team that's been playing a little bit off meta. A little bit more to their vibe, a little bit more to their strength. Kellen on the Queen is really interesting. The comp, again, another comp that has to go fairly quickly. The sustained damage from ENCE cannot be understated. ENCE going super low though is hitting NRG Shock. Not satisfied with letting the point go. A lot of sticky bomb damage coming through from Scissors.
Very difficult for NRG Shock to want to play fast when you know you have to run into something like Kai's Reaper. Already with a quick pick early on in this map. And you see NRG Shock having come back in, full team of 5, but you're waiting for Tree to actually get this setup with something like a hack.
I was like 1 HP there, managed to get the Wraith Walk off. Didn't quite meet the Grim Reaper just yet. Orbital Ray launched in by Sky as Festola's hacked in the front line. Needs some serious help. Luckily, the Orbital Ray is going to do a good job of that. But a rather late one here from NRG Shock. The Rampage comes in, but it doesn't matter. It's already done. ENCE have lost Kelex and Vestola. They're all trapped in with that copy cage from Scissors. As ENCE, as quick as they cap that point, will be as quick as they lose it.
Double support ultimates expended for ENCE. They can still rely on their heavy-hitting DPS and Kevstar and Kai to deliver a big blow. But NRG Shock have this EMP. Something that we haven't seen a whole lot of as of latest is Sombra. An EMP can be a huge fight finisher, especially if you're able to hit multiple targets. Looking at the key targets being that Mauga as well as that Brig.
Double DPS ult available as well from ENCE. Kevstar doesn't end up getting dragged back in, but there's the early from Rack Attack. Much harder fight now, even if you got the Blade and the Death Blossom. Tree looking for a manual hack there in the front line. Doesn't quite get it, but scares ENCE off.
ENCE have to know that Tree has this EMP, so you have to play around it.
EMP comes in, only hits one. It's going to be Vestola. Blade to pod from Kevstar. He's looking at the backline, but it's Scissors. It's going to be the one to fell the Genji. My word, NRG Shock just running rings around ENCE right now. What meta are we in? Oh, right now it's NRG Shock's meta. This Queen comp with the Sombra is looking clean.
How often do you get practice against this, too? Shock, with this composition, get a chance to really rely on the DPS prowess of Scissors and Tree. Go for something like the hack. Scissors has also been a complete solo agent, being able to play this Echo. Has good duplicate for this next fight as well.
Yeah, duplicate, rampage. ENCE have got the tools to kind of waylay that. They got a Juno ult, they got that orbital ray. Here comes the TP from Kai, looking for an alternate angle. But here comes the orbital ray, but Kevstar's already dead. NRG Shock up one, and they pop that Mauga copy. As Scissors tries to get a little bit messy. Kellen is going to have to back off this cage, and the Death Blossom too deadly for NRG Shock.
One way you can certainly make good use of that Death Blossom is to pair it with that cage. Otherwise, it can sometimes be a little bit tricky being able to get it past this Brig and those shield bashes we know Rack Attack is so good with. But when you take a look at NRG Shock, they're still holding the front line.
Okay.
Sky's coming through, though.
Looks like Sky's keyboard DC'd or something. He was like just standing there. All good, we'll get that sorted. And I want to mention, too, going into that next fight, I mean, NRG Shock have 93% on the point. And obviously you needed to win that, right, if you were ENCE, but now you can come back and you only have to battle against one ultimate coming through from ENCE. So their life very much teetering in the balance here. And Orbital Ray and just, wow, any other ultimate kind of thrown on top. And sometimes you don't even need that. It's a quick monitor issue again, just a quick cable issue. Unplugged it a little bit, maybe, not sure. I'm going to plug that back in and get into the game. We're able to pause quite quickly as well. So Sky didn't end up dying. You can see the rest of the team kind of jumping on him. Put the Brig shield in front of him. And sounds like we're going to go in as well. So not a long pause, just literally needed to plug it back in by the looks of it. He's ready to rock and roll yet again. And there you go. That's what I was talking about. Kelex with the only ultimate here for ENCE. They're going up against Rampage, Juno, Rally, and EMP. Almost everything.
So much stuff that's going to make ENCE so squishy. This rally's going to have to be really big.
They're going to use it first. Orbital Ray comes in. There's the Rampage. Whoa, doesn't connect. Kelex held up that big plasma screen TV and was able to stop any of that damage coming through. But now they got EMP. It does land and it connects with 4 members of ENCE. Oh, they're just going to run over them now. No chance for ENCE to come back. Just an ultimate disadvantage. Classic Overwatch there. 95% of building for NRG Shock. ENCE looking for a touch.
Oh, it was going to be Kevstar, but Kevstar gets sniped out by that big whip shot by Rack Attack. And so NRG Shock, they take the first round of Oasis.
Yeah, Kelex and ENCE thinking they can go early. Pop the rally, hit the stun, maybe take someone out, but NRG Shock were waiting for it.
And it was a really big deal to get Kevstar when they did, because he actually had an opportunity to go in with that duplicate. If he was able to stall with that, maybe you're able to get a big dupe onto something like the Jugger Queen. Then you have an ability to maybe just stall for a little bit. It was still going to be a rough road for ENCE to be able to get back into that one, but there was a little bit of hope. Don't worry, go next. We've got another round of Oasis. NRG Shock, though, look like they want to run back the same comp that they were able to best ENCE on City Center. So how does ENCE actually respond? Because it wasn't working on City Center, just losing control early. NRG Shock made it so difficult for them to be able to actually get in and to try to get an advantage in any of those fights. They've got Kevster on this Genji though. I love Kevster on this hero. He's so much fun to watch. Maybe this is the big difference here to deal with this Sombra.
High ground control for ENCE as well. Queen's very vulnerable here, kind of walking through, having to shout, using the speed ring to get into cover first. Looks like ENCE, they're going to make their move first. Rack attack dead at the hands of Kevster, that Genji. A fearsome hero to zero if you're a backliner, even more so if it's piloted by one of the world's best. All right, ENCE, proactive gameplay there. Just getting on top of NRG Shock, not letting them get in, and as soon as you track that shout as well. Oh, no, Scissor's got the mega health, all good. That virus got reflected there, actually. Onto the Echo.
It's important to know, I think we are playing with the Sombra changes, right? She actually becomes unstealth when you go for the hack. Maybe that helps, I don't know.
Orbital Ray from Sky here, 80%. Just beating out Ultraviolet. First ultimate online probably will be Scissor's duplicate. Yeah, already got it. Just NRG Shock are kind of farming the front line right now. Very easy to farm. Someone like the Mauga. Looks like Scissors wants to go pretty aggressive. Copies the Mauga. Has to get out though. Orbital Ray already deployed by ENCE. The shout comes in from NRG Shock, keeping everybody healthy in the front line. Stopping any instant picks coming in, but here comes the Orbital Ray from NRG Shock a little bit later this time around. And ENCE wanting to go first, wanting to be proactive, but not proactive enough. They didn't find any kills off of their own Orbital Ray, and now they're suffering the consequences.
No purchase. NRG Shock get a chance to flip the point, holding on to that EMP as well as the Rampage coming up pretty quickly. So really big ways that you can shut down something like Kevster's Blade, maybe even this Cage from Vestola. There's some EMP just has some big ult potential here.
Even the Rampage too, like you said, they're going to step up into the small room. Kevster already going pretty low. There's the Rampage, hits one. Vestola down, EMP. That's the final nail in that coffin. They're going to dig him a grave and shut it. Well, shut it shut, I suppose. All right, Vestola quickly going for a reset off the map. All right, NRG Shock continuing to hold the point. Two big ultimates invested, though. ENCE now have a couple of DPS ults of their own. This Kevster Blade. Will it get the job done?
We've got the Death Blossom as well. No Cage to actually be able to combo that with, but it doesn't really matter when you have something like the Rally that could also make either of those DPS heroes unkillable.
Oh, for it! Huge! Kevster with perfect reactions there, dashing through trees, went for the translocate. Blade has been popped, and now they can go in. They're getting a match with this Rally though. A big multi-person stun there from Rack Attack, but it is the Death Blossom separating NRG Shock. You can see Rack Attack nowhere near the rest of his squad.
Big investment of that Rally to no avail, and throughout all of that chaos, ENCE is able to get the point flip. So we're looking at a potential last fight here for ENCE. They don't have anything else besides this Orbital Ray to work with. And so maybe this duplicate from NRG Shock can come in clutch, but ENCE right now, they can play a little bit more far forward.
This almost instantly gets taken out. Pops the duplication, hits over to the Mauga. Kellen's already claimed one though. Is that Orbital Ray? Not something Scissors wants to mess with. Dashes all the way back. That overrun coming in from Vestola as well. Puts himself on the point to trigger a little bit more time. 99% for ENCE now as NRG Shock take control of the point.
And they've got that big Wampo combo up again, looking at the Junker Queen as well as that Sombra to come in clutch here for NRG Shock. One more fight win stands between NRG Shock and taking the first map of the series. And so look at that EMP Rampage. Really big in a corridor, even in this main choke.
Ideally for NRG Shock here, they use one ult, then use the next. You can see Sky jumping over to the Kiriko. No, that's one of the big win conditions here.
Suzu could be a really good way to get the clean.
That is possible. Frame perfect you're going to have to be. Tree setting up. Already used the Translocator to get to this high ground, get away from danger. But the EMP from up here is still as deadly as ENCE now have to dodge. Somehow, EMP lands on the Cage. Good Suzu though from Sky, keeps him alive. But the blade's been pulled from Kevster. He's already claimed two. A good Rampage hits Kellex and Vestola. But Kevster, he's done enough work, you've got to imagine. No kills come from NRG Shock after that. They eventually slay Kellex and Kai as overtime ticks down for ENCE.
Oh, it's just going to be Vestola and Kevster, though, that have to hold down the fort before Sky comes back with some healing.
ENCE do end up flipping that point as well, so they are in control currently. Rally available from Raccoon, just needs to make it back to the point in time. Vestola taking too much damage, has to exit stage right. Max swing goes a little bit wide, but Kellex eventually finished off, and now you're going to have to deal with this overhealth coming through from the Brig. A deflect, a dash away from Kevster, but it might be too little too late. Yep, it's the rally, it's all they needed. Raccoon comes in, provides the overhealth, and jobs are good in for NRG Shock. They find the flip again, and find the first map.
Pretty back and forth there, but NRG Shock able to get the job done on that second point, win out that first map, and with that Junker Queen and Sombra. What combination, and struggled to find purchase in a lot of those fights because of the hacks that the Sombra was getting. You forced ENCE to have to use a ton of cooldowns to actually make sure you can take those engagements. And good stuff from NRG Shock.
Like we said earlier too, like how often do you get to practice against this kind of composition?
You have to figure out how to deal with it on the fly.
Almost, yeah. I mean, of course you ask Scrim, you can ask the Scrim punters, hey, could you play this comp a little bit? But no one is going to play it like a team that's going to almost perma run it. Queen and the Sombra. I can imagine Tree is going to be a little bit flexible here. Of course, depending on what map we're actually going to go to.
Tree is a super deep hero pool, so that's what makes him such a big threat for this team, and why a lot of times when you play against a team like NRG Shock, you kind of don't know what you're going to get.
Right. I mean, Tree was that next up-and-coming prodigy, right, after Sugar Free. Once he kept the stick on this Genji too, an impressive force, sometimes brought down, but I mean, that is insane. The focus fire there is just so nice.
I mean, look at how many assists.
Yeah. I mean, Scissors too. You spoke about it. We spoke about it to death, I feel like, especially in NA. How Scissors and Tree have just been such a massive boom for the team. Just incredible star-studded DPS lineup. And this works out for them. I mean, Kellen's, his wrecking ball was a little bit uninspiring when we've seen it in the past, right? Not going to pull a jump in anytime soon, but the Queen looks clean from Kellen so far.
I think the Queen does one of those things that makes it difficult for teams is, you have to have a really strong team play to be able to play against something like that. And especially when you're going to have the Sombra to disrupt a lot of the ways you might want to fight against that. It's be really difficult to actually get in and go face-to-face with something like the Junker Queen. I think Gracie also, you just pull somebody out of that big clump of team and take them out.
NRG knowing their win condition there as well. Jumping in with the EMP, cancelling the cage. Suzu comes in from Sky, and it's like, well, now it's game over for you. I hit the rampage, and now you can't heal. Good luck getting away. Quite the death disparity there, despite what looked like a fairly close affair. 35 to 14. NRG Shock coming out ahead. 2.4k data, 0.4. Not too bad whatsoever. Of course, now it's their time to choose the map. NRG Shock are running this kind of Queen comp. Where do you expect we're going to go?
I don't know how much it matters. Just in terms of the fact that you have to be prepared for anything. It is going to be Circuit Royale, though, and ENCE makes a lot of sense for them. Vestola, very good with those off-tank heroes. You get an opportunity to potentially play something like the Sigma, which is one of Vestola's absolute best heroes. We also finally get a chance to see those little map changes in effect, too.
Right. Yeah. Circuit Royale got changed recently, so see if it ends up mattering a whole bunch here. Of course, that third point, the high ground control, a bit easier for the attackers now. You're not walking on basically a tightrope staircase and then peeking around a corner. There's a little bit more cover and there's a little bit more open as well. Much more beneficial for the attackers, a bit easier to get that height. And as well for NRG Shock, I mean, if you want to run the Queen, it's going to be very tough here. Especially if ENCE just want to go a poke style. They can just have the Widow, they can have the Sigma, like you said. Have to wait and see as we jump into map number 2.
I do expect ENCE to come out with something like the Sigma. I think that is a huge possibility. I would be very surprised to see anything else. Just knowing how much we've been able to see Vestola have these huge carry performances on something like that. The biggest problem comes in is, like, does Kellen want to try to counterpick that? Maybe even with a Winston. Like, just jump past the Sigma or something like that. Or do you try to keep going for the Queen?
Looks like they're going for it. Okay, Tree on the Venture.
This definitely speaks like they're expecting the Sigma to come out.
Nice little spawn camp potential as well, which is definitely what they're going to try. You don't really want to high up on this bridge, right? You haven't got any snipers on your team, so going to try holding this small room. Okay, didn't really expect to see a whole lot of Venture, but makes sense, yeah. If you're expecting Sigma, the Venture can be very frustrating to kind of deal with. The Rock is a very big tool you can use to kind of smash them out of the floor and away. You know, it's a pretty easy target to focus down. The hitbox a little bit bigger than a lot of support and a lot of other DPS, as they are quite chunky in terms of the health pool. Of course, getting shields as well every single time used ability can be quite a tough target without CC to actually focus down. Guy's going to answer this actually with a Cassidy. Sky already dead, so I mean, it's not a good start.
But this is where you still have difficulty dealing with the Venture. Venture has great high ground access if you're able to give it space, be able to use some of these bigger cooldowns. I say that, but Kellex gets a really nice whip shot onto Tree.
Yeah, all CDs available there as well for Tree, and Tree hoping they can kind of survive in that fight long enough to get heals and then go aggressive with their own cooldowns. Yeah, all right, spawn camp over. Still a little bit of time bought.
And Tree's automatically going to switch. So off the Venture right now, thought a little bit about maybe going for a different hero pick, but the Sombra makes so much sense, seeing how good that worked in tandem with that Junker Queen. And still not changing anything up though. Doesn't feel the Sigma, wants to go for the Mauga. The Soul is gonna stay to that hero pick, hoping that Kevster can come up big with something like this duplicate in this next fight.
So easy to farm this front line as well. Mauga's such a big target to hit for the Sombra. You get an EMP so quickly. Already a pick coming onto Kellis though. They're going to actually invest in this fight. ENCE are going to use that duplication. It's going to force this to also do the same thing. This cage is going to be rather scary, especially for the front line of ENCE, and they decide better of it. They're going to back off. Happy to trade both duplications.
And now it comes down to the orbital raise. Who's actually going to move first? Who gets the corner territory?
I mean, Tree's almost got an EMP already. Orbital Ray doesn't coming in. That's a very early Ray from UV. Yeah, ENCE making the wise decision there, just backing all the way up, not even peeking the corner.
And now they have the Ray advantage. They can push back NRG Shock with this one, but they've got to go fast before this Rampage and EMP come up.
Yeah, this EMP is going to be massive here. The Rampage too. Orbital Ray, Sky available. There's the Rampage, hits 3. Kevster Solar, Kellex under a lot of duress now. Orbital Ray is good for some additional damage, but look at Kellen, he's in the back line. The entirety of NRG Shock right now just splits up. EMP's good for 4, but can they follow this up? They've already taken severe casualties as the Deadeyes popped. A good roll away from Kellen's carnage, but here comes the cage. But Kellen's still swinging, and he can stay alive too. The sustain coming through from this adrenaline rush is looking great, but it's all Sky here. You're not going to match up against the Juno, unfortunately. A rather messy affair as now Tree is back on the sim of all things.
I mean, it's able to get them in very quickly. And you still see Scissors picking up a kill.
How are they still alive? How can ENCE not finish that fight? 2.5 meters to go with a minute remaining. ENCE fumble there. Bestola and Sky alive in that. In a close range situation with the Mauga, not where you want to be, but NRG Shock, hold on.
So much sustain. You got so much time for that Symmetra to come back in. And so big clutch from the NRG Shock to be able to stop this cart in its tracks. And
Kellex under a lot of pressure, ends up popping the rally pretty early. Clearing the tunnels with a couple of flails. Duplication now for Scissors, but look at the Orbital Ray. They're just going to focus down the front line. And Tree's beam just melting Kai and Kevster inside that Orbital Ray. Good luck. 20 seconds to go. As ENCE now. Fast heroes to try and get back in time. Kevster on Tracer.
You've got this orbital ray, but it's going to have to be the biggest orbital ray of your life. You're fighting against this photon barrier Rampage rally from NRG Shock. And it's not looking good. It's not looking good for ENCE.
They're going to get the touch. And Kevster's still got the recall. Orbital Ray comes in. Kevster goes for the one click. Oh, it's a little bit wide, but there's the Rampage yet again. Kellen in a good spot. Kellex already down, and he's hunting for more. An easy kill for the Queen. NRG Shock ruling Circuit Royale as ENCE, they just crumble before the tide. NRG Shock do not care about this meta. Do not care about ENCE. A 2-0 already, almost. Okay, I don't want to get too ahead of myself. But thinking where that payload ended, that clutch TP coming through from Tree and being able to hold on as well, that could have been a very different affair there if Tree wasn't able to get back in time. 93 meters, call it 94 for ENCE. Another big superstar team coming out of EU could be eliminated rather soon, and NRG Shock, they're just taking them to town. Can ENCE hold on?
It is so difficult to full hold this first point of circuit, which is probably why you already called it a little bit earlier, got ahead of yourself, because it's going to be tough. Taking a look at ENCE and the compositions that they'd like to run, they have a really good shot of being able to get a close hold, but you have to go for that. You have to buy yourself an extra time to be able to come back in and get another defense before you see that golden box of victory. And it might be really difficult because, yes, you have the Reaper, yes, you have the Mauga, you have a lot of just personal sustain. Something else like that cardiac overdrive on top of that lifesteal that you get from the Reaper. But NRG Shock, they have ways to shut that down. If Tree wants to go back to the Sombra, you can. Tree's Widowmaker is also disgusting. So you could just go ahead and open things up with a big pick from this Widowmaker. You're on the attack. You just need one. Only takes one to break that defense.
Show us what you got, Tree. Holding close, good angle, body shot. Onto Sky, he's gonna stick on the Widow. I really like this. You know they're fighting close, and like you said, it only takes one. Sky sent low again as Scissors, first to fall. Very close spawn hold for Shock, but they need to make the time work for them.
That's why you see Tree give this up already. You're going to go for something that's going to be able to get NRG Shock in a little bit faster, or at least out of the spawn door. So you got the Symmetra TP.
I love that TP onto the high ground. Tree then staying in spawn, swaps over to Sombra.
It's a big deal for NRG Shock to just be able to get out the gates. We've flipped the map now, and it's going to have to be on ENCE to actually get back to this corner.
A battle of two fronts as well, as Tree was in spawn, pressuring the front line. Ultraviolet, though, ends up going down. Maybe a bit of a false counter there from NRG. Getting held currently. Hey, that's a minute off the time bank. A minute less to worry.
Still a big deal that they have to get through, which is going to be this huge time bank. You don't have any ultimates yet you have to deal with from Shock either, so ENCE be a little bit more comfortable. Kai's put in a ton of work on this Reaper. Make sure you can get really close and get these big body and headshots. And you just got to keep NRG Shock in these doors.
Big slam in from Vestola, pops cardiac overdrive there, focusing down Kellen. Shout from the Queen. Cage available from ENCE, same with that rally. Every ultimate pretty much coming up right now. Tree, of course, swapping over to the Widow, Sim into the Sombra. Quite far behind in terms of ult charge, only 70%.
Yeah.
Here comes the Cage, Orbital Ray comes in, rally from Kellex. And there is another Mauga on your screens. Yep, Scissors duplicates the Mauga, and there's the kill you want. Sky down for ENCE. And as the spawn hole's been broken, as Kevster jumps onto the Queen, gets stunned, goes for a Carnage swing, 2% away from a free Rampage, and there's the kills, and spawn hold eventually broken, but with only 2 minutes to go, ENCE really making it hurt.
Already a big deal from ENCE to be able to get so much of that time off the clock, but you have to deal with two more big defensive holds here. This next one, you kind of expect you're gonna lose. You've got the Sombra as well as the Junker Queen, but what is this? ENCE have Vestola coming out on the Zarya of all things.
Another way to cleanse that ultimate. That Rampage can be so deadly. Oh, his Tree has been killed off already. EMP in hand for Tree. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go.
But every meter you can push NRG Shock back, the better if you're ENCE, because it buys you so much valuable time to be able to come back in with a last-second contest. NRG Shock, though, setting up for this Rampage.
EMP is good, but this is already dead. Where's the damage now for NRG Shock? They've still got the Rampage in hand, but need to count those bubbles. They need to count them now. One use. Vestola also going pretty low, and Kellen knows he needs to press the advantage. But ENCE know exactly that. Read them like a book, ends up backing off. They got another fight.
They need time, though. ENCE is looking at this duplicate, maybe a way to be able to extend that fight for them. Kai also coming up with this Death Blossom.
Orbital Ray available from UV as well, and it's going to be a perfect place to use it. Rampage still available. Oh, it's Festola slain where he stands. The Orbital Ray's going to hit Sky, but I mean, look, the healing is not there anymore after that Rampage. A big axe swing there from Kellen, and the rally should seal the deal from Rack Attack. They only need this 1 point, and 1 point they will get. NRG Shock. They're one map away now from ending another of EU's finest. Another run, gone.
Talk about not having home field advantage, maybe. That would be a big deal. I mean, this could be 2 upsets in a row. But do we even call it an upset anymore? When you take a look at how NRG Shock have been approaching this matchup with this Sombra, with this Junker Queen, they figured out their own tempo that they want to play to, the own beat of their drum, and it's working.
Okay, so now you go back to the drawing board. Do you just roll out on something like the Zarya? Something that could do fairly well against the Queen? Or do you just keep running the Malga, just keep being confident in your own game? A fantastic hold. And kind of a ridiculous one too. I mean, it was all on Tree with those TP back to the point and being able to hold on for this long, even against this cage. I mean, Kellen does end up going down, but bought so much valuable time. You can see those little orbs, the little turrets being flung from the spawn.
And the packs too from Rack Attack on the Brig. As soon as you got sightline onto your Juno, it's like, okay, sure, maybe we actually have this. Maybe we're actually able to keep that full hold alive when they did.
That Rampage was so good. And normally, you know, the Rampage, well, you're in the back line, it's rather rough, but if you manage to at least tag 1 DPS, 1 support, if you can focus them down, it's pretty easy because there's no kind of cleanse there for ENCE. There's no Suzu, there's no bubble, nothing that can kind of help you out. You are on your own, you're on your own island. You have to be saved by somebody.
I mean, that's why we looked at the Zarya potentially being like that big difference maker from Festola, being able to come in and actually deal with something like the EMP. But I wonder how much you over-index for something like the Sombra or the Junker Queen by going like Zarya, Kiriko. Is that too risky to actually try to switch things up?
Ultraviolet very happy, same with Wheats in the background there. All right, ENCE get there, another choice of map. And maybe it is too risky to change the backline up. Juno, Kiriko. But again, just mix it up at this point. I mean, you've run the Malga into the Queen twice. You've run head first into a brick wall pretty much, right? Knocked yourself out twice. Probably best not to do it a third time, but if you are that confident in your own game, in the Malga and a map maybe that favors you the most. Although saying that too, you're like, NRG's comp does play the same way, right? It's a rush, it wants to get up in your face. I think we're going to Ilios with Falcons taking the first map, but will be the third map choice. It does sound like we're going to hybrid as well. So Midtown is going to be the pick here for ENCE. What do you make of that?
You're playing into your DPS game. You're looking at a map like Midtown, you're thinking, we've got 2 of the best DPS in the entire world. Taking a look at somebody like Kai, who's able to play with these really long sight lines. Maybe one of the reasons why they had picked Circuit in the first place. But you've got to make sure that your eggs are in the right DPS basket for this one, or else you're going home. This is the one way that ENCE gets a chance to come back into the series.
And then EU's kind of hopes and dreams of taking this tournament do lay in the lap of Twisted Minds. Ideally, right, you have most EU teams making it through, like that happened in Dallas, like the NA teams just did not show up. It was EU that were the kings. And of course, we are going to Midtown, so that means lots of pigeons on the map.
Your favorite.
All right, adaptations here. I want to see ENCE do something different. But NRG Shock with Tree, and like you mentioned, a vast hero pool, just massive. He's going to be rocking the Ashe here, so a lot of long-range poke. Kellen's going to play a little bit differently. You can play a little bit more aggressive with the Sombra. Fear of the hack is always going to be there, but with Tree sitting all the way in the back line, Kellen's going to be a little bit more patient with how he wants to get in there.
Gotta play a little bit more reactively in that sense, but you're basically just using your Junker Queen to buy enough time for Scissors or Tree to get a pick. These are just poke DPS. You're looking for them to try to delay as long as possible, but ENCE isn't giving them that. They're giving them any breathing room to set up.
All used to deflect there as ENCE just barrel towards the backline of NRG Shock. They're basically fighting on point 2 right now. Yeah, rack attack. Good kill from Kevster. A chance to kind of get back into this one though for ENCE. They are stepping up to the plate. But can they hit a home run? Doesn't look like it. Good coach gun. Tree kept alive. It's enabled Scissors though to go unimpeded. Sky, Kellex already dead. Maybe Tree's not the one you want to look at right now. Backline down for ENCE. They got sustained with the cardiac overdrive. Same with Kai just existing with that life steal. You're not going to make it out alive though, I don't think so. Kai, ooh, just gets the TP off in time. But a tick, you'll take that if you're ENCE.
And with as fast as they went in that very first matchup, you take a look at them being able to close the distance again with that big ring. Oh, Kevster's having a field day right now.
Oh, that'll be all over. Ooh, a couple of... Bit of a weird position for Scissors and Kellen to be in. Of course, they tried to trade backlines there, but it's very tough against the Brig and the Juno. Quite a bit of mobility and a lot of damage as well if Kevster or Vestola. Just 180.
I do wonder if we actually see Tree switch. Like, yes, these sightlines are fantastic for the Ashe, but even taking a look at ENCE's composition, they're not leaning into those mid to long range hit scan heroes. They're still looking at the Genji and the Reaper, trying to be able to close that gap and make sure that you can play a little bit more aggressively and in the face of NRG Shock. Maybe Tree just uses the Bob and thinks a little bit better of switching over to something like the Sombra, despite the fact you've got these beautiful sightlines to work with.
They're not going to be beautiful for long though.
That's true. Take a look at third point. So maybe you do switch early.
Even just this cart going under the car wash here. It's tough to step up though, like you said, with the amount of space that they are gaining here, with Tree just overlooking everybody. Overwatching them if you want to get super technical, I suppose. Oh, here comes the bot. Deployed on the high ground. Tree. There's an extra little bodyguard. So here comes the orbital ray. And the cage. Blade's been popped as well, but quickly shut down by rack attack. A good bash ends the Genji's life. And the duplication cage. We haven't got a Mauga on our team, but it's pretty easy when Sizz is doing so much damage on the Echo. 3 duplications a lot of the time, it feels like. 3 minutes and 40 seconds to go is a rather scrappy affair. It's looking like an NRG Shock fight win. Car Wash is going to be a rather disastrous place to play as well against Kellen, who's got that rampage once more.
That and Tree gets a chance to set up by the end of that second point. And so it's going to be very difficult to actually approach that cart if you're ENCE, and you're still getting staggered if you're them also, as Vestola finally gets taken down. So NRG Shock buying some very valuable time for themselves. And even more set up, they could even play forward if they wanted to with something like the Rampage, but they think better of it. Getting a chance to set up on that high ground, making sure that ENCE have to come to them so that they fall right into that Rampage trap.
Yeah, ideally, right? I agree. You want to play for that low ground. You want to play so everybody's kind of on the point, like getting as much value as you possibly can from the break heals, from the cardiac overdrive. Looks like they're trying to go on the high ground, but Tree's already taken down Kai. They may get a trade though, but there's the Rampage. Vestola and Sky with nothing to cleanse. Oh dear. Very purple and very dead is ENCE right now. And dueling with someone like Kellen too. There's just no chance if you are the Brig. 2.5 minutes. ENCE just struggling to get anything done.
And this looks like another fight that NRG Shock are going to win coming up. You've got the Orbital Ray and the duplicate from Scissors, and that is just going to be tough to chew through. Kai's Death Blossom could get just shut down by something like a Shield Bash. Even just taking a look at some of the other options that NRG Shock have to deal with, that ultimate just back up too. So can Kai actually use it?
Already used the Ray form, that's super early. Death Blossom's good though for some damage, but Kellen just shrugs it off. I think kill onto Kellex is going to be a good start for NRG Shock. And where's the damage? Where's anything from ENCE? Looking, I would say, some of the most lackluster we've seen from them in recent memory, in all honesty. They used the Orbital Ray Rose, but now they've got Rally, they've got the Bob, they've got a copy. They're in good stead once again to win this next fight.
We're gonna see ENCE make a swap. Kai going over to the Ashe, so finally getting a chance to actually lean on what this map architecture actually gives them. But you have to be able to duel this out. Waiting for the rally, waiting for the orbital ray, but NRG Shock pushed the tempo first.
A cheeky fob there from Tree hiding around the corner. One person on the point. It's Kevster going pretty low. He's not going to escape though. Yeah, good luck, my son.
Still coming up with picks too, as NRG Shock continue to stall them on this high ground. And just struggling right now. They need this Blade Orbital Ray rally. They have to just crack through this defense, but they're running out of time to do so. 45 seconds left, potentially final opportunity for ENCE to use these ults. Cage 2 from Vestola.
Kai's just getting focused down, a good little coach gun, but a copy. Oh, giving him some of his own medicine. And now Scissors is behind. Cage comes in, Orbital Ray as well. ENCE go for the ult dump. Kellex does end up going down to the Pulsar torpedoes from Ultraviolet. And with 22 seconds to go and a bit of extra stall rows. Doesn't take a mathematician here to work out this next fight is going to be NRG Shock's favor. 15 seconds to go. And 2 ults coming up. Some of the best ults in this comp as well. This Rampage and the Ray.
Tree's also going to be going over to that Tracer, so really big pick potential coming through from NRG Shock.
Oh, there's the Rampage earned from Kellen. They're already focusing down Kai, who's got that bomb. And Kellen could just basically chill. All right, 6v5 now as Bob has been deployed, but here comes the Orbital Ray. And now Kellen, he wants to dance and he's going to lead it. A Rampage might have got a little bit wide. They do need to finish off players though, that's the big thing. Spawn to their advantage. And then they managed to waylay the Orbital Ray damage for a time. But it will be only a single point on the board for ENCE. As NRG Shock just showing up something different in this series.
You can see the smiles and maybe the sigh of relief on NRG Shock's faces. Like, okay. In overtime, stopping ENCE before they're able to capture that second objective. And now they get a chance to play the attack.
It's like Kellen was getting his heart racing there.
It's like, whew. My heart is racing watching this.
A 3-0 in the sights of NRG Shock now. Of course. And the crowd goes wild for the pigeon on Midtown. One day they will get transformed into beautiful parrots. Today, unfortunately, is not that day. I know the devs are here. Maybe they're listening. Can we get some parrots on? Can we get some parrots on Midtown instead of the terrifying pigeon? Okay. So NRG Shock now starting with the Sombra here. Or at least after they roll out the gate. And Kai has also made the adaptation over to the Ashe. So
that's what I'm looking at.
Does end up going over to the Ashe, at least Kai can contend with it.
But ENCE are committing to this Ashe right away, not like what we saw in that first round, Kai trying his hand at that Reaper and eventually considering the Ashe as that big change that they needed, but they're gonna start with it now. Tree looking for something on that Widowmaker, decides no, this is how they get it done. High tempo composition with the EMP and that Rampage out the gate.
And because the Sombra change, and like you mentioned it before, so, oh, that's a very low health Scissors. Should be fine. You don't stay in stealth like Perma now.
You don't.
You're only in it for a short amount of time, but that's perfect because you don't want to play Perma stealth Sombra. You want to be up in their faces. You want to be brawling, shooting Malga in the face, getting EMPs ASAP. And they're getting run over. To put it very lightly, Kellex, Sky, dead. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, that is just first point, like that.
Maybe a little bit of a recontest coming through from Vestola, but he thinks better of it because he knows the rest of the team just isn't there. They decide to start setting up on this high ground because this is a 5.5-minute time bank that they're going to have to hold this second point for. That is a hard ask for any team, and especially on one of the biggest stages of Overwatch right now.
Yeah, I mean, even Lewis Hamilton will be jealous of the speed of NRG Shock right now, especially with this duplication coming in. They got the Orbital Ray as well, only 10% away. Sky a little bit further behind. This next fight could determine how this one ends up going through, because if NRG Shock are just able to use Ray to win it, they can then use EMP, then use Duplicate.
They have momentum. Ultraviolet's looking to let this Orbital Ray go. to see if they can launch themselves to victory.
Orbital Ray, the heals have to come through. How does Kellen survive that? Vestola definitely didn't. On the wrong side, a rack attack there. And that is a team kill in a blink of an eye. 4.5 minutes, Rose. They are under car wash. They've got dupe, EMP, and rally.
Sky has switched over to Kiriko to see if that's going to be the saving grace, but it's got to be frame perfect, this Suzu, if they don't want to get run over and their tournament life ended here.
A tall task for anybody. A rush in, oh, and Scissors just turns Kai into DNA on the pavement. Luckily, those guys going to come in. A Suzu perfectly timed to try and save Vestola's life. Duplication onto the Queen now as Kevster looks for a free rampage. Kellen falls, and they might have just done it, at least for now. 4 minutes in that time bank still for NRG Shock.
Plenty of time for them to be able to get another EMP. Even Tree hasn't died just yet, still working up to another one, just a couple moments time. And if you're ENCE, you use 2 big ultimates here. You're looking at still having to contend with a rampage, with a duplicate from NRG Shock. Tree also switching over to the Ashe, so maybe not even wanting to invest into this EMP because he thinks he could just get the job done by getting a pick from the Ashe.
Can Tree best Kai? One of the most cracked hit scan players in EU. There's the rally. Kai down. Not to Tree, but to Kellen. And here comes the Mauga copy. That rally, they do not care a bit. And they're pushing to low ground. Kellex not with the rest of the team. The entirety of ENCE right now are split. Kai now on the Widowmaker. One of the best Widows in the EU in all honesty. A rampage is going to hit the front line in Scissors. And Kellen are going to clean house as NRG Shock eliminates ENCE. A 3-0. It's not so easy anymore. Not when you're facing the Shock.
Huge win here for NRG Shock. On the big stage, with their backs and their tournament life on the line. A 3-0 victory. This is a whole new team right now that we're seeing, completely playing off script, off meta. Huge carry performance coming through there from the DPS as well.
An unbelievable off-meta look. Kellen jumping onto the Queen and ENCE not providing really any answers to it. And ENCE a 3-0. Space Station gone. ENCE gone. Twisted Minds the last hope for EU. An insane victory to say the very least. Still the Titans, the juggernauts. In the likes of Toronto Defiant, Crazy Raccoon, Team Falcons, of course, up in the upper bracket currently. But this is all NRG Shock's day now. A 3-0, a massive confidence boost. And you best believe any opposition that's facing them are going to be watching these VODs, making sure they know how to deal with this Queen comp, because it looked scary.
They've got at least a night to think about it, because this is certainly a comp that every team is going to have to look at and know they're facing at some point or another if they want to make it through this lower bracket and the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, look, you're in the lower bracket. This is where dreams are truly made as well for NRG. Can they just continue this? That is going to be the big question. Who will their opposition be? Of course, we'll find out that tomorrow. I mean, look, you don't ideally want to face Crazy Raccoon on Team Falcon. Come on, let's be real with ourselves here, but still, teams like Toronto Defiant are up there too. What a statement maker as well. At Dallas, NA, they were not existent. EU, they had their number. This time around, it's different. We're going to jump down over to Golden Boy now as we get an interview.
All right, and I gotta say, that camera shot looks great, Peter. You absolutely knocked it out of the park. I'm here with Tree now from NRG Shock. Tree, congratulations, man. What a response to going down in the elimination bracket like that, but a massive 3-0 victory. How does it feel to be able to get that one over the line after what you guys went through in that first match?
Yeah, I mean, just a good win overall. I think Crazy Raccoons, you know, obviously they're best. Like, going into that Ilios first map, we knew they were gonna be on ball. It's like really hard. And I think after that, we kind of lost a little bit of confidence, but I think we VODed a little bit, and the main thing we realized was, like, we know our strength. We know how to play this Queen comp. No one else really has a read on it, I feel like. So if we just play to our strengths, we win, and we don't lose confidence after that loss, and we did just that.
Well, I actually want to, you know, you don't got to give me too many details about this, but the Queen's looking pretty good for y'all right now. Was this the thing that you guys figured out in scrims prior to this? Something you figured out here? Kind of give us the lowdown of how you guys came to this composition and why you feel so confident with it.
Yeah, so I think after the Arista meta, and there was like the one patch that we swapped to after that, everyone started playing Maga when like people were still figuring out the meta, and we just kind of picked Queen, and we just did not lose since. So we just kept running it and kept playing it, and it worked.
So we should be expecting more Queen?
Yeah, everyone knows at this point, so why not?
All right, everyone knows already, so why not? All right, Tree, I want to thank you so much for your time, my man. Thank you so much. Let's go ahead and check out the winning moment for NRG Shock right now.
I'm killing. I need to kill. Morgan, break one. Just break.
What up?
Nice, we go again. Good job.
You can see the relief there from NRG Shock, bringing this over the line in a 3-0 fashion against the team that was expected, just like SSG, to make a deep run in this bracket. Welcome back to the desk. So we're here joined by Jake and Johnny. We're about to break it all down, but first things first, let's give some credit where credit is due. And that's, of course, for our MVP performer of this match.
Yeah, it's got to be Tree. I mean, this guy put up a ridiculous performance. The flexibility, playing Sombra. I mean, this is after Sombra got a rework. A lot of people thought this hero's unplayable. This hero doesn't have any place in the meta. Well, Tree's found it. And I think building around that Queen comp, his flexibility to play the Sombra at such a high level, but also to have the hit scan in the pocket. I mean, any hero you need this guy on, he's going to deliver. And I think that is really a huge secret to NRG success. It's an open secret, though, at this point, because everyone who's played in the NA rank ladder knows about Tree. He is an absolute demon. Definitely a player to watch. Even got to see a little bit of the sim come out. It was unconventional, but a perfect pick in this clutch fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see Tree flourish as well, because we have high hopes for Tree. We really do think that Tree can continue to improve and become one of the best players in the world. But you need to do more than just NA, right? You need to prove it on a global stage, and Tree is doing exactly that here in Stockholm.
And what a fantastic redemption arc for this entire roster, really. After the performance we've seen from them towards the end of the season, there were a lot of questions about that roster and how they will perform here on the international stage against the greats. Amongst them being ENCE, or also SSG, of course, from Europe. So this is a really, really great showing for not just them, but for NA as a whole, Jake. You can gloat, you can let it out, you know, we're ready for it.
Bottom 2 EU, that's tough. That's tough. In front of the home crowd, no less. But hey, you know, sometimes that's how the cookie crumbles. You know, we took our licks in Dallas, North Americans, but maybe it's time. Maybe it's time for the redemption arc. Still, though, that upper bracket, Falcons, Crazy Raccoon looks so scary, looks so threatening. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, think about this is such a dominant win for NRG, and it almost makes you forget the type of performance that Crazy Raccoon delivered this morning. So still, I think a lot more complexity to come in this tournament. We're yet to see, I think, how NRG will continue to perform with this Queen comp.
Okay, Johnny, I do want a few words, though, on the other side here. ENCE, their performance today, obviously not what we wanted to see, what they wanted to see from themselves. It was no secret that they're not a fan of this meta, most likely not the most confident, but they have such high caliber players.
They do. I mean, they're the stage 3 champions, and they were dominant in that type of meta, right? Especially when Vestola find himself on that Diva, which is his signature hero. I mean, they were flourishing, and Kevster has been a standout all year, of course, being the EMEA MVP. So that about tells you how good these players are, right? But in a meta like this, I think Vestola struggled quite a bit on the Mauga, especially here against NRG, adapting to how NRG play this game. So it's a tough meta for ENCE to find themselves in, and I do feel like they feel a little bit like maybe they weren't able to put their best foot forward, and that is a bit of a shame considering what we know they can do.
Absolutely. Yeah, ENCE, unfortunately, they ended up playing Shock's game here. Shock was dictating the tempo throughout the entirety of this series, looking absolutely phenomenal on each and everything they played. Let's take a look at the bracket to see where we're at after just one day of gameplay. We had to say goodbye to 2 teams already. I feel like there's a bunch of upsets in here.
I mean, yeah.
If you didn't believe in NA from the start, you might have called these upsets.
Okay. I need to restore a little bit of clout. I did say Nightmare, you know, they're a dark horse. I'm excited to see the
As you predicted against them.
Well, okay. It was not. There's no winning here. I think There's no winning for me.
Only for me. Only for me.
Not if you're you.
Enjoy this
I
moment, Jake.
predicted Nightmare.
Oh yeah, so we predicted
I don't know what
Nightmare.
to
Of course.
say.
There's a screenshot somewhere, so you know there is evidence.
Hey, listen, Johnny, we still got Twisted Minds.
Yeah, we still have Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds are gonna make the
Force and Lambda.
They're gonna eliminate every NA team left.
That's
what
right.
I'm talking about.
They're gonna click heads.
I might have to eat my words. There's a distinct
chance.
possibility of that. I won't write it off. They've been popping off.
That's right. Well, 2 EMEA teams are out. 6 teams are left in this competition. It remains very exciting as the competition is whittling down. I mean, these matches could honestly go either way.
If the matches were decided randomly, then NA has the best chance to win.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just saying.
This is the schedule for tomorrow. Which one catches your eyes?
I mean, I think both of these matchups are going to be really exciting because I do think that Nightmare, with their proactive play, like being so aggressive, is going to be interesting to see if they can like force some kind of momentum and try to get an advantage over Falcons. We saw today Falcons had to adjust. Might be a similar kind of story where Falcons will once again be forced to adjust to Nightmare's aggressive play.
I mean, this is like a best case scenario for Nightmare to upset Team Falcons, right? It's a meta that's all about team play. It's all about communications. Falcons have historically been incredibly strong. I mean, their individuals are awesome. Whenever they play a comp that really puts the individuals at the forefront, allows them to thrive. Yes, they're insanely dominant, but I think the coordination of an aggressive rush or brawl style, especially one in this meta, you know, that kind of could be more chaotic, more random, and I think it's kind of up to the teams to communicate well in the moment under the pressure. I would have thought Nightmare is a team that would struggle under that pressure, right? With so many rookie players, like less experienced players coming together, but it seems that they're thriving in it, and that could be just what they need to take down Falcons on land.
I mean, the thing is, the only team that didn't really show a crack in the armor is Team Raccoon, so they remain on top for now. With the other matches, we'll have to see tomorrow. After this first day of play, what is our big takeaway? What's the learning experience here? Share with class, please.
I think my big story for the day is play to your strengths. We saw both Twisted Minds, of course. We talked endlessly about the fact that they've been playing this Ashe and Pharah composition. But similarly, NRG, they decided early, like Tree said, that Junker Queen is our kind of composition. And we've seen them adjust their playstyle accordingly. They like to sit back and they like to make things difficult for the enemy Mauga, to the point where ENCE, you know, one of the best teams in EMEA, they couldn't find any momentum and they couldn't adapt accordingly to a pretty wonky Echo, Sombra, Junker Queen composition that just devastates Mauga. And so I think we saw that some teams, like Crazy Raccoon, they're the best team in the world, they countered NRG. But they gave at least NRG a chance to compete here in Stockholm, and that earned themselves a win in the lower bracket, which is really impressive.
Absolutely is. You're nodding in agreement, so let's just leave it at that. It was a very long day, an exciting day with lots of upsets, great storylines heading our way as we're diving into our second day of OWCS action. But that is, of course, tomorrow. For now, we're going to say goodbye. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and we hope to see you again for all the action tomorrow. Day 2 here of the OWCS Grand Finals in Stockholm here at the DreamHack.